In this world, people cultivate for hours a day. I just want to slack off for days a month, yet, my cultivation base has already reached the peak. No matter who it is, they can't resist a single strike from me. Even though I possess the power to supervise gods, I'm still seen as a good-for-nothing by my fellow disciples, simply because I've never shown off my cultivation in front of others. Because the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Due to the high-intensity work schedule in my previous life, I died in front of my computer. God took pity on me and gave me a second chance. In this life, I, Hua Qingyuan, am an ordinary, true disciple of the Azure Cloud sect. My life goal is to live a peaceful and stable life without any cultivation. But things didn't go as planned. My sect is also very competitive. Today, as usual, Hua Qingyuan was slacking off under a tree. An ordinary disciple, while complaining, greeted, "Senior brother Hua, the sect master is looking for you at the main hall, asking about the details of yesterday's mission." The battle-savvy Hua Qingyuan, in order to avoid work, would always let his disciples take care of his tasks. In every world, he wins. The greater the ability, the more tasks there are. This is a cultivation world. There are realms, namely, spirit transformation, soul gathering, merit listening, enlightenment, and transcendence. Each realm has 9 levels, and this one is even more important. Hua Qingyuan met the sect master, a transcendence realm 6th level expert, nicknamed Qingyun Fitness. However, no one knows that the dignified Qingyun Fitness is a tea enthusiast. Hua Qingyuan used the succulent cultivation techniques from his past life and combined them with current technology to cultivate tea. Intuitively, he felt this would impress his boss. After all, pleasing the boss is a required skill for every worker. With that, Hua Qingyuan took out the tea leaves he obtained from killing the demon cloud python 2 days ago. The sect master's eyes immediately became serious. Blood burst. He was about to tell Hua Qingyuan the demon cloud python's purpose, but Hua Qingyuan immediately refused. "I don't want to hear it, I don't want to know anything." Hearing it would mean overtime work. Hua Qingyuan ran away, but was still caught by the sect master's soul power. After a fierce scolding, the sect master informed Hua Qingyuan that because of the incident with the sect formation last time, the 4 hall masters requested to revoke his true disciple status. Hearing this, Hua Qingyuan instantly sobered up. If he really became an inner disciple, who would dare to let him slack off? The spirit of slacking was already burning. Hua Qingyuan directly asked when they would revoke his true disciple status. The sect master looked at Hua Qingyuan's attitude, fuming and about to explode. At this moment, a heavenly voice echoed in the main hall, "Greetings, sect master and senior brother Hua." The sudden visitor was Yu Jianxin, the chief disciple of the Azure Cloud sect. At a young age, he had already reached the Void Transformation Realm 2nd level and was regarded by the entire sect as the future hope. On the other hand, Hua Qingyuan was ranked last among the true disciples. Every month, when new tasks were assigned, he would always lose to the inner disciples. Yu Jianxin was determined to go against the current and become a true disciple as soon as possible. But this senior brother liked to do a degree flip downhill. Then, Hua Qingyuan found an excuse for himself, saying that he was stuck at merit listening 1st level, so he needed to go back and rebuild his foundation from the beginning to break through the bottleneck. Yu Jianxin showed an admiring look. He didn't think that senior brother Hua was so diligent, completely different from the rumors. Yu Jianxin was truly impressed. "Ah, you're too kind." The sect master was pleased to see Yu Jianxin. The reason he called Yu Jianxin this time was because the hall masters had a request for Hua Qingyuan to have him and Yu Jianxin carry out a mission together, to learn from the chief disciple's diligence and virtuous conduct. At this time, Hua Qingyuan's face darkened. Yu Jianxin was the king of hard work in the sect, single-handedly driving everyone to work harder. He was a natural slacker, clearly incompatible with him. How could they go on a mission together? So, he used the excuse of having to take care of his tea leaves to refuse. But Yu Jianxin's eyes lit up, wanting to support each other and work together. He even planned to use this mission to prove himself and break the outside rumors. A creature full of fighting spirit was now running freely in Hua Qingyuan's heart. Good heavens, he wants to CPU me into working too. Hua Qingyuan wasn't easily fooled, directly using the tea leaves excuse again. But the sect master was also determined to prevent Hua Qingyuan from slacking off again. He offered a benefit. As long as Hua Qingyuan completed this mission, he could have 3 days off. Hearing this, Hua Qingyuan almost jumped up. Completing the mission meant 3 days of slacking off. He had to take this mission. Even Jesus couldn't stop him. As the chief disciple of the Azure Cloud sect, Yu Jianqin arrived at the sect's mission hall early. He had already memorized the 50 missions posted, understanding them thoroughly. And our slacker king had just woken up and arrived late. Isn't this too much work? Yu Jianqin was filled with admiration for Hua Qingyuan, who was already half an hour late. He secretly thought that this senior brother was too relaxed. Hua Qingyuan didn't think so. As a worker, he should enjoy his rest. Why work so hard? Alright, no more sleep talk. It'll definitely double my rest later. Yu Jianqin sighed helplessly. Time is running out, let's go. But Hua Qingyuan and Yu Jianqin were both startled. The recent villager disappearances were likely related to the demon cloud python. When Hua Qingyuan heard Yu Jianqin say he wanted to protect low-level cultivators, he realized that hiding his cultivation level would be beneficial. Not only would he appear heroic, but he would also get 3 days off. This time, he was winning for sure. Soon, the two arrived at the village in the Tianyun mountain range. Just as Yu Jianqin was about to speak, something happened. While discussing splitting up to gather information from the villagers, Hua Qingyuan rummaged through his pockets, pulled out a pocket watch, and checked the time. 5 o'clock. Time to clock out, junior sister. In taking a break. The mission's all yours. Before Yu Jianqin could react, Hua Qingyuan had already run far off. Inside the village's inn, the innkeeper offered Qingyun a room. Looking at the innkeeper's arm, Qingyun instantly sensed something fishy. But he didn't care. It was his break time. Hua Qingyuan considered playing a small trick, but decided against it. He believed with his current cultivation level, it wouldn't be a big deal, and went straight to sleep. However, he hadn't slept long when a commotion outside his door woke him. Hua Qingyuan got up, stepped out of the room, and saw Yu Jianqin arguing with the innkeeper. The innkeeper claimed the inn was full and refused to give Yu Jianqin a room. Hua Qingyuan offered to share his room with her. But when Yu Jianqin heard this, her face flushed crimson. She immediately started sputtering, "Unless you want to sleep with senior sister." Hua Qingyuan poured a basin of cold water over her. Yu Jianxin's blush subsided. After all, Hua Qingyuan wouldn't dare try anything funny. She could easily beat him. He was, as her senior brother, just an oblivious simpleton. Back in the room, Hua Qingyuan ignored her flushed face, and ate his snacks, asking, "Have you eaten dinner?" Hearing this, Yu Jianqin immediately perked up, starting to lecture, "We cultivators shouldn't indulge in such mundane pleasures like food." Before she could finish, a pastry stopped her incessant chatter. Yu Jianqin, with her stomach rumbling, promptly ate the pastry. The pastry's flavor instantly overwhelmed her senses. Sweet but not cloying, it melted in her mouth, leaving a refreshing, clear aftertaste. She was completely captivated by the pastry. Hua Qingyuan, ignoring his junior sister's reaction, started his nightly cultivation routine, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The cool night air and spiritual energy mingled, circulating within his body. After finishing his cultivation, Hua Qingyuan stated, "Cultivation is about being natural and unrestrained." He had barely finished when he saw the dazed Yu Jianqin. He thought she was still lost in thought. Suddenly, Yu Jianqin exclaimed, "Senior brother is hoarding snacks." Without a word, she reached into the bag. Seeing his pastries disappear at an alarming rate, Hua Qingyuan immediately grabbed the bag, yelling, "My pastries!" Amidst the squabble, Hua Qingyuan ended up lying on the bed, face full of annoyance. The embarrassed Yu Jianqin sat cross-legged, starting her own cultivation. The previously noisy room gradually quieted down. As time passed, a faint rustling sound approached the room. A strange mist slowly filled their room. Before long, the seasoned wanderer, Yu Jianqin, sensed something. Amidst the haze, her biggest concern was still her seemingly weak senior brother. "Senior brother, run!" she cried. Little did she know, her senior brother, Hua Qingyuan, was a hidden expert from a powerful sect. This minor skirmish was nothing to him. The scene shifted to a few miles outside the village. The innkeeper faced his opponent. "It's Double West Noble Emperor. Reporting, sir, Yu Jianqin and the other one have been subdued by my mesmerizing powder." The man was overjoyed upon hearing Yu Jianxing's name. As for Hua Qingyuan, had never heard of him, likely a nobody. Right on cue. The man, the culprit behind the villagers' disappearances, was struck down in an instant. Excellent work, innkeeper. Then, gesturing to his subordinates, numbers and, bring Yu Jianqing and the other one back. As for Hua Qingyuan, meanwhile, Yu Jianqing fluttered her eyes open. Her first instinct upon waking was to grab Hua Qingyuan and run. Hua Qingyuan looked at his panicking junior sister with exasperation. Yu Jianqing, now fully alert, wondered why Hua Qingyuan, with his lower cultivation, was unaffected. With Hua Qingyuan's level, the spirit-severing incense should have. He had sensed something amiss with the innkeeper upon arrival and had feigned weakness. Then, he pretended to be asleep and thus unaffected by the incense. He patted Yu Jianxing's head reassuringly. The spirit-severing incense primarily affected those with higher cultivation. Now, Hua Qingyuan transformed into a seasoned traveler, giving Yu Jianqing a lesson on travel safety. Watching him lecture her with his back turned, Yu Jianqing found him incredibly reliable. Completely unlike the rumored lazy true disciple, Prime Minister's highest fingers modifying influence on Zifu Jingyu Chong. At this moment, Hua Qingyuan directly transformed into an old fried dough stick, and North Vietnam built a new society. After Yan Xuanqing taught him some things to pay attention to when traveling on a business trip, he looked at Hua Qingyuan who was shouting with his back turned to him. Hua Qingyuan was extremely dark in Yu Jian's heart at this moment. He was not at all the true successor of Lan Sanchangxing as rumored. Not only did he quickly discover the hidden door, but he also remained vigilant, considerate, reliable, if only his cultivation were higher. Yu Jianqing blushed. What am I even thinking? I haven't fully recovered yet. Hua Qingyuan interrupted her thoughts. Though she claimed to be fine, Yu Jianqing fidgeted nervously. Before they could continue, a streak of light flew towards their room, a killing intent. Yu Jianqing drew her sword, shielding Hua Qingyuan. Brother, be careful. However, our protagonist, Hua Qingyuan, simply rolled over in bed. Since you've recovered, it's your turn. It's my nap time now. Yu Jianqing watched in disbelief as Hua Qingyuan burrowed deeper under the covers before flying out the window. Her brother was only at the spirit-gathering stage. Cannon fodder against this opponent. With a determined glint in her eyes, Yu Jianqing unleashed her full power. Two figures were instantly struck down. An angry woman is truly terrifying, especially a goddess of the Azure Cloud sect. So, brothers, never anger a goddess. If you must grovel, grovel to the death. Looking at the two on the ground, Yu Jianqing recognized them as true disciples of the Spirit Ascending sect. But their eyes were vacant. They were blood puppets. This was connected to the demonic Cloud sect. Before she could react, a bolt of crimson lightning shot towards her. At the moment of impact, a ring of violent energy erupted around Yu Jianqing, blocking the attack. A vibrant electric aura surrounded her. Blood cloud severing moon. A ferocious sword energy exploded outwards, slashing the two figures down. Yu Jianqing assumed Shed defeated them. Unbeknownst to her, her good brother had observed the entire fight with his divine sense. Observing with divine sense was truly convenient, no need to even open his eyes. Since I can't sense their killing intent. The woman looked at the injured man. They must have lost their self-awareness in their rage. See, brothers, if you're handsome enough, women will love you even in their sleep. A furious woman is terrifying. Even I almost couldn't handle her. The two were completely overwhelmed. Zifu, a quadruple courtyard, emanated a palpable aura of dread. Within its confines, Ziying and Zibu, bound by an unseen force, floated amidst the eerie silence. Across the sea, at the newly built port, Yu Jianqing sensed this disturbance. Disregarding any formalities, Ziying and Zibu immediately engaged in combat. Seeing this, Yu Jianxin's heart sank, as a blue electrical aura enveloped the pair. The building shimmered briefly. Hua Qingyuan calmly observed, his brow furrowed slightly, sensing the strange fluctuation of spiritual energy but unable to pinpoint the source of danger. Here, he said as a green leaf landed on his palm. This should suffice. Meanwhile, a wild, surging power emanated from Yu Jianqing. This formidable force surged from within, converging at his shoulders, radiating a fierce and untamed aura. Hua Qingyuan, with a swift, decisive movement, unleashed a violent, colossal energy wave. The wave engulfed Ziying and Zibu. As Yu Jianqing landed gently, he pondered whether the situation had changed. However, he failed to notice the figure behind him. A terrifying energy surge hurtled towards the back of his head. He realized his peril at the last moment. Just as the attack was about to connect, a green flash intercepted and deflected it. Feeling the terrifying energy explode behind him, Yu Jianqin shuddered, realizing the devastating consequences had he been struck. But what was that green light? Who saved me? Yu Jianqin wondered, looking towards Hua Qingyuan. Your junior sister, Hua Qingyuan said, feigning a stretch. It seems you've handled the situation. Senior brother Hua. Yu Jianqin started to inquire, but Hua Qingyuan interrupted him. I've been resting. Nothing's wrong. Yu Jianqin was taken aback. His senior brother was only at the 6th level of spirit refinement. This was inconceivable. Their attention then shifted to the two figures lying on the ground. Yu Jianqin suggested returning to the sect. He wanted the elders to examine Ziying and Zibu, cleanse them of any demonic influence, and investigate. However, he worried about leaving them unattended. What if the demonic sect members return? He asked. Or other enemies? Hearing this, Hua Qingyuan sighed internally. For the sake of his 3-day holiday, it seemed he had to intervene. He watched as Yu Jianqin approached the Ziyun disciples. What is senior brother doing? Yu Jianqin wondered as Hua Qingyuan used his divine sense to memorize their features and dispel the blood specter seed. Yu Jianqin worried that even the slightest mistake could leave the two in a vegetative state. Don't worry, Hua Qingyuan reassured him. Wait, senior brother. You intend to extract both blood specter seeds simultaneously. Hua Qingyuan, with an air of confidence, replied, 2 birds, 1 stone. With a subtle gesture, Hua Qingyuan extracted both seeds. The two Ziyun disciples awoke. Realizing they had been saved by Qingyun sect disciples, they expressed their gratitude. Han Xian of Ziyun sect then recalled their mission. A week prior, they had been tasked with investigating the disappearance of villagers. They tracked the disappearances to a small village and discovered a demonic sect elder using the villagers' blood in a sacrificial ritual. They attacked but fell into a trap, becoming puppets under the elder's control. Today, they were freed by Hua Qingyuan, and their gratitude was immense. Yu Jianqin, however, was stunned by Hua Qingyan's skill. Extracting a blood specter seed was incredibly difficult, akin to finding a needle in a haystack, even for sect elders. Hua Qingyuan made it seem effortless. When did you learn this technique? Yu Jianqin asked, bewildered. Hua Qingyuan, wanting to conceal his true cultivation level, offered a vague excuse. His first order of business then was to request payment. Yu Jianqin was indignant. It was a simple flick of the wrist, not some grand technique requiring rare treasures. However, her indignation quickly turned to avarice when they offered not only to pay but also to promote Hua Qingyuan's services within their sect. She babbled excitedly. Removing a blood specter seed requires at least spirit stones, Yu Jianqin stated. Hua Qingyuan inwardly chuckled. He casually mentioned, and they readily agreed. He then asked about the demonic elder who captured them. His name is Mo Xian, they replied. His combat strength is average, but his demonic techniques in poison are formidable. Hua Qingyuan smiled. I have just the thing, he said, producing an antidote that granted immunity to poison for 3 hours. He asked if they felt confident in capturing Mo Xian with this antidote. The Ziyun disciples' eyes lit up. With this, we can take him down in 5 minutes. One exclaimed. Before realizing Hua Qingyuan wasn't joining them, Hua Qingyuan claimed he was too exhausted and needed to rest. The Ziyun disciples apologized profusely. Yu Jianqin, realizing her senior brother simply didn't want to work, fumed internally as she set off with the 2 disciples to find Mo Xian. Ziyun eyed the antidote. Is it really as effective as senior brother Hua claims? He wondered. Yu Jianqin, as Hua Qingyan's junior sister, had unwavering faith. No turning back now, she declared. The 3 swallowed the antidote. Any ideas on how to find Mo Xian? Yu Jianqin asked. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and Yu Jianqin sensed something amiss. However, it was too late. They had entered Mo Xian's domain. In an instant, dozens of energy blades shattered the surrounding area, trapping them. They found themselves bound by shadowy tendrils. Mo Xian then revealed himself. He observed the trio, deducing that Yu Jianqin possessed a treasure that had neutralized his blood specter seed. However, he noticed one person missing, assuming Hua Qingyuan was too afraid to appear. Seeing Mo Xian's smug expression, Ziyun attacked with a giant club, but missed, comically tumbling. As the dust settled, Mo Xian launched a counterattack, proving the adage, villains die from talking too much. At that moment, Zi Lingzong's disciple launched a surprise attack. Xian, not to be outdone, blocked the attack effortlessly. Foolish righteous disciples, he scoffed, falling for his trap. He remained oblivious to Yu Jiangxin's impending attack. A blinding sword light flashed, and although Xian confidently attempted to block it with one hand, the radiant sword energy tore through the earth. Yu Jianqin realized she hadn't hit him. As the falling leaves dissipated, she discovered she was poisoned. Xian reappeared, mocking them and gloating. However, the expected effect of his poison didn't materialize, and he noticed someone was still missing. Ziyun suddenly reappeared behind him, landing a solid blow with his club, sending Xian sprawling. Zi Lingzong's disciple followed up with a relentless barrage of attacks. Emerging from the rubble, Xian assessed his injuries and questioned why they weren't affected by the poison. The three ignored him. Ziyun stuck out his tongue mockingly, but inwardly, he was impressed by Hua Qingyuan's antidote, realizing its potential value against poison users. Seeing their silence, Xian assumed his unique poison, more potent than even Duan Lingxiang's, was working. Even if they had an antidote, it couldn't dispel his toxin completely. They must have a powerful treasure. Yu Jianqin, however, wasn't about to play games. She unleashed a powerful Qingyun Sect technique, intending to end the fight. But she forgot Xian's preferred tactic was summoning. Close combat was merely a hobby. He soared into the sky. Let's end this tomorrow with the blood refinement array. A crimson light erupted from the ground, trapping the trio. Before they could react, Xian summoned a level 6 specter. The specter materialized behind them. Seeing Xian's trump card, the trio's initial joy turned to despair. Their highest cultivation was only at the 4th level, but it didn't end there. Xian summoned a second, level 5 specter to eliminate Hua Qingyuan. Yu Jiangxin's expression darkened. Little did she know, Hua Qingyuan wasn't the pushover she imagined, but a true force to be reckoned with. Spectre number 2 arrived at Hua Qingyuan's room, ready to attack, only to find it empty. Hua Qingyuan, observing everything through his divine sense, had already moved next door. However, his brief respite was interrupted. He found himself face-to-face with the awakened Spectre number 2. Hua Qingyuan, with a chilling expression, placed his right hand on the Spectre's forehead. Can't you go home if you can't find someone? Must you drag others into this? He asked coldly. Meanwhile, trapped within the array, the trio struggled. Yu Jianqin realized they couldn't win against the Spectre's regenerative abilities. Ziyun had a technique to destroy it, but it required a long charging time. The remaining time fell to Yu Jianqin. Despite her slender frame, Yu Jianqin bravely faced the Spectre. Xian watched confidently, anticipating his second Spectre's return. He had no idea that Spectre number 2 had been defeated by Hua Qingyuan in a single blow. If Hua Qingyuan hadn't been holding back, he would have obliterated it completely, but he wanted to sleep, so he decided to give his neighbor a gift. Spectre number 2 plummeted to earth like a meteor. Seeing that it wasn't even am yet, Hua Qingyuan decided to find another room to continue his sleep. Meanwhile, Yu Jianqin barely managed to block the Spectre's powerful attack. Hope dwindled as the Spectre pressed its advantage. Seeing Yu Jianqin faltering, Xian lost interest and ordered the Spectre to finish her. Yu Jianqin despaired as the Spectre charged. But suddenly, a crimson light flashed from Xian, piercing the array. The Spectre charging towards Yu Jianqin was struck and crashed into the earth. As the dust settled, both sides stared in disbelief. Xian was shocked. He then realized it must be a Qingyun Sect elder. Xian still has another trick up his sleeve, he thought to himself. The shattered remains of the Spectre began to coalesce, reforming and charging towards Yu Jianqin. Just as the Spectre was about to strike, Ziyun's attack finally charged. Purple lightning crackled around him as he unleashed his attack. The attack collided with the Spectre, resulting in a violent explosion. While they battled, Hua Qingyuan was enjoying a story from Zhuangzhou, basking in the morning sun. He opened his eyes to what he thought would be a peaceful day, only to see his junior sister struggling against a demonic sect elder. It seemed even the enhanced version of his antidote wasn't enough. He checked his pocket watch. Time to work, he sighed. Back on the battlefield, the earth was ravaged, and a massive crater had formed. Ziyun surveyed the mangled remains of the Spectre. He had one, but the attack had depleted all his spiritual energy. Even Yu Jianqin was impressed by the sheer power. As the trio rejoiced, a furious roar echoed from the sky above the former courthouse. It was Xian's. He had spent decades cultivating this technique. Since the two from Ziyun sect were exhausted, it was his turn. He channeled his star spirit power, unleashing countless bolts of purple lightning towards the enraged Mo Xian. But Mo Xian's deadly attack was also about to strike Yu Jianqin. His eyes glowed with determination as he activated his ultimate skill. The myriad illusions of his sword hands vanished, leaving only two golden eyes radiating a chilling killing intent. Mo Xian was closing in. He wanted to see if Yu Jianqin could still defend himself. He didn't realize that Yu Jiangxin's previous attack hadn't targeted him but the Grand Formation, creating a breach. This freed Yu Jianqin from the formation's suppression. But Mo Xian was now consumed by madness. Burning his lifespan to activate a forbidden technique, his body rapidly aged. A miniature formation condensed within his withered palm. Yu Jianqin rushed forward to intercept, but it was too late. A blood spike pierced his back, sealing his spiritual energy channels. Meanwhile, the two from Qingyun sect were once again under Mo Xian's control. He wanted Yu Jianqin to pay the price, to become the first sacrifice of his forbidden art. I will fill your body with despair. Mo Xian declared. Yu Jianqin felt only despair, ignoring Mo Xian's taunts. He stumbled repeatedly, trapped within the formation. Just as he gave up hope, a voice echoed, "Release my junior brother." It was Hua Qingyuan, but Yu Jianqin wasn't relieved. With his senior brother's cultivation level, wasn't he just coming to die? Mo Xian laughed at Hua Qingyuan's appearance. A mere golden core cultivator dares to interfere. He mocked, expecting Hua Qingyuan to be crushed by the difference in their realms. But Hua Qingyuan simply replied with an indifferent voice, "Break." The formation around Mo Xian shattered instantly. An unfathomable power radiated from his calm eyes. As the formation crumbled, the Qingyun sect disciples regained their senses. Immediately, they unleashed a barrage of 5 lightning bolts, aiming directly at Mo Xian. Mo Xian, stunned, spun his small iron rod defensively. He planned to bury Yu Jianqin right there. Yu Jianqin stared at Hua Qingyuan in astonishment, about to ask, "Senior brother, weren't you only at Golden Core Realm? What's going on?" Hua Qingyuan only responded with a calm gaze. Not just him, but even the 2 Qingyun sect experts were stunned. As the senior, Hua Qingyuan had to maintain his composure. He quickly explained that while removing the blood sunflower seeds from their spiritual seeds, he discovered that the seeds were intertwined with their true spirits. Fearing damage, he only removed the outer layer of the seeds, but this meant the seeds could sprout again at any time, so he left a few strands of his sword chi within their spiritual seeds. The Qingyun sect disciples finally understood why they were freed from Mo Xian's control upon Hua Qingyuan's arrival. They hadn't expected their seemingly weak senior brother to be so powerful. They were filled with admiration. But Hua Qingyuan was annoyed with Yu Jianqin for not telling him about this earlier. He was now being blamed for the situation. Hua Qingyuan looked at Yu Jiangxin's unhappy face. He couldn't understand why Yu Jianqin was still upset after they had succeeded. But since it was his cute junior brother, he decided to appease him. "Yu Jianqin, you were crucial to defeating Mo Xian this time." Yu Jiangxin's frown immediately turned into a smile. He looked at Yu Jianqin expectantly. Hua Qingyuan continued his coaxing. "If you hadn't pretended to be trapped, how could you have used your keen observation to deceive that foolish Mo Xian?" He hadn't expected the Qingyun sect disciples to also get caught up in the act. Seeing his senior brother's affirmation, Yu Jiangxin's face quickly broke into a wide grin. He then looked at Hua Qingyuan with admiration. Although his cultivation was still low, he was unexpectedly wise and resourceful. But Hua Qingyuan only had one thought. Finish work early to get an early holiday. This is a wise man who uses strategies to subdue all things, but reality often doesn't cooperate. The heavenly training formation beneath them reactivated. As a proper boss, Missouri Xian had a respawn system. Hua Qingyuan was now as disappointed as he had been happy earlier. As Mo Xian's body reformed, Su Su, Yi Hao, and Air Hao dissipated, they merged into his dantian, and a demonic blade slowly materialized. Yu Jianqin quickly launched a sword attack, aiming to sever the blade. Yu Jianqin prepared to fight again, but Mo Xian, with his heavenly blood formation complete, effortlessly blocked Yu Jiangxin's attack with a single hand, because his heavenly blood formation was finally complete. Yu Jianqin desperately told everyone to run. That last attack had exhausted his remaining strength, but he didn't notice Hua Qingyuan already holding the two, and saying, "You 3 go first. I'll catch up soon." This stopped the 3 who were actively fleeing. But Mo Xian wouldn't let them escape either. Seized by the gigantic blood fiends, despair once again filled the space. Mo Ju seemed like an immortal being. But Yu Jianqin discovered something even more despairing. Immortal Cultivation had risen to the 8th level. How could he complete the blood refinement formation tomorrow? They had underestimated Immortal's madness. He had intended to keep No and No as collectibles, but for the formation's success, he not only absorbed the concoction, but also poisoned himself with it. Looking at the 4 struggling captives, Immortal declared, "This is the first step of the Demon Lord's reign over the world. A testing ground for refining demon soldiers." Hearing refining demon soldiers, the 4 quickly recalled ancient texts. A long time ago, when the demon soldiers appeared, countless righteous cultivators were slaughtered. Only when a supreme expert intervened were they defeated. The demon soldiers were thought to be extinct, but now Yu Jianqin realized that even now, her senior brother was still resisting. Immortal, without further ado, prepared to finish them off. But a spiritual light interrupted him. Hua Qingyuan looked helplessly at the noisy clock in his hand. It was time for work. Before Mo Xian could process the concept of work, a large blue sword shot towards him. The arrogant Mo Xian was instantly sent flying. Because work meant that Hua Qingyuan had to show off. He told Yu Jianqin and the others to quickly escape. Go. I'll hold him off. Activate the locking forest formation to protect the village. But Yu Jianqin was deeply worried about her low cultivation senior brother. The 2 from the Qingyun sect were also worried. Mo Xian had pushed himself to his limits. His strength was at least at the 8th level of the earthly palace realm. Even together, they were no match. Moreover, Hua Qingyuan was only at the spirit-gathering realm. Looking at his worried junior sister, he said calmly, "Don't worry, it will be over soon." Below, Mo Xian, who had been knocked away by Hua Qingyuan's sword, was dumbfounded. How could someone at the spirit-gathering realm be so strong? This must be some rich kid from a prominent sect. Did you cheat just now? Did you use some secret technique? Hua Qingyuan was exasperated. Do I need tricks to deal with you? Yu Jianqin was already happily escaping. Ziyun was truly puzzled. Are you really abandoning senior brother Hua? How can he possibly defeat Mo Xian? With his spirit gathering 6th level cultivation, hell be squashed with one slap. Yu Jianqin gritted her teeth, determination in her eyes. She didn't know either, but she trusted her senior brother. Ever since they descended the mountain, every decision Hua Qingyuan made was right. And Yu Jianqin was right. Now unleashed, Hua Qingyuan was like a war god. He casually blocked Mo Xian's furious attack. A chilling killing intent spread, causing the sky to darken. Looking at Hua Qingyuan in the air, Mo Xian was furious. Who is the real treasure here? Yu Jianqin and the others quickly reached the village and immediately activated the locking forest formation. Looking at the successfully activated formation, they could finally relax. Mo Xian was fuming, his entire body trembling with rage. You don't think that was all of my power, do you? Hua Qingyuan, looking at the still posturing Mo Xian, taunted, "Show me your best moves now. You won't get another chance." This was unbearable humiliation. He wasn't the same as before. He was now Super Mo Xian. The blood-gathering slash was indeed powerful. Just the shockwave could shatter mountains. Clearly, he was also satisfied with the terrifying power of this move. But this was no longer a question of whether or not to use it. This was absolute despair from Hua Qingyuan. This was his personal game. Faced with Hua Qingyuan's mockery, Mo Xian focused his spear, rapidly gathering demonic energy. A wildly violent energy began to condense. This was Mo Xian's ultimate skill. Demonic light annihilation. In the village, watching the earth-shattering battle, Ziyun couldn't believe the terrifying power of the demonic technique. Beside her, Yu Jianxin's whole body was trembling, tears streaming from her eyes. She prayed for her senior brother's safety. However, Mo Xian's ultimate skill, while visually impressive, completely missed Hua Qingyuan. A flashy skill is useless if it doesn't connect. In an instant, Hua Qingyuan tore apart the blood-colored energy beam. Witnessing this, Mo Xian thought he must be dreaming. This must be an illusion. In his despair, Hua Qingyuan's voice echoed, "Are you wondering how a mere spirit-gathering 6th-level cultivator can toy with you? It's simple. I've sealed my cultivation." He had never dared to cultivate openly, afraid of accidentally ascending to the heavenly realm. Moreover, as a disciple of a prominent sect, Being too flashy wasn't a good thing. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. To live a peaceful life, he had to hide his strength. Now exposed, he just wanted to escape. In his eyes, Hua Qingyuan was a complete lunatic. And this game, Hua Qingyuan hadn't even finished playing yet and wanted to continue. How ridiculous. He had disturbed his rest time repeatedly, harmed his companions, and forced him to leave his house early. Mo Xian was truly terrified and wanted to escape quickly. But he wasn't fast enough. Qingyuan's azure cloud swords might dissipated with Mo Xian's final desperate attack. Zhao Shi immediately activated his heavenly eye, while Hua Qingyuan prepared to intervene. Ziyun and Zhong'er, who were observing the battle from the side, were astonished by the sheer power of this attack. They couldn't believe their eyes. This Yu Jianxin was truly becoming more and more formidable. Even they, with their combined cultivation at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit condensation realm, felt threatened by the power of this attack. This little cow is truly electrifying. Yu Jianxin, on the other hand, was lost in thought. He had vowed to protect Kai Ji, his senior brother. Yet, his title as the #1 disciple seemed insignificant in front of such power. He felt utterly useless. Just as he was wallowing in self-pity, he heard the cracking sound of the protective formation. The powerful fluctuations from the previous attack were causing the grand formation to crumble. Yu Jianxin snapped back to reality. He suddenly realized that the spiritual energy within this place was too dense for ordinary people to absorb. He urged Ziyun and Zhong'er to leave and absorb the dispersed spiritual energy while he tried to hold the formation. However, he was already at his limit. Just as the formation was about to shatter, a giant hand appeared and instantly repaired the collapsing formation. The overflowing spiritual energy also dispersed. The newcomer was none other than his eldest senior brother, Hua Qingyuan. The crisis was averted. Yu Jianxin was dumbfounded. Hua Qingyuan, since you were so powerful, why didn't you tell me sooner? Hua Qingyuan feigned ignorance and immediately played dumb. Ha! Are you delirious from the beating? I'm only at the spirit condensation realm. How could I possibly defeat Zisu? Qing Fa's defeat is also a mystery. I only used the formation given to me by the sect master. Yu Jianxin was still full of questions. Our protagonist began his deceptive act, and after half an hour of confusing explanations, Yu Jianxin finally reluctantly believed Hua Qingyuan's words. But he still had one last question. How could Hua Qingyuan possibly control the overflowing spiritual energy? That wasn't something someone at the spirit condensation realm could do. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingyuan immediately took out a jade pendant. All three gasped. A hidden spirit jade. This jade could store spiritual energy and release it later. Senior brother Hua's explanation was flawless. However, something still felt amiss. Hua Qingyuan then touched Yu Jianxin's forehead. Don't overthink it. If I were that strong, wouldn't the sect master have noticed? Yu Jianxin, touched by this unexpected display of affection, blushed. All his previous suspicions vanished. Meanwhile, Ziyun and Zhong'er seemed very interested in the jade pendant. Hua Qingyuan explained that the jade pendant was given to him by the heavens. Currently, he couldn't fully utilize its power and could only temporarily seal it within his original core. After the explanation, everyone arrived at the location of the demonic soldier. Hua Qingyuan was about to retrieve the demonic soldier and bring it back to the eastern gate, but the demonic soldier suddenly surged with demonic energy, and was about to break free. It seemed another demonic cultivator was trying to summon the demonic soldier. However, Yu Jianxin and Ziyu were already exhausted, and Hua Qingyuan couldn't reveal his true strength. He could only watch as the demonic soldier disappeared before their eyes. Fortunately, Hua Qingyuan had left a sword chi mark within the demonic soldier. It would be impossible for anyone to directly control it without his permission. As everyone discussed the demonic soldier, a resurrected body emerged from the demonic cauldron in a distant location. Another figure emerged from a different cauldron. It was none other than Xia Yun, the old ancestor who was killed by Hua Qingyuan in the first episode. He dreamed of revenge against Hua Qingyuan. However, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Mo Cho, the one who helped him resurrect. Old ancestor, Mo Cho began. Mo Xian had created a demonic fetus, but it was sealed within Zhao Wishi's body. This limits your power. I will give you an arm of a spirit beast. If you still cannot defeat him, then consider yourself fired. Meanwhile, on their way back to the sect, Ziyun's junior brother seemed to have discovered Hua Qingyuan's secret. Everything that happened was within his expectations. From the moment we left the inn and entered the forest, the earth ostrich egg we consumed, and the battle, He continued to recount the events, until he finally showed up, his seemingly timely arrival. If it weren't for Hua Qingyuan's intervention, even the slightest misstep would have meant our demise. Ziyun also seemed to catch on. That explains the strange formation during training. Do you still remember the indispensable pill we took? I'm afraid we didn't swallow a medicinal pill, but a sword intent. Jian Qi's sword intent. The reason we weren't poisoned is precisely because of the sword qi running within the sword intent. It countered all the poison in our bodies. This white-clothed elder's dizzying poison was neutralized upon entering our bodies, but why hide his strength? Unbeknownst to you Jianxin, Hua Qingyuan just wanted to be a lifesaver for Wang Wu, but another dilemma faced the two. Should they tell Yu Jianxin now? After a moment, Yu Jianxin made up his mind. Since senior brother Hua doesn't want to reveal his strength and even saved us, of course, we must respect his choice. Unaware that their every word and action was being monitored by the cunning Hua Qingyuan, who left them with a harmless dispersal technique. At this moment, the sect master's token lit up, ordering them to return to the sect immediately. On their way back, Yu Jianxin still had doubts. Senior brother Hua, are you really not hiding your strength? Hua Qingyuan put on an innocent face, claiming he was just a small fry at the 6th level of qi condensation, incomparable to a genius like Yu Jianxin, who knew Yu Jiangxin's expression would darken, and he shifted to Hua Qingyuan's side. Hua Qingyuan panicked. At the moment the sword rose, the clothes at Hua Qingyuan's chest were cut. A book, treasured by Hua Qingyuan, fell out. Before he could react, Yu Jianxin immediately snatched it back. Looking at the cover, Yu Jiangxin's face flushed. So hot. So hot. Hua Qingyuan, seeing this, immediately grabbed the novel and stuttered, This is just a martial arts novel. Subsequently, Hua Qingyuan quickly opened a page, Masaka, so hot. Yu Jiangxin's entire being was burning up. Then Hua Qingyuan began an hour-long brainwashing session. Yu Jianxin finally seemed to believe him. He then began to lecture Hua Qingyuan, senior brother, your talent is exceptional. Don't be blinded by these worldly things. You should focus on cultivation. Saying this, he wanted to continue their journey. Hua Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Junior sister should finally be satisfied with my explanation, right? But then, another sword qi shot towards him. Hua Qingyuan was too late to dodge, and casually deflected the sword qi. Now, he could no longer explain. It seems our silly, naive junior sister had become clever. Hua Qingyuan could only helplessly admit, alright, I admit I hit a little bit. Hearing this, Yu Jianxin didn't inform the sect master, but looked at Hua Qingyuan with an understanding expression, which made Hua Qingyuan nervous. This moment completely reversed their roles. Hua Qingyuan had originally planned to use this mission to get a 3-day cultivation break. But looking at his cute junior sister, it seemed this was a case of buying high and selling low, a total loss. I can teach you, but before Hua Qingyuan could finish, Yu Jiangxin's eyes lit up. Senior brother, you just teach me, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Let's hurry back. Hua Qingyuan could only resign himself to his fate. A while later, they arrived at the sect. As soon as they arrived, Yu Jianxin greeted the elders obediently. Seeing Yu Jianxin, the elders immediately adopted a doting attitude. Jianxin, did you get hurt? But to Hua Qingyuan, it was different. The elders looked at him with disdain. Hua Qingyuan, did you cause trouble for Jianxin? If you hurt her because of your actions, I'll rip you a new one. Hua Qingyuan felt somewhat wronged by the elders' double standard. If it weren't for him, their prized disciple might have already been turned into demonic dust. At this time, the sect master's words interrupted everyone. This is naturally thanks to Qingyun's timely activation of his sword intent. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to eliminate the demonic sect elder. The elders finally quieted down. Hua Qingyun's master, on the other hand, was stunned. The sword talisman he gave could only activate a subpar sword intent. How could it have activated a martial-grade sword intent? Then, looking at the guilty Hua Qingyuan, he wondered if he had given the wrong talisman. Fortunately, the sect master spoke again. Forget it for this time. The reason everyone is here is because the appearance of the demon lord may put the entire Qingyuan continent in danger. Jianxin, tell everyone what happened. After Yu Jianxin rambled on for a while, the meeting ended. Hua Qingyuan was planning his 3-day cultivation break, but Yu Jianxin appeared out of nowhere, immediately asking her senior brother for lessons. Programmers are emotionless, they only love lines of code. But Yu Jianxin didn't care. She immediately started acting, tears welling up in her eyes. After some heartfelt pleading, Hua Qingyuan finally relented. "Tonight, come to my residence. I will personally teach you my swordsmanship." Soon night arrived. Yu Jianxin arrived punctually. Hua Qingyuan was already prepared. "Please, attack me with all your might." Yu Jianxin immediately channeled her spiritual power, forming a blue phoenix, surrounding her sword, Qingyun Nine Heavens. A powerful sword chi instantly surged towards Hua Qingyuan. With just a single hand, he completely neutralized the immense sword chi. Yu Jianxin stared at the dissipating sword chi in a daze for a few seconds. Hua Qingyuan, on the other hand, looked confident. Yu Jiangxin's face paled, and cold sweat dripped down her forehead. She hadn't expected her senior brother to have reached such a level. Her little bit of pride instantly shattered. "Senior brother, how?" Hua Qingyuan calmly replied, "Junior sister, everything in the world has flaws, and swordsmanship is no exception. I simply found the flaw in your sword technique and used its weakness against it. So, no matter the technique, as long as you continuously refine it and cultivate it to perfection, even the simplest blade of grass can become an invincible weapon." Yu Jianxin listened attentively, realizing that she had cultivated for more than 20 years, painstakingly practicing her swordsmanship every day. "Though I become the chief disciple, as senior brother Hua said, a realm formed by good fortune. I didn't even dare to dream of this." Hua Qingyun then tapped his foot, a stone tablet rising into the air. Grasping it, he infused it with his spiritual energy, drawing the azure cloud twin swords back and forth, carving into the tablet. A moment later, the stone tablet rested in his palm. The sword intent on this tablet is subtle and profound. It will allow your swordsmanship to reach a new level. Hua Qingyun then handed the tablet to Yu Jianxin. "Junior sister, remember, this tablet must never be discussed with others. The consequences are dire." Yu Jianxin carefully placed the tablet in her chest, as if she had obtained an incredible treasure. Yu Jianxin, truly the king of, after obtaining the tablet, immediately bid farewell to Hua Qingyun. Hua Qingyun watched Yu Jianxin depart, shaking his head slightly. She came here seeking guidance on cultivation, yet she doesn't seem to care much about her health. 4 days later, Hua Qingyun was preparing to go to Cloudstar City to buy a limited edition illustrated novel, when he discovered that his master, Swordsman, was also going out. I must not be greedy for such things. After flying for a while, Martial Hall Master suddenly stopped. He realized that someone was following him. "Taoist friend, haven't you grown tired of following me for so long?" A moment later, a bloody shadow flashed across the sky, quickly coalescing into a person. I've long heard of Martial Hall Masters. Incredible speed, but seeing it today, it's nothing more than this. Martial Hall Master's expression turned serious. It must be Xiangde, the leader of the demonic Cloud sect. He seemed to realize there was a traitor within the sect. For now, he can only buy some time by condensing his sword intent. Xiangde had already seen through his little trick and even taunted him. "Martial Hall Master, are you almost done?" "Preparing." At this moment, Martial Hall Master stopped pretending. A fierce, crimson spiritual energy erupted from his sword, rising high into the air. The starlight twinkled as 10,000 swords appeared, aimed at Xiangde. "Let me see if your sword intent can withstand my myriad swords." Meanwhile, in Cloudstar City, Hua Qingyuan was about to buy the novel when the sound of a shattered jade pendant reached his ears. It was the protective jade pendant he had given Swordsman. Hua Qingyuan instantly panicked. Swordsman was a peak advanced stage 1 expert. How could he be in mortal danger? At that moment, Xiangde struck him with a powerful blow. "Not bad, you actually managed to block my attack." Xiangde then realized that the shattered jade pendant belonged to Hua Qingyuan. He didn't plan to give him any chance to react and immediately attacked again, preparing to deliver a final blow. Hua Qingyuan realized the gravity of the situation and immediately unleashed part of his true strength, allowing his divine sense to pinpoint Xiangde's location. In an instant, he locked onto his position and shouted, "Azure Cloud Sword Art! Dawnbreaker!" A colossal sword chi shot towards Xiangde. Xiangde was severely injured, and Martial Hall Master took the opportunity to rescue Hua Qingyuan. Xiangde looked at the torn piece of clothing in his hand, a sinister glint in his eyes. "I will kill you." However, Hua Qingyuan wasn't satisfied. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent in one move. He feared Xiangde's strength was at least advanced stage 4. This made Hua Qingyuan's scalp tingle. Why would such a strong, expert assassinate Swordsman? Thankfully, Swordsman had escaped back to the sect. For now, buying the limited edition novel was more important. The novel's sales point was bustling with activity. A long queue stretched out as far as the eye could see. Hua Qingyuan was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but recall his previous calculations. Although he was a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, he still had to follow the rules and queue up. After a long hours, night fell, but he was told that there was only one copy left, and Hua Qingyuan was the lucky one. However, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared, intending to snatch the novel from him. He turned to see a woman with long hair, bright eyes, and a charming smile, but Hua Qingyuan wouldn't be swayed by her beauty. He grabbed the novel, refusing to let go. The atmosphere grew tense. The woman was the first to break the silence. "Handsome Taoist brother, can you give the last copy to me?" Her sweet voice and charming pout were irresistible, but our protagonist, a true straight man, resolutely refused the woman and offered to buy it from her at double the price, only to be met with disdain. The shopkeeper watched the two with amusement. Seeing that they were about to clash, he intervened. "Two Taoist friends, anger harms the body. Why don't you two settle this peacefully?" Then, the woman seemed to have thought of something. "Since neither of us wants to give up, let's have a fair duel." She took out several jade cards. Rock, paper, scissors, best of 3. Hua Qingyuan thought he could use his divine sense to cheat, but the woman explained that these were specially made by the divine artifact sect, and their spiritual energy could only be perceived with the naked eye. Hua Qingyuan immediately released his divine sense and found it was true. So he started playing with the woman. Then he began to count down. At the last second, they quickly placed their jade cards on the table. For fairness, the shopkeeper flipped the cards. As he expected, Hua Qingyuan won the first round. The woman was heartbroken, while Hua Qingyuan was overjoyed. But she couldn't see how he had done it, so they continued. The second round was a tie. Hua Qingyuan's heart sank. He could only accept the outcome. But then someone stole the novel while they were distracted. The woman left, and Hua Qingyuan was furious, so much so that he almost beat up the shopkeeper. After calming down, Hua Qingyuan decided to look around before returning to the sect. Since the sect master had often asked him to run errands, he might as well pick up some complimentary tea. Soon, the tea was packed. Just as Hua Qingyuan was about to return, he heard an argument. He stopped and saw that it was the woman from earlier. She was arguing with a group of men. Apparently, she had played rock, paper, scissors with them as well, and after losing several rounds in a row, the men suspected her of cheating and confronted her. But the next second, the woman ran away. The men weren't going to let her get away and immediately gave chase. A large hand grabbed the woman and pulled her back. The woman seemed to see something and quickly turned around and shouted, "Brother!" The men immediately stopped and looked back. Hua Qingyuan, seeing the woman who stole his novel, remained calm and stated he had no connection with her and wouldn't interfere. The men then asked the woman to return their money. "How heartless! Have you forgotten our first encounter?" Hua Qingyuan said, "I only lost a rock, paper, scissors game to you." The two men seemed to understand. The woman had scammed others too. So, they stepped forward to teach her a lesson. Hua Qingyuan watched from the side. "Two Taoist friends, be gentle." But the woman took out the limited edition novel. "If you don't help me, I'll destroy this novel right now." The two men didn't care and attacked, wanting the woman to pay. But Hua Qingyuan easily broke their attack. He had just promised not to interfere. Hua Qingyuan, for a novel, had become a complete pushover. Helplessly, he explained to the two men. "Two Taoist friends. There's been a misunderstanding." He turned to the woman and asked her to return the novel. But the woman made a provocative gesture and disappeared. He had been tricked twice in one day. This time, Hua Qingyuan was furious and determined to make her pay. He instantly erupted with power, which shocked the two men. What cultivation level is this? Which sect is he from? This aura is terrifying. Oh no, brother, our protection money is still in that woman's hands. By this time, the woman had arrived at a secluded inn. As she was celebrating, she was startled by a gust of wind. When she turned around, she was shocked to find Hua Qingyuan standing before her. Before she could react, he sealed her acupuncture points and spiritual power. Without her spiritual power, the woman swayed. Hua Qingyuan caught her. You're quite something. Which sect are you from? You dared to trick me. It was said that in Cloudstar City, there was an unwritten rule. Anyone who caused trouble in the city would have their spiritual power sealed and be forced to clean the main streets for 3 days. Hua Qingyuan didn't care about the rules. He just wanted his novel back. The woman obediently returned the book. After getting the book back, Hua Qingyuan unsealed her and gave her some spirit stones. He was a reasonable person. But he also had one more question for the woman. How did she cheat in rock paper scissors? The woman claimed she hadn't cheated. Just used a little trick. What trick? Hua Qingyuan's interest was piqued. The jade card in the woman's hand flipped over and instantly changed into a different card. This sleight of hand didn't use any spiritual energy. No wonder I kept losing. It's pure skill. Hua Qingyuan was utterly defeated. But he questioned, then why did I win the first round when I flipped your card? And how did you change the card in the second round? Have you heard of a sleight of hand technique that makes you think you saw something different than what was actually there? It tricks your perception. The three of them were astonished. It was the legendary art of illusion. Under the questioning of the two men, the woman revealed herself to be Yu Qingwu, the illusionary star thousand change princess of the illusory number sect. Seeing the woman's impressive illusion skills, the two men introduced themselves as Mo Yun and Bai Ren, elite disciples of the Cloudstar sect. Their purpose was to explore the Cloudstar mountains in search of treasures. Seeing the woman's proficiency in illusions, they invited her to join them. Hua Qingyuan, hearing about hidden treasures, was immediately interested. The two men then said that a few days ago, a red-winged creature appeared deep within the Cloudstar Mountains, possibly indicating the presence of a rare treasure. Hua Qingyuan seemed to realize something. A few days ago, red wings. Couldn't it be that demonic fetus? No, it can't be. What a coincidence. Yu Qingwu readily agreed to join them. Mo Yun seemed to want to invite Hua Qingyuan as well, but Hua Qingyuan, a notorious workaholic, wouldn't take on extra work during his vacation. He just wanted to go back to the sect and finish reading his new novel. Yu Qingwu had ulterior motives. Although he's a stick in the mud, he'll definitely come back to me. Elsewhere in the forest, the demonic soldiers controlling the demonic fetus were absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The demonic ancestor watched with a sinister smile. At this rate, in a few hours, he'll be able to extract the evolved demonic fetus. But just then, he sensed a spiritual fluctuation. Someone was approaching. He released his divine sense to investigate. Two inner sect disciples. Their cultivation is insignificant. But if they discover the demonic fetus and inform Cloudstar City, it'll be troublesome. The strongest among the three was only at the Foundation Establishment Stage 3, but as inner sect disciples, they certainly had protective talismans. Summoning the blood-flesh puppet would be too messy. Fortunately, the boss gave me overtime benefits. Come out, little guy. Let me use these inner sect disciples as practice. 3 living sacrifices delivered to his doorstep. What a waste not to use them. Meanwhile, in a teahouse in Cloudstar City, Hua Qingyuan was enjoying his novel and was about to reach the climax. The mastermind behind the whole story was about to be revealed. Full of anticipation, he turned to the last page, only to find it blank. Hua Qingyuan was stunned. He seemed to hear Yu Qingwa's laughter. You're so gullible. Enraged, Hua Qingyuan rushed towards the Cloudstar Mountains, determined to catch Yu Qingwu and retrieve the last page. Meanwhile, the deeper the three ventured into the forest, the more ominous it became. Yu Qingwu felt something watching them. Could it be Hua Qingyuan? I hope he doesn't find us. She prayed silently. Soon, the three encountered trouble. They heard something approaching rapidly. Hua Qingyuan's worried face flashed through Bai Ren's mind. Mo Yun stepped forward to investigate. But as he approached Bai Ren, he was ambushed by a shadowy figure and knocked unconscious. Now only Yu Qingwu remained. She frantically activated her defensive talismans. Who is it? Show yourself. But Yu Qingwu was also struck down by the shadowy figure. This is what happens when you underestimate your opponents. Hua Qingyuan arrived at Yu Qingwa's location, only to find the three had disappeared without a trace. There were no signs of a struggle. Could they have been instantly defeated? Then, Hua Qingyuan sensed something hiding in the shadows. He immediately released his divine sense. Just then, a shadowy figure lunged at him, attempting a sneak attack. For a seasoned veteran like Hua Qingyuan, it was like encountering someone using the bathroom in the middle of the night. As the shadow approached, Hua Qingyuan roared, "Who are you? What do you want?" The further they went, the denser the fog became. Yu Qingwu had a bad feeling. "I feel like something is watching us. Please don't let it be Hua Qingyuan," she thought, nervously. They soon discovered something was rapidly approaching them. Byron, worried about Hua Qingyuan, was caught off guard. Mo Yun rushed forward to check, but just as he reached Byron, a dark figure attacked, knocking him unconscious. Now, only Yu Qingwu remained, frantically activating her defensive talismans. "Who's there? Show yourself." But she too was struck down by the figure. "This is what you get for being so arrogant." Hua Qingyuan arrived at Yu Qingwa's last known location, but found the trio had vanished without a trace. There were no signs of a struggle. Were they instantly defeated? Hua Qingyuan sensed something lurking nearby. He released his divine sense. Just then, a shadowy figure attacked him. This was like a midnight bathroom trip for the experienced Hua Qingyuan. As the figure approached, Hua Qingyuan bellowed, "Who are you? What are you doing?" As the black chi dispersed, a 3-year-old girl appeared. She watched Hua Qingyuan attack, and Hua Qingyuan approached her. Seemingly unable to speak, he inquired, "The 3 cultivators here, it was you who defeated them, right? Are they still alive?" The little girl nodded frantically. "Before I won't let you." At the same time, the girl clutched her head in pain and quickly flew away. Hua Qingyuan exclaimed, "Could this be soul control? I remember Swordsman saying it's a forbidden technique that seals a living soul within a spirit, an extremely cruel method. Could it be the demonic sect again?" Elsewhere, Patriarch Xiaoran was furious. Why has it taken so long to capture that new cultivator? He shook the leader violently, stomping on the girl. "That guy is so tough. You are chosen by the divine beast. Are you trying to escape? If you dare to betray me, I will make your life a living hell." He decided to capture the cultivator himself, but a voice stopped him. "No need for you to trouble yourself, Patriarch. Here." Hua Qingyuan now hovered above Patriarch Xiaoran. "Yo, isn't this Patriarch Xiaoyun still alive and kicking after all this time?" This enraged Patriarch Xiaoran. Remembering his previous defeat, rage surged through him. He attacked Hua Qingyuan, but his attack was easily deflected. "Hey, Patriarch, you're still so weak after all these days." Patriarch Xiaoran turned crimson. "Someone kill him for me." But the spirit bell in his hand was instantly shattered by Hua Qingyuan. He then said to Xiao Xianin, "You don't have to wait anymore. Your shackles are broken, you're free." Xiao Xianin, tears streaming down her face, flew towards Hua Qingyuan. But Patriarch Xiaoran threatened, "Xianin, if you dare, even without the soul control, you cannot defy me. Otherwise, that lord will definitely." Before he finished, he was slammed to the ground. Xiao Xianin desperately rushed into Hua Qingyuan's arms. Hua Qingyuan stroked Xiao Zuanian's forehead. "You can go home now. Don't worry, I'll handle this. I know what it's like to be exploited." Patriarch Xiaoran was not about to give up. He slammed his hand onto the ground. Blood-colored runes appeared. From the sky, a massive blood-red hand emerged. "Who dares summon me?" Patriarch Xiaoran knelt. "I implore the demon lord to kill this cultivator. Go, Blood Eye. Go and see who dares to summon this lord." As the giant hand approached, Hua Qingyuan remained calm, slowly drawing his sword. The demon lord didn't even last 3 seconds before being instantly obliterated. Patriarch Xiaoyun was stunned. Hua Qingyuan sighed. The demonic sect is truly, utterly useless. Hua Qingyuan was not planning to stop there. He channeled his qi into his fingertips. Patriarch Xiaoran was terrified. He instinctively tried to flee, shouting, "Don't trouble me." But the next second, he was caught in the sword qi, trapped and screaming. The explosion blasted towards Hua Qingyuan. Hua Qingyuan turned around. "Like hell, I'll wait." He then looked at the three collapsed cultivators. You three are unlucky. You're in the wrong place at the wrong time. He undid their restraints. Hua Qingyuan woke up and looked at his savior, filled with gratitude, speechless. Meanwhile, demonic chi surged behind Hua Qingyuan. He absorbed the demonic fetus demonic energy, then entered a demonic realm. A flash of light erupted from within, and when it subsided, Lao Du held a demonic blade. Revived once more, Lao Du said, "You're strong, I admit. I almost killed you. You actually surpassed my final technique, but now, you're the one who's going to die." Hua Qingyuan didn't know what secret technique the enemy used, but if one strike wasn't enough, he'd strike again. Unexpectedly, Patriarch Xiaoran easily deflected the attack, and launched a terrifying counterattack. Hua Qingyuan quickly pushed the three cultivators away, barely blocking the blow, but he was still sent flying. He was confused. Patriarch Xiaoran was originally at the early stage of Earth Immortal Realm. Now, he had reached the late stage of Earth Immortal Realm. Soon, Hua Qingyuan understood. It was because of the ancient treasure on Patriarch Xiaoran's head, the Tongtian crown. It was said that this treasure, when activated with spiritual energy, could greatly enhance one's cultivation, but at the cost of one's lifespan. Anyone who obtained the Tongtian crown would eventually wither and die. Although I don't know how it ended up in your hands, all things in heaven and earth follow the great Tao. Hua Qingyuan took out a mirror and showed it to Patriarch Xiaoran. You think that obtaining superhuman strength and inhuman recovery comes without a price. Look at yourself. Patriarch Xiaoran looked into the mirror and broke out in a cold sweat. However, he believed that as long as he could bring the demonic fetus back, that Lord would surely grant him a way to recover. Hua Qingyuan decided this man was beyond redemption and prepared to end him. Patriarch Xiaoran bit his finger, activating the Tongtian crown with his blood. His power surged again, transforming into a giant beast and charging towards Hua Qingyuan. Hua Qingyuan countered with his Qingyun sword, but it was ineffective. He was caught by the demonic beast. Patriarch Xiaoran had now reached the peak of Earth Immortal Realm. But Hua Qingyuan was not giving up. As he was about to break free, a golden energy suddenly attacked Lao Du, but was repelled. The attacker was the divine beast's chosen one. He had returned, but he was no match for Patriarch Xiaoran. Just as he was about to be killed, Hua Qingyuan intervened. "I'll block him. Little guy, didn't I tell you to leave?" But Lao Du's claw was already inches away. There was no time to break free. At the critical moment, a divine power came from behind, activating a spatial teleportation. Hua Qingyuan vanished. Patriarch Xiaoran was stunned. He's gone. It turned out that Hua Qingyuan had cast the flower cleansing rain. This was also noticed by the ancestor. "Insolent fool, you caused this trouble, so you will fix it." Unexpectedly, a mysterious force stopped him. Hua Qingyuan looked intently at the turbulent scene. It was the complete form of Hua Qingyuan. An unparalleled aura began to emanate from Hua Qingyuan. First a profound ancient chant resonated around him. This was the power of a peak immortal ascendant. The evil cloud, already enveloped by Tongtian Jade and the half-star god, now surged towards Hua Qingyuan for another violent collision. Xiao's eyes widened, because his full-powered strike was effortlessly caught by Hua Qingyuan with just 2 fingers. Even Hua Qingyuan below couldn't help but gasp. One must know, this was a superior power advantage. Hua Qingyuan then instantly formed a seal, a corner of which was directed at the evil cloud below. This meager force was more than enough to deal with the evil cloud. Under this powerful pressure, the evil cloud's core began to destabilize, dissipating despite still having the upper hand, holding its demonic weapon high. It was about to strike Hua Qingyuan. However, the moment Hua Qingyuan's seal touched it, the evil cloud's resistance crumbled. Its golden core was about to be absorbed. "This is Hua Qingyuan. I present to you the ultimate technique, the 9-cloud sword art." He condensed an enormous golden blade and prepared to cleave space. Below, the evil cloud could no longer offer any resistance. Its body and soul were completely destroyed by that one strike, leaving only a demonic embryo floating in the air. "Tongtian Jade, mission complete," Hua Qingyuan said, dusting off his robes, his face calm, as if nothing had happened. However, someone witnessed this scene and was left speechless. Hua Qingyuan, watching Hua Qingyuan in the sky, whose aura immediately returned to the spirit palace realm, was stunned. She was about to avert her gaze when she was attracted by the Tongtian Jade. Somehow, It suddenly seemed beautiful to her. Just as Yu Qingwu was about to touch it, a voice echoed in her mind, "I'm certain you shouldn't touch that." Under Yu Qingwa's watchful gaze, Hua Qingyuan casually absorbed the Tongtian jade. "I was just cut by that thing, right?" "Yep, it's definitely dangerous," he mused. Shao Sun, like the evil cloud, had been suppressed by the seal. Seeing the battle end, Shao Sun cautiously approached Hua Qingyuan, only to be stopped by Yu Qingwu. "It was you who ambushed me earlier," she accused. Seeing Hua Qingyuan, she was about to attack, but he quickly explained, "I study medicine and have no intention of harming others. I was merely controlled by the demonic qi. It was beyond my control." Hua Qingyuan stroked Shao Sun's head. "Alright, it's safe now. We can leave. Be careful, don't get caught again, okay?" This scene left Yu Qingwu mesmerized. Girls all like cute things. It seems she had misjudged Hua Qingyuan. Seeing Hua Qingyuan's strength, "In that case, hand over Shao Sun's demonic core." Yu Qingwu ordered. Obediently, he handed over the last core. Hua Qingyuan finally got his wish. He was now free of trouble, but he still had one thing to do. "Yu Qingwu, please keep this matter a secret," he said, then looked at the demonic embryo. "It's best to bring this back to headquarters. As for the two fainted ones in the cloud ship, you'll leave them in your care." Yu Qingwu was taken aback. She wasn't their nanny. Just as Hua Qingyuan was about to touch the demonic embryo, suddenly, a large hand, outlined by golden light, reached out from the void. "This demonic embryo is not for you to take." Hua Qingyuan also immediately sensed the owner of the giant hand was also a peak immortal ascendant expert. "Qingyun Jian, Hua Qingyuan, I remember you." With these parting words, the figure retreated into the void. As for Hua Qingyuan, why didn't he pursue? The reason was simple. First, that person was very strong, probably stronger than him. Second, retrieving the demonic embryo wasn't his goal. Third, it was his cultivation break time. "Young lady, farewell." He didn't look back, leaving only a bewildered Yu Qingwu in the air. As Hua Qingyuan left, sounds of thwack, thwack, thwack came from the forest. It was Yu Qingwa's disciplinary action. When the two woke up, they were confused. Fortunately, Yu Qingwu explained what had happened. Moyun then wanted to apologize to Hua Qingyuan, unaware he had already left. At this moment, Bai Ren mentioned, the Tianjiao Saint War will begin soon. With Hua Daoyu's strength, he will definitely participate. We can apologize then. Yu Qingwu was curious, what is the Tianjiao Saint War? Moyun explained, every 10 years, the Xianzong Alliance holds a grand competition, commonly known as the Tianjiao Saint War. The ranking not only determines the sect's standing, but also affects the allocation of resources. After listening, Yu Qingwu had an idea. It seems I have to return to the sect. Elsewhere, Hua Qingyuan was curious about who had taken the demonic embryo. Who was that person, capable of such a technique? He estimated he would need to unleash at least 1/3 of the wind's shadow power to fight that person. Now, the demonic sect was in chaos. Even the 10 venerables were ambushed. If he retrieved the demonic embryo and brought it back to the sect, the situation might worsen, perhaps endangering the entire sect. He still relied on Qingyun Jian for cultivation. How could he ignite such trouble? But then, Hua Qingyuan noticed something in the wind. It was Shao Sun, still following him. Seeing her lost expression, he realized she had nowhere to go. Shao Sun clung tightly to Hua Qingyuan's sleeve, refusing to let go. "Then follow me from now on. Fortunately, you're just a gust of wind to others, saving us a lot of trouble. Look, that's Qingyun Jianzong up ahead. Consider it home from now on." Meanwhile, in Yuexin residence, when Jian anxiously rushed to Yuexin Xianzi, asking, "Elder Gu, how is he?" Yuexin Xianzi sighed, Elder Gu suffered multiple bone fractures. And his dantian and 5 internal organs are severely damaged. If he recovers, it will be difficult. When Jian was furious. "Elder Gu, I will demand justice from the Alliance. For you." When Jian then used the Nether Moon Spirit technique to contact the major sects within the Alliance. At this time, the Lianzong sect master asked, "Elder One, what is the reason for this urgent summons? The demonic sect's actions are outrageous." Not only did they refine Yijing into a blood soul pearl, but Elder Moshwan of the Moyan sect also cultivated a demonic embryo. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy became incredibly heavy. The atmosphere immediately became tense. But that wasn't all. A few days ago, my sect disciples, though failing to retrieve the demonic weapon, did recover the Blood Soul Pearl, so I sent Elder Gu to personally deliver it to you. However, he was ambushed by the demonic sect on the way. Not only was the Blood Soul Pearl stolen, he was heavily injured and his mechanisms were damaged. Everyone was in disbelief. As a leading ascendant expert, proficient in various techniques, how could Yu Nidong sustain such severe injuries? At this time, the Eastern Lord of the Tai Su sect, who was traveling the world, announced to the Alliance, "There must be a traitor within our ranks. Starting today, each sect must conduct a thorough internal investigation to prevent collusion with the demonic sect. Furthermore, each Eastern sect should meticulously examine the disciples within their jurisdiction, ensuring everyone is mentally sound. If any demonic sect cultivator is discovered, immediately notify the Alliance to take action. Copy and distribute these arrangements." The Eastern Lord Yun Xingchen approved of these arrangements. But then, Yun Yuxuan, the young lord, revealed shocking news. Several ascendant disciples from the Eastern Riverheart encountered something in the depths of the Yun Xian Mountains. They were ambushed by an elder of the demonic sect and nearly died. The elder wielded the ancient treasure, the Tontian liquid, but was ultimately defeated by Hua Qingyuan, a disciple of the Heavenly Heart sect, and a cultivator named Qin Lingyue. Upon hearing this, Wen Jian was stunned. If Hua Qingyuan's cultivation is no longer hidden, then where is he now? Isn't that guy supposed to be cultivating? Why would he go there? Yun Yuxuan, noticing Wen Jian's puzzled expression, asked if he knew this cultivator. Wen Jian confirmed, Hua Qingyuan is indeed a true disciple of the Heavenly Heart sect. But Qin Lingyue is merely a core formation realm disciple. He must have just been passing by. I'll bring him back for questioning. At this point, Su Xing, the sect master of the Heavenly Heart sect, offered his opinion. Given the recent surge in demonic sect activity, to prepare for unforeseen threats, I propose modifying the rules of the Heavenly Exchange Convention to further motivate the disciples. Xian Daoren disagreed, believing that since the Heavenly Exchange Convention's rules have only been modified thrice, changing them now might be inappropriate. To reassure everyone, Su Xing conjured an item. Everyone was astonished. As the host of this convention, naturally, we won't be stingy. How about this item as the grand prize? Meanwhile, Hua Qingyuan returned to the sect and went straight to Gu Ye's residence, inquiring about his recovery. Upon learning that everything was fine, except for his eyes, he immediately opened the wooden box he brought. Inside were meticulously cultivated Lingcha eyes. Just add some high-quality Lingquan tea, and his eyesight should be fully restored. He handed the tea to Gu Yu. After drinking the tea, Gu Yu began lecturing Hua Qingyuan, "Look at you, always messing around with flowers and herbs. Now, among the true disciples, your cultivation is considered mediocre." To avoid disgracing the sect, Hua Qingyuan decided to release a bit of his spiritual power. "Master, look, I've already reached the 8th level of core formation realm." Gu Yu, upon hearing this, was overjoyed, but his expression immediately darkened. "If I'm not mistaken, it's been 5 or 6 years since your last breakthrough. Look at your younger martial sister, she's already in the nascent soul realm at such a young age." Hua Qingyuan responded with a helpless expression. He tried to change the topic and sneak away, but was stopped by Gu Yu. Gu Yu then brought up the jade pendant. "I'm curious how the jade pendant you gave me could block a fatal blow from an ascendant expert. Are you hiding something from me? Like your true cultivation level, or some kind of secret technique?" Hua Qingyuan quickly explained, "Master, you must be drunk. If I were hiding my cultivation, could I possibly deceive you and the sect master?" Gu Yu sighed, then chuckled. "That's true. I've watched you grow since you joined the sect. Such deceptive tricks are beyond your capabilities." Unsure how to explain the jade pendant, Hua Qingyuan could only claim, "I found the jade pendant in a secret realm. It had an unusual sword chi, so I borrowed master's prestige and gave it to you. I couldn't say that I spent 20 spirit stones to buy it." Seeing that Gu Yu didn't press further, Hua Qingyuan thought he had fooled him. But as he turned around, an embroidered needle flew past his ear. It was Gu Yu testing him. Hua Qingyuan's face turned green, thinking, people are so scheming these days. But then, the erotic novel in his pocket suddenly fell out, leaving Gu Yu dumbfounded. Hua Qingyuan blushed and quickly retrieved the book, explaining, "This is just my little hobby." However, Gu Yu didn't inquire further. Instead dismissing Hua Qingyuan was puzzled why his master didn't scold him. The reason was, the author of this erotic novel was none other than Gu Yu himself. And at this moment, Guyu was holding the unpublished manuscript, threatening him to achieve a top ranking in the upcoming grand tournament. An hour ago, when Jian returned to the sect and announced important news. To hone the disciples' combat abilities, the Heavenly Exchange Convention has lifted the restriction on fatal blows. The rewards, however, are exceptionally generous, including the final key to the Yuchen Heaven realm. Upon hearing this, the elders were shocked. Guyu was especially excited. Yuchen Heaven realm was created by the #1 expert in the Qingyuan realm. It contains countless inheritances, but opening the realm requires keys. So far, only have appeared. If we can obtain this last key, our sect will receive a share of the inheritance. Therefore, this last key, our Heavenly Heart sect must obtain. Subsequently, when Jian announced that the sect's tournament would begin in a week, the news spread quickly. However, this tournament seemed different. Not only were pills and treasures allowed, but even some advanced techniques and divine abilities could be used. This further intensified the already competitive atmosphere within the sect, but one person seemed out of place. Hua Qingyuan. He calmly removed his blindfold and thought, the competition is fierce. Fortunately, I've made some preparations. Before he could think further, Wei Ran suddenly appeared and surprised him. As Hua Qingyan's biggest fan, he brought news about the tournament. The top 3 and those who successfully challenge a true disciple can replace them. Hua Qingyuan reacted with feigned indifference. So he confirmed again. Wei Ran affirmed enthusiastically. Then he told Hua Qingyuan, I heard many disciples are lining up to challenge you. Looking at the calm Hua Qingyuan, he became even more infatuated. Just then, Hua Qingyan's communication amulet suddenly lit up. Qingyun, come to Luyun Hall to find me. After bidding farewell to the person, he arrived at the entrance of his master's secluded residence. Before he could ask, Guyu spoke first, regarding this sect competition. He looked at Hua Qingyuan. There's a requirement, that is, you must enter the top. Unexpectedly, Hua Qingyuan immediately refused. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I can't do it. Guyu looked at his disciple, truly exasperated. You don't even try. There are only 5 true disciples. If you were serious, entering the top 20 would be a piece of cake. Facing Guyu's questioning, Hua Qingyuan immediately entered his hidden persona mode. Master, if I really had that ability, how could I still be at the bottom? Guyu, looking at him like this, felt helpless. Qingyun, do you still remember why I took you as my disciple? Remember that sword technique you displayed on the stage? The insights within were no less than any true disciple. But Hua Qingyuan was not ashamed. It wasn't that he hurt his master's feelings, but that he regretted it. He regretted that he should never have shown his hand. As the hidden expert, Hua Qingyuan said, if I could reproduce that again, wouldn't I have wasted my previous life's efforts? Master, that was truly a spurofement inspiration. Even if you ask me to do it again now, I absolutely cannot replicate it. Guyu's face darkened. Are you really so heartless? You even refuse this small request of mine. But for the sake of concealing his identity, even if the Jade Emperor came today, Hua Qingyuan wouldn't do it. Today, he was just about to enter the world of mortals when he handed a book to Hua Qingyuan and told him to carefully look at who the author was. Guyu, the thought suddenly appeared in Hua Qingyan's mind. Master, did you write this book? Guyu looked slightly embarrassed, then pulled out a large stack of paper from his arms. This is the unpublished manuscript of volume. At this moment, Hua Qingyuan was stunned. He never thought that the author of the novel he loved to read was right by his side and was his closest master. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked Guyu hesitantly, Master, tell me, this matter couldn't be. Before he could finish, the book flew back into Guyu's hands. He saw the corner of his master's mouth rise slightly. If you don't make it into the top 20 in this competition, you'll kill off the female lead, Xin Shao, in the next book. Hua Qingyuan immediately panicked. Xin Shao was his favorite character. Master, how can you be so rash and decide the fate of a character? Is this fair to the readers? Guyu calmly replied, and then let her be resurrected a little while later. You should take this meaningless talk lightly. This casual remark hit Hua Qingyuan like a bolt of lightning. That was his second favorite character. At this moment, Hua Qingyuan couldn't help but curse inwardly. This master was too despicable. The next second, he thought of a countermeasure. Master, aren't you afraid that he'll report to the sect leader that you write novels? However, Guyu was very calm. Then he'll have the protagonist's childhood friend kill her right in front of him. As soon as these words came out, Hua Qingyuan directly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Then, Guyu continued, if you can enter the top 20, I will not only spare your favorite character but also let you read the unpublished manuscript. I can even give you a limited edition and bonus chapters. Hua Qingyuan was angry, but what could he do with such a master? In the end, he could only reluctantly agree. As he walked out of the room, he ran into the disciple his master had asked him to find. He saw him darken his face and say, "Go to the training grounds. Paul Master wants to see you." As soon as Chu Tian entered Guyu's room, he saw him looking pensive. Just as Chu Tian was about to ask, Guyu instructed him, "Go to the quiet shadow peak next door and inform Yu Jianqing, who is in seclusion, that the sect competition is coming." That child seems to be engrossed in cultivation again and forgot to check her communication amulet. In a flash, Chu Tian arrived at quiet shadow peak. Just as he arrived at Yu Jiangxin's door, a powerful sword chi burst out, startling him and making him worry about Yu Jianqing. He rushed into the courtyard only to find a sword suspended in midair. Just as he was curious, Yu Jianqing appeared behind him, full of killing intent, asking Chu Tian, "What did you see?" The bewildered Chu Tian was frightened and stammered, "Senior sister Yu. I didn't see anything. I am an inner disciple of Lu Yun Hall. I came here on Master Gus' orders to inform you that the grand competition is approaching. Please go to the sect's main hall." Yu Jiangxin's eyes softened when she saw Chu Tian. "So it's senior brother Hua's junior. You didn't see anything here, right?" Chu Tian immediately indicated that he was blind and hadn't seen anything. After finishing speaking, he quickly left, but at this moment, Yu Jianqing started to blame herself. "It's all my fault for being too focused on practicing swordsmanship. I didn't even know someone came in. But senior brother Hua is truly amazing. These days, I feel my understanding of the sword has deepened. If I were to fight Imo Xian's evil spirits now, I could definitely shatter them within 3 moves. In these last few days, I need to further comprehend this sword intent. By the time the sect competition arrives, they'll definitely let senior brother Hua see." On the other side, Hua Qingyuan was still agonizing over the previous matter. He had been ready to retire and live a peaceful life. Damn it! But luckily, the rules for this competition are lenient. We can use magical artifacts to achieve victory. Otherwise, using a sword would be too revealing. With this, as long as I plan carefully, entering the top 20 is a sure thing. Just then, the Tongtian mirror scattered on the table caught his attention. Just as Hua Qingyuan was about to put it away, the Tongtian mirror suddenly emitted a strange light. "I'll bestow upon you everything you desire. As long as you inject spiritual energy into my body, I can give you unparalleled fortune. Whatever you wish to possess, I can bring it to you." Hearing this, Hua Qingyuan was unimpressed. He threw it to the ground. "Touch me and you're dead. If you keep babbling, you'll find a chisel and carve a few holes in you." However, at this moment, the Tongtian mirror unexpectedly said to Hua Qingyuan in an unbelievable tone, "Remember this, I will never die. I have lived for so long, and no one has ever been able to destroy me." But Hua Qingyuan was dismissive. "Just a mirror, talking big. I thought it was some powerful ancient artifact." Looking at the flickering Tongtian mirror, Hua Qingyuan was curious. "What exactly are you?" "I am the heavenly devil, Tongtian." Hua Qingyuan's face was full of disdain. "What Tongtian? Never heard of it." However, it angrily retorted, "You ignorant child. Back when I followed the demon lord, I witnessed such power and prestige. Even after the nation lord's departure, everyone here must respect me as their superior. Got it. I should hold you in higher regard. You're all practically dead." "Dead." Tongtian, enraged by Hua's words, cried out, "How dare you disregard me? If you have the guts, then enter my domain." Tongtian's imposing voice boomed, "I will teach you a lesson in person." Hua Qingyuan's interest was piqued. He hadn't expected a hidden pocket dimension within this place. He looked at Tongtian with an intrigued expression. Tongtian, seeing this, was overjoyed. "What? You dare to enter?" Hua Qingyuan simply raised a finger, a clear light enveloping his body. "Why not?" he declared. In a blink, He found himself within Tong Tian's ethereal realm. Moments later, the colorful energy around him began to solidify, forming a partial humanoid figure. Truly a blessed individual, a voice echoed. Since you've entered, Hua Qingyuan remarked, a hint of disdain in his voice. Your name sounds grand, Tong Tian, but you look pathetic. You don't even have a proper body. Tong Tian, the revered Luo, retorted, insolent human trash. Don't speak to this Luo like that. And why are you calling yourself Demon Lord now? Silence. Tianma is a race, Mozen is a title, and Lord Tong Tian is a respectful address. Why make things so complicated? I see you're all purple, so we'll just call you Purple Boy. Oomph, address me properly. I am Lord Tong Tian. Hua Qingyuan smirked, fine, Purple Boy. That's all you can manage now, a smirk. I am the master of this space. You think you can leave so easily, and how do I leave? By making a deal with me. Riches, beauties, cultivation, longevity, eternal youth, what do you desire? Can you make me live forever and ride horses every day? Or increase my lifespan? I can't do that. Useless. Any other wishes? Maybe make Sister Shio update more frequently. I want to see. What nonsense are you talking about? Who would grant such wishes? You're so pathetic. You can't even fulfill such simple requests. You call yourself a divine dragon. You insolent brat. Since you refuse to address me properly, and won't make a deal, you'll be trapped here forever. You'll perish in fear and despair. Tong Tian roared, unleashing his full power, but to no avail. His attack seemed to flow around Hua Qingyuan, leaving him unharmed. You're tickling me, Hua Qingyuan mocked as he casually pinched Tong Tian's ethereal form. You can touch me. With your essence, I can leave, right? Hua Qingyuan inquired, feigning ignorance. You fool. To harm me, you need to comprehend the Grand Tao. Otherwise, you're powerless. Tong Tian instantly regretted his words. He hadn't realized the seemingly naive youth had grasped a sliver of the Grand Tao. In the next moment, Hua Qingyuan returned to reality, holding a shimmering fragment of Tong Tian's essence. To save his life, Tong Tian offered countless treasures and resources to Hua Qingyuan. This significantly boosted Hua Qingyuan's wealth within the sect. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave, a Qingyun sect disciple gazed into a mirror. A shadowy figure appeared within. What are our chances in the upcoming sect competition? With the secret technique you provided, reaching the top 5 shouldn't be a problem. Excellent. Thanks to your intel, I was able to retrieve the blood-burst orb. If not for your help years ago, I wouldn't be alive today. I'm willing to serve you, Master. Good. Once you secure the top spot in the competition, I will take you away from the Qingyun sect. Rest assured, Master. I will complete my mission, no matter the cost. The shadowy figure revealed a sinister smile. 2 days later, sect leader Wen Jian announced the rules of the competition. This year's competition is different. The use of talismans, pills, spirit treasures, and even external assistance is permitted. Your goal is to achieve the highest ranking. But do not intentionally harm your fellow disciples. Wen Jian waved his hand, and numerous jade slips appeared in the sky, descending towards the disciples. These jade slips contain your opponent's number. When your number is called, you will enter the arena. The first match is between Zhang Ting of the Silent Stream Hall and Bai Zhan of the Blue Moon Hall, an elder announced. What do you think of this year's inner disciples? Another elder asked. Only 1 or 2 are promising, a third elder replied dismissively. Given their cultivation, a match should last no more than an hour, Guyu interjected. Just then, Hua Qingyuan arrived to observe the matches. The competition progressed to the finals. Huan Jun was facing Yang Tai of the Yuling Hall, a close disciple of Hua Qingyuan. Observing from above, Hua Qingyuan thought, not bad. Wei Ran Shitty has truly mastered the dispersing cloud steps. On the stage, Yang Tai, a spirit cultivator with a spirit pet, had a clear advantage over Wei Ran, despite the latter's higher cultivation. I only taught him a few moves, but he's come this far. He has great potential. If he performs well, he might become a direct disciple of an elder. Yang Tai drew a talisman, giant soul-burning talisman. Someone exclaimed. It could temporarily burn one's spiritual energy and spirit stones for a powerful burst. Looks like senior brother Yang is serious. Wei Ran swallowed a purple pill. Burst Chi pill. Junior brother Wei also has a trump card. Although it's only a rank 3 pill, it can rival the giant soul-burning talisman in terms of explosive power. On the stage, both unleashed their strongest attacks. The resulting clash emitted a destructive wave of spiritual energy. Hua Qingyuan observed intently. The smoke cleared, revealing Wei Ran slightly injured. I only won by a sliver of spiritual power, Yang Tai admitted. I concede, he's truly talented. Both have the potential to become direct disciples. Now, it's your turn, Yu Xingyue, an elder said. Yu Xingyue channeled a red energy that enveloped both combatants, swiftly, restoring their strength and injuries. Yang Tai, as the top inner disciple, you can challenge a direct disciple. If you win, you'll replace them, an elder explained. Yang Tai declared, I choose Hua Qingyuan. The crowd erupted in shock. Hua Qingyuan, though a direct disciple, was ranked last among them, yet possessed the cultivation of the Qi condensation realm, 6th level. Unprecedented in the sect's history, the top inner disciple challenging the weakest direct disciple. This would be a good show. Hua Qingyuan arrived at the stage. Take care, senior brother Yang, Wei Ran said to Yang Tai. What do you mean by that? Yang Tai wondered, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Hua Qingyuan smiled enigmatically. So, Yang Tai is the top inner disciple. He can challenge any direct disciple and take their place. He chose me without hesitation, Hua Qingyuan mused. Senior brother Hua, I've long admired you. My master highly praises your conduct. We inner disciples cultivate diligently every day, striving to become direct disciples. Hua Qingyuan, seemingly bored, finished his sentence for him, and you want to take my place. Even though you're a Qingyun sect's core disciple, Yang Tai, you neglect your cultivation, lazing around instead. With your modern attitude, you don't deserve to be here. Today, I, Hua Qingyuan, will defeat you and become the new core disciple. Hua Qingyuan scattered numerous talismans. I didn't expect my refusal to fight alongside you, Yang Tai, would make you so resentful. Yang Tai launched a swift attack. Overbearing thunderbolt. But Hua Qingyuan remained calm, pinching a seal with his fingers. A red barrier instantly enveloped him, completely blocking Yang Tai's powerful strike. No matter how Yang Tai attacked, the barrier remained unshaken. Yang Tai's attack was so powerful that even the observing disciples were stunned. Elder Dong stood up abruptly, preposterous. A Qingyun sect disciple hiding behind a barrier. Unacceptable. Our sect emphasizes offense, not cowardly defense. If everyone acted like this, our sect would have perished long ago. Hua Qingyuan, however, remained unfazed, hiding within his spiritual shield. You've disgraced the Qingyun sect. Elder Dong's words sparked disagreement. Elder Dong, are you suggesting that the Qingyun sect should only focus on offense and neglect defense? If everyone fought like that, our sect would be long gone. Elder Dong was furious. How dare you? Just then, the sect leader intervened, enough. In this tournament, all methods are permitted. If Hua Qingyuan chooses this tactic, he must have his reasons. As long as he wins, it's acceptable. Meanwhile, Yang Tai gritted his teeth. Hua Qingyuan, as a core disciple, you dare not face me directly. Do you intend to hide in there forever? He leaped into the air, preparing another attack. With such disgraceful tactics, you dishonor the sect. Hua Qingyuan extended his hand from the barrier, merely rotating 2 fingers. If you desire a direct confrontation, I shall grant you your wish. He lifted his head slightly, muttering, farewell, senior brother Yang. Yang Tai, filled with confidence, sneered, please, enlighten me, senior brother. Hua Qingyuan then pulled out another talisman. As it dissipated, numerous fireballs appeared in the sky. Yang Tai was taken aback by the sheer number of fireballs. He panicked, but it was too late. With a wave of Hua Qingjian's hand, the fireballs shot forth, forming a colossal fire dragon that lunged towards Yang Tai. Left with no retreat, Yang Tai prepared for a final stand. Burning his essence blood, he channeled it into his sword, preparing for one last strike. But with the explosion, Yang Tai was blasted out of the arena, completely defeated. Who am I? Where am I? The dazed Yang Tai caused a commotion among the audience. Hua Qingyuan sighed deeply, watching him flee. I told you so, but you wouldn't listen. This also surprised the third inner disciple, Chu Xian. He hadn't left his courtyard for 6 months, spending his days reading, meditating, or sleeping, yet his cultivation had progressed significantly. From active cultivation to passive cultivation, his speed of advancement was unprecedented. Our protagonist had unexpectedly transmigrated into this cultivation world 3 years ago. This man, holding a drawing board and wearing modern clothes, was once a highly respected successful artist, but after hearing Elder Dong's praise, which is his catchphrase, and perhaps because he was too cheerful and outgoing, the system threw him into one of the 3 great warring organizations of the Qin kingdom, the Chu family. He was the th in line. His name was Chu Xian. He thought he could finally live a peaceful and carefree life. However, simply because he sneezed during a practice session, the family expelled him from the clan, claiming his behavior was inappropriate and tarnished their reputation. Are you kidding me? But in this seemingly desolate, abandoned courtyard, he unexpectedly discovered the drawing board that had transmigrated with him. Just then, a black hand quietly pushed open the door of Chu Xian's room. Who's there? Chu Xian immediately became alert. Silhouetted against the light in the doorway stood a slender figure with long white hair. Could it be a celestial being? A goddess. Just as Chu Xian's thoughts were racing, the figure turned around, revealing a surprisingly familiar voice. Hey, don't hit me on the head. Young Master 13, hurry up and eat. It was Uncle Butler, holding a tray of food. Uncle Butler told Chu Xian to eat first. He would send someone to clean up later. Looking at Chu Xian's innocent expression, Uncle Butler finally relented and explained his origins. Chu Xian's father was the 3rd son in the family. Logically, even within the Chu family, let alone the entire Qin kingdom, it would be difficult to find someone of higher status. He was Fest's most beloved son. Without incident, he would have been the next head of the Chu family. However, when it came to marriage, he disobeyed his father and married a commoner woman, Chu Xian's mother. Afterwards, Chu Xian's father began to clash with the. After Chu Xian was born, he took Chu Xian's mother and left the Chu family, disappearing without a trace. After hearing Uncle Butler's explanation, Chu Xian swallowed a piece of braised pork with a bittersweet feeling. What a bloody cliché plot. Half an hour later, he walked out of the room and looked at the servants cleaning the deserted courtyard. He suddenly felt disheartened. What paternal love, what bloody cliché. I've already thrown it to the back of my mind. Just then, the system notification sounded. Congratulations. You've stayed indoors for 1 day. System reward. Diamond Body Divine Skill. Chu Xian was startled. What? Who's talking? System, is this real? The system continued, system rewards are bound to the entire Chu residence. During your stay, the system will increase the reward level based on the cumulative duration. Leaving the reward area will reset the cumulative time. After listening to the introduction, Chu Xian's mind was blown. Such a good deal. No daily tasks needed. Just as he was getting excited, Chu Xian was woken up by the sun. I seem to have had a strange dream. Just as he was about to roll over and go back to sleep, his right hand accidentally touched a book. It clearly read Diamond Body Divine Skill. Chu Xian jolted awake. Who put this here? Seeing no one around, he picked up the book and started reading. Diamond Body Divine Skill is a top-tier defensive cultivation method in the mortal realm. Could it be that he wasn't dreaming? Chu Xian broke out in a cold sweat. In this world, cultivation is the foundation of strength. The realms are divided into body tempering, meridian opening, and qi condensation. Reaching the peak requires breaking through the profound entrance to cultivate further. Otherwise, one remains immortal. Above the mortal realm, there are the profound, spiritual, void, earth, true, and other realms. Looking at the book, Chu Xian thought, since I have to stay indoors anyway, I might as well give it a try. He sat down, focused his mind, and assumed a meditative posture. He wasn't completely clueless, having learned some meditation techniques in his previous life when he studied health preservation. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such a good opportunity. Breathing in and out, mimicking the cycle of day and night, he meditated for a whole day. Surprisingly, he didn't feel tired but more energetic. It seems cultivation methods really work in this world. Chu Xian let out a sigh, then muttered, but I still need to eat. Can't starve, can I? Looking at the systems? Second day reward, a gathering chi pill. Chu Xian immediately perked up. Then came the third day reward, a kitchen knife. Unfortunately, Chu Xian felt the kitchen knife was a bit small for cutting vegetables. The fourth day was the dragon binding rope spiritual skill. Wow, isn't this the legendary dragon binding rope? It can even bind a flood dragon. In just 4 days, Xu Xian had acquired a skill, a pill, and 2 powerful artifacts. Self-defense in this world shouldn't be a problem now. Just as Xu Xian was feeling complacent, he heard a woman's voice calling him from outside. 13th brother. Judging by the voice, it should be Xu Yun. 13th brother, you're finally here. A young woman in green appeared, her hair tied with a ribbon. Yuner, it's really you. Wasn't someone supposed to bring me food? Why are you here today? Xu Xian was overjoyed. Ever since he arrived here, besides the old housekeeper visiting him on the first day, Xu Yun was the second person to speak to him. I should have come earlier. I should have come earlier. Ever since 13th young master was assigned here, the family has been busy with matters. Only today did I have time to visit 13th young master. Xu Yun put the bamboo basket of food on the outer area of the table, slightly apologetic. My apologies for making you wait, younger sister. Don't mention it. I'll get you a chair. Xu Xian moved to fetch a chair. Watching Xu Yun, Xu Xian felt warmed. Xu Yun had always cared for him. Given a chance, he would definitely plead with grandfather to let Xu Xian return. However, Xu Xian had expressed that there was no need for such pleas. He enjoyed the solitude and the freedom from having to please others. It was quite comfortable. He's still the same 13th young master, Xu Yun thought, a gentle look on his face as he observed Xu Xian. No matter what happens, he accepts it calmly. A carefree optimist, devoid of the arrogance typical of aristocratic sons. You stayed home for 5 days. System reward. 1 year of cultivation. Amazing. This feeling, the steady flow of true qi within my body. Could I have reached the Xian gate? Have you seen a man more handsome than this? Xu Xian had accidentally let out a sneeze while practicing in his courtyard, and for this, his family accused him of improper conduct, damaging the family reputation. Yet Head made an unexpected discovery. Every day he stayed at home, Head received a reward from the system. Sometimes it was a martial arts technique, sometimes a high-quality magical tool. After 5 days, Head even been directly rewarded with a year's worth of cultivation. Just now, Xu Xian had sneezed, and the system rewarded him with another year of cultivation. He felt his internal true qi surge. He quickly focused his mind and circulated his qi, trying to control the sudden surge of powerful true qi. This generated a powerful aura, causing the surrounding objects to swirl in the air. Suddenly, Xu Xian shouted, "Great ocean breathing technique, absorb." The colorless, odorless aura around him instantly transformed into a terrifying blue. Exhaling slowly, Xu Xian collapsed onto the steps. This is the 4th time I've hit this bottleneck. I'm still stuck, but I can clearly feel the increase in my qi. I must have reached the Xian gate. Moreover, Xu Xian could faintly sense a closed door, drawing closer and becoming clearer. Alright, no rush, no rush. It's only been 6 days since I started staying home. Congratulations, you have received bewitching spell. Xu Xian sighed in resignation. Another mental technique. This system is full of surprises. If it suits me, more skills are always welcome. Xu Xian opened the bewitching spell manual, skimmed through it, and grasped the general principles and methods. Anxious to test it out, he went to the courtyard only to find it empty. Although I can't test the mind control, he thought, I can try to sense the surrounding living beings. Everything has a spirit, they say. While there are no people, there should be plenty of other life nearby. Xu Xian extended his spiritual sense. Covering a radius of 10 li, his spiritual qi swiftly searched the surroundings. Whether it was flowers, trees, insects, or birds, nothing escaped his detection. Suddenly, a pair of monkeys appeared in Xu Xian's consciousness. Hidden in a tree, they were engaged in intimate activities. Oops. Xu Xian quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. Looks like I shouldn't randomly search around. Seeing certain things can be harmful to my mental health. Looks like I shouldn't randomly search around. Seeing certain things can be harmful to my mental health. 13th young master, dinner is served. Xu Xian heard the food delivery person outside. They seemed to be earlier than usual today. Focusing his senses, something felt off. Usually, there were 2 people, but he only sensed one person's presence. Interesting. 13th young master, please enjoy your meal. Seeing the servant's forced smile and vigilant demeanor, Xu Xian's suspicions deepened. He glanced at the bamboo basket. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he saw countless goo worms hidden amidst the seemingly perfect rice. As I suspected, there's something fishy. Don't blame me for using you as my first test subject. In the eyes of others, this harmless-looking, frail young master subtly flicked his finger, almost imperceptibly. With a peerless cultivation technique at his disposal, he was being constantly provoked by a mere underling. The servant's name was Chu Yan. He had just discovered countless goo worms hidden in the food. When the servant refused to reveal the mastermind, Xu Xian used the bewitching spell. The underling immediately confessed. It turned out he was a cult member, tasked with poisoning the young master with goo worms, thus controlling him, and then reporting to the cult elder. Xu Xian was alarmed. He had to tell his grandfather immediately. But then, due to Xu Xian's distraction, Xu Yan forcibly broke free from the bewitching spell, entering an unconscious state, what's commonly known as going berserk. As he went berserk, he bared his fangs and claws, lunging at Xu Xian's handsome face. Now, Xu Xian had a golden core protecting him, so mere claws couldn't harm him. But it would be troublesome if everyone knew this servant was a cult member. One move of the flowing horsebell fist could subdue him, but it would leave physical marks. That would expose the secrets of this courtyard. And if he continued to be chased by this berserk servant, he feared he'd be exhausted and killed. Just as Xu Xian was in a dilemma, a voice called out, "13th young master, dinner is served." Saved. Xu Xian, bewildered, found himself being chased around his own courtyard by a food delivery servant who eventually crashed into a wall, falling unconscious. Moments ago, Xu Xian had discovered that the servant had tampered with his food. Using the system's newly acquired bewitching spell, he learned that the servant was a cult member. Thus, Xu Xian could easily subdue him, but he worried about exposing the courtyard's secrets. Just as Xu Xian was being chased around, shouting "Long live the evil king! Attack Nanzhou!" by the berserk servant, the two actual food delivery servants arrived at the door. What? A cult member? Is 13th young master in danger? The two rushed in. They saw 13th young master seemingly cornered, with no room to maneuver. Seeing them, Xu Xian intensified his performance of a useless, pampered young master. The two newcomers quickly subdued the cult member. Are the entry requirements for this cult really this low? Xu Xian wondered. Fearing a difficult explanation later, he quickly pretended to. Xu Xian deliberately bumped his head on the ground and immediately laid down to rest. From the disappointed expressions of the two ordinary people, it could be seen that Xu Xian had once again disappointed them. Xu Xian had never disappointed anyone in this regard. Hearing Saran leave the courtyard, Xu Xian unsurprisingly strolled over. This divinely favored waste of a person can't collapse easily. But just in case, that Shu cultist's life must end. Saying that, a sword formed from condensed spiritual energy directly struck the Shu cultist's head. Dad! The system's 6th-day reward is a great enhancement pill. This is great. Great enhancement pill is an auxiliary pill for breaking through the profound realm. It seems I've indeed reached the time to break through. This time, I must succeed. Meanwhile, the two clansmen returned to the ancestral home and reported what they saw to Chu Tianming. The next day, Chu Tianming's face was flushed with anger. Thinking of her once promising third son, Chu Luo, how excellent he was. How could he give birth to such a waste? He can't even deal with a single cultist. Have you ever seen such a ridiculous farce? Regardless of bloodline, regardless of sect, as long as they work in the ancestral home, from the rising stars of the family to the ordinary servants, everyone can participate. Just now, Xu Xian had orchestrated a thief-catching scene. After that, the family head began to suspect that there were more than just a few inner spirit cultists within the family, so he planned to hold a family martial arts tournament. Xiyu told Xu Xian all this. After hearing that, Xu Xian had encountered the cultists, Xiyu brought personally selected delicacies to visit him. After expressing his concern, he also revealed his grandfather's plan to hold the tournament with a grand prize. After leaving Chuyu's courtyard, Xu Xian greeted Chuyu and headed towards the martial arts training grounds. Suddenly, a small box marked with a large H appeared in Xu Xian's hand. Hermes. I don't believe you. This is what my father left me. They're all top quality pills. You should take a good look at these boxes. Xu Xian introduced them nonchalantly. Oh, third uncle is truly amazing. Xiyu really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Saying that, the two reluctantly bid farewell. Thank you for the pills, third uncle. I'll enjoy them. Just after sending Qingyuan off, the system's daily reward arrived. Nourishing spirit pill, 1 box. This time it's a spiritual cultivation pill. The cultist matter has temporarily come to an end. I should focus on breaking through the profound realm. Seeing the reward, Qu Xian felt relieved. Elsewhere. Is this Qu at it again? He was knocked flying again. The on the viewing platform cheered excitedly, having become greatly entertained in just a few days. This kid's cultivation has truly improved greatly recently. His potential is limitless. The prize for this tournament goes to the true young master, Qu Xian. With the end of the next match, Ding Hua insisted on using his qi and blood to fight, while the young master insisted on not using any weapons, simply as a way of showing consideration for Ding Hua. Just what I wanted. If I can directly, for the sake of the Chu family's young master, I'll transform and go back in time to the evil king's heavenly palace. Hua instantly revealed his true form, no longer pretending. I'm done pretending. Die, brat. The fully corrupted Hua, wielding dual blades, charged towards Qu Xian. That's evil qi. How dangerous. Chu Tianming exclaimed, sure enough, there are still cultists. I submit. Clang clang, 2 sounds rang out. Qu Xian had caught the blades, his left hand pinching the blade between 2 fingers, his right hand lightly gripping the back of the other blade. May I ask Ding Hua? Which sect does this skill belong to? Which school does it originate from? Qu Xian slowly opened his eyes. You are. In front of him was the most familiar stranger. Deeply skilled. Ding Hua was probably exposed. This man had taken staying at home to the extreme. All because he had a homebody system. Not only could he obtain various cultivation resources through staying at home, but he could also quickly improve his cultivation. In this vast world of cultivation, this man's name is Qu Xian. Just now, he put himself at risk, allowing the family head who had neglected him to finally realize the presence of evil cultists within the Chu family's hidden faction. He wanted to use an unrestricted martial arts tournament to expose more accomplices. Unexpectedly, an evil cultist disguised as Hua had been hiding in the Chu family for many years. In this tournament, he encountered the young master, Qu Xian. After a single exchange, Hua was forced to reveal his true form. The weapons in his hands were also knocked away by Qu Xian. Hua was subdued and taken away for interrogation. The winner was decided. Looking at the fallen, evil cultist, Chu Tianming suddenly thought of his 13th grandson, who he used to play with. If it weren't for his reminder, those who lived in the ancestral home might have suffered misfortune. In the future. After the tournament, he must visit him. Meanwhile, at home, Qu Xian was still dedicated to his cultivation. Still haven't broken through the profound realm. Truly worthy of being the bottleneck of mortal cultivation. It's not easy. Feeling lost. First, today's reward from the system is a book. Just in time, I'm tired. Let's see what treasure it is today. Qu Xian picked up the book and flipped through it. It turned out to be an internal cultivation technique for concealing one's aura. I'll just practice this for now. Having said that, Qu Xian fell asleep. He was awakened by Qu Yu again. Yunmei, why are you here so early? Isn't it time for breakfast yet? Qu Xian opened the moon gate with a yawn. Only to hear unexpected news from Qu Yu. It turned out that with the help of the pills Qu Xian gave him, Qu Yu's progress had been rapid, and he had already broken through to the profound realm. According to ancestral rules, he had to go down the mountain to train. Though I have many regrets, there is one thing, it's a pity that no one will accompany me to talk and eat anymore. Another uneventful day. The system still rewarded a mundane copy of Thunderclap Palm. But Qu Xian's mind was full of memories with the beautiful Qu Yu, making him melancholic. I'll slowly cultivate. I have no intention of sleeping anyway. Fortunately, through diligent cultivation, and skipping over 2 seemingly unrelated events, they should be friends coming to chat with Qu Xian, don't you think? Look, the pills this homebody casually gives away can quickly help others break through to the profound realm, yet he himself is still stuck at the profound realm, the entry level for cultivators. After much effort, he finally made some progress in his cultivation, but just as he was about to break through, he was interrupted by these 2 nameless cultivators. The duo didn't treat the place with any respect, directly landing in the middle of the courtyard, showing off their profound energy. They wondered who they were showing off to in the middle of the night. Chu Xian focused on his breakthrough. Sensed someone's arrival but wasn't sure. He could only continue his breakthrough. After all, if the process was forcibly interrupted, it would damage his progress and prevent further cultivation. At this time, the two didn't wait for anyone to greet them, completely treating the place as their own. One went to set up a soundproof formation, while the other went inside to look for someone. Arriving at Chu Xian's room, they discovered a light within and sensed the rapid flow of qi inside. Without any hesitation, they concluded that someone was breaking through to the profound realm. But then they thought, isn't this the courtyard of that useless young master? How could he be breaking through? While they were pondering, the other person who had set up the soundproof formation also arrived. Without a word, he was about to use his hidden weapon to probe, but was stopped by his elder brother. The reason was that they needed to capture Chu Xian alive. A minute later, they would regret this decision. Looking at the window again, the elder brother whispered, "Why isn't there any movement? Has he succeeded in his breakthrough?" What was even more terrifying was that not only was there no movement, but they couldn't even sense his qi anymore. The elder brother was filled with apprehension. The younger brother, however, didn't believe it. Playing tricks. "I'm not afraid." He kicked open the door and rushed inside, shouting, "Chu family's waste, are you there? Your grandpas are here, and you don't even come out to greet us." Boom! A flash of lightning and thunder. It was precisely because of this sentence that tragedy struck. Seeing his younger brother collapse on the ground, the elder brother rushed forward to check on him. "Then, if you have the guts, come out and fight unknown. Don't tell me who you are." "Of course, I'm the owner of this courtyard. It's you who came here uninvited in the middle of the night. Shouldn't you introduce yourselves?" Saying that, a figure emerged from the darkness within the room, a figure clad in white, gradually becoming clearer until finally, a face that the elder brother would remember for the rest of his life appeared. This homebody had perfected the art of disguise. He clearly possessed a realm above the profound realm, yet in the eyes of outsiders, he was still a useless wastrel. Finally having the chance to show off his skills, he didn't need to worry about how to clean up the mess. Just now, having practiced thunderclap palm, Chu Xian, striking while the iron was hot, finally broke through to the profound realm. He was just looking for an opportunity to practice, and these two had delivered themselves to his doorstep. Before they even met, the younger brother, with his sharp tongue, became a test subject. Seeing the situation turn sour, the elder brother turned and ran. How could Chu Xian let this opportunity to test his results slip away? With a simple move, horse stance fist, he reunited the two. But the next problem arose. A moment of excitement, a lifetime of cleaning. How was he going to clean up this bloody mess in the courtyard? He couldn't wait until tomorrow to call the servants. Burying them himself wasn't an option either, as he still needed to continue living here. Just as he was at a loss, the system notification sounded. Ding! Repelled intruders. Reward. Spirit cleansing flower, 1 seed. In the corner of the courtyard, a green plant resembling a stoneflower bloomed. Before Chu Xian could react, gulp gulp. A series of swallowing sounds echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the courtyard was spotless, as if nothing had happened. How cruel. How clean. Chu Xian, who was speechless from shock, didn't know whether to be scared or happy. He could only rejoice that this flower acknowledged him as its master. Following that, the reward was 2 profound essence pills. It seemed that the recent tournament had dealt a heavy blow to the evil cultists hidden within the Chu family, forcing them to act rashly. There might be more retaliatory actions in the future. Fortunately, he had successfully broken through to the profound realm at the last moment, but he felt that the approaching danger was far faster than his own improvement. It seemed he still needed. Gotta cultivate quickly. Han Ziyi's ashes had already dispersed the poisonous cloud here. The system rewarded him with a full tank of premium oil. Maintaining ping qi is also important. But what's more crucial is the nascent inner world that has appeared. Have you ever seen how the Chu family, one of the 3 great families of Qing Kingdom, drinks tea? That's right, just now, Chu Xian discovered that his inner world had manifested. When he willed a small forest into existence, the system generously rewarded him with a cultivation manual, Russianshu, focused on external defense and internal spiritual fortitude. Perfect for enhancing his inner world. Could it be that this system uses AI? Every arrangement is so suitable, even more so than what I could have planned myself. It knows exactly which stage of cultivation I'm at. It can even predict my needs. Even within the Earth realm, the Russianshu is an unparalleled defensive technique, perfect for defending against the heretic cult's burgeoning activities. Patriarch. Patriarch. A messenger flew down from the mountain. The scene shifts to the Chu family estate's entrance. A servant arrives, looking flustered. What? Steward Su was startled. Chu Tianming's face darkened. The servant continued his report. The Chu family's rear mountain was attacked. We're still assessing the damage. The list of attackers is still being compiled. My heretic cult. Committing such atrocities. Unforgivable. Elder Chu slammed his fist, his face filled with rage. This time, I, Chu Tianming, will personally lead the charge. We will unite the three great families of Qing Kingdom and eradicate the heretic cult. We'll see how much longer they can run rampant. Back in Chu Xian's courtyard, Chu Yun's sweet voice called out. 13th brother. Chu Xian rose to greet her with a loving hug. Yuner, you're back so soon. Yes. I missed 13th brother, so I came back early. Chu Yun. At some point, had brewed a pot of tea and offered it to Chu Xian. 13th brother, have a taste. Did you encounter anything unusual down the mountain? Chu Xian didn't want tea. He wanted a hug. Itll get cold, drink it quickly. Chu Yun, with a strange glint in her eye, poured the scalding tea directly onto Chu Xian's face. The startled Chu Xian cried out, what the? Ha! It was just a dream. Yuner came to see me in my dream. As the old saying goes, in dreams, there's only you and me. We can do whatever we want. But how did it turn into? Wait a minute, this burning sensation isn't tea, is it? You, who are you? Father, detecting your suppressed desires, I'm rewarding you with a heavenly spirit cat to relieve your stress. That sounds nice, but are you worried it'll die of fright? Not frustration. The soul unsettled Chu Xian was startled, but, this little guy peed on my face the first day. I guess it'll become a regular occurrence. It'll be peeing on me every day. I've got to train it properly. Looking at the adorable creature. Chu Xian concentrated. Watch closely. This fist-sized kitten, in less than 2 days, transformed into a small leopard. This is Chu Xian's inner world. You think, this is big enough. In the infinitely expanding spatial realm, it's but a drop in the ocean. Chu Xian surveyed the vast, boundless spiritual river within him. Whoa! Does it have to be this big? I just thought there was nothing here, and now there's this thing. Could there be unidentified flying objects in my inner world too? And they're coming in groups. Chu Xian was bewildered by a mass of white, unknown objects. Before he could react, he realized it wasn't an unidentified object invading his inner world, but something from his real surroundings. Entering it. The heavenly spirit cat was, ruthlessly clawing at Chu Xian's face. As expected. My retribution for teasing the kitten has arrived. A joke. I, the esteemed 13th young master, can't be defeated by a mere cat. Chu Xian grabbed the heavenly spirit cat by the scruff of its neck, and unleashed a torrent of words. For the 109th time, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're cute and can act innocent. From now on. When I'm cultivating, don't. Before Chu Xian could finish, the heavenly spirit cat pointed behind him. Woof. Woof. It was a playful puppy. Oh, I forgot it's playtime. Sorry. After all, a man without playtime is no man at all. Ha ha. Chu Xian awkwardly reached out to pet the puppy. Meow. An apology is enough. Let this be a lesson to you. Speak, just a little playtime with the puppy. With the promise of playtime, the heavenly spirit cat finally calmed down, content to be a pampered pet. Chu Xian could only express his admiration. With playtime, this cat won't even glance at me. It said it was my familiar, but now it's completely ignoring me. Poof. A persistent knocking interrupted his thoughts. Hey, who is it? They never knock. I told them to just barge in. 13th brother, infamous for his unpredictable behavior, wasn't the type to announce himself. Fine. Someone knocking this persistently can't be a bad guy. Coming. A familiar face appeared. 13th brother, Sujio greets you. I hope you're well. Big brother. Chu Xian could hardly believe his eyes. He remembered Yu Mei saying Chu Qing would visit him. He hastily invited his brother in for tea. Zhang Fei. Big brother, I should have visited you sooner, but I've been so busy. This time, if it weren't for your discovery of the heretic cult's plot, the entire Chu family, all 300 of us, would still be in the dark. If they had attacked, the consequences would have been disastrous. Chu Qing's words were filled with gratitude, making Chu Xian a little embarrassed. It was nothing, really, I didn't do much. You're exaggerating, big brother. They talked, and Chu Xian learned that Chu Qing had come to invite him down the mountain to represent the Chu family, joining forces with the Dazhou and Zus sects, to suppress the heretic cult. The more they talked, the more excited Chu Xian became. This way, he'd not only be safe but also earn merits and achievements. When we return, grandfather will be so pleased he might even lift my confinement as the 13th brother. Chu Xian was reluctant to leave the comfort of his courtyard. That's no problem. If 13th brother wants to go, I can ask grandfather. He'll even vouch for you. Chu Qing assured him confidently. Chu Xian appreciated his brother's kindness, but still felt uneasy. When I can truly descend the mountain, I will avenge my past humiliations. There's no rush. Chu Xian put on a brave face, uttering these grand words. Chu Qing blushed with shame. I didn't expect 13th brother to have such lofty ambitions. I underestimated you, thinking these petty schemes would appease you. They said their goodbyes. Phew. The performance is over. The bluff worked. No officials barged in. Chu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Walking back to his courtyard, Chu Qing reflected on 13th brother's words. That ambition was something he himself had always desired. From the shadows, a figure observed everything. It's Chu Qing. No wonder those two brats disappeared. He helped them. After I deal with that waste inside, they'll take care of you. Have you met the self-proclaimed best tracker in the world? A man specializing in the art of tracking and stealth, so arrogant that he declared no one in the three realms could detect him. This observer was named Lu Chang. Having just reached the 3rd level of spirit refinement, he was already the heretic cult's vice branch master. As Chu Qing walked away, a figure leaped from a tree. Maybe I overdid it back to the shadows. He hadn't had a chance to fully display his skills, and his meticulously gathered data was now useless. Despite this awkwardness, it didn't affect his stylish landing, as there were no witnesses. He started to ponder. Although the target in the courtyard is a waste, he is Chu Tianming's son. If he dies, that old ghost won't be happy. Besides, what if Chu Qiulua isn't dead? When he returns to the Chu family, and finds out his son was driven out by Chu Tianming and then killed, will he remain in the family? I could even control him, use him to infiltrate the Chu family's ancestral home. He. Delicious. Even the heavens are helping me. Move. After resting, he leaped onto the wall and, like a white shadow, slipped into the courtyard. Seeing his target again, he hid behind a pillar, to observe and satisfy his voyeuristic tendencies. His 3rd level of spirit refinement wasn't impressive, certainly not worthy of a vice branch master. But when it came to tracking, he was unmatched. Not even a 5th level spirit refinement expert could detect him. His position as vice branch master was due to this skill. Without exaggeration. If he willed it, no one in the 3 realms could find him. Little did he know, a heavenly spirit cat was stealthily observing him from behind. What's this idiot doing? Making so much noise, disturbing my beauty sleep. Lu Chang was conflicted about using his tracking skills, as the courtyard seemed unguarded. He'll just do it directly then. He formed a hand seal. A sinister, ghostly chain materialized, and flew into the courtyard with a whistling sound. No. A cry echoed from within. Lu Chang, waiting outside, rushed in. It was Chu Xian, the waste, his face streaked with tears, trapped by the sinister ghostly chains, collapsing heavily to the ground, unable to move. How could he escape my soul-snatching chain? This is too easy. Lu Chang, who was just gloating, suddenly noticed that Chu Xian seemed to be shrinking. Worried he might use some shrinking technique to escape, a loud bang erupted, followed by billowing white smoke. Chu Xian vanished. Lu Chang was dumbfounded. This isn't scientific. Lu Chang's expression changed from shock to disbelief. He didn't just vaporize, did he? A technique he, a third-level spirit refinement cultivator, couldn't grasp. How could this waste? Before he could ponder further, a white shadow, faster than his own, flashed past, slamming him into the wall. Lu Chang, now sprawled in the corner, his face a mess of scratches, mumbled, "Damn cat." Chu Xian paused by his sister's spinning top, checking for any sounds outside. Hearing nothing, he cautiously pushed the door open. A cold sweat trickled down his spine. That little thief is surprisingly quick with her tiny hands. That flower's terrifying from the moment it's summoned. You can't blame this handsome guy for being so wary. If one day it turned on me, I could only accept my fate. The Sky Spirit Cat formation, haven't heard of it. It must be a recently developed technique. But what about this guy? Letting him go, or handing him over to the Chu family? Are both bad options for me? Ah, right, the devouring bloom. Time to work. The starving devouring bloom shot out instantly. Opening its gaping maw, the grotesque flower dramatically indicated the direction of its food. Target locked. Soon, Chu Xian watched with satisfaction as the devouring bloom burped contentedly beside him. Alright, let's see what secrets this guy is hiding. Why are these cultists always targeting me? It's a legendary treasure of the Extinction Sect. Once summoned, it instantly devours surrounding spiritual energy. Truly a terrifying existence. It's called the Devouring Bloom. The ultimate weapon of this Shutan, Chu Xian. He's currently sensing what the bloom just consumed. The memories of the vice leader's past life, the old woman who poisoned the food, the two bumbling fools who tried to release poison smoke in the night, and the final image is that the scouts haven't returned. I'll go myself. Chu Xian was deeply moved. This fearsome extinction sect is surprisingly amateur. Even a vice leader only travels with a single bodyguard. Pathetic. He sighed. Jiang Li is here. Last time it was the devouring bloom, this time it's Jiang Li's soul imprint technique. He returned to his room. Closing his eyes, Chu Xian's inner landscape reappeared. The landmass had grown larger and more irregular, likely due to his recent intensive training. But other than that, it was still empty. Does this mean my cultivation potential is vast? Regardless, I can feel my mental strength increasing. He looked at the faint lines on his palm transforming into the foresight diagram head practiced. These two new techniques. Chu Xian pondered. I can't test the soul imprint yet, but the foresight diagram. If I can reach the earth realm soon, even if the cult attacks again, we'll be fully prepared. True strength comes from continuous cultivation. I must train harder. In a distant cave, the extinction sect plotted against the Chu family. Why hasn't vice leader Lu Chang returned? One said. Some say he was discovered by the Chu family. Another countered, there are no signs of a struggle at the Chu residence. Could he have defected? Impossible. Who would trust a cultist? Besides, betrayal never ends well. A foppish man interjected, Lu Chang is waiting for the perfect opportunity to release the poison. Smoke into the Chu family's core. A scarred man impatiently interrupted, just attack the royal court. Force them to send their strongest warriors, but my beloved disagrees. She believes humiliating the Chu family is far more satisfying than a simple assault. He preened, imagining his importance. The royal court would never respect us otherwise. Enough. The cult leader, perched on a crag, declared, contact Lu Chang. Tell him to act immediately. Also, Xu Tianming, that old fool, assigned his grandson, Xu Qing, to this operation. He wants to use our cult to boost Xu Qing's reputation. I'll show him reputation. He sneered. Inform everyone. Find Xu Qing. I will personally end his life. Disperse. The three departed. I don't know Lu Chang's exact location. Since he's operating alone, there's no contact point. I can only use the single-use soul bamboo slip. It's one way. I can confirm it's sent, but I can't receive a reply. Brother Lu, if you receive this, please act immediately. Chu Xian arrived at the dining hall, marveling at the exquisite dishes. He asked the servant if there was a special occasion. Master is celebrating. Our family's operation against the cult was a huge success. So fast. This man possesses exceptional skills yet willingly remains a prisoner. He's seen as a harmless fool, but he possesses a secret. As long as he stays home, he has access to countless techniques and artifacts. The man's name is Chu Xian. He overheard the servants discussing the Chu family's successful operation against the cult. He felt uneasy. How could it be so fast? Back in the familiar cave, the foolish vice leader, Lu Chang, had yet to receive a reply. He should have received the message, Dao Ba, fingering his bone knife, muttered. At least it proves he hasn't defected. The foppish man disagreed. It's too quiet. There's been no conflict at the Chu residence. Their leader spoke, his face obscured by shadows. Forget Lu Chang. This joint operation has severely weakened us. It's a setback. The four void reverence elders grieved deeply, stroking their beards. Half our losses are due to the Chu family. They are indeed formidable. We will avoid them for now, but report their actions to the evil king. Let him deal with them. Our priority is to target other families. In 3 days, it's the He family's turn. What? The He family was attacked by the cult. Chu Xian, startled, quickly grabbed another piece of meat. The servant continued, the He family residence was poisoned. Not only did they suffer casualties, but a third of their land is now barren. Even the spirit birds are dead. Chu Xian chewed thoughtfully. 3 days ago, the cult was celebrating. Their revenge was swift and brutal. Elsewhere, a messenger rushed to the Chu patriarch. The reinforcements have returned. The captured cultists are on their way back. Chu Tianming beamed. Excellent. Double the patrols and guards. We must not repeat the He family's mistakes. The servant continued his report. We've added guard posts and increased patrols from every 3 hours to every 2. Relieved, Chu Tianming asked about his grandson. Where's Chu Qing? Young Master Chu led the charge and is currently returning. He should be safe, escorted by our void reverence elders. Chu Tianming finally relaxed. But we initiated this operation. Why target the He family instead of us? Have they already attacked us? Has anyone heard anything? Meanwhile, Chu Xian worried about the Chu family's security. Don't worry, young master. Most of our experts have returned. A sneak attack is unlikely now. Besides, this operation was a huge success. We killed or captured over 60% of their forces in Qingpa City. Their foundation is shaken. His mother's confident voice echoed through the courtyard. Right. Big brother is amazing. No one will bother me anymore. Realizing her slip, she quickly added, or infiltrate us. Chu Xian, amused, agreed. Yes, things have calmed down. 6 months passed. Remember this beautiful bird. He's now called Little Black. Is he performing aerial acrobatics? No, he just failed to catch a bug and got stuck. Little Black glared at his captor, meow. I let you go on purpose. Chu Xian chuckled. Don't be angry, Little Black. I may have had my eyes closed, but I've reached the void reverence realm. I can sense everything within 100 miles. You can't fool me. Smirking, Chu Xian turned, about to strike a cool pose, when he saw something he shouldn't have. Past the gate, through the bamboo grove and forest, 2 figures came into view. Oh, my darling Wei, if love is a poison, you are my addiction. Without you, I am lost. A greasy man crooned, his face plastered with a sickly sweet expression. The woman giggled. You're so bad. I was a lonely iceberg, but you melted me with your fiery passion. Encouraged, the man went further. I was a bird in a gilded cage, but you set me free. What followed is best left undescribed. Represented by this peaceful landscape. Are they expired dogs and wolves? Stupid wax swallows. Eating something that tastes like vomit, last time. This time is even more disgusting. Spare me. Chu Xian's disguise technique wasn't perfected yet, unable to fully conceal himself. And that old seventh, Qi clearly knew it, but still came to disgust him. Unbearable. Chu Xian couldn't tolerate it. Gathering qi at his fingertips, he flicked a tree branch towards Qi. A surge of spiritual energy nearly made Qi stumble. However, the woman in the throes of passion mistook it for a playful gesture from Qi, excitedly shouting, "Oh yeah!" After looking around and finding nothing amiss, and to avoid ruining the mood. Qingyun quickly explained, "Hey, just now, you made me feel the pain of love." Then he pouted his lips. The woman, clearly already lost in the moment, dismissed it with a whatever, closed her eyes, and leaned in for a kiss. At this moment, what could be more important than the present pleasure? The woman's words said one thing, but her body said another. Truly, the hypocrisy of humans knows no bounds. Meanwhile, the battle-crazed Qingyun showed no signs of stopping. "Hey, let our hearts be closer. Don't let this demonic formation separate us. Let the wonderful passion explode completely. I can't take it anymore. You forced me to do this." Chu Xian unleashed a punch, creating waves of energy, each stronger than the last. Qingyun and his partner were suddenly struck by this unexpected surge. "My chrysanthemum. Ouch. Help. There's a ghost. It must be a cultist. We must have been betrayed by the Black Moon Tower." Qingyun, while clutching his rear, ran back. Finally having some peace, Chu Xian made an obscene gesture towards Qingyun retreating. Figure. Head, what a nuisance. Sitting on a tree branch, Chu Xian felt like he'd lost half his life. He planned to take a good nap. Xiao He, having improved considerably, jumped down from a tree. Xiao He taunted Chu Xian, "You're quite ruthless. That scream just now was truly heartbreaking to listen to." "Shut up, Xiao He. Whose side are you on? The damage I suffered is no less than his. Mental damage, do you understand?" However, Qingyun's fleeing words about the Black Moon Tower caught Chu Xian's attention. "I seem to have read about the Black Moon Tower in a book. They're not a small organization. Why would he mention them?" For half a year, Chu Xian hadn't left his courtyard, spending his days reading, teasing Xiao He, or sleeping soundly. Yet, his cultivation had advanced rapidly, reaching the void spirit realm. The speed was unprecedented. This homebody cultivation method. Just now, he had merged his spiritual consciousness with the void, effortlessly teaching Qingyun a lesson. This confirmed that he had indeed broken through to the void spirit realm. Chu Xian finally felt he had some means of self-preservation within the Qin kingdom. Thanks to his homebody lifestyle, he had accumulated numerous rewards. Even facing a peak void spirit realm cultivator, he wasn't afraid. After all, he cultivated the earth scripture. Ding! His half-year rewards had arrived. Heavenly Extreme Blade Scripture, a supreme blade technique, surpassing even the earth scripture. Whether he understood it or not, he left it to the system to comprehend. Now he was no longer afraid of idleness. Time flew by, and it was time for his meal delivery. He learned that the evil cult had suffered heavy losses and gone underground, causing significant damage to the Chu family. Especially half a month ago, a void spirit realm elder of the Chu family had been ambushed and killed. It was suspected that the evil cult paid a high price to the Black Moon Tower for information on the elders' movements, enabling them to set up the ambush. Again, the Black Moon Tower. Black Moon Tower. I need to investigate. Is this Black Moon Tower truly that formidable? Why would they betray us? Young master, don't you know? The Black Moon Tower is the most mysterious organization in the southern region. As long as you pay the price, you can buy any information, commission any task, or purchase any treasure from the Black Moon Tower. Even if the Chu family knew that the Black Moon Tower leaked the elders' information, they wouldn't dare to retaliate. The Black Moon Tower is too powerful, too mysterious, and the Chu family also acquires necessary resources from the Black Moon Tower. Buying information on a Chu family elder would require a hefty price from the evil cult. The Black Moon Tower sets high prices. The Chu family also wants to buy information on the evil cult, but the price is too high, not worth it. Otherwise, they would have eradicated the evil cult long ago. The Black Moon Tower seemed to intentionally raise prices to maintain a balance of power. If one side completely won, how would the Black Moon Tower continue to profit? It's even rumored that some wars and conflicts are orchestrated by the Black Moon Tower. Everyone knows the Black Moon Tower is powerful, but because it's so mysterious, and so strong, no one in the southern region knows its headquarters location. No power or dynasty dares to destroy the Black Moon Tower. Historically, a powerful dynasty once destroyed the Black Moon Tower within its borders, but within half a year, that dynasty collapsed, and the Black Moon Tower was rebuilt. This Black Moon Tower is too formidable. On one hand, they promised the Qin royal family and the three great families that as long as the price was right, they wouldn't accept commissions from the evil cult in the near future. On the other hand, they hinted that if the evil cult offered a high enough price, they would still accept their commissions, because it's too mysterious, too powerful. No one in the southern region knows its headquarters location. No power or dynasty dares to destroy the Black Moon Tower. This wasn't gossip, but information from the food delivery servant. Chu Xian expressed his concerns about the evil king body. The news was that the Qin kingdom had commissioned the Black Moon Tower to monitor the evil king Boda's movements. Once the evil king body attracted powerful individuals, they would receive immediate updates. Since the Qin kingdom had a plan, Chu Xian needn't worry about the evil king body attracting powerful enemies. The evil king body had many enemies. If powerful cultivators were dispatched, even if the Qin kingdom couldn't handle them, they could ask for help. Chu Xian was more concerned about the Black Moon Tower profiting from both the Qin kingdom and the evil king body. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything about it. Better to continue cultivating at home. Chu Tianming seemed to have forgotten him. Every day, besides the food delivery servant, no one else came. The 7th month. Chu Xian's cultivation reached the 3rd level of the Void Spirit realm. Practicing the basic swordsmanship daily, his cultivation speed soared. Ding! You've signed in for 7 months. Reward. Small formation technique and formation disc refinement method. Chu Xian was overjoyed. He knew that in the southern region, formation techniques were extremely rare. Those who could set up formations were undoubtedly true spirit realm experts. Formation disc refinement required the Earth Profound Realm. Chu Xian's understanding was that the southern region was too backward. Even 0 lacked formation techniques and formation discs. Chu Xian mastered the small formation technique and formation disc refinement method and realized he didn't need true spirit realm cultivation. With his current cultivation, he could also refine formation discs. The lower the cultivation, the weaker the refined formation disc. It seemed the reason why the southern region lacked formation knowledge was indeed its backwardness, or a disruption in its inheritance. The formation disc had 5 small flags, representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Chu Xian set up the formation in the courtyard. Without activating it, the courtyard appeared normal. But once activated, Chu Xian was confident that even an Earth Profound Realm cultivator would be trapped. This gave Chu Xian more confidence. As long as those who came weren't above the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm, he wouldn't need to worry. The 1-year deadline was approaching. And Chu Xian was full of anticipation. The 1-year reward would definitely be extraordinary, surpassing Earth Scripture. After all, he had already reached the Void Spirit Realm and obtained the Heavenly Extreme Blade Scripture. Chu Xian silently prayed, the 1-year reward should at least be Heaven Scripture level, right? A few days before the 8-month mark, shocking news shook the Chu family. Chu Qing, along with 3 Chu family elders and a patriarch, were ambushed and killed by the evil cult. The long-standing grudge deepened. The Chu family lost a 3rd-level Void Spirit Realm elder. Chu Tianming was furious. Even in his courtyard, Chu Xian could hear Chu Tianming's roar. Chu Qing was his most valued and nurtured successor, the next Chu family head. Chu Qing had performed exceptionally well in handling the evil cult. Once Chu Qing grew stronger, not only could he stabilize the Chu family's position, but he could also elevate it further. This insidious evil cult dared to have such wicked thoughts towards a useless young master. Truly deserving of their name. The moment Chu Qing was assassinated, everyone immediately suspected the Black Moon Tower of selling information. After the incident, everyone around Chu Qing was thoroughly investigated for connections to the Black Moon Tower. Even if they couldn't touch the Black Moon Tower, they could at least eliminate a few pawns. Chu Tianming, filled with rage, left the Chu residence, personally taking action against the evil cult. The family's protective formation wasn't deactivated, as it required an expert to maintain. Chu Tianming's departure significantly weakened the Chu family's defenses. Even some Void Spirit Realm elders had left. With Chu Cheng dead, Xu Yun, who was also deeply loved by Chu Tianming, might become the next target. Chu Xian couldn't help but worry about Xu Yun. With Chu Tianming gone, the Chu family appeared vulnerable at this moment. Chu Xian even suspected this was a diversionary tactic. However, Chu Tianming wouldn't act so rashly against the Chu clan. Since he dared to leave the main residence, it means the Chu clan has a peerless expert protecting it. The Chu clan's ability to stand strong for so long must be due to their profound foundation. Chu Xian couldn't access such information. As Chu Xian's cultivation improved, with Chu Tianming away, the heretical sect's experts were likely to attack again. Once night fell, Chu Xian activated the small martial formation. The courtyard seemed ordinary, but stepping inside would trap anyone. With this formation, even during a fight, the commotion wouldn't spread, preventing his strength from being revealed. After Chu Tianming left, Chu Xian didn't know his plans against the heretical sect. My 8-month reward has arrived. The month reward was here. Since it was an earth-grade weapon, even a low-grade earth-grade weapon was far superior to a treasured weapon. The 1,000 shekels net wasn't an offensive or defensive weapon, but one of binding and sealing. With it, Chu Xian felt more confident. Even if a void refining realm expert attacked, with the small martial formation and the 1,000 shekels net, he could trap them, giving him ample time to recover and kill them. A few peaceful days passed. Then, 2 figures silently entered the Chu clan's grounds. A man and a woman, both at the 2nd level of the void refining realm. Heretical sect elders. The woman, Zhu Yan, had a voluptuous figure, but a hideous face. The clothes we got from spending a fortune at the flower pavilion are amazing. We're finally here. They reached the outskirts of Chu Xian's courtyard. Living there was Chu Qingyuan's son. Zhu Yan stared at the courtyard, a perverse thought emerging. Look! This lecherous woman from the heretical sect actually wanted to bear Chu Xian's child. She was Zhu Yan. Seeing Chu Qingyuan's son still single, a bold idea arose. Beside her was the elder, Zhu Chang. Noticing Zhu Yan's increasingly lewd and perverse expression, Zhu Chang felt disgusted. What wicked scheme is she plotting now? Focus on the mission. Don't mind Chu Qingyuan's son, I have an idea. Zhu Yan's eyes gleamed with evil. What if I bore a grandchild for Chu Qingyuan and a great-grandchild for Chu Tianming's old ghost? How exciting! Zhu Chang's heart sank. This woman was too wicked. Zhu Yan's smile grew more perverse. Would the Chu clan kill me? Or Chu Qingyuan's son? What if Chu Qingyuan returned? Zhu Chang shuddered, imagining the scene. If this happened, the Chu clan's face would be lost. What would Chu Qingyuan and Chu Tianming do? For some reason, he felt a strange anticipation. Focus on the mission. Don't create trouble. Though anticipating, Zhu Chang advised against it. We're here. Let's capture Chu Qingyuan's son. If exposed, we'll have a hostage. He walked towards the courtyard. Will the Black Moon Tower sell us out? It seems safer to have a hostage. Zhu Chang followed cautiously. Humph. How could those greedy bastards at the Black Moon Tower betray us? Zhu Yan sneered. Only when the Chu clan suffers heavy losses can they sell their intel for a higher price. Zhu Chang agreed. If not for the Black Moon Tower's support, the heretical sect would have been eradicated long ago. The Black Moon Tower, for maximum profit, had secretly manipulated countless matters. Even the heretical king's court was wary of them. The 2 figures entered Chu Xian's courtyard. This man had no sense of danger. He was actually meditating in the courtyard. Chu Xian, sensing intruders, sighed. More heretical sect idiots. Why always target me? Zhu Yan and Zhu Chang easily entered, spotting Chu Xian. What a handsome boy. Chu Qingyuan's son. Zhu Yan's eyes lit up, her smile turning sinister. Ha! Chu Xian frowned. This voluptuous but hideous woman, what strange cultivation made her so foolish? Come with me, little one. I'll treat you well and give you many children. Zhu Yan reached for Chu Xian with a lecherous grin. Damn you! Chu Xian was disgusted. Goosebumps covered his skin. Old hag, die. He unleashed the splitting thunder finger. Zhu Yan, sparking with electricity, was riddled with holes. Zhu Chang felt a chill. So terrifying. How young is he? More terrifying than Chu Qingyuan. I must escape. He retreated rapidly. Boom. He found himself surrounded by killing intent, completely disoriented. He couldn't reach the courtyard's entrance. Zhu Chang cursed inwardly. A formation. Does the Chu clan have a true expert? Is Chu Qingyuan back? The thought of that monstrous talent, the most gifted in Qin history, terrified him. He knew he was doomed. So be it. He released his demonic flame, but a large hand grabbed him. Chu Xian, sitting above him, looked down at the captured Zhu Chang. Zhu Chang noticed Zhu Yan's riddled corpse being devoured by a strange flower. He felt fear. The flower seemed to be eyeing him next. Something's wrong with the Chu clan. Why is Hua Qingyuan's son so strong? Are they hiding their true power? He struggled. You heretical sect pests keep bothering me. Xu Xian, without wasting words, used the soul imprint on Zhu Chang. Xu Chang realized he felt no hostility towards Xu Xian, despite wanting to kill him. He was conscious and clear-headed, yet felt no animosity or resistance. Even if Xu Xian killed him, he wouldn't resist. He'd offer his neck willingly. Using the soul imprint for the first time, Xu Xian was excited. He could sense Xu Chang's state and how he died. The soul imprint's uniqueness made Xu Xian wonder if he could use it as a conduit, sending a strand of his spiritual will through it. Knowing a strand of his will leaving the courtyard would break his record, Xu Xian dismissed the idea. He wouldn't risk resetting his hard-earned time. After questioning Zhu Chang about their plans, Xu Xian learned the heretical sect planned to release demonic smoke within the Chu clan. Demonic smoke, far more potent than poison smoke or fire, was extremely difficult to remove. Its cost was 10 times higher, and if anyone below the profound realm inhaled it, they'd descend into madness. Releasing it within the Chu clan grounds would cause significant casualties. The Chu clan members were carefully selected, talented, and loyal. Heavy losses would be devastating. Demonic smoke, refined from demonic qi, was highly polluting. Even heretical cultivators below the spirit realm avoided it. The heretical sect was ruthless this time. Xu Xian forced his will onto Zhu Chang, ordering him to return to the heretical sect's base and release the demonic smoke, attacking their experts without revealing anything about the Chu clan. After implanting his will, he released Zhu Chang. Zhu Chang was devastated. He was conscious and aware, but couldn't resist the implanted will. He appeared normal, showing no signs of control. Finished. He knew he was doomed. The Chu clan was terrifying. This hidden base was the heretical sect's third. They changed locations regularly. Few knew the location, not even some elders. Damn it. I didn't join to be a pawn. Cultivators in righteous sects have it easier. They moved to avoid the Chu clan and the Black Moon Tower. Staying in one place made them vulnerable to the Black Moon Tower, which might sell their information to the Chu clan. To prevent this, they relocated frequently. Only the sect leader, vice leader, and a few elders knew the location, minimizing the risk of spies. The Qin Kingdom's heretical sect vice leader, Wang Tu, sat with Tang Ting, yawning. You're discussing in secret while I'm here. Do you think I'm dead? What about the Chu clan? Wait till Zhu Chang returns. Before he could finish, disciples at the cave entrance reported that Vice Leader Wang Tu of the Qin Kingdom's heretical sect and Dharma Protector of the Ziyu Kingdom's heretical sect had arrived. Wang Tu wondered what wind had blown them here. It turned out they came bearing gifts and congratulations for Wang Tu's promotion and new residence. An elder, never one to miss a good show, chimed in, such kind words. Isn't it true you heard Zhu Chang and Zhu Yan went to the Chu clan to release demonic smoke and came to hear the juicy details? TSK, such high-ranking officials as the vice leader and Dharma Protector had to come personally. The heretical sect truly treats you like workhorses. Shameful. Wang Tu waved his hand dismissively, but it was too late to stop the elder. Whether Head intentionally loosened his control or not, the embarrassed vice leader and Dharma Protector could only praise Wang Tu. Sect leader Wang Tu's subordinates are truly outspoken. Such loyal followers are rare these days, the kind you lose one and can't replace. Wang Tu gave a wry smile and said nothing more. By the way, sect leader Wang Tu, there's still no news of Zhu Chang and Zhu Yan. The vice leader, ever magnanimous, broke the awkward silence. Although it's been a while since that Chu Tianming isn't around, there shouldn't be any major issues. However, compared to them, I'm more curious about the Dharma Protector's visit. Perhaps you could elaborate. It's a long story. The Qin Kingdom's military is jointly controlled by 4 families. In most cases, they govern their own territories. But our Ziyu Kingdom is different. The Ziyu Kingdom's royal family, the powerful Wang clan, firmly controls Ziyu. Therefore, we immediately concentrated a portion of our forces and launched a swift attack, annihilating one of our branches. Sect leader Duo Zhu, a blood condensation stage 4 cultivator, and several elders were all killed. That's why I'm here, to seek revenge on the Chu clan. Brother Wang Tu, what do you say to joining forces and killing that old ghost Chu Tianming? Wang Tu scoffed. If the heretical sect had the power to kill Chu Tianming, would they still be sucking up to the other 2? He's the head of one of the three great families of the Qin Kingdom, with half-step spirit-severing stage cultivation and life-saving treasures. Unless a spirit-severing stage expert attacks, who can kill him? The Qin Kingdom only has one spirit-severing stage 1 cultivator in the Qin family. To kill Chu Tianming, would need an expert from the heretical king's court. But the heretical king's court has its own rivals. Spirit-severing stage experts can't easily leave, especially with the heretical king in seclusion. In the end, the Qin Kingdom is just a slightly more concentrated area. The king's court doesn't prioritize it. If it weren't concentrated, the Qin Kingdom's strength wouldn't be what it is. Seeing Wang Tu hesitate, the Ziyu Dharma Protector continued his tempting offer. With our combined strength, even if he has life-saving treasures, we still have a chance to kill him. Sect leader Duo Zhu was his younger brother. Because of the Chu clan. His voice filled with hatred. Wang Tu coldly replied, and have our own men die with him. This man was too audacious. Upon their first meeting, he wanted to drag the heretical sect, including Wang Tu and the vice leader, into a suicidal fight against his enemy. Simply because he wanted revenge for his younger brother. Had even come prepared, with a batch of demonic smoke. Even if it can't kill Chu Tianming, it'll still wound him. Wang Tu wouldn't indulge him. If Xu Cheng and Zhu Yan don't return in a day, well, abandon this place. He worried that if Black Moon Tower discovered their location, Chu Tianming, in his current rage, might actually pay a high price for this information. If Chu Tianming attacks, who knows how many of us will survive? He was almost certain Chu Tianming would target him first. He was definitely the most in danger. Elder Zhu Cheng is back. Speak of the devil. Wine Tuesday. Why are you alone? Where's Zhu Yan? What's the situation at the Chu clan? Wang Tu frowned. Deep inside, Zhu Cheng was in turmoil, struggling against the will controlling him. Sect leader, we've discovered crucial information. I must ask you to decide. To prevent any mishaps, Zhu Yan is waiting outside the Chu clan's front gate. What information? Wait, Zhu Yan is at the front gate. With his face. He could light up the night. Clearly, Wang Tu had no suspicions. Zhu Cheng glanced at the vice leader. His expression faltering. I also asked the leader to make a decision. In order to prevent changes, Zhu Xian looked for the future of the Chu family. What is wrong? Zhu Xian's future. His face can be turned around at night. Obviously, the king's disciple has no doubts. Zhu Cheng glanced at the deputy leader. The temple was a little late. The vice leader seems to have noticed something's off. Damn it. He's going to discover my secret. Something does seem off. The vice leader patted Zhu Cheng's shoulder. Your subordinate, this elder Zhu Cheng, definitely has something up his sleeve. Look at how strained his face is. Tell us the information quickly, and then go do your business. You've worked hard. Zhu Cheng's face darkened. Vice leader, you're too cunning. Damn it. The heretical sect is doomed with you around. Recently, the Chu clan. Zhu Cheng approached Wang Tu and the vice leader, whispering as he moved closer. How is it? Suddenly, a fierce gray light erupted. Zhu Cheng attacked. A full-powered strike. Wang Tu was caught completely off guard, half his body shattered. His spirit was severely damaged, instantly freezing him in place. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Look. To execute such a swift and decisive attack, and then follow it up with such a beautiful counterattack, that's our protagonist, Zhu Xian. A homebody who gains system rewards and all sorts of divine skills just by staying home. Just now, Zhu Cheng, controlled by Zhu Xian's soul imprint, had unleashed a full-powered strike against the unsuspecting heretical sect leader Wang Tu, nearly killing him. He also shocked everyone present. Meanwhile, the other heretical sect members, also affected by the demonic smoke, could only stand there, paralyzed. What are you doing? The Ziyu Dharma Protector's burning desire for revenge was instantly extinguished. He thought he could discreetly avoid the chaos, but he immediately caught Zhu Cheng's attention. You shall die. Zhu Cheng charged. The Ziyu Dharma Protector couldn't dodge in time and was severely injured. But he wasn't finished yet. Zhu Cheng, completely unrestrained, roared, What heretical sect? What Dharma Protector? You can't withstand my power. What's gotten into you? You're going to ruin the heretical sect's branch. The Dharma protector, barely clinging to life, gritted his teeth. Xu Chang gave a sinister laugh and delivered a final, internationally friendly gesture. Sect leader. Who in the entire Qin kingdom's heretical sect can match me? I am the true sect leader. I am eternal. I am the only one worthy of being the Qin kingdom's heretical sect leader. The Dharma protector could only stare in disbelief. He couldn't fight back, so he used his last breath to shout towards the elders outside. Xu Chang has gone mad. Quick! Kill him. As his voice fell, several figures rushed in. Dharma protector. We're here. The elder leading the group was Xu Chang's master, naturally appealing to his emotions. He recounted how he had changed Xu Chang's diapers, and how he had guided him through his first sexual experience. Now, facing such betrayal, he could no longer hold back, regardless of their past relationship. The other 7 elders couldn't stand it anymore, advising him not to waste his breath on a condemned man. He finally made up his mind and prepared to unleash his ultimate array, to obliterate this unruly disciple. But before he could activate it, a golden light shot from Xu Chang's fingertip, straight towards the old man. The old man's face paled. Damn! So much nonsense. Still can't withstand a single blow. I've had enough of your twisted teachings. Finally, some peace and quiet. Xu Chang watched his former master collapse with a smug look. The terrified heretical sect members were now utterly petrified. There's no hope. Run. He was desperate now, using the forbidden Yang Beast technique to forcefully increase his cultivation. This resulted in an unstable, explosive power that was too dangerous to confront directly. Retreat. I have to move again. Trouble always finds me at home. Meanwhile, Xu Xin, staying home, received a 10-year cultivation boost from the system for his counterattack against the blood condensation stage cultivator. After stretching languidly, Xu Xin marveled at Xu Chang's power. Had actually done it. But his joy was quickly replaced by a thought. Ever since breaking through to Spirit Severing Stage 1, his cultivation progress had slowed. At this rate, even after another year of staying home, had probably only reached Spirit Severing Stage 2. He still felt insecure. It wouldn't be enough to deal with the heretical king's court experts. However, if cultivation wasn't enough, he could rely on pills. How could Xu Xian, who'd become the Qin kingdom's strongest man through pills, forget the crates upon crates of pills in his storage? All system rewards. Ha ha. They're like meals. He patted his full belly, letting out a satisfied burp. Suddenly, oh no. Xu Xian furrowed his brow. It seemed trouble had come knocking again. He quickly ran to a corner of the courtyard, burying himself in the ground. Suddenly, a tremor. What? Is there some kind of conflict happening? A puzzled Xu Xian pondered. Another tremor. Damn it. It never ends. Guess you can't overdo anything. Once again burying himself, Xu Xian decided to get some proper sleep. It was best to stay home peacefully. After all, he was now at a similar level to Chu Tianming, one of the Qin kingdom's top experts. Meanwhile, Xu Xian, lying down, felt a bit bored. I wish a few more heretical sect members would come, preferably from the heretical sect's army. Free food and lodging provided. He, you're all quite polite, exchanging pleasantries just for the Chu clan. Having Wan Changue personally welcome us is quite an honor. Honor my ass. The Chu clan is in trouble. You know. If it weren't for the information you sold, I'd rip your head off. Calm down, calm down. Wan Changue, you messaged me saying you had crucial information regarding the Chu clan. Chu Tianming knew that further investigation would be futile, so he sat down and sighed. Let's skip the pleasantries and get down to business. Chu Tianming abruptly opened his eyes. No problem. Wan Changue laughed, praising Chu Tianming's directness. Chu Tianming slowly lifted his teacup as Wan Changue began. 1,000,000 taels of silver. Chu Tianming spat out his tea. Are you crazy? Why don't you just rob me? A furious Chu Tianming stood up abruptly. Wan Changue, though, had seen it all before, calmly urged Chu Tianming to listen to half first. If he thought it was worth it, then he could pay. It was a common tactic. There was no harm in listening. Demonic smoke, clan leader Chu, do you know Hearing these two words, Chu Tianming gritted his teeth. He knew the power of demonic smoke all too well. He offered tails of silver, urging Wan Changgui to continue. Go on, Chu Tianming urged. Wan Chang explained that he'd heard a heretic punisher had recently arrived from the Purple Moon Kingdom. That's it? Chu Tianming asked, unimpressed. An awkward silence followed. One urged the other to continue, while the other insisted on payment first. Finally, after receiving a hefty, gold coins from Chu Tianming, Wan Chang revealed the full story. The heretic punisher had supposedly brought Mo Yen from the Purple Moon Kingdom, and the Chu clan's branch house was their target. He looked so smug, certain of his valuable intel. Little did he know, Chu Tianming had already dealt with Mo Yen. Gold for outdated news. Chu Tianming felt cheated. Wan Chang, however, remained self-satisfied. But wait, there's more. Wan Chang declared, defending his exorbitant price. Two mere heretics wouldn't normally be a threat to the heavily guarded Chu clan. However, he continued, this time they have two void armor vests. Chu Tianming's confidence wavered. He questioned the intel's validity, but Wan Chang insisted, promising triple compensation and a countermeasure against the armor if proven wrong. He even offered to sell Chu Tianming an artifact to counter the armor. Chu Tianming suspected he was being played, but maintained a calm facade. He warned Wan Chang that if the void armor vests were from Black Moon Tower, there would be hell to pay. With that threat delivered, Chu Tianming ended the pleasant transaction. On his way back, he couldn't shake the feeling of being swindled. How convenient that Wan Chang happened to have a countermeasure. The man was clearly playing both sides. Too late to turn back now. He'll deal with that weasel later. He won't outsmart me, Chu Tianming grumbled. Meanwhile, Chu Yun, Chu Tianming's granddaughter, rushed to Chu Xian, the 13th young master of the Chu clan. She relayed the news about the heretics and the million gold intel. Seeing Chu Xian playing with Tianming Bird, Chu Yun couldn't bring herself to reveal his true strength, lest she frighten him. She simply mentioned increased security around the courtyard. I've seen Void Realm elders patrolling lately, Chu Xian remarked. Perhaps I should conceal my aura better, so the head butler doesn't discover my true cultivation. Void Realm elders. And countermeasures to void armor. Chu Xian pondered. Could it be the void armor vests? No wonder they're increasing security. Chu Yun interrupted his thoughts. 13th brother, come back with me. I'll plead with grandpa. Chu Xian refused. He preferred his quiet courtyard. It's dangerous here with the heretics. This place is too far from the main house, Chu Yun argued. The Black Moon Tower master assured me it's safe, Chu Xian retorted. Chu Yun tried a different tactic, her voice soft and pleading. Any other man would have caved, but Chu Xian was no ordinary man. He started imagining heretic attacks, explosions, and utter chaos. What attack? The heretic branch was decimated. They posed no threat, he dismissed her concerns. Seeing his silence, Chu Yun mistook it for agreement and continued, I heard only one heretic came with Mo Yen. Chu Xian couldn't contain himself any longer. Mo Yen arrived today. And the head butler is involved. That Black Moon Tower should be renamed Black Heart Swindle. Had it not been for the Chu clan's walls, his courtyard would be in ruins. Chu Yun, seeing his outburst, sat down beside him. I give up. I'm staying here with you. Chu Xian sighed. Yuner, it's not appropriate. Go back to the main house. It'll be fine, but what if the heretics attack while the elders are away? Chu Yun persisted. Chu Xian finally relented. Alright, I'll protect you. Chu Yun smiled triumphantly. I just hope you stay safe and don't get involved. You're no match for heretic experts. Chu Xian rolled his eyes. Don't worry, I know my limits. Back at the Chu clan, Chu Tianming discussed the heretic threat with the elders. Our defense is too passive. We need to be more aggressive, he declared. An elder voiced concern about Chu Xian's safety. Chu Tianming lowered his voice. I've sent Chu Yun to retrieve him. If he returns, give him a cold shoulder. If not, well, it was his choice. Meanwhile, Chu Yun had stubbornly moved into Chu Xian's courtyard. Good morning, Yuner, Chu Xian greeted her. I must cultivate, even with the heretic threat, Chu Yun replied, hiding her true cultivation level. Chu Xian casually handed her a book. Train according to this, he instructed. To Chu Yun's surprise, it was the Earthly Veins Golden Scripture, an Earth Realm Cultivation Manual. How did you get this? She asked. My father left it here, Chu Xian lied smoothly. Chu Yun accepted the explanation without question. Back at the Chu clan gates, two elders paced nervously. 3 days. Still no sign of the heretics. Could it be the clan leader? One wondered. Their chatter was interrupted by Chu Tianming's sudden appearance. Idiots. Use voice transmission. He scolded. But what if it's urgent? One retorted. Furious, Chu Tianming continued his rant about the false intel and the wasted money. Show yourselves, heretics. He roared. Elders, prepare for battle. At Black Moon Tower, Wan Chang received shocking news. The heretic branch, along with the Purple Moon Kingdom's Punisher, had been annihilated, all thanks to Chu Xian. Apparently, Chu Xian, in a fit of rage, had single-handedly destroyed them. The Punisher was barely alive. Wan Chang's face darkened. Should we compensate the Chu clan? His subordinate asked nervously. Wan Chang let out a sinister laugh. Compensation? No. This is just a minor setback. He reassured his worried subordinate, shifting the blame to protect their reputation and their jobs. Wan Chang's subordinate, relieved, then confessed his fears about the rumored layoffs at Black Moon Tower headquarters. Wan Chang used this fear to ensure his subordinate's loyalty, reminding him that a ruined reputation could cost him his job. Trapped, the subordinate agreed to go along with Wan Chang's plan. Wan Chang smiled. He had his scapegoat. What should we do? Easy. The solution lies with both of us. Me. Xiao Hua pointed to himself, a little hesitantly. Exactly. Although our intel was faulty this time, if we use even better intel to negotiate with Patriarch Chu, not only will we avoid compensation, but will also regain our reputation. Lu Zhu spoke seriously, patting Xiao Hua's shoulder. The demonic cult is dangerous, but I still need you to go there again. The sooner, the better. Looking into Lu Zhu's trusting eyes, Xiao Hua nodded resolutely. Meanwhile, Chu Xian was staring blankly into the evening sky. That old hothead, Chu Tianming, should soon find out about the demonic cult's attack. Black Moon Tower will likely make a move too. I've already reached the peak of the harmonization realm and will soon break through to the third level of the profound realm. It won't be easy for that demonic cult brat to invade. If I can get a hold of Black, I could handle everything. Unfortunately, I don't have the chance yet. Lost in thought, a servant brought in his meal. Young master, today's meal. Chu Xian noticed the servant seemed different, their eyes darting nervously. It'll pass. Chu Xian felt a chill. Something's not right. Besides the demonic cult and Black Moon Tower, what else is going on? Inside the police station, what kind of news could make a usually calm 70-year-old man so excited? Chu Tianming, the head of the Chu family, one of the 3 great families of the Qin kingdom, had just been fretting over the impending demonic cult invasion. Now, a subordinate rushed in. Patriarch. New Chu Tianming cut him off. What's the rush? Did the demonic cult attack? Turning sharply, he saw it was Hua Ji. Oh, it's you, Ji. No, this is good news. Great news. The subordinate, realizing had caused a misunderstanding, hurriedly explained. What? Did you find something? The old man's worried heart eased slightly. Patriarch, the demonic cult's branch in our territory, exploded. The young man's eyes were wide with disbelief as he spoke. Exploded. Chu Tianming repeated in astonishment. Yes. Not a single wall remains standing, debris everywhere, blood staining the ground. Yes. Stop being so dramatic. Get to the point. Xiao Hua interrupted impatiently. This time, we not only found traces of Mo Yan Shifanggu but also evidence of the demonic cult leader himself. The demonic cult must have encountered a powerful enemy and retreated after suffering heavy losses. To defeat the demonic cult branch and, to describe Chu Tianming's current state, a certain song comes to mind. So many questions. This means this person must have extremely high cultivation. And now we don't have to worry about Mo Yan Shifanggu. Xiao Hua, finally able to speak his mind, was ecstatic. Hearing this news, Xiao Hua's first reaction was naturally the same as Chu Tianming's. Astonishment and relief. But the old man snorted and then grumbled suspiciously, Black Moon Tower. Blackheart Moon Tower. Blackheart bastards. Let's see how you deal with this. He took a breath and turned, inviting Xiao Hua to join him in visiting Black Moon Tower. He wanted to see how the tower master would handle the triple compensation. Elsewhere, Chu Xian was strolling in his courtyard, inadvertently wandering near Chu Yun's door. Sensing Chu Yun's imminent breakthrough, Chu Xian waited for her to emerge. How are you feeling, Yunmei? 13th brother. Lien invited the young man to move with him to the Black Moon Tower. He just wanted to see how the owner of the Wanlu Tower would change the triple compensation. On the other side, Jianinan Chu Xian was strolling down his yard when he accidentally wandered into Chu Yun. The reformer outside the door sensed that Chu Yun was about to break through and was looking at Chu Yun when he came out to secretly vent his anger. How do you feel, Sister Yun, 13th brother? Little courtyard is truly a blessed place. My cultivation has improved so much faster here. Fearing Chu Yun might ask to stay longer, Chu Xian quickly added. If you're going to break through, it's better to return to the family. It's safer. I can't protect you here. Chu Yun, however, was thrilled that Chu Xian could sense her impending breakthrough. Almost there. Go back when you're ready. I don't have any cultivation, so I can't help. You should go back, it's important. Chu Xian feigned concern. Right. Don't let that old geezer Chu Tianming see the cultivation technique I gave you. Just thinking about him trying to trick me is annoying. Chu Yun was still focused on her breakthrough, oblivious. She had no idea that Chu Xian had been eavesdropping on her for almost a year. If someone offered you a way out after being confined for so long, would you take it? Our protagonist chose to refuse. The reason was simple. She was a homebody. And in this courtyard, she constantly received system rewards, which was better than cheating. Just then, after Chu Xian finally persuaded Chu Yuan, who had been living with him for almost a month, to help him break through, footsteps sounded outside the door. It was none other than Chu Tianming, the very person Chu Xian called Old Geezer. Just as Chu Xian wondered what the old man was doing there, Chu Tianming snapped, "You don't even greet your elders." Chu Xian retorted, "Why should I greet you? Do you think you deserve my respect?" Chu Yuan coughed awkwardly. It seems 13th brother still holds a grudge for being confined here just for breaking a vase. Chu Tianming flew into a rage. "You disrespectful brat." Seeing Chu Yun, however, he burst into laughter. "Yuner, you're about to break through. Grandpa knew it. It's all thanks to 13th brother's care these past few days." Needless to say, Chu Yun was Chu family's precious girl. "After Grandpa's gone, the Chu family will depend on you." "Grandpa, you're exaggerating. There are several older brothers ahead of me. I'm sure they'll support the family, not me." "Ha ha. The others are alright, but if they were all like your 13th brother, the Chu family would be doomed. If Chiu Ruo knew how you are now, he'd regret being your father." Hearing these words, Chu Xian almost lost his composure. Damn it. He regretted his outburst immediately, because even though it was just a faint ripple of harmonization realm chi, it didn't escape Chu Tianming's senses. Harmonization realm. Chu Yun, of course, had no idea what had just happened. She simply smiled. What harmonization realm? Although it was just a weak ripple, that she definitely belonged to a harmonization realm cultivator. Chu Tianming was instantly excited. His joy was short-lived, however, as Xiaohua retorted, "How's that possible? The only harmonization realm cultivator in the Qin kingdom besides you." Is before Xiaohua could finish, Chu Tianming waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, forget it. It must be my mistake. I haven't seen a harmonization realm expert in years. It's understandable that I'm mistaken." He turned to Xiaohua. "I know what you want to say about the expert who defeated the demonic cult. But this isn't something we should discuss in front of Yuner. We'll talk later." He then invited Chu Yun to accompany him on another trip, to which she readily agreed, as she needed her grandfather's protection during her breakthrough. "As for you, you little rascal, you're fined 50 lashes. Go back to the family estate." Despite being offered a way out, Chu Xian refused. "I'm fine here. Don't bother me." Chu Tianming snorted and turned to leave. Chu Yun quickly urged him, 13th brother, Grandpa is giving you a way out." Chu Xian remained unmoved. "I'm not going." Unfortunately, blood ties bound him. Chu Tianming still worried about his grandson. "My subordinates haven't found him yet. Keep an eye on him. He might come to his senses eventually. But I can't let Chiu Ruo's line end." This old man was fuming. He was headed to Black Moon Tower. Not long ago, he had spent $1 million there on false intelligence. "Brother 1, Black Moon Tower's information has made me suspicious for the first time." Chu Tianming spoke condescendingly, getting straight to the point. The man with the bun was Wan Chang, the Black Moon Tower Master. The information is accurate. There was simply an unforeseen incident with the demonic cult. How could the information be wrong? What are those demonic cult bastards doing? Chu Tianming, scammed out of $1 million, was furious. Now, he wanted Blackheart. Wan Chang to cough up not only the $1 million but also triple compensation. Brother Wan, Black Moon Tower is known for its accurate intelligence. Regarding this loss, Wan Chang knew compensation was a small matter compared to the damage to Black Moon Tower's reputation. He quickly offered another solution. Patriarch Chu, I have another piece of crucial information regarding the demonic cult. 1 million taels. Not too expensive, right? $1 million is a hefty sum. The demonic cult again. It seemed Wan Chang was determined to fleece him. Wan Chang smiled awkwardly. Tell you what, if there's any movement from the Xiaowan Pavilion towards the Qin Kingdom or the Chu clan, inform Brother Chu immediately. No delays. What, you scoundrel? If it weren't for your blunder this time, if there were any unusual activity from the evil king, were you planning to delay informing me again? Chu Tianming revealed his hidden trump card, questioning Wan Chang loudly. What else could Wan Chang do? Continuing wouldn't be polite, but rather foolish. Laugh it off, of course. How could it be, Brother Chu? Our Black Moon Pavilion has always prioritized sincerity. Just from his expression, I knew what he was thinking. I trust you, my foot. You sly old fox are up to no good. But I still want to hear it. The evil cult's first vice leader, along with 2 deputy leaders, have already arrived at Chu territory. Wan Chang probably, like everyone else, saw through Chu Tianming's thoughts. Proudly, he stated what he believed was worth $1 million. Brother Chu, this information, it's worth $1 million, right? Chu Tianming's brows furrowed upon hearing this. The first vice leader is at the peak of Void Spirit Realm, 8th level. The deputy leaders are also at the 7th level. If they launch a surprise attack, the consequences are unpredictable. Then, what's their specific plan? Wan Chang smiled faintly, a cunning glint in his eyes. This was another piece of information Chu Tianming wouldn't easily give up. Similarly invasive, this information alone is worth more than $1 million. Black Moon Pavilion's intel is indeed fast, but I can guarantee that within a day, our Chu clan would also receive news of their arrival. So, stop keeping me in suspense. I've already made a concession. Seeing Chu Tianming's insistence, Wan Chang stopped beating around the bush. Here is a detailed map. This is their current hideout. Thank you, Brother Wan. I'll take my leave. Chu Tianming, satisfied, waved his hand and turned to leave. Now that he knew their location, he would strike first and catch them off guard. Chu Tianming and his group headed aggressively towards the Black Moon Pavilion, ostensibly to seek an explanation. After a verbal sparring session, they left, because he planned a surprise attack on the evil cult members near Chu territory. In a secluded pavilion less than 100 miles from the Chu clan estate, Zhang Hui, the first vice leader of the Qin Kingdom's evil cult, was deep in thought, eyes closed. What's going on in Portugal? They were actually overturned by the Koreans. This man, who looked like Hiero with 2 dark circles under his eyes, was Dong Qian, a member of the Chu army. He whispered, Leader, the situation at the stronghold suddenly changed. We don't know the reason, but we suspect it's related to Ziyu Kingdom's involvement. But we don't understand their purpose. Zhang Hui, snapping back to reality, thought of another issue. It was the deaths. Who killed them? Dong Qian's reply was, I don't know. He hadn't paid much attention to a minor elder like Xu Yan. This time, their evil cult suffered heavy losses. It's all because of the Chu clan. 1/5 of the Qin Kingdom's evil cult forces were lost. Chu clan, how did they discover our infiltrators? I still don't know. Maybe it was intel from the Black Moon Pavilion. Zhang Hui didn't agree with this speculation. The Black Moon Pavilion wasn't omnipotent. Moreover, given their style, they wouldn't easily sell information that could destroy another party, for the sake of greater profit. He then patted Dong Qian's shoulder, instructing him to gather everyone and prepare to raid the Chu clan estate with him that night. Dong Qian, however, was worried about the Chu clan's numerous experts. What if? Zhang Hui reassured him, Chu Tianming, that old ghost, has left Chu territory. Raiding the Chu clan will be no problem. Since we dare to go, I naturally have a plan to retreat safely. He then waved his hand, giving Dong Qian a purple glass bead. Tonight, use this to raid the Chu clan. Dong Qian, being experienced, recognized the bead at a glance. It was the life-saving spiritual shield bead. Indeed, even if attacked by a Chu clan elder, as long as it's not an instant kill, you can shield yourself. It was that powerful. Zhang Hui sneered, as long as they can't keep us, after raiding the Chu clan and retreating safely, we can put immense pressure on the Chu clan. Look, someone's trying to bully that good-for-nothing young master again. On a dark and windy night, young Master Chu Xian couldn't sleep due to his restless body. Similarly sleepless were the two guards outside the door. Our target is the Chu clan estate. Zi Yang and Guyang Jinru can handle it. The speaker was Zhang Hui, the first vice leader of the Qin Kingdom's evil cult. He was confident in his plan, assuming that Chu Tianming, the only threat to him, was still haggling for information at the Black Moon Pavilion. Zi's first step has landed. One fool, another fool. Ha 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 ha. Arriving with Zhang Hui was Dong Qian, who was also listening. That sly old fox is really bad. You're so strong yourself, you say you're not afraid. Many of us aren't as capable as you. It's better to be cautious. Soon, the two arrived outside the Chu Academy. This should be where Chu Qingyuan's son lives, right? It should be. His son suddenly became a bit arrogant recently. Anyway, he's Chu Qingyuan's son. Control him, and maybe we can gain an unexpected advantage. You mean to use him as a hostage? Two options. First, control Chu Qingyuan's son, prevent his breakthrough, and make him return to the Chu estate as a bargaining chip. He paused for effect. Zhang Hui continued, second, recruit him into our cult, teach him our secret techniques, and turn him into our assassin. Chu Qingyuan's son cultivates light attribute techniques. Driven by his cultivation, he might greatly improve his assassination skills. I want to see how the Chu clan will react. Based on the principle of adding fuel to the fire, Zhang Hui felt delighted just thinking about it. Moreover, if Chu Qingyuan's son is in the main family when Chu Qingyuan returns, we can use his son against him. Let's see if he dares to kill his own son. Ha 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 ha. After explaining his plan, Zhang Hui couldn't help but chuckle. However, what if Chu Qingyuan isn't dead and sees his son join the evil cult? What should we do then? Dong Qian voiced his concern. Afraid of what? At worst, can he kill his own son? If he does, we'll expose his son's betrayal, the Chu clan's reputation for righteousness. But what about that old monster, Chu Tianming? What if Chu Qingyuan shows no weakness? Increasingly satisfied with his seemingly flawless plan, Zhang Hui put on a profound expression. Dong Qian, after some thought, also agreed. Brilliant, master. Let's capture Chu Qingyuan's son. I want to take him from the Chu family's estate right in front of that old monster and make him watch his son die. A helpless sigh came from the academy. Are you guys idiots? Do people in the evil cult all have brain problems? Why do you always target me before doing anything? You do your thing, I won't leave this courtyard, nor will I stop you. But if you're looking for death, don't blame me. He silently released a soul mark. Recalling the previous soul mark incident where a minor elder single-handedly crippled an entire Chu army detachment, looking at this Void Spirit Realm 9th level expert, Chu Xian couldn't help but feel a little excited. Zhang Hui and Dong Qian outside had no idea what kind of terrifying existence they were about to face. They still looked confident. With a ruthless expression. Attack! Zhang Hui commanded, and Dong Qian immediately unleashed a seemingly powerful technique. It looked impressive, but... oh no! Zhang Hui's pupils instantly dilated, his expression changing drastically. The technique wasn't his. It was a mechanism Chu Xian had prepared. Zhang Hui instinctively wanted to kneel. No, even if I kneel, I must do it gracefully. I can't let Dong Qian see my weakness. This pressure is definitely from a Harmony Realm expert. There's a Harmony Realm expert in the Chu clan. Who is it? Zhang Hui felt his mind becoming hazy, his consciousness fading. Even the shield bead wouldn't be able to protect him. At this moment, a handsome face appeared before him. Chu, are you a Harmony Realm expert? In just a glance, before Chu Xian could finish his sentence, Zhang Hui directly knelt down. Dong Qian watched from the side. Say something. Say something. But instead of a response from Zhang Hui, he heard a thud. Impossible. I didn't even see what it was. Dong Qian was then hit by an invincible mighty kick. Big shots talk, small fries listen. It's not your turn to speak. When Xu Xian looked over, Dong Qian was already foaming at the mouth, his body twitching. Are the positions in your evil cult bought? Why do you always target me? Just because my dad is Chu Chilua. Xu Xian felt a bit curious about his seemingly troublesome father. What kind of amazing person was he to make the evil cult's first vice leader and a deputy leader target him repeatedly? My name is Chu Xian, the good-for-nothing young master in everyone's eyes. Just now, 2 founders of the evil cult broke into my courtyard, intending to recruit me. Because they underestimated Chu Chilua, the Qin Kingdom's rarest weapon refining talent in a century. But they didn't expect, like father, like son. Chu Qingyuan's son isn't a pushover. Just the pressure from his realm made the two kneel. In a battle between experts, excessive flourishes are unnecessary. Noticing that his subordinate was already paralyzed by the mechanism, unable to move, Xu Xian was very curious about the old man's identity. A Void Spirit Realm 9th level expert must be a big shot in the evil cult. If he killed him, they would definitely send even stronger experts. It wasn't fear, just a dislike for trouble. The old man didn't seem to mind, either. Thinking that this person's silly cat was so strong, wouldn't the owner be even more formidable? Zheng Hui, unable to fight back, revealed his identity. I am the first vice leader of the Qin Kingdom's evil cult. Not a small fry, am I? As long as he controlled him, he could stop the evil cult from harassing him, and even know their plans in advance. Don't worry, Zheng Hui. I, Xu Xian, wouldn't even hurt a chicken, let alone kill you. Why did this sound so familiar? Right, his father had said something similar before killing dozens of cultists in the blink of an eye. It seemed that people who said such things weren't kind. Dong Qian, who was playing dead, couldn't hold back anymore. The first vice leader is valuable, it's a waste to kill him. So he was going to kill him instead. Young Master Chu, I'm a deputy leader of the Chu army. Invaluable too. Alright, no need to argue. I'll give both of you 2 soul marks. The first order after receiving the mark was to tell Zheng Hui to stop the cult from constantly disturbing Xu Xian. Zheng Hui immediately stated that he would restrain his followers. Whoever disobeys will be killed. After inquiring about the Black Moon Tower's background, according to Zhang Kuei, the Black Moon Tower likely only possesses intelligence-gathering artifacts. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know about their basic movements. Moreover, the strongest person in the Qin Kingdom is not the Qin Emperor, but a mysterious expert affiliated with the Black Moon Tower. This Black Moon Tower is indeed interesting. Wait, this aura is Chu Tianming. So, ever since Wan Shang told Chu Tianming that the cult's first vice leader was heading to Chu County with 2 subordinates, Chu Tianming hadn't rested for 3 days. Searching tirelessly according to the map, he hadn't even had time to change out of his cult clothing. So, he visited Wan Chang again to demand an explanation. Wan Chang, what's going on? Your intel is wrong again. This time, you must return the spirit stones. A furious Chu Tianming unleashed a barrage of complaints. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Brother Chu, you must understand, Zhang Kuei is a living person. When you arrived, he might have just left. Any intelligence has a certain time validity. It's impossible to be absolutely accurate. Wan Shang maintained a composed demeanor. Chu Tianming suspected that the unscrupulous Black Moon Tower had sold the information about his plan to assassinate the cult's vice leader to the cult. Wan Shang explained that he was very professional and that a buyer's information could only be sold after hours. Furthermore, Zhang Hui suddenly left, and his hiding place was near the Chu family's territory. Haven't you considered where he might go? Reminded by Wan Shang, Chu Tianming felt like a ball being kicked around, but I have to consider the possibility. Could he have gone to our Chu family? If the information is wrong again this time, Wan bro, you'll have to give me an explanation. Don't worry, how could the intel be wrong? Our Black Moon Tower has always been reliable, never false, never deceiving. Watching Chu Tianming leave, Wan Shang didn't forget to advertise. The first stop when entering or leaving the Chu family's territory is Chu Xian's courtyard. Sensing Chu Tianming approaching, Zhang Hui and Dong Qian naturally didn't stay long. After providing them with reverse travel services, they quickly left. Chu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could have some peace for a while, no longer harassed by the cult. Just as he was about to take a nap, the system notified him, for subduing a cult leader without leaving your house, reward 10 years of cultivation and the heavenly eyes. This is the legendary heavenly eyes, capable of killing enemies with a glance. Also, his realm directly broke through to Gold Core Stage 8. I hope more such strong opponents come. Just because you're in a good mood and recognize the value of being a homebody, he'll give you a divine artifact system. Do you want it? This transmigrated homebody, Xu Xian, possessed such a system. Just now, Xu Tianming, having searched fruitlessly again, angrily returned to the Black Moon Tower to demand an explanation, as the information provided by Wan Chang was wrong again. Wan Chang stammered, "Do you think I'm easy to bully? Or do you want to throw the Black Moon Tower's reputation into the gutter?" Xu Tianming looked like he wanted to swallow Wan Chang alive. Wan Chang, who thought he was being thanked for providing information, was dumbfounded. Xu Tianming didn't care if he was dumbfounded or not. "I paid you 1 million, and both times the information was wrong. Last night, the elders searched all night. But there was no sign of Zheng Kuwei." Wan Chang still couldn't believe his ears, reiterating the enormous benefits of cooperation. Xu Tianming wasn't buying it. "I didn't find Zheng Kuwei at the location you provided, nor did I find him leaving the Chu family's territory. I'm certain, I checked personally." "Enough nonsense. Wan Chang, the information was wrong. Shouldn't the spirit stones be returned?" Xu Tianming's patience wore thin. "You're being unreasonable." Wan Chang was unwilling to return the money. "Wait a moment, I'll go and inquire." He then turned around and asked his subordinates, "How did Zheng Hui return? Wasn't he supposed to leave through the Chu family's territory? Could he have teleported?" "Unlikely. Where is Zheng Hui now?" The answer he received was quite enlightening. "I don't know." Wan Chang couldn't lose face in front of a client. "You tell me you don't know." Mistakes again and again. "Do you still want to be the outstanding employee? You always use that to threaten me, but I really don't know." Zheng Hui was clearly heading towards the Chu family territory last night, but there's no trace of him now. It's like he vanished into thin air. "Then go, and send people to investigate for me. Find out his whereabouts as soon as possible." After instructing his subordinates, Wan Chang felt suspicious. Why wouldn't Zheng Hui dare to intrude on the Chu family's territory? For now, he had to appease Xu Tianming. He couldn't afford to cause trouble, otherwise, how could he get his year-end bonus? "Brother Chu, please calm down. I've already dispatched people to investigate Zheng Hui's movements." Xu Tianming knew there was no point in antagonizing the Black Moon Tower over this matter. "Wan Chang, given the Black Moon Tower's repeated slow intelligence, I was able to catch and kill him in time." "How do you explain this?" Seeing Xu Tianming offering an out, Wan Chang quickly seized it. "Zheng Hui is dead. The Chu family has commissioned the Black Moon Tower to help eliminate him. The Black Moon Tower will naturally assist the Chu family in removing him. It's a pity that I was too slow. Zheng Hui isn't weak and possesses a shield artifact. It's difficult to kill him." "Wan Chang. That's not entirely true. I know the shield artifact very well. It only needs to be activated once, after which he's vulnerable. Killing him isn't difficult. Then I'll wait for your news." Xu Tianming cursed inwardly, knowing Chu Ziyu was behind this. Meanwhile, Xu Xin, staying at home, received a system notification. "Due to your small action, the Black Moon Tower experienced an intelligence failure. Reward: Divine Repair Technique." "You're kidding me. Making the Black Moon Tower fail. These past 2 days have been all about Zheng Hui. Let the farce continue. Was this related to them?" Xu Xian didn't care. He had provided them with the reverse travel service to test the Black Moon Tower. It seemed the Black Moon Tower wasn't as formidable. As the legends said, they couldn't uncover all information. However, the rewards were pretty good. Divine Repair Technique, a powerful secret technique for repairing damaged souls, particularly those with severe soul injuries. It's a rare secret technique. And True Speech, another secret technique of the same level, could make people speak the truth. It's a power similar to words manifesting into reality, a secret technique directly related to the Great Tao. Two secret techniques at once. Staying home can be quite productive and enjoyable. Just after leveling up, the system notification sounded again. Because you're happy and have realized the meaning of staying home, reward. 7-colored divine light. Damn, another big one. This is the legendary 7-colored divine light. Legend says it can defend against any attack, whether physical or spiritual. This is practically invincibility. Now I can cultivate in peace. Can you believe this man castrated himself to cultivate a powerful technique, later joined the Blood Demon Palace, and restored his manhood, but was rejected by his beloved because the original was better. This man is Qu Xian in his previous life, the tragic protagonist of the evil king's court. Following the principle of know thy enemy, Qu Xian made time to read this historical clickbait. It turned out that the evil king, in his youth, castrated himself to cultivate a powerful technique, only to discover later that his enemy had a stronger technique that didn't require castration and also married the woman he loved. This was unforgivable. The evil king's heart became unbalanced, he went mad and twisted. In the end, he massacred millions just to restore his manhood, and the blood demon technique that has been passed down is the creation of this evil king. Finally, with this powerful demonic technique, he successfully restored his manhood, killed his enemy, and captured the woman he once loved. However, the woman coldly rejected him, saying that compared to her previous partner, he was too soft and boring. The evil king went berserk on the spot and died. What a tragic story. This evil king was truly pitiful. Just as he was engrossed in his reading, the butler relayed Chu Tianming's order for the 13th young master to return to the ancestral home. What was that old man up to? Why suddenly ask him to return to the ancestral home? Could it be that the old man went to Wanchang again to inquire about Zhang Kuei's whereabouts? I've sent them on a wild goose chase. Wanchang can only answer with a bewildered expression and say he doesn't know. After all, my reverse travel service isn't a joke. Since even the Black Moon Tower can't determine the cult's whereabouts, the old man is probably still worried about me, this useless young master. After all, I'm still the Chu family's biological son. I want go back, I'm living well here. Qu Xian certainly didn't want to go back. He had been hiding for almost a year. Going back now would break his record. The butler thought Qu Xian was worried about being punished after returning. Don't worry, 13th young master. The patriarch said he won't hold your past mistakes against you. You can return to the ancestral home. I said I'm not going back. It's more comfortable here. Qu Xian continued to resist. He didn't believe they could force him back. All right. The butler was speechless and could only report back to the patriarch. As soon as the butler left, the system notification sounded. For refusing to return to the ancestral home and choosing to continue hiding, reward. Truth-seeking mirror. Qu Xian was ecstatic. It was his favorite system, randomly rewarding him. One must know that the truth-seeking mirror can reveal all illusions, while true speech allows one to grasp the true meaning of things. Requiring immense talent and a compatible physique, this type of item detection can help one comprehend objects. The true meaning of heaven and earth breaks through the tranquility of the true realm. Qu Xian unceremoniously stored the reward. After all, he had already consolidated 8 levels. What level will I reach after the 9th level? The true realm is within sight. With the item True Tea, I can perceive the true meaning of heaven and earth in advance, significantly shortening the breakthrough time. What are we waiting for? Let's brew a pot and have a taste. After one sip, why do I feel like my cultivation has improved quite a bit? Qu Xian furrowed his brows in serious contemplation, savoring the aftertaste. My heavens! I directly broke through to the 9th level of the harmonious realm. The true realm is just a step away. Look, the man pouring the liquid wasn't handling ordinary tea, but a cup of item essence capable of directly boosting one's realm. The young girl only took a small sip before her eyes widened, reaching the same level as Qu Xian. She exclaimed, amazing. The man, Qu Xian, had just received his reward for staying home for 10 months. A low-grade earthly weapon, the Mystic Flame Bell. This bell can contain the mystic flame within, capable of burning heaven and earth. Qu Xian was secretly celebrating, feeling smug. Another earthly weapon. This system is too generous. So far, even the worst reward has been a heavenly weapon, or even a divine law. My cultivation is also half a foot into the true realm. Maybe if I drink more of this tea, it'll directly break through to the true realm. Just then, a familiar voice came through the moon gate. Third uncle, I've reached the third level of the profound realm. I've truly lived up to your expectations. This girl, brimming with youthful vigor, was Chu Xian's niece, Xu Yun. Third uncle, you're not slacking off again, are you? Xu Yun, you have to cultivate diligently. This pace is too slow. Don't embarrass third uncle. Xu Xian felt awkward. Hey, isn't a leisurely life like this for 80 years good enough? Cultivating painstakingly every day is so boring. Xu Xian lifted his freshly brewed tea. Come, Xu Yun, try this tea. Xu Yun took the cup and drank it in one gulp. The next second, her eyes widened, feeling a surge of energy around her. Third uncle, this tea is so good. It seems to have other special effects. I feel so much more energized. Xu Yun couldn't pinpoint what was special, but her face flushed with excitement. Xu Yun, her face flushed with a charming red glow, was enthralled. Xu Xian chuckled to himself. This is something left by my old man. Of course, it's not ordinary tea. The proud Xu Xian resolved to let Xu Yun drink the true item tea every day. Reaching the true realm would be a piece of cake. After some time, Xu Yun, after waking from the tea's effects, suddenly asked, Third uncle, haven't you been staying home? I've never seen you leave the courtyard. Facing his niece's question, he couldn't tell her he was a homebody. I was resting. Xu Yun didn't believe him. She hadn't seen Xu Xian cultivate, nor had she seen any improvement in his strength. She pressed further, you're lying. I cultivate my heart. To be honest, the higher my heart's realm, the higher my cultivation realm. Xu Xian put on an air of mystery. The naive Xu Yun actually believed him. Third uncle, is it because your heart's realm isn't high enough that your strength is so weak? Is this also a cultivation method passed down by grandpa? How strange. Yes, a secret from my dad. It seems weak in the early stages, but once it awakens, it can soar to the heavens. Xu Xian, seeing an opportunity, quickly took the offered escape route. This method isn't for everyone. It's very special. That's why I don't go out. It's also because of this, that I'm so resourceful. With this excuse, no one will nag me about going out again. Xu Yun firmly believed him and declared she wouldn't bother him at home again or let anyone disturb him. Oh my god. This intelligence agency has failed again. They dare to call themselves the top intelligence agency in the Qin Kingdom. It's called the Black Moon Tower. This slightly clueless man is Manager Wan. He's the manager of the Qin Kingdom branch of the Black Moon Tower. Just now, Manager Wan denied his intelligence for the third time. Brother Chu, according to reliable information, Zhang Gui is dead. This hairy old man is Chu Tian, the head of the Chu family, one of the three great families in the Qin Kingdom. This was his fourth visit to the tower, and he was no longer the naive fool Manager Wan had once thought him to be. Are you sure who's the fool? Manager Wan spread his hands. Ahem, the Black Moon Tower's intelligence is never wrong. Most likely, he was killed by a rogue cultivator. When he said this, only ghosts knew where his confidence came from. He didn't feel embarrassed. In fact, Manager Wan really wasn't embarrassed, because he was thinking. Even if Zhang Gui wasn't dead, the Black Moon Tower would kill him the moment he appeared. That way, their intelligence would indeed be correct. So, regarding the matter of Brother Chu purchasing intelligence, I can personally compensate you. How about that? Manager Wan looked at Chu Tianming with a smile, hoping he wouldn't complain. After all, his mid-year bonus was coming soon. Manager Wan personally handling this was a rare treatment. Chu Tianming's small eyes twinkled. Deal. Since Brother Wan has said so, I won't pursue it. However, I do have something I'd like to ask of. Brother Wan. Could you investigate the whereabouts of my son, Xu Xian? Don't worry, he'll personally request the Black Moon Tower to look into this. As soon as there's news, he'll inform Brother Chu immediately. Thank you, Brother Wan. As soon as Chu Tianming left, the Black Moon Tower received a report from a scout. Zhang Gui was not dead. He was still alive. But where was he? This time, the scout learned his lesson and no longer simply said, I don't know. He calmly told Manager Wan, Zhang Gui appeared briefly, but we couldn't kill him in time. He escaped using some unknown secret method. Manager Wan wasn't worried at all after hearing this. Instead, he was secretly relieved that he hadn't publicly announced Zheng Gui's death. He had only mentioned it to Chu Tianming. But he couldn't show his concern in front of his subordinates. He immediately ordered, continue to track him. I don't believe he can really disappear. Meanwhile, Chu Xian was pleased that Chu Yun had broken through to the 4th level of the profound realm. That old man Chu Tianming should no longer be thinking about an alliance with the Qin family. Watching Chu Yun leave, he softly said, be careful. Finally enjoying some peace and quiet, Chu Xian casually picked up a cultivation manual, intending to quietly cultivate the Heaven Soul Earth scripture. Suddenly, Chu Xian felt something was different. This feeling was a breakthrough. He felt as if he could manifest anything out of thin air. A translucent phantom lotus suddenly appeared in his palm. Could this be the mark of a true expert? Below the true realm, it's almost imperceptible. This is something condensed from your spiritual power. Just as Chu Xian was puzzled, a system notification cleared his doubts. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the true realm. Reward: Golden Winged Sky Python. Bonus reward: 1. True Realm 1st level Golden Winged Sky Python. It's just a bit small. I wonder when it will mature. The Golden Winged Sky Python is an ancient divine beast, possessing extreme speed. It can soar through the 9 heavens and descend into the 9 netherworlds. Tian Miao Miao, who had already cultivated the taste of delicacies, looked at her master with eager anticipation. Before Chu Xian could react, Tian Miao Miao and the Golden Winged Sky Python exchanged a glance, then began to fight, the python opening its jaws and breathing fire, Tian Miao Miao retaliating with blasts of blue energy. Alright, stop fighting amongst yourselves. Take her to the courtyard to get familiar with the environment. Chu Xian picked up the 2 little ones and told them to be friends. After sending the 2 powerful creatures out, Chu Xian confirmed he had broken through to the true realm. It seems the heretical sect is no longer a threat. Maybe with the yearly rewards, I can directly break through to the Earth realm. Once I reach the Earth realm, they'll truly be free from any tribulation. The thought made him happy. The true realm is great. At that moment, a potted plant in the corner caught his eye. The Tai Ling orchid looks like it needs trimming. This kind of leisurely life is truly wonderful. It's just that I miss the yearly maids. Every single one of them. Later, Chu Xian started randomly checking corners. You stepped on a potted plant. Still complacent, Chu Xian felt a tinge of boredom. He focused on the myriad 0 points and the 1,000 purifications. The myriad 0 points recorded all the 0 attribute objects and natural formations between heaven and earth. By studying the myriad 0 points, one could recognize any 0 attribute object and any natural formation, even predetermined ones. As for the 1,000 purifications, it's a book on pill refinement. It records countless pill recipes and numerous pill refinement techniques from ancient times. It's quite thick, perfect for killing time. These pill refinement methods are something Chu Yun could learn. He'll add a few pill recipes to her cultivation notes. Once Chu Yun masters them, her status in the Chu family will surely surpass Chu Qing, and she might even stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Tianming. If Chu Tianming finds out, he'll be even more reluctant to let Chu Yun leave the Chu family. Look, this worrywart is actually supporting her. The man, oblivious to his daughter behind him, raised his arms and stretched mightily. The girl's name was Chu Yun, the Yuner in the man's mouth. Just now, Chu Yun had broken through to the 4th level of the profound realm. Turning around, Chu Xian reported to Chu Yun. Chu Yun appeared quite calm. After all, with the artifacts her brother gifted her, cultivation was a breeze. But she still offered verbal encouragement. Oh, not bad. You're progressing quickly. By the way, I was looking through the bookshelves the other day and found Father's old pill recipes. I've added them to your cultivation notes. Go take a look. Chu Yun's face was filled with surprise. Pill recipes. And there's even the blood of refinement. The absolute core pill refinement method and pill recipe. If Grandpa masters the absolute core pill, wouldn't he have a chance to break through to the harmony stage? But since third uncle didn't pass down the refinement method, Chu Xian saw Yuner's concerns and blamed himself for overlooking this detail. Could it be that this pill refinement method had a peculiar origin? Should he learn it? Would it bring trouble to the Chu family? Seeing Yun'er's growing apprehension, Chu Xian feigned nonchalance. Don't worry. I already knew about the refinement method. Father wanted me to learn it, but I was too lazy. You can rest assured, Yun'er, its origin is completely legitimate. Chu Yun was quite satisfied with this explanation. However, pill refinement methods were too precious in the Nanzhou region. Caution was necessary. If it were leaked and acquired by a powerful force in Nanzhou, the Chu family could face annihilation. Such a thoughtful younger brother. This was the first time Chu Xian had witnessed such concern. Before he could comfort her, Chu Yun stressed again, especially if the evil king's court gets their hands on it. The consequences would be disastrous. He'll learn it secretly, and he'll find a secluded place outside to practice pill refinement. Could this be a change after breaking through to the 4th level of the profound realm? Fearful that Chu Yun would continue to question him, Chu Xian quickly agreed. Yes, caution is key. With that, Chu Xian gave Chu Yun a protective garment. He said it was left by their father. He wouldn't leave the Chu estate anyway, so he gave it to Chu Yun for protection. Afterwards, Chu Xian still felt uneasy, so he contacted Zheng Han through their soul connection and asked him to secretly protect Chu Yun. Zheng Han's strength was at the 5th level of the Void Realm. Under the control of the Soul Seal, he was absolutely loyal. Within the Chu Kingdom, things should be safe. Okay, with this arranged, he could relax at home. Now look, this is an ordinary-looking cave, but inside, it's a different world. The cave is located in the Purple Moon Kingdom. Inside, there is an underground palace. Within the palace, an old man was analyzing the current situation with his subordinates. The Dharma Protector fell in the Chu territory of the Qin Kingdom. This matter cannot be separated from the Chu family. This old man with a sinister face was named Yuan Chong. He was the vice-sect leader of the evil sect in the Purple Moon Kingdom. Wasn't the Dharma Protector lost in the internal strife of the sect in the Qin Kingdom? An evil sect expert asked with a confused expression. Though that's the official story, who in the Qin Kingdom really knows? If it weren't for the Chu family's interference, our sect wouldn't be in this state. Yuan Chong said viciously. The evil sect in the Purple Moon Kingdom had lost more than 10 elders, and even the sect leader was severely injured. Almost dying. And the root of all this was the Chu family's disruption of the evil sect's plans. All the elders present knew this. This debt naturally had to be settled with the Chu family. In less than 2 hours, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the palace. Who will settle this score with the Chu family? For me. With Yuan Chang's order, the elders present looked at each other, hesitant. The overall strength of the Chu family was indeed inferior to the Purple Moon Kingdoms, but it was not weak. Moreover, the Qin Kingdom was not their territory. Acting rashly in the Qin Kingdom could lead to unforeseen consequences. Elder, we haven't thought this through. Our main target is still the Purple Moon Kingdom, several evil sect elders echoed. Poof. The Chu family matter cannot be ignored. Don't forget that the Chu family disrupted years of planning for our sect. Once the king's court is able to intervene, they won't let the Chu family off either. Are we supposed to wait for the king's court to take action before we do anything? Yuan Chong snorted in dissatisfaction and continued his analysis. Besides, we don't necessarily have to fight the Chu family. I heard that Chu Qingyuan's son was expelled from the clan. Since we can't deal with the Chu family for now, why not capture Chu Qingyuan's expelled son? That would at least offer some appeasement. A cracking sound echoed as an elder crushed his teacup. What's the point of capturing Chu Qingyuan's expelled son? Stupid. Yuan Chong roared furiously. He's Chu Qingyuan's son, not some stray cat or dog. Even if he's a waste, as long as he's Chu Qingyuan's son, he's valuable. Besides, Chu Qingyuan may not be dead. If Chu Qingyuan returns one day, we can send his son to the king's court as a hostage, forcing him to cooperate. The elder who had just questioned the idea immediately changed his tune. In that case, go make a trip. Everyone turned their attention to a thin and frail elder. Since even the elders had no objections, Yuan Chong finally relaxed a bit. Alright, he'll leave it to Elder Lu Yuan, our most skilled tracker. Meanwhile, back in the Chu estate, Chu Xian was leisurely basking in the sun in the courtyard, sipping tea, and happily waiting for the arrival of his year-long confinement. Perhaps he was too relaxed. Chu Xian stretched, complaining about the evil sect's recent inactivity, when he suddenly received a warning. A powerful intruder had entered the estate. What? The evil sect is here again. After breaking through to the true realm, Chu Xian was more confident, but he still maintained some vigilance. The intruder's strength was at the 3rd level of the Void Realm, a high-ranking elder level. But why didn't Zhang Han inform him? You'd never guess that this elder, who volunteered to capture the supposedly useless young master, was plotting a coup. The elder's name was Lu Yuan. Among the Purple Moon Kingdom's evil sect elders, his strength wasn't the greatest, but he was the most skilled at evasion and sneak attacks. Just now, Lu Yuan, who thought he was perfectly hidden, accidentally triggered the defensive formation set up by Chu Xian's subordinates. The quiet courtyard instantly became perilous. However, Lu Yuan wasn't alarmed. He even thought that Chu Xian's courtyard didn't even have a guard. This made his task easier. Just as he entered the courtyard, he bumped into a young man, Chu Qiuluo. That's right, it's you. Chu Xian's face was filled with. What was wrong with his father? Why did everyone want to capture him? Before Chu Xian could get into a fighting stance, Lu Yuan, without a word, attacked and tried to grab Chu Xian. Not so fast. Just as Lu Yuan's feet left the ground, the protective formation suddenly activated. Caught off guard, Lu Yuan was sent flying, crashing into a tree. Lu Yuan was shocked. Was Chu Qiuluo's son a decoy? Was this an ambush? Looking up again, he saw a giant python suddenly appear beside Chu Xian. And Chu Xian looked at him with disdain. You're from the evil sect. I knew it. So, was the identity of Chu Qiuluo's son a honeypot? Recovering from the shock, Lu Yuan completely ignored Chu Xian's question, lost in his own thoughts. Despite the sudden appearance of the python in Chu Xian's seemingly low cultivation, could it be a trap set by Chu Qiuluo for his son? Since there were no other people around, it meant it wasn't an ambush. He had to find a chance to escape, taking Chu Xian with him as a hostage. Not talking, huh? That's fine. Chu Xian smiled faintly. The giant python suddenly opened its jaws, and in Lu Yuan's horrified gaze, swallowed him whole. Covered in cold sweat, Lu Yuan instinctively dodged and rolled away. The giant python suddenly disappeared, and Chu Xian's appearance changed dramatically. Could it be? Lu Yuan had a terrifying thought. Was this a Void Realm expert's technique? The Chu family had a Void Realm expert protecting them, and he was so young. Looking at Chu Xian's handsome features, he did resemble Chu Qiuluo somewhat. You are Chu Qiuluo. A storm raged in his heart. What? The rumors of Chu Qiuluo and his wife's deaths and disappearances were all fake. Or was it that Chu Qiuluo had gained some great opportunity, and to avoid being targeted by enemies, faked his disappearance, even going so far as to disappear? Watching Chu Xian's handsome face, Lu Yuan felt turbulent waves crash within him. What? Chu Qiuluo and his wife's purported deaths and disappearances, all fake? Perhaps Chu Qiuluo obtained some great fortune and, to avoid being targeted, faked his disappearance and even arranged for such a huge secret. This is a Kilto silence situation. Lu Yan felt more and more convinced, a cold sweat breaking out. Seeing Lu Yan like this, Chu Xian asked. What's wrong with you? I'm Chu Xian, Chu Qiuluo's son. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. Come on, tell me how you're involved with the demonic cult, Luo Yang. Covered in cold sweat, Lu Yan stammered, I am not just involved. I'm Lu Yuan, the cult leader of the Purple Moon Kingdom's demonic cult. Chu Xian's expression turned cold. You're from the Purple Moon Kingdom, and you came to Qin territory to capture me. What's the meaning of this? Lu Yuan dared not hide anything. Ziyu Ebwa died in Chu territory. Our lord suspects the Chu clan's involvement and sent me to capture you as proof. Chu Xian was speechless. So that's what this was about. That pathetic counterattack last time, did it even scratch the surface? Ziyu Ebwa and Meng Hu both died. Fine. The Purple Moon Kingdom's demonic cult insists on provoking me. Then don't blame me for retaliating. Chu Xian gave Lu Yuan a heavy blow, instilling a strand of spiritual energy to ensure he remained truthful. Even with severe injuries, Lu Yuan wouldn't be easily killed. Chu Xian then issued his first command. Pretend to have a fortuitous encounter and return to assassinate the Purple Moon Kingdom's demonic cultists. Kill as many as you can. Maybe, if you're competent, you can cripple their forces. That would relieve a lot of pressure on the Chu clan. Chu Xian watched Lu Yuan's departing figure, secretly sighing. This should buy him some time to cultivate peacefully. Once I break through to the Earth Realm, the demonic king's court will be nothing to fear. Lu Yuan soon returned to the underground palace. The Purple Moon Kingdom's demonic elders were furious. Where is he? You didn't bring him back. One elder glared at Lu Yuan. Did you fail? Oomph, Lu Yuan sneered. You always order me around. What are you? From now on, I'm the cult leader. All the elders were stunned. Had Lu Yuan lost his mind? Daring to claim the cult leader's position. Who gave him the courage? Lu Yuan remained arrogant, glaring at everyone present. I'm on the verge of the Unity Realm. The position of cult leader is rightfully mine. Who agrees? Who objects? What could possess such a minor elder to claim the leadership of the demonic cult? This minor elder, Lu Yuan, after his arrogant display, saw the other elders' faces darken. They began to denounce him. Lu Yuan has gone mad. A chance encounter increased his strength and now he's delusional, claiming the cult leader's position. Especially, the more powerful Grand Elders rebuked Lu Yuan's audacity. This is suicide. Zheng Tu, who had a good relationship with Lu Yuan, anxiously tried to intervene. Lu Yuan, how can you speak like that? We're all brothers. Some jokes shouldn't be taken. Lu Yuan cut him off. Zheng Tu, you're a waste. I've always looked down on you. Zheng Tu's face turned green. This bastard is really getting ahead of himself. I ask again, who objects? Who supports me? Lu Yuan continued to glare at everyone. Supporters live, objectors die. The demonic cultists were not to be trifled with. The elders were enraged. Even the cult leader wouldn't dare speak so arrogantly. Who do you think you are? One of the demonic king's court's elders. I object. So what? Zheng Tu was the first to stand up, fuming. Good. Then die. Lu Yuan immediately attacked. Boom! With a single slash, he unleashed a powerful attack. Zheng Tu never expected Lu Yuan to actually attack. Caught off guard, he could only raise a hasty defense. Crack! An arm was severed, followed by an explosion of blood in the air. Lu Yuan, you're crazy. Fortunately, a nearby elder intervened, saving Zheng Tu from immediate death. So you dare attack me? You dare commit murder? Die! Lu Yuan roared, launching another powerful attack. You bastard! The intervening elder was enraged, hurriedly defending himself. Lu Yuan was truly insane. The other elders were shocked. Lu Yuan, stop. Or we won't be polite. Impudent. Lu Yuan raged. I said, objectors die. You dare defy me. All of you, die. The demonic elders were furious. Lu Yuan was truly mad. Such arrogance. Do you think you're the demonic king himself? Kill him. He's gone mad. Kill him. Zheng Tu clutched his wound, seething with rage. I'll kill you first. Lu Yuan roared, a powerful spiritual energy surging from his body. Zheng Tu instantly collapsed. The other elders were shocked. This power, so overbearing. He really did encounter a fortuitous opportunity. No wonder he's so arrogant. And he's probably being influenced by this power, losing his mind. The strongest elder, a bald man, was also sweating under this terrifying power. He quickly rallied the others. Let's subdue Lu Yuan together. But the crazed Lu Yuan showed no fear. After such continuous outbursts, his body couldn't withstand the strain. He began to emanate a chaotic, destructive aura. Die. Let's all die. Lu Yuan laughed maniacally, rushing forward, clearly intending to self-destruct. No. The bald elder's face was filled with terror. That bastard Lu Yuan is going to self-destruct. Boom. The underground palace collapsed in a fiery explosion. Smoke billowed. Who knew how long had passed? Amidst the ruins, Yuan Shong stared at the devastated palace, assuming a powerful enemy from the Purple Moon Kingdom had attacked. He rushed in, prepared to rescue survivors, only to find the bald elder leaning against a broken wall. Barely alive. Who did this? Seeing no enemy, Yuan Chang's face contorted in rage. That bastard Lu Yuan. The bald elder coughed up blood. He really did it. Yuan Chong was stunned. Lu Yuan had this kind of power. Everyone else is dead, only I survived, the bald elder gasped, spitting out more blood. Yuan Chang's mind reeled, everyone dead. At least 70% of the elders were gone. Such a devastating loss. How could they compete with other demonic sects? The bald elder continued to cough up blood. Looking at the dazed Yuan Chong. You should really, stop standing there. I think I can still be saved. Yuan Chong finally snapped back, retrieving a healing pill. Quickly, take this and tell me exactly what happened. Meanwhile, Xu Xian held a firecracker in his hand. Just moments ago, Lu Yuan, single-handedly, had devastated the Purple Moon Kingdom's underground palace. Congratulations! You orchestrated a devastating blow from afar, gaining 10 years of cultivation and a box of heavenly thunderbolts. The system's voice rang out. Xu Xian was invigorated. This counterattack was fruitful. 10 years of cultivation. A surge of power and comprehension washed over him. His strength increasing from the first level of the true tranquility realm to the third. As expected, the higher the realm, the slower the progress. 10 years of cultivation only raised him 2 minor levels. Xu Xian examined the heavenly thunderbolts. These were essentially cultivation world grenades, imbued with a sliver of heavenly thunder, highly effective against demonic cultivators. Once detonated, their explosive power could severely injure even a first-level true tranquility realm expert. Xu Xian decided that any demonic cultivator who dared to harass him would receive one of these. Let them use these for counterattacks, or even infiltrate the demonic king's court and cause chaos. After crippling the Purple Moon Kingdom's demonic cult, Xu Xian thought he could finally enjoy some peace. They're too weakened to send anyone else, right? Lost in pleasant dreams, Xu Xian felt Zheng Kuei's anxious presence. Something was wrong. Xu Xian immediately became alert. Could it be an expert from the demonic king's court? Soon after, a voice echoed in the courtyard. It was Zheng Kuei. Master, I have urgent news. Xu Xian sat in his chair, sipping tea, calmly waiting. The soul seal could transmit Xu Xian's will, but Zheng Kuei could only use it for simple communication. Not conversation. Thus, he needed to hear the details in person. Master, Yuan Chong, the deputy cult leader of the Purple Moon Kingdom, and Ru Wang, the cult leader of the Qin Kingdom's demonic cult, are secretly collaborating to launch a surprise attack on the Shu residence. Xu Xian was surprised by this unexpected news. Yuan Chong, instead of seeking further revenge, still blamed the Chu clan. If this plan succeeded, the Chu clan would suffer heavy losses, endangering key figures like Yu Jiming, Su Jing, or even Xu Qin and Xu Yun. Xu Xian was speechless. More trouble. Regardless, he was still a Chu clan member. Heavy losses for the Chu clan weren't in his best interest. Disrupting his peaceful cultivation. Xu Xian pondered for a moment. Find a way to leak this information to the Chu clan. Reveal the demonic cult's targets and the time of their attack. The Chu clan will know how to respond. Your task is to protect Xu Yun. Understand? Yes, master. Zheng Kuei bowed. Xu Xian considered that Xu Yun, currently focusing on cultivation, would need various spirit medicines. He added. Also, help Xu Yun gather various spirit medicines and heavenly treasures. You can arrange chance encounters. In short, find a way. You'll figure it out. Yes, master. Xu Xian then retrieved various precious pills, instructing Zheng Kuei to sell them for resources to purchase the medicines. To further ensure Xu Yun's safety, Xu Xian condensed 2 spirit avatars. Each avatar possessed the strength of the Unity Realm. While they couldn't last long, they were practically invincible within Qin territory. When you approach Xu Yun, one avatar will merge with her. The other is for your protection. Thank you, master. Zheng Kuei was thrilled. With a spirit avatar, his life was practically guaranteed. Xu Xian then tossed him a Unity pill. Break through to the Unity Realm. Zheng Kuei excitedly departed. Xu Tianming was also eager to reach the Unity Realm, but a breakthrough wasn't easy. At his current level, A unity pill would guarantee his advancement. However, Chu Xian had no intention of giving him one. This cheap grandfather had always disliked him. Better to wait for Chu Yun to refine a unity pill. Chu Tianming could use that to break through, further solidifying Chu Yun's position in the Chu clan. This old man's talent isn't great, Chu Xian mused. Why else would his own father, Chu Qiulua, never be suspected of reaching the unity realm or even the true tranquility realm? Could his father have cultivated a superior technique? Impossible. If such a technique existed, his father would have shared it with the Chu clan. Chu Xian knew his father still cared for the family. To reach the unity realm, potentially even the true tranquility realm. With the half-true scripture, his talent was truly exceptional. No wonder he could surpass all his peers in Qin, hailed as the Chu clan's most talented cultivator in generations. Look! That monstrous beast is doing something outrageous. It's entering a young girl's room. Just moments ago, Chu Xian had received his reward for staying home for 11 months. The enhanced spirit refining diagram. His old diagram had weakened, almost losing its effectiveness. After just a few seconds of looking at the new diagram, Chu Xian felt himself almost drawn in, his head throbbing. Amazing! This enhanced version is effective even in the Earth realm. But by then, they'll probably have an even better one. The original diagram was now obsolete, useless to Chu Xian, but it remained a top-tier treasure in the southern Zhou region. Elsewhere, within the Chu residence, Chu Qin was pacing furiously. After his near-death experience at the hands of the demonic cult, he was deeply disturbed. These days, he mobilized the Chu clan's intelligence network, relentlessly investigating the cult's activities, determined to eradicate them. He considered hiring the Black Moon Tower, but their exorbitant prices for information on the cult forced him to rely on the Chu clan's resources. Chu Manor's intelligence network was quite unique. However, due to the lack of exploration-type spiritual artifacts, it was difficult to obtain information from the demonic cult. It was difficult to probe the demonic cult's crucial points. At this moment, a clever steward rushed in. "Young master, someone sent a message." Chu Xian looked up. Who sent it? Not the other three families, and certainly not the Black Moon Tower. I don't know who it is, the steward shook his head. Chu Xian took the message, his expression changing drastically after reading it. Quickly, invite fourth uncle here. The steward hurried off. Chu Qiuhai was the fourth son of Chu Tianming. Among his siblings, Chu Tianming's talent was only above average. He had just stepped into the first level of the Void Spirit realm. What's the matter, Xingjiang? Chu Qiuhai asked. Chu Qiuhai arrived quickly. Chu Xian handed him the intelligence report. After Chu Qiuhai finished reading, he looked grave. Fourth uncle, what do you think? How? The credibility should be very high. Regardless, we must investigate. This matter is beyond our ability to handle. I'll return to the main house immediately. Chu Qiuhai left hurriedly with the report. Meanwhile, in a small village within Chu territory, on the hillside of a small mountain, inside a hidden cave, Chu Yun stared intently at a pill furnace. Spiritual energy surged within his body, flowing into the furnace with a unique rhythm. Condense. Chu Yun muttered, manipulating the spiritual energy. The furnace spun. Its lid opened, revealing fragrant, crimson smoke swirling within. Amidst the smoke, several pills of varying sizes materialized. Chu Yun caught them deftly. 4 are useless. 8 remaining. 5 are ordinary quality, but 3 have reached premium grade. The pills were smooth and glossy, emitting a subtle fragrance. Chu Yun was overjoyed. He silently reviewed the pill refining process, identifying areas for improvement. I'm out of medicinal herbs. I need to buy more to continue practicing. Once I can proficiently refine ordinary pills, the next step is refining spiritual pills. As Chu Yun stepped out, he saw a large emerald green snake slithering towards him. He was startled, but before he could react, the snake merged into his body. No. Chu Yun hastily examined himself, discovering an unknown power within him, seemingly originating from the snake. Suddenly, he noticed a small storage pouch where the snake had emerged. Looking around, he found no one else. Checking the pouch, he found a pile of medicinal herbs. Not just for ordinary pills, but also for spiritual pills. Besides the herbs, there were millions in gold coins. Chu Yun was bewildered. Who gave him the pouch? His grandfather was unlikely. He had no reason to be secretive. Thinking about the unknown power within him, he suspected a senior had observed his pill refining and left the herbs as a test. He felt he might have encountered a hidden expert. Taking the pouch, he happily returned to the cave to continue practicing. Hidden in the shadows of the cave were two figures. You protect Miss Chu Yun. I'll report to the cult master. Zhang Kuei instructed Dong Qian before stealthily leaving. The demonic cult was about to launch a surprise attack on the Chu family. As the first vice-cult master, Zhang Kuei had to be fully informed of the plan. He needed to deliver reliable intelligence to Chu Xian immediately, given Chu Xian's important connection. This guy's got heavenly eyes. No one can hide their identity from him anymore. Zhang Kuei had just arrived at the small courtyard. Chu Xian, after listening to his report, thought for a moment. Chu Yun seems to have a talent for pill refining. To reach this level in such a short time is remarkable. Good. Continue providing her with the necessary materials. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Not killing Zhang Kuei was the right choice. Having a loyal dog is useful. Besides, Zhang Kuei's position as first vice-cult master indicated not only strength, but also considerable intelligence. He casually gave Zhang Kuei a bottle of mystical void pills, also wanting Dong Qian to improve his strength. After all, their current power was too low to be of much use. For now, these two would suffice. Since there was no risk of betrayal, the stronger they were, the better. 13th Young Master, our Chu family, along with the He family, launched a joint attack and achieved a great victory against the demonic cult. Excited voices echoed from within the manor. The battle was fierce. Cult Master Wu Wang even used the cult's secret weapon. But it couldn't withstand the combined might of the two great families. Wu Wang was severely injured, and the other cult experts were almost completely annihilated. Chu Xian savored his meal, thinking, if I hadn't received the intelligence in advance, the Chu family might have suffered heavy losses. It was truly fortunate. The arriving elders and disciples continued to recount the battle. The demonic cult's strength is severely depleted. They are practically on the verge of collapse in the Ziyu kingdom. The disciples continued to celebrate. Chu Xian continued eating. Excellent. The demonic cult is unlikely to cause trouble for a while. Father, you achieved a brilliant victory against the demonic cult without even leaving home. Reward. Heavenly Insight Technique. The system reward arrived unexpectedly, delighting Chu Xian. The Chu family's victory and the demonic cult's defeat were confirmed. The Heavenly Insight Technique. Heavenly Insight, revealing the root and source. Knowing origins and past lives, Chu Xian looked at the technique's description and was stunned. This technique was incredibly powerful. It could reveal a spirit's origins and even their past lives. Of course, only extraordinary past lives could be revealed. There was no need to investigate ordinary ones. Mastering the Heavenly Insight Technique meant no one could hide their identity from Chu Xian. With a single glance, he could know their origins and, sometimes, even their past lives. Activating his heavenly eye, Chu Xian couldn't resist using the Heavenly Insight Technique on Tian Miaomiao. A surge of information flooded his mind. Heavenly Spirit Cat, born from the essence of heaven and earth, inheriting a divine lineage. Just a glimpse of the information caused Chu Xian to feel a mental strain, a dizzying sensation. He quickly stopped. Tian Miaomiao's origins were extraordinary. Investigating further would consume too much mental energy. With his current strength, it was impossible. He had only gleaned a small piece of information. Chu Xian took a pill to restore his mental energy and didn't continue investigating Tian Miaomiao or the Han Tian Golden Canopy. Their origins were already known through the system. Moreover, they were not ordinary beings. Their levels were too high for Chu Xian to fully investigate with his current strength. With the demonic cult crippled, Chu Xian's peaceful days continued. With half a month left until the 1-year mark, someone Chu Xian didn't want to see returned. Chu Yuantong, the third oldest among his siblings. A fervent admirer of their father, Chu Choluo. 2 years ago, Chu Yuantong left to train, supposedly leaving the Qin kingdom. Upon his return, he immediately went to Chu Xian's courtyard, looking disappointed. Hey, look at you. Do you think you're worthy of third uncle? Chu Xian's lips twitched. The main reason his relationship with Chu Yuantong was strained. was Chu Yuantong's constant disapproval. He always acted like a disappointed mentor. "Can't you just relax?" Chu Yuantong said, heartbroken. "Third uncle is missing. Don't you want to become stronger and find him? You're such a disappointment." Chu Yuantong turned around, his back facing Chu Xian. Chu Yuantong's hands trembled with anger. He idolized his third uncle, Chu Qiuluo, and had trained under him since childhood. His current skills were all thanks to Chu Qiuluo. Seeing Chu Xian's indifference, he was furious. "Get up!" Chu Yuantong reached out to grab him. Chu Xian ignored him, remaining motionless. "Third brother, grabbing me so hard, are you trying to kill me and inherit my father's estate?" Chu Yuantong paused, his face turning pale. You actually think of me that way?" "No, I just don't want you to bother me." Chu Xian turned to face him. "Third brother, everyone has their own way of life. This is the life I've chosen, and I'm content with it. Besides, even father didn't interfere with me when he was alive." Chu Yuantong's hands trembled as he pointed at him, then finally sighed and sat down beside Chu Xian, taking out a flask of wine and drinking silently. Chu Xian glanced at him. This guy clearly had something on his mind. But he didn't ask. Among the siblings, Chu Yuantong was the most talented. Chu Tianming favored Chu Qingyuan, but in terms of cultivation, Chu Yuantong was far superior. He had the potential to reach the first level of the Void Spirit realm. However, Chu Xian noticed that Chu Yuantong wasn't cultivating the Chu family's techniques. He didn't know if Chu Yuantong had encountered a fortuitous encounter outside and learned other techniques, or if their father had taught him something secretly. Chu Yuantong took a few sips of wine and sighed. "Do you really want to live a carefree, ignorant life? Perhaps a peaceful life is the right choice." Chu Xian listened silently, feeling a pang of sadness. Chu Yuantong seemed to have something to say. Something must have happened during his travels. Although their relationship wasn't close before Chu Xian regained his past life memories, Chu Yuantong genuinely cared for him. If he could help, Chu Xian wouldn't hesitate. This mother and daughter are so unfortunate. Although Gui is a Qin kingdom princess, her mother was rejected by Chu Qiuluo. Now, the daughter is also being rejected by his son, Chu Yuan. Clearly, history is repeating itself. Chu Yuantong quietly told Chu Xian that he would be leaving soon, with no set return date. He wouldn't even reveal his destination, or whether he would ever return. However, he promised to keep searching for information about their third uncle and would notify Chu Xian if he found anything. Chu Yuantong took out a small scroll. "Although the Chu siblings don't fight amongst ourselves, for your safety and stability, you should cultivate this technique and present it to grandfather. Your position in the family will improve greatly." The scroll seemed incomplete, with yellowed pages made of a special beast hide that could preserve information for a very long time. This type of beast hide was typically used for recording cultivation techniques. Besides its longevity, it could also store spiritual energy. The words on it were written with spiritual energy, containing deeper meanings. Chu Yuantong placed the scroll in Chu Xian's hands and then took out a bottle of pills, placing it in his hand as well. "Standing up," he said solemnly, "reach the profound realm soon." Watching Chu Yuantong's slightly desolate figure, Chu Xian shook his head, wondering what was troubling him. Could it be heartbreak? It was highly possible. Picking up the scroll, he opened it and examined it. Earth Step Technique. Only half of the Earth Step Technique, to be precise. Even so, it was extraordinary. After all, the Chu family had relied on half of the true Earth Technique to maintain their position in the Qin Kingdom for thousands of years. Cultivating this half of the Earth Step Technique wouldn't lead to the Earth Realm, but reaching the profound realm wouldn't be a problem. According to the scroll, the reason there were no Earth Realm experts in the Nanzhou region was due to a great war that shattered the Earth's meridians. The disruption of Earth's energy flow made achieving the Earth Realm impossible there. That was too far away for now. Chu Yuantong gave him this technique so he could gain Chu Tianming's favor, and improve his standing within the family, allowing him to continue his peaceful life. It was a thoughtful gesture. Chu Xian still couldn't figure out what was troubling Chu Yuantong. It seemed he was trying to distance himself. Could he have offended someone powerful and was seeking refuge? Unable to understand, Chu Xian decided not to dwell on it. He could ask Zhang Kuwei to keep an eye on Chu Yuantong and help him if necessary. The next day after Chu Yuantong's return, an urgent summons from Chu Tianming echoed through the ancestral mansion. Chu Xian sighed. What does the old man want now? An explosion was about to happen. Chu Tianming's first thought was that this matter was related to Chu Yuan. To be able to make Chu Tianming so furious, it seemed that the matter was not trivial. Then let Tianming go to the ancestral home every second to see what happened. Even so far away, Chu Xian could sense Chu Tianming's uncontrollable aura. Could it be that he wanted to kill Chu Yuan? That old man wouldn't be so ruthless, would he? Chu Tianming was about to go crazy. Chu Yuan wanted to break off the engagement. His fiancée was Princess Qin Kaiyu of the Qin Kingdom. The one whose engagement was broken off was the Qin family again. Although the 14 families of the Qin Kingdom shared power, the Qin family was, after all, the royal family of the Qin Kingdom, the leader. Breaking off engagements again and again, this was rubbing the Qin family's face in the dirt. What made Chu Tianming even more furious was that Qin Qi's mother was the one whose engagement had been broken off by his third son, Chu Qiluo. After the previous incident, the woman didn't return to her family but married someone else. Now that Chu Yuan had broken off the engagement, the other party would certainly not let it go. Perhaps the Chu and Qin families would have a conflict because of this. I don't care who you like, you absolutely cannot break off this engagement. I'll immediately arrange for you to marry her. Chu Tianming roared. Chu Yuan's father, Chu Qiufeng, was now drenched in cold sweat, lowering his head and not daring to look at his father. He also regretted it a little. He shouldn't have let his third brother influence his son. What did he learn? He learned to break off engagements. Didn't he get along well with Qin Kaiyu? They seemed to have a good relationship. So why did he suddenly want to break off the engagement? Chu Tianming was furious. Once this matter was known by the Qin family, wouldn't they be furious? His third son broke off an engagement, and now his grandson broke off an engagement too. And the one whose engagement was broken was the daughter of the previous victim. This was simply outrageous. Chu Yuan, however, was calm and collected. I've already informed the Qin family. I've also confessed, and told Kaiyu frankly, in my eyes, she is just a little sister. Pow! Chu Tianming clutched his chest, feeling his blood boil. He pointed at Chu Yuan, unable to speak for a long time. If he wasn't a cultivator of the river realm, he would probably have burst a blood vessel. Grandfather, father, uncle, I'm here to say goodbye today. I'm leaving the Chu family. Chu Yuan remained calm. He knew he would face Chu Tianming's wrath. But he still had to come back to inform them. Chu Qiufeng's expression was complex. His son had been intelligent since childhood and admired his third brother. But in the end, he even learned how to break off engagements from him. The eldest of the Chu family, Chu Qiuchang, also had a complex expression. The Chu brothers had always been less prone to fighting and were harmonious. Ever since the incident with their third brother, Chu Qiluo, the Chu family's atmosphere seemed to have been skewed. You are not allowed to leave. I will immediately inform the Qin family to come over for the wedding. Chu Tianming roared so loudly that he almost wanted to tear down the Chu family's ancestral home. Hua Qingyuan, the housekeeper, hurriedly came in with a complicated expression. Master, the Qin family is here. Chu Tianming's face changed. Who is it? It's Qin Pingxia and her daughter. What? Chu Tianming's face alternated between pale and flushed. That Qin Pingxia, who almost became his daughter-in-law, came with her daughter to settle the score. Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that he admired his old man so much that he even learned how to break off engagements? Even from such a distance, he could hear Chu Tianming's roar. One could imagine how angry he was. If he wasn't a cultivator, he would probably have burst a blood vessel. He didn't know what would happen to Chu Yuan. Would he be confined or forced to marry the Qin family's daughter? The question was the Qin family's daughter willing to marry him? Could it be that it was all voluntary? A feudal tragedy. Chu Shueyo shook his head. After a while, Chu Tianming's roar subsided. Could it be that Chu Yuan was locked up? Since Chu Yuan came back, he should have known the consequences he would face. What kind of a messed up family was this? Just because you broke off my engagement, you want to force your son to marry instead. Just now, in the grand hall of the Chu family's ancestral home, a figure in red crossed the threshold. Qin Pingxia, with a cold expression, stepped into the main hall. Behind her followed a graceful young girl, her head slightly lowered. Chu family, you want to break off the engagement again? Qin Pingxia asked. Absolutely not. Chu Tianming denied immediately. Whether the Chu family breaks off the engagement or not is the Chu family's business, but I, Chu Yuan, will not fulfill this engagement. Chu Yuan said calmly. You shut up. Chu Tianming roared. Grandfather, forced marriages never work. Ask Caillou if she likes me. I don't like, a weak voice came. What about you? Chu Yuan was taken aback. Did you hear that? You dare to let down Caillou? I'll break your legs. Chu Tianming continued to roar. This couldn't continue. If this precedent was set, cracks would appear in the alliance of the four families. And the beginning of cracks meant that the four families would gradually become disunited. Chu Yuan looked firmly at Qin Caillou. You shouldn't be bound by this so-called engagement. We've only met a few times, but I like you. I liked you the first time I saw you. Qin Caillou blushed. This didn't make sense. Did he have such great charm? Chu Yuan was a little dumbfounded. Taking a deep breath, he said, I have someone I like. It's impossible between us. Enough. Qin Pingxia raged. Do you think my Qin family's daughter is not worthy of your Chu family's son? Thinking of Chu Qiulua, she was furious. Now, her own daughter's engagement had been broken off as well. Pingxia, regarding the matter of breaking off the engagement. It will never happen again. Lock him up and make him reflect. Chu Tianming said with a dark face, ordering the housekeeper. Chu Yuan secretly glanced at his chest, fumbling around. Grandfather. I, Chu Yuan, may not be as talented as my third uncle, as handsome as my third uncle, or as strong as my third uncle, but my will towards the one I love will definitely not lose to my third uncle's. Chu Tianming was furious. Why do you learn nothing else but how to break off an engagement like your third uncle? Drag him down and lock him up. Make him reflect properly. Chu Yuan ignored the housekeeper and looked at Qin Caillou. Caillou, you are a good person. You can find someone better. Goodbye. Everyone watched. Chu Yuan revealed the item in his hand. It was a teleportation pearl. Then, with a flash, he disappeared, leaving behind only Chu Tianming's roar, bastard. But it was too late. Get him back. Chu Tianming roared. None of the Chu family's third generation are any good. Qin Pingxia glared coldly at the roaring Chu Tianming. Taking a deep breath, she said, Chu Qiuluo's son has been bold enough to leave the ancestral home, huh? Chu Tianming's face darkened. I'll go and see how capable Chu Qiuluo's son is. Hua Qingyuan then turned and left with Qin Caillou. Chu Tianming was stunned, not quite understanding what he meant. Chu Qiuchang and Chu Qiufeng followed. They wanted to see what this woman would do when she saw Chu Xian and what crazy things she would do. Soon, the door of the small courtyard was pushed open. Qin Pingxia, with Qin Caillou, appeared in the small courtyard. Looking at Chu Xian, who was lazily lying on a chair, with a slight smile, she felt an unknown fire rising in her heart. You are Chu Qiuluo's son, Chu Xian. Chu Xian opened his eyes and glanced at her. Who are you? Sensing the malicious intent in Qin Pingxia's eyes and the way she seemed to be looking down on him, he lazily replied, What did you call me? Master. Qin Pingxia was so angry that she almost choked. You are the same generation as my father. If I don't call you master, should I call you sister? Chu Xian stretched, yawning. Then I'll have to call you auntie. You are older than me. Qin Pingxia took a deep breath, turning to look at the nervous Chu Qiuchang and Chu Qiufeng. Does your Chu family want to break off the engagement? Have you thought about the consequences? Chu Qiuchang smiled wryly. This matter is indeed our Chu family's fault, but you also saw that he has escaped. Whether we can catch him is another matter. Even if we force them to marry, it would be unfair to Caillou. Qin Pingxia looked at Chu Xian. Chu Qiulua offended me, then let his son suffer the consequences. Chu Xian was stunned. Auntie, how old are you? You already have a daughter, yet you're so shameless. Trying to seduce a younger man. No wonder I rejected you. You're presumptuous. Qin Pingxia's face turned livid, her river realm cultivation instantly revealed. Chu Qiuchang hurriedly stepped forward, standing between her and Chu Xian. Turning his head, he glared at Chu Xian. What are you talking about? Seeing Chu Qiuchang sweating under the pressure of Qin Pingxia's aura, Qin Pingxia withdrew her aura, taking a deep breath. Since Chu Yuan is unwilling, then let Chu Xian marry my daughter. Could you believe that this seemingly harmless girl had a true identity that could shake the entire Nanzhou continent? Just now, Qin Pingxia withdrew her aura, took a deep breath, and said, since Chu Yuan is unwilling, then let Chu Xian marry my daughter. Hua Qingyuan and Qin Kaiyu blushed and lowered their heads. That sounds good. Wow, was she so fickle? Just now she said she liked Chu Yuan, and in the blink of an eye, she liked Chu Xian. The two brothers, Chu Qiuchang, were speechless. I disagree. Chu Xian raised his hand to object. After all, he was the male protagonist. What right do you have to disagree? Qin Pingxia looked at him coldly. Chu Xian said seriously. Trash. Your daughter marrying me, isn't that ruining her life? Even though you're trash, you still have the guts to say it so confidently. Where's your shame? Don't you want your face anymore? Marrying a piece of trash, how can you let your daughter face others? Do you still want your face? Chu Xian continued to speak seriously. Think about it. You, as a mother, were dumped by my father, and now you want your daughter to marry me, this piece of trash. What will others think? They will definitely think that your daughter is unwanted and can only marry trash. Auntie, even if you were dumped by my father, do you want your daughter to bear the reputation of being unwanted and only able to marry trash? Huff huff huff. Qin Pingxia trembled with anger, her breathing heavy, almost unable to control her rage. Damn it! Every word Chu Xian spoke wasn't just about him being trash, but emphasizing that she had been dumped by his father. None of the Chu family's third generation are good. Qin Pingxia gritted her teeth. Chu Qiuchang and the other two broke out in cold sweat, fearing that Qin Pingxia would suddenly attack. With their strength, they couldn't stop her. Chu Xian, however, remained unconcerned, continuing to provoke her. After all, he wasn't the third generation of the Chu family. You're right, trash is not worthy of your daughter. Qin Pingxia said hatefully. Ding! You rejected a woman who offered herself to you. Reward. Void heart fire. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. There was even a reward for this. As expected, he could always trigger the system's random rewards inadvertently. Qin Pingxia took a deep look at Chu Xian, turned around, and left without saying a word. Qin Kaiyu blushed, looking at Chu Xian with a somewhat regretful expression, but could only turn around and follow helplessly. Chu Xian frowned. Qin Kaiyu acted like an obedient girl, but for some reason, he felt that something was wrong with this girl. Immediately using the Heavenly Secrets calculation, he calculated Qin Kaiyu, mother. Qin Pingxia, father. Hong Fei, soul. Fox demon soul, reborn in a dungeon, currently in the recovery stage. Outwardly obedient, inwardly cunning and ruthless, good at deception. Likes handsome men. Chu Xian took a deep breath. A fox demon soul, a former Earth Realm expert, now in the recovery stage. An obedient appearance, a ruthless heart. This girl is not simple. Moreover, she likes handsome men. Chu Xian touched his face. He was indeed handsome, there was no need to doubt that. No wonder she said she liked him. It seemed that the Qin kingdom was about to change. How would the Qin family's future unfold? All depended on Qin Qi's appearance. Was she a demon or a human? Limited by his strength, he couldn't further investigate how Qin Kaiyu was reborn into the Qin family and for what reason. He had to be wary of this girl. Although she was still some time away from a full recovery and it would take even longer to return to the Earth realm. Thinking that Chu Yuan's broken engagement would be such a lively affair, being targeted by a fox demon, wasn't a good thing. Chu Xian thought for a moment and decided to remind Chu Yuan. After all, he was sincere towards him. He looked at the Skyhawk Golden Rock and gave it a message. The Skyhawk Golden Rock soared into the sky and disappeared from the courtyard in the blink of an eye. It wasn't difficult for Chu Xian to find Chu Yuan's location through the system records. The Nihility Heartfire, an invisible flame, appeared. Nihility Heartfire. Burns the heart, burns with rage. This fire was like the true fire of anger, able to ignite within a sleeping person. It can stir a person's fury, fueled by their rage. Only a spark of anger is needed to ignite it, and once lit, it cannot be extinguished. Chu Xian knew how powerful Nihility Heartfire was, and how difficult it was to defend against. In this world, who wouldn't feel anger? To kill someone, you only need to provoke them slightly, and the fire will ignite. Once ablaze, it will not be extinguished until the target explodes in rage, killing without a trace. Those unaware would simply think the victim died from rage. With intense anger and disrupted spiritual power, going berserk wouldn't be impossible. Chu Yuan's matter seemed to have subsided within the Chu family, but Chu Xian knew better. Though it appeared calm on the surface, some ripples had undoubtedly formed. He could imagine that with Qingyun's Earth Soul awakening and her talent unleashed, the Chu family would soon regret not keeping her. Unless Chu Yuan never returned, he would definitely be unwelcome. Xu Tianming might even disown his grandson. Fortunately, all of this had little to do with Chu Xian. He just wanted to cultivate peacefully. Whether Qingyun's Earth Soul recovered or not, she wouldn't be a threat in the short term. The one-year mark was approaching, and the rewards would be substantial. The Earth Realm wasn't far off for Chu Xian. It was common knowledge in the southern domain that there were no Earth Realm cultivators. As for the reason, the records or ancient legends spoke of a great battle that shattered the land, causing incomplete rules and the loss of Earth Realm inheritance. However, with Qingyun's appearance, Chu Xian knew the truth was likely more complicated. Where did Qingyun come from? Was she a native of the southern domain or an outsider? Information about the world beyond the southern domain was scarce, even in the records. Several thoughts flashed through Chu Xian's mind. For now, without reaching the Earth Realm, some of his plans couldn't be implemented. Moreover, if an Earth Soul cultivator like Qingyun had appeared, were there similar cases elsewhere in the southern domain? Was Qingyun a unique case? Chu Xian was more curious about why Qingyun, a fox demon, was reborn into the human race. Was her reincarnation passive or active? Judging from her retained Earth Soul, an active rebirth for a specific reason seemed highly likely. Chu Xian thought of Ping Xianxia, the woman whose engagement to his father was broken off. She ended up marrying a criminal, and gave birth to Qingyun, who was then betrothed to Chu Yuan. Was there a connection? Why would Ping Xianxia, after being jilted, still want her daughter to marry into the Chu family? Furthermore, Chu Yuan had always been taught by Chu Qiluo, practically his successor. The more Chu Xian thought about it, the more he felt there was a conspiracy. Chu Yuan broke off the engagement, and now Ping Xianxia wanted to marry Qingyun to him. It seemed too casual. Something felt off about the Qin family. He needed to investigate. With sufficient strength, any conspiracy could be overcome. What kind of twisted logic was this? At his age, being forced to kneel to such a young brat. The shame was unbearable. Just now, in the Purple Moon Kingdom's demonic sect, the sect leader Hua Qingyuan looked at the frail, hunched-over Qingyun Wu and said, "Qingyun Wu, your lifespan is nearing its end. Once this task is complete, I will give you the complete Blood Spirit Pearl. It should be enough for you to extend your life by 10 years and increase your chances of a breakthrough." Qingyun Wu coughed, his voice raspy. Hua Qingyuan, only a few more years. Chu family elder, you should willingly offer the Blood Spirit Pearl. Are you truly willing to part with it? The Blood Spirit Pearl is refined from the essence of 15,000 cultivators using forbidden techniques. It is one of the treasures created by demonic cultivators, and the method of refining the Blood Spirit Pearl is solely in the hands of the demonic King's Court. This is also the reason why the demonic King's Court is relentlessly pursuing cultivators. Qingyun Wu's cultivation was at its peak, a veteran demonic cultivator, yet he couldn't break through to the synthesis realm. My lifespan is nearing its end. Hua Qingyuan. My demonic sect has fallen to such a state, and the source of it all is the Chu family of the Qin kingdom. I cannot swallow this anger. Hua Qingyuan raged. The demonic sect's years of planning were ruined, and he was severely injured. The 3 remaining elders were no match for the Chu family. The Purple Moon Kingdom's demonic sect was on the verge of collapse. And it all started when the Chu family discovered the demonic sect's infiltration of the Qin kingdom. The main target is Chu Qiluo's son. As long as we harm his son, I have plenty of ways to retaliate against the Chu family. Hua Qingyuan gritted his teeth and took out the Blood Spirit Pearl. Moreover, using Chu Qiluo's son for our revenge, I'd like to see if the Chu family would dare to kill their own. Seeing the sect leader so determined, Qingyun Wu agreed. He had been stuck at the peak of the Void Realm for too long. With his lifespan dwindling, this was an opportunity. Though the Chu family was powerful, with his skills, He was confident he could slip in and out without being caught. Hua Qingyuan tossed half of the blood spirit pearl. After you succeed, the other half is yours. Qingyun Wu took the blood spirit pearl, gave Hua Qingyuan a meaningful look, then turned and left. The Chu family was strong, and Chu Tianming's strength was comparable to his own, with a protective treasure to boot. Qingyun Wu wasn't confident he could defeat Chu Tianming. Besides, though Chu Qiulihua was old and his strength had declined, as long as he wasn't trapped within the Chu family estate, against Void Realm 8th stage or lower, he was confident he could escape. This trip was just to capture Hua Qingyuan's son and kill a few Chu family elders along the way. A quick infiltration to capture the target and eliminate a few witnesses. Wouldn't be difficult. By the time the Chu family reacted, he'd be back in the Purple Moon Kingdom with the complete blood spirit pearl. If he broke through to the synthesis realm, the Chu family would be nothing. Even if he failed, he didn't have many years left to live, so what was there to fear? Qingyun Wu smiled wickedly. Meanwhile, Zhu Xian counted the days. Only 7 days left until the 1-year mark. Time flies. It's been almost a year cultivating in this small courtyard. From the mortal realm all the way to the true realm, who would believe it? 7 more days, and it'll be a full year. Nothing unexpected should happen. No one will disturb me, right? Cultivating peacefully, was there anything more enjoyable? Suddenly, Zhu Xian sighed. Someone was approaching the courtyard. What's with these demonic sect people? Why do they always find me first whenever they come to the Chu family? Qingyun Wu arrived at the courtyard, immediately sealing the surroundings to prevent any sound from escaping. Even if Zhu Xian shouted, no one would hear. You are Hua Qingyuan's son, Qingyun Wu said, looking at Zhu Xian sitting calmly in his chair. I am indeed Hua Qingyuan's son, but I don't understand why you demonic sect people always target me. Did my father steal your scriptures or something? Zhu Xian sighed. I am not from the demonic sect, Qingyun Wu replied, merely hired by them. Come quietly, boy. Qingyun Wu smiled and reached for Zhu Xian. Not from the demonic sect. Zhu Xian was slightly surprised. Qingyun Wu was at the peak of the void realm, though his lifespan was dwindling. Zhu Xian had assumed he was some hidden elder of the demonic sect. As Qingyun Wu's hand reached out, Zhu Xian simply said, kneel. Qingyun Wu instantly fell to his knees. True speech, a word into reality, a command into law. With the strength of the true realm 3rd stage, Zhu Xian's true speech against a peak void realm cultivator like Qingyun Wu was like the law of the great Tao. Qingyun Wu had no resistance. His spiritual power fluctuated wildly as he tried to stand, to escape. Stay kneeling. Don't try to run. Zhu Xian's calm voice continued. As the words fell, Qingyun Wu's fluctuating spiritual power subsided, and the thought of escape vanished. Kneeling, kneeling. Cold sweat dripped down Qingyun Wu's face. Terror filled his heart. What kind of power was this? The legendary Earth Realm. Hua Qingyuan's son. Preposterous. What terrifying secret did the Chu family hold? Qingyun Wu cursed Hua Qingyuan inwardly. Explain your origins and purpose here. Zhu Xian continued, using true speech. Qingyun Wu immediately confessed everything. He was terrified. Why did he have no power to resist the other party's words? After hearing Qingyun Wu's explanation, Zhu Xian was speechless. The demonic sect people were insane. On the verge of collapse, they still wouldn't give up, insisting on disturbing him. Was it their demonic cultivation that had damaged their brains? Zhu Xian captured Qingyun Wu but had no intention of controlling him. Too much effort. Since he was at the peak of the void realm yet couldn't break through, it showed how poor his talent was. With so much time, even a slightly better talent could have reached the synthesis realm. Waste. No value. And with his dwindling lifespan, helping him break through would be a waste of resources. Zhu Xian didn't kill him directly. Instead, he controlled him with a soul seal and, remembering the system reward, Sky Thunderflash, took out several and gave them to Qingyun Wu. Go. Use your remaining life to shine brightly. Cause some chaos in the demonic king's court. Kill as many as you can. Zhu Xian waved him off. Let chaos reign. This old man was actually the first suicide bomber in history. Who would have thought? After leaving the Chu family, Qingyun Wu headed straight for the demonic king's court, his heart in turmoil. The Chu family was terrifying. This was a suicide mission. What use were these things Chu Xian gave him? Just to let him slap anyone he saw. Qingyun Wu never imagined he would spend his last moments like this. The demonic king's court was the holy land of demonic cultivators in the southern domain, the most powerful force. No demonic cultivator dared to provoke it. A day later, Qingyun Wu arrived at the capital of the demonic king's court. The guards at the gate were all at the void realm, albeit only at the first or second stage. This demonstrated the demonic king's court's strength. All demonic cultivators who reached the synthesis realm had to report to the capital. Without orders, they couldn't leave the territory. This was the rule, and any violation meant death. Though powerful, the demonic king's court wasn't without enemies. Especially with the old demonic king in seclusion, the demonic king's court had become less active, ceasing its outward expansion. Halt! The guards at the gate saw the hunched Qingyun Wu approaching and immediately shouted. Qingyun Wu had accepted his fate. He couldn't resist that will controlling him, might as well go out with a bang. Even in death, he would leave his mark on the history of demonic cultivators in the southern domain, and even the entire southern domain's cultivation history. He would make sure someone remembered the name Qingyun Wu. He stormed the demonic king's court. He looked up, a cold smile on his face. The holy land of demonic cultivators, where no demonic cultivator dares to trespass. Today, Qingyun Wu will challenge this so-called holy land. What did you say? The guards thought they misheard. A madman was actually trying to break in. The Scorpion King's palace was heavily guarded. Deng Da's eyes widened. Is this guy crazy? Has his evil cultivation fried his brain? I hope I don't end up like that one day. Even the most fearless desperados wouldn't dare provoke the Scorpion King. The consequences were worse than death. As evil cultivators, they knew better than anyone how cruel their methods could be. Qingyun Wu stood tall, his aura surging. His hollow core realm cultivation was on full display. I am Qingyun Wu. He no longer resembled a frail old man. A golden broadsword appeared in his hand, gleaming like a teardrop. He looked like a vengeful god. In my final moments, I will shine brightly. I will make all evil cultivators remember the name Qingyun Wu. I will forever be remembered for storming the Scorpion King's palace. My name will be etched in Nan Province's history. So what if I die? Qingyun Wu attacked. His first strike was like a thunderbolt. The guards had only perceived him as a hollow-core second-stage cultivator and didn't believe he would actually attack. Caught off guard, they were no match for him. He instantly cut them down. Boom! Qingyun Wu charged towards the palace, cleaving the gate with a single slash. All of you, come out and die. Powerful auras erupted within the palace. As Qingyun Wu stormed the palace, several hollow-core 8th stage guards rushed out. They were immediately overwhelmed by his formidable aura. While they were still reeling, even stronger core formation realm auras emerged from deeper within the palace. You're courting death. A core formation expert arrived. A giant hand reaching out to grab Qingyun Wu. A heavenly thunder flash appeared in Qingyun Wu's hand. He hurled it at the incoming expert. The core formation expert's eyes narrowed, sensing immense danger. He caught the thunder flash. But it was too late. Boom! The explosion was deafening, a building collapsing in the ensuing chaos. The core formation expert perished in the blast. Qingyun Wu continued his assault on the palace. Finally unleashing one final roar. Ha ha ha. I, Qingyun Wu, will die a glorious death. An evil cultivator who doesn't dare challenge the Scorpion King's palace is no true evil cultivator. As an evil cultivator, I must storm the holy ground of our kind. Remember my name, Qingyun Wu. The massive explosion caught the attention of a delicate-looking young man. He quickly questioned his subordinates. What happened? Reporting to the evil king, a hollow-core peak evil cultivator, Qingyun Wu stormed the palace, killing a core formation expert and severely injuring 2 nascent soul experts. A subordinate stammered. In the end, he self-destructed within the palace. Before dying, he yelled, "Remember my name, Qingyun Wu." The delicate young man was the current Scorpion King. Insolent. Inside the main hall, the Scorpion King's face was livid. The other high-ranking members of the court were equally enraged. Capture his family and friends. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death. The Scorpion King roared. No previous Scorpion King had been so brazenly challenged. He felt his authority was being undermined. Perhaps as a loner, without any family or disciples, someone cautiously suggested. What? Seriously? The Scorpion King was exasperated. This old fool. The news of Qingyun Sword's attack spread like wildfire throughout Nan province, reaching every evil cultivator. There were always a few madmen among their ranks, and copycats were inevitable. Evil cultivators were prone to instability. After this incident, Qingyun Sword became famous, his name known throughout the land. Some unstable cultivators, seeking notoriety, would naturally try to emulate him. The Scorpion King's once unchallengeable authority would be tested time and again. The current Scorpion King's face had been thoroughly slapped. When Hua Qingyuan heard the news, he broke out in a cold sweat. That old fool Qingyun Sword. Is he insane? He wanted to grab Qingyun Sword and yell, I specifically told you to cause trouble at the Chu family, not to provoke the Scorpion King. What went wrong? Why did you suddenly attack the palace? Did you even go to the Chu family? Did you lose your mind on the way, or did something happen at the Chu family? Hua Qingyuan was terrified. If anyone discovered his involvement in Qingyun Sword's attack on the Chu family, he would be doomed. Fortunately, only he and Qingyun Sword knew about their plan. There were no other witnesses. The Black Moon Tower shouldn't know, right? Such a confidential matter, with no third party involved, shouldn't have been leaked. Hua Qingyuan tried to reassure himself. I hope that old fool Qingyun Sword didn't reveal anything to the Black Moon Tower. Otherwise, those ruthless bastards would definitely use that information against me to curry favor with the Scorpion King. I need to lay low and recover from my injuries. This has nothing to do with me. I've never even met Qingyun Sword. Hua Qingyuan decided to keep a low profile. He didn't want to be captured by the Scorpion King. The consequences would be unbearable. Something's not right about the Chu family. Why am I always implicated in incidents involving them? Hua Qingyuan suspected the Chu family was hiding something significant. After Qingyun Sword's incident, he didn't dare target them anymore. He would focus on recovering, and once healed, he would plan his revenge. He wouldn't let them off the hook. If it weren't for the Chu family, I wouldn't be in this weakened state. The Zu country's evil cultivators are almost eradicated. All of this is the Scorpion King's fault for his incompetence. If not for his incompetence, I wouldn't be in this situation. The Chu family. Hua Qingyuan gritted his teeth. He could have lived a carefree life but was now forced down a dangerous path. The Chu family. A year later, apart from gaining weight, Hua Qingyuan had an unexpected gain. Just now, in a fit of rage, he took out a small, dark red bead and stared at it for a long time. His expression uncertain. He had found this bead years ago, when he was still in the profound realm, in an ancient ruin. After years of exploration and research, he had figured out that the bead was a demonic heart bead, containing demonic energy. Once released, anyone below the nascent soul realm would be demonized. Once demonized, they would become demonic slaves. The demonic race was humanity's greatest enemy, a threat far greater than any human cultivator, regardless of their realm. Hua Qingyuan's eyes gleamed with ambition. He stared at the demonic heartbeat for a while before putting it away. Whether to implement the plan will be decided later. Father, without even leaving your room, you've caused a stir in the Scorpion King's court and caught the attention of every evil cultivator in the land. You've established a legacy secret realm. Chu Xian was shocked. That old man Qingyun Sword, quite capable, isn't he? Establishing a legacy secret realm. The system allowed Chu Xian to establish a legacy secret realm anywhere in Nan province without leaving his room. Upon entering the secret realm, a destined individual would gain its inheritance. This wasn't just any secret realm. It allowed Chu Xian to choose a successor anywhere in Nan province. Whoever received the inheritance would become his disciple. And if Chu Xian so willed, he could instantly absorb his disciples' cultivation or even control their life. Chu Xian looked at the small workshop worker's icon in the system. As long as he had enough legacy secret realms, he could have disciples all over the land without ever leaving his room. And every disciple would be completely under his control. Even if a disciple rebelled, he could instantly reclaim their cultivation. Of course, the inheritors wouldn't know that their lives were in Chu Xian's hands. Only those with great destiny could enter the legacy secret realm. Aren't these the protagonists of the world? Disciples all over the world without leaving home, the ultimate puppet master. Interesting. If any disciple dares to betray me, he'll instantly revoke their cultivation and even reward it to another disciple. Brilliant. Chu Xian was delighted with the legacy secret realm idea, but it wasn't the right time yet. He was still too weak. The rewards from a low-level secret realm weren't significant. 2 days left until the 1-year mark. Chu Xian was excited. Surely nothing will happen in these 2 days. Right. Time passed peacefully. The 1-year mark was approaching. Whether I can break through to the Earth realm in a short time depends on this 1-year reward. The longer the seclusion, the greater the reward. Father, you have been in seclusion for a year. Your reward is 100 years of cultivation and the profound Immortal Cultivation technique. These will be directly instilled into you. Chu Xian was overjoyed. Not only did he receive a powerful cultivation technique, but also 100 years worth of cultivation. He eagerly accepted the reward. As Chu Xian comprehended the profound Immortal Cultivation technique, the 100 years of cultivation surged into him. Earth Realm 4th stage. 5th stage. 8th stage. He felt as if he had broken through a barrier. Boom! Chu Xian's body and spirit transformed, the changes even more dramatic than when he broke through to the profound realm. The courtyard remained quiet, with no sign of the transformation within. Chu Xian, still sitting cross-legged, was undergoing an Earth Realm metamorphosis, stepping into a whole new world. Chu Xian suddenly opened his eyes. A humanoid spiritual form, clearly resembling Chu Xian, appeared in his mind. This was his nascent soul. The fundamental sign of breaking through to the Earth realm was the transformation of one's spiritual will, condensing into a nascent soul. With a nascent soul, even if the physical body was destroyed, as long as the soul remained, one could be reborn. The nascent soul continued to solidify, and his spiritual power and physical body continued to transform. Nascent soul power emanated outwards, connecting with and merging into the world, spreading out from the small courtyard. 1 mile, 2 miles. The nascent soul power continued to expand, harmonizing with the heavens and earth, gradually forming a special domain. Chu Xian experienced the insights of the Earth realm breakthrough. He saw certain rules of heaven and earth, his understanding of the world leaping forward. He seemed to have touched upon the true meaning of heaven and earth. With a single thought, he could manipulate the world to his benefit. It was as if he had created a small world centered around himself, where he was the supreme ruler, the ultimate authority. As his nascent soul continued to solidify, Chu Xian could see more and more rules. The vast world, the place where he resided, seemed to have incomplete rules. He vaguely saw that the rules of Nan Province's Earth realm were broken in several places. Perhaps this was the real reason why there were no Earth realm experts in Nan Province. Because the rules were incomplete, one couldn't fully break through to the true Earth realm. Chu Xian believed that some might have condensed their nascent soul, but because they hadn't integrated with the complete rules, they hadn't truly reached the Earth realm. They were only half-step Earth realm at best. The broken rules of Nan Province seemed to be slowly recovering. Perhaps when these rules were fully restored, Earth realm cultivators would be able to truly break through. Chu Xian was an exception. He wasn't limited by Nan Province's flawed rules. His nascent soul was merging not with the rules of Nan Province, but with the rules of the larger world, a higher level of rules. His nascent soul's transformation wasn't over yet. The small world centered around him continued to expand. 3 miles, 5 miles. The nascent soul power reached the Chu family residence. At this moment, the Chu family's ancestral home was completely transparent to Chu Xian. With his Earth realm nascent soul power, Chu Tianming and the other Chu family experts naturally couldn't detect him. Within the Chu family's ancestral home, in the Forbidden Grounds, several figures were in secluded cultivation. Their auras were between the core formation and hollow core realms, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to core formation. Chu Xian was stunned. The Chu family truly didn't have any core formation experts. Was it because their cultivation technique prevented them from breaking through, or was it simply a lack of talent? Undeniably, talent played a role. The auras of those in secluded cultivation were not weaker than Chu Tianming's. They were likely the Chu family's hidden trump cards. His nascent soul power continued to spread. The Chu family occupied an area of 12 miles, with the ancestral home at the center. The guards' residences, the servants' quarters, the stewards' residences, and even the hidden underground facilities were all within its reach. Finally, his nascent soul power covered the entire Chu family estate. Chu Xian's small world now encompassed the entire Chu family's territory. At this moment, Chu Xian discovered that the layout of the Chu family estate was actually a formation. In times of crisis, the Chu family could use this formation to unleash powerful defensive and offensive capabilities. This was the Chu family's true foundation. Seeing this formation, Chu Xian realized that the Chu family's ancestors were quite capable. Perhaps they had excavated it from some ancient ruins, or maybe the Chu family estate itself was built upon an ancient ruin. His nascent soul transformation was nearing completion. The construction of his small world was also in its final stages. Breakthrough imminent. Chu Xian's nascent soul transformation was complete, his small world fully formed. He had officially stepped into the Earth realm. There was a saying in the cultivation world that perfectly described the Earth realm. Within my domain, I am the Earth. All laws are subject to my will. This was the power of the Earth realm. No matter how many nascent soul experts there were, within an Earth realm expert's domain, they were mere ants. A single thought could decide the life or death of all beings within. When an Earth realm expert is angered, millions will perish. At the heart of the Chu family's ancestral home, a new era had begun. The Chu family ancestors, who were in secluded cultivation, suddenly had a special epiphany. Their minds were touched by a faint force, and they suddenly broke through. Just a little bit more, and they would have reached the He realm. Several ancestors opened their eyes, all shocked and suspicious. How did they suddenly break through? And after the breakthrough, their aura didn't. It seems that this trip out will allow me to continue staying at the Chu family. The man was only slightly surprised. Since those ancestors who were obstructing me have broken through just now. At the core of the Chu family's ancestral residence, the ancestors who were in secluded cultivation suddenly had a special epiphany. Their minds were touched by a faint force. And they suddenly broke through. Just a little bit more, and they would have reached the He realm. It should be due to the influence of my divine soul power. The several ancestors were all just a tiny bit away from breaking through. My divine soul power and foresight covered them, slightly leaking a bit of the law's aura, which caused the ancestors to uncontrollably break through. At the moment the ancestors broke through, Chu Xian discovered a treasure within the core of the Chu family's ancestral residence. It seemed about to activate and shoot towards the ancestors. He couldn't help but become curious. His divine soul power focused slightly and glanced at it. It turned out to be a treasure that transmits messages. It seemed to collect the aura of He realm experts and then transmit it to a certain place. Interesting. The Chu family doesn't have any He realm experts. They are probably deliberately suppressing breakthroughs. And the He realm experts who broke through left. Regarding the secrets within, Chu Xian is just an insignificant adopted son and naturally can't access them. He also doesn't care about these matters, as long as they don't affect his secluded life. His divine soul power concentrated slightly and sealed the treasure that was collecting auras. Congratulations, you have broken through to the Earth realm. Gain access to the Great Luo Earth Scripture, Great Luo Divine Method, and Great Luo Immortal Scripture. After breaking through to the Earth realm, a systematic explanation came. It was actually the subsequent version of the Great Luo Earth Scripture. Chu Xian accepted it. The related insights of the subsequent version of the Great Luo Earth Scripture continuously surfaced in his mind. Mastering 2 immortal scriptures and cultivation methods. Chu Xian felt his foundation and strength become more profound. Boom! Earth Realm, 2nd level. Breaking through to the Earth Realm, 2nd level, his 100-year cultivation base was also completely consumed. Chu Xian inhaled and exhaled, feeling his current strength. At this moment, he was full of confidence. He was invincible in the southern region. He is currently the only Earth Realm expert in the southern region. Unless there are Earth Realm or higher experts from outside the southern region, he is supreme within the southern region. And even if there were Earth Realm or higher experts from outside the southern region, they wouldn't come to the Chu family to find him. So, there's no need to worry about Xia Wangting now. Kill any heretic cultivator who comes. Moreover, with the strength of the Earth Realm, wanting to silently kill someone is incredibly simple. There's no need to worry about being discovered. Meow. Tianling Cat jumped onto his shoulder, rubbing its head against his face. Little Mum. You should break through quickly too. Tianling Cat had already reached the 9th level of He realm, about to break through to the true. Breaking through to the Earth realm actually doesn't require much time. Moreover, with Chu Xian's cultivation increasing, Tianling Cat's growth will also accelerate accordingly. Han Tian golden palm also flew over, its spiritual flower extending a branch with blooming flowers. Beautiful. It won't be long before both Han Tian golden pang and Tian Ling cat break through to the earth realm. His confidence will be even stronger. Set a small goal. Break through to the heaven realm. Xu Xian told himself, can't get ahead of myself. The earth realm, second level, isn't anything special. Above the earth realm is the venerable heaven realm. Only by breaking through to the heaven realm can one truly be considered invincible. The heaven realm, in this post-Han world, is also the pinnacle of existence. Strive to break through to venerable within 10 years, Xu Xian set a short-term goal. After breaking through to the earth realm, his cultivation speed wouldn't be as fast as before. Breaking through to venerable within 10 years shouldn't be too much of a problem. With the system rewarding me with more cultivation bases, I should be able to achieve it quickly. Also, it's about time to utilize the opportunities within the secret realms. The heavenly Dao rules of the southern region are slowly recovering. Who knows when experts from other regions will come to seize territory? Even that reborn person from the DL appeared. It's foreseeable that the southern region won't maintain its current balance forever. But within 10 years, there shouldn't be any major upheavals. Within 10 years, if he suddenly breaks through to venerable, he will be a full-fledged venerable, a transcendent existence of the earth realm, an esteemed being among the earth. The so-called, wherever I am revered. Even emperors would bow their heads. Venerables in this world are absolute powerhouses. Without a doubt. Xu Xian stood in the courtyard. His mood joyful and confident. After becoming stronger, life is much more comfortable. Looking at the brightly lit small courtyard, Xu Xian suddenly felt he lacked people who could handle tasks for him, or beautiful maids to serve him much better than servants. Xu Xian looked at the secret realm of opportunities in his system space and couldn't help but have an idea. Should I take it out and temporarily place it in the courtyard? Placing it in the courtyard might attract some people with great destiny. He could take the men as disciples and the women as maidservants. Xu Xian's heart stirred. He wanted to live a comfortable life, without leaving the small courtyard. He needs people around to listen to his commands and handle matters for him. Zhang Kuei and Dong Qian are, after all, heretic cultivators. Not suitable to appear openly, as they're easily eliminated. Moreover, these two have average talent and limited potential, only suitable for running errands. Thinking of this, Xu Xian took out the secret realm of opportunities. It was an ancient-looking small. Xu Xian didn't activate the secret realm of opportunities. He casually placed the small palace in a corner of the courtyard. Even without activation, it should attract those with great destiny. Right. Xu Xian was full of anticipation. You have lived for another year and 1 day. Reward. Earth Realm Pill, 1. As expected, on the second day, the Earth Realm Cultivation Pill arrived. Earth Realm Pill. A pill specifically for breaking through to the Earth Realm and for Earth Realm cultivation. System product, guaranteed top quality. After breaking through to the Earth Realm, Xu Xian's small life became increasingly pleasant. Anxiety was non-existent. Feeling his strength, growing stronger day by day, as long as his heart was content, there would be no worries. Xu Xian called Zhang Kuei back to inquire about Xu Yun's news. Unexpectedly, Xu Yun's pill refining talent was exceptional. In such a short time, he had already started refining spirit pills. The failure rate was high, but how long has he been learning pill refining? Xu Yun had already broken through to the 6th level of Xian Gold, thanks to the pills he refined himself. Xu Xian gave several spirit pill formulas and another pill refining technique to Xu Yun through Zhang Kuei. He also instructed Zhang Kuei to provide the necessary materials for pill refining. After all, as the first vice-sect leader of the heretic cultivators, he had no shortage of resources. With sect leader Lu Wang in seclusion, Zhang Kuei had already taken control of the heretic cultivators in the Qin kingdom. After breaking through to the He realm, he was the strongest among the heretic cultivators. Xu Xian learned from Zhang Kuei that all heretic cultivators who break through to the He realm must go to the heretic king's court to report. They are not allowed to leave the heretic king's court without permission. The purpose is to gather strong individuals to respond to threats. Xu Xian directly sealed Zhang Kuei's He realm aura and gave him a concealment technique. As long as he doesn't go to the heretic king's court, no one We'll discover he has broken through to the Earth realm. After reaching the Earth realm, Zhu Xian no longer considered the Heretic King's court a threat. Have you heard of this technique that falls from the sky? Those who have witnessed this technique have already become ancient history. And the friends of those who have become ancient history will use their experiences as bragging rights. Just now, two void venerable guards at the entrance of the Heretic King's court were gossiping excitedly. A month had passed since Qingyun Sword barged into the Heretic King's palace. And the month-long investigation hadn't found any evidence of a mastermind behind the incident. All signs indicated that Qingyun suddenly went crazy and decided to barge into the Heretic King's palace. The final conclusion was that Qingyun's lifespan was nearing its end, and his mind became muddled. He wanted to become famous, so he barged into the Heretic King's palace. And Qingyun did become famous. Not only within the heretic cultivator circles, where they learned of such a reckless person, but also within other major forces and even the entire southern region's cultivation world, they learned of such a good bed. The Heretic King's palace, which is known as the Heretic Cultivator's sacred ground and should not be provoked, became even the entire southern region's cultivation world knew of such a good bed. At this moment, the guards weren't particularly vigilant. Even if someone passed by the palace gate, they didn't pay attention. After all, passing by the gate was a normal occurrence. Countless heretic cultivators would come to take a look, to see the sacred ground of the heretic cultivators. An aged-looking man with a hunched back walked towards the Heretic King's palace. The guards glanced at him and looked away, not paying attention. The old man arrived at the palace gate and attacked without warning. Boom! The guards were caught off guard, having no time to react or defend. They were directly avoid Venerable's peak strength was revealed without reservation. After the old man struck the palace gate, he charged directly into the Heretic King's palace. At the same time, a loud voice rang out. Countless heretic cultivators were shocked. I am Fan Kai. Today, I shall intrude upon the sacred ground of the heretic cultivators and experience the scenery of the Heretic King's palace. Many heretic cultivators were aghast. What? Is he crazy? I am Fan Kai. This was the second heretic cultivator in thousands of years to intrude upon the Heretic King's palace. He was courting death. Fan Kai charged into the Heretic King's palace. Damn it! The true venerable expert took action. Even the Heretic King's palace dares not to provoke those cultivators. What are these heretic cultivators? What's the Heretic King? Fan Kai ignored them. In my life, I only admire Brother Qingyun's courage. Fan Kai laughed loudly and charged directly at the true venerable expert, without giving the opponent a chance to surrender. After learning the news, the Heretic King went crazy. He was the only Heretic King in generations to be challenged repeatedly. Following Fan Kai, another person came to intrude upon the Heretic King's palace. Three old-looking heretic cultivators charged towards the Heretic King's palace. We are the Ghost Mountain Three Friends. Today, we shall also intrude upon the Heretic King's palace. Death holds no fear for us. Ha ha ha. Everyone says the Heretic King's palace is inviolable, a sacred ground. The overlord of heretic cultivators. Today, we, the Ghost Mountain Three Friends, have come to learn from it. Many heretic cultivators were shocked. It's actually the Ghost Mountain Three Friends. Why are they intruding upon the Heretic King's palace too? Do they have a death wish? Don't you know? The Ghost Mountain Three Friends are nearing the end of their lifespans. They have no hope of breaking through. A group of heretic cultivators who have nothing to lose. Ghost Mountain Three Friends, you are courting death. The guards of the Heretic King's palace were furious. One after another, they came to provoke. Do they think the guards of the Heretic King's palace are trash? Boom. A Realm, 9th level guard attacked. Boom. One of the Ghost Mountain Three Friends directly self-destructed. The guard was caught off guard and was severely injured by the explosion. Everyone was stunned. He directly self-destructed as soon as he arrived. Was he crazy? For the next half-month, there would be heretic cultivators coming to intrude upon the Heretic King's palace. Intruding upon the Heretic King's palace became a trend within the heretic cultivator circles. It seemed that if one didn't intrude upon the Heretic King's palace, they wouldn't be considered a true heretic cultivator. At first, it was only heretic cultivators nearing the end of their lifespans who came to intrude. Later, even young and hot-blooded heretic cultivators came to intrude. The prestige of the heretic king's palace was rapidly declining. Do they think the heretic king's palace is a place they can come and go as they please? The heretic king revealed two cute little tiger teeth. Although no one who intruded upon the heretic king's palace had survived so far, all going with the determination to die. For some unknown reason, having a friend who intruded upon the heretic king's palace had become a badge of honor. Hey, you know what? My senior brother intruded upon the heretic king's palace. Really? Tell me more. Intruding upon the heretic king's palace had become a bragging point within the heretic cultivator circles. To have the qualifications to boast, one must have a friend who had intruded upon the heretic king's palace. Some even lied about their friends intruding upon the heretic king's palace. This day, another person arrogantly charged towards the heretic king's palace. A group of onlookers gathered around to watch the excitement. My name before he could finish his name, an angry roar came from the depths of the heretic king's palace. A giant, blood-red hand suddenly reached out and crushed him. The blood-red hand continued to sweep towards the crowd, targeting those who looked old and frail. Seemingly close to death. Poof. Poof. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen people were obliterated by the blood-red hand. Run. The onlookers were terrified and scattered in all directions. The heretic king had gone mad. Die. Die. The blood-red hand continued to slaughter the heretic cultivators. The heretic king was practically exploding. With rage. One after another, they came to provoke him, making him the least prestigious heretic king in history. He was so angry that he personally took action. He thought that his personal intervention would deter the heretic cultivators. But it didn't. There were still those who weren't afraid of death, coming to intrude upon the heretic king's palace. Don't tell anyone, but my brother was killed by the heretic king himself. What? He was your brother. My respects. My respects. Amazing. Within the heretic cultivator circles, provoking the heretic king to personally take action had become the greatest honor, a sign of true bravery. No one knew how this trend started. The heretic king was so angry he almost vomited blood. He wondered if a new heretic cultivation technique had emerged that caused brain damage. Otherwise, where did all these lunatics come from? Qingyun Wu. The heretic king gnashed his teeth. The source of all this was that insignificant little heretic cultivator named Qingyun Wu. At a glance, this big cat walked directly towards the man with a serious expression. The next second, the man fell to his knees with a thud. Father. I am your son. This stunned the big cat. The man's name was Ma Kong. Just now, Zhu Xian was lamenting that it had been almost 2 months since he placed the secret realm of opportunities in his courtyard, and no one with great destiny had appeared. Could it be that there were no individuals with great destiny in the southern region? Or were they too far away and needed a long time to arrive? Father, your actions, without even stepping out, have started a trend within the heretic cultivator circles. Reward. Your heavenly essence. The system reward suddenly came, and Zhu Xian was stunned. His actions, without even stepping out, started a trend in the heretic cultivator circles. What trend did he start? Did he accidentally set off fireworks during the new year? This matter must be related to Qingyun Wu, but he didn't know what Qingyun Wu specifically did to start this trend. This was the disadvantage of lacking intelligence. Such a big event happened in the southern region, and he didn't even know. He needed to find a way to control the Black Moon Tower. Check, your heavenly essence. Your heavenly essence can randomly connect to all regions and can transport objects. Zhu Xian was instantly overjoyed. It can randomly connect to all regions and transport objects. However, for now, unable to transport living beings. My power needs to reach the heavenly ascension realm to transport living beings. Besides randomly connecting to different realms, the myriad heavens path can be used 3 times a day to locate 3 places or souls. After locating, I can check the location anytime. The myriad heavens path's mark can be placed on a soul, and the location will move along with it. Zhu Xian eagerly activated the myriad heavens path. As spiritual energy was input, ripples appeared on the mirror's surface, and then an image appeared. 3, 2, 1. Success. I wonder which realm this is connected to. As the image moved, Xu Xian suddenly saw a figure and froze the image on it. He zoomed in on the location. Ma Kong lay on the ground, gasping for breath, seemingly severely injured. Ma Kong, how are you? A young man in black, also wounded and panting, knelt to check on Ma Kong. Seeing that Ma Kong was conscious and had just experienced a battle, the black-clad youth relaxed. In a flash, a knife plunged into his chest. You? The young man's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Ma Kong. He never imagined his companion would betray him. He tried to retaliate, but after the fierce battle, his spiritual energy was almost depleted. Ma Kong's knife was fatal. Darkness descended, and the young man's consciousness faded. Why? He murmured. Ma Kong's face was grim. For the treasure, of course. I'm sorry, brother. Your luck is better than mine, but I can't afford to be merciful. Ma Kong finished him off, snatched his storage pouch, and opened it. Pleased with the contents, he turned to leave. Ha! A roar suddenly echoed from behind. Ma Kong's face paled. Not good, it's a sky slaughter tiger. He turned and fled. But he didn't get far before a massive black-striped beast appeared behind him. Ma Kong's face was ashen. He was only at the TH level of the profound realm. The sky slaughter tiger was at least at the TH level of the earth realm. He then noticed a mysterious halo rippling in the void. Through the halo, he saw a figure. The figure within the divine light appeared godlike. Senior! Help me! Ma Kong cried, kneeling down. Xu Xian hadn't expected his first use of the myriad heavens path to witness such treachery. He activated the seven-colored divine light. His eyes glowed within the light like a deity. Don't worry. They'll teach you a method to easily kill that sky slaughter tiger. Ma Kong was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. Please teach me. Xu Xian, whose face was obscured by the divine light, spoke with the air of a supreme expert. When the tiger attacks, slide beneath its belly and stab upwards into its abdomen. Remember, their belly is always a weak point. Ma Kong was stunned. He looked back at the approaching tiger and gulped. Senior, will this work? Trust me. It will. It won't expect you to slide beneath it. It's the element of surprise. You will succeed. Xu Xian instilled confidence in him. With me here, nothing will go wrong. Ma Kong felt reassured. The senior is testing me, he thought. Yes. That must be it. He gripped his knife, turned to face the tiger, and his gaze hardened. He advanced towards it. The sky slaughter tiger was enraged by Ma Kong's advance. He was clearly challenging its authority. It charged. Ma Kong's heart pounded. His grip tightened, and his legs trembled slightly. Don't panic. I'm here. It's your chance. Don't disappoint me. His grip on the knife steadied, and his legs stopped trembling as he watched the tiger charge. Don't panic. I'm here. It's your chance. Don't disappoint me. His resolve solidified. Die. He roared, sliding beneath the tiger as it lunged. A claw slammed into him, sending him spinning through the air. The sound of cracking bones echoed. He crashed to the ground, spitting blood. Ma Kong struggled to sit up. He stared at the approaching tiger, his face pale. Senior! Save me! He cried. Xu Xian sighed in disappointment. You have disappointed me. Your slide wasn't fast enough, your timing was off. Senior, I know I was wrong. Save me! Ma Kong pleaded. Xu Xian shook his head. It's too late. I'm millions of miles away. It takes time for my power to reach you. Don't panic. I'll teach you another method that will save your life. What is it? Tell me quickly. Ma Kong, though skeptical of the senior's methods, had no other choice. Kneel and call it daddy. Tigers don't eat their own children. It won't hurt you after you call it daddy. Xu Xian said solemnly. Ha! Ma Kong was dumbfounded. Would this really work? Trust me. All strong beings have suffered humiliation in their youth. So don't be burdened by this. This is your only chance. I understand tigers. They don't eat their children. It's not just a saying. Left with no other option, Ma Kong knelt as the tiger loomed over him. Daddy! I'm your son. He cried. The The sky slaughter tiger froze, its eyes wide. Ma Kong's heart sank. The senior lied to me. Tigers do eat their children. He quickly corrected himself. Daddy, I'm your daughter. My name is Ma Hu. Due to his panicked babbling, the word daughter became a mosaic of garbled sounds. Ma Kong, having called the tiger daddy, hoped it would spare him. Seeing the tiger lower its raised paw, he felt a surge of relief. Calling it daddy worked. The sky slaughter tiger turned as if to leave. Tears of joy streamed down Ma Kong's face. He's leaving. I'm alive. Bye, daddy. Thank you, daddy. The sky slaughter tiger twitched as if annoyed. Turning back to Ma Kong, it wagged its tail playfully. Then, with a swift, brutal swing, it slammed its tail into Ma Kong's head, splattering his brains. The tiger then proceeded to stomp on the remains. It trampled the corpse into a pulp. Ma Kong's final though was cut short. His wide eyes stared up at the rippling halo above, where a figure with glowing eyes sat within the divine light. The sky slaughter tiger instantly froze. It cowered like a frightened cat, paws tucked in, trying to slink away. Where are you? The voice from the halo asked. The tiger whimpered, a mental message transmitting outwards. Northern state. Chu Xian was surprised. This connection was to the northern state. Feeling his spiritual energy drain, he cut off the input. The image on the myriad heavens mirror vanished. Using the mirror was quite taxing. Even maintaining a connection for a short time was difficult. He put the mirror away and sat down to recover. Once recovered, he infused the mirror with spiritual energy again. The mirror shimmered, and an image slowly formed. The image showed rolling waves, seemingly a vast ocean. He moved the image, surveying the entire connected area. Nothing but endless waves, not even a fish in sight. Chu Xian was disappointed. His second connection was unlucky. He hadn't seen anything. He had hoped to connect with a powerful cultivator, someone he could deceive, as they wouldn't be able to perceive his true, weak cultivation. He appeared godlike in the divine light, a very deceptive image of a supremely powerful being. A third of his spiritual energy was depleted, and the image still showed nothing but rolling waves. His third connection was to a gray, desolate place filled with deathly energy. Ancient, gray, withered structures filled the scene. No living beings were visible. Chu Xian frowned slightly. This place felt wrong. He sent a medicinal herb towards the gray area. In an instant, it withered into gray dust. He continued, moving the image. The area seemed to be a small, enclosed space. Perhaps a secret realm. But the deathly aura suggested a burial ground. A larger, gray, withered structure appeared. The deathly aura around it was much stronger, pulsing as if something within were breathing. Chu Xian zoomed in, focusing on the structure's entrance. Suddenly, the entrance opened. The image moved inside. Within the deathly still structure sat a withered figure. Dressed in gray rags, the figure's dried-out body emanated deathly energy. Hollow eyes flickered with a silvery light. Chu Xian, appearing godlike within the divine light, observed the figure. He was not worried. The figure could not see through his disguise, nor could it attack him through the myriad heavens path. Who are you? The withered figure croaked, looking up at Chu Xian. I am a traveler of the myriad heavens, passing through this place. This withered man, Chu Xian learned after 10,000 years of cultivation in this wretched place, had once reached the peak of the heaven realm, only to be trapped here. A cripple. Just moments ago, Chu Xian had declared himself a traveler of the myriad heavens. His majestic voice echoed from within the divine light. The withered figure was silent for a moment. Then, a hoarse voice echoed, myriad heavens. I don't know of any myriad heavens. I only know of the 9 regions in 50 states. Chu Xian's mind raced. The 9 regions in 50 states must be the divisions of this world. He wondered which region the southern state belonged to. The 9 regions in 50 states are but a desolate corner of the myriad heavens. They are nothing, Chu Xian declared mysteriously. The silvery light in the withered figure's eyes flickered brighter, clearly impressed. The 9 regions in 50 states were just a desolate corner. He didn't doubt Chu Xian. This being, shrouded in divine light, was clearly immensely powerful. Even the halo itself was beyond his comprehension. Even a heaven realm expert couldn't connect to this place. Chu Xian's words had clearly awed the figure. He could sense immense power in the withered figure. even weakened by the deathly aura. Trapped here, constantly exposed to the deathly energy, its demise was inevitable. How do I reach the myriad heavens? The withered figure rasped. You are too weak. Xu Xian knew the figure would object. Impossible. I'm at the peak of the heaven realm. A peak heaven realm expert is at the apex in the 9 regions in 50 states. How can I not be qualified to know? Xu Xian thought, peak of the heaven realm. And this place traps even a peak heaven realm expert. This place is extraordinary. But the prospect of having a peak heaven realm servant was enticing. With his current strength, he couldn't directly subdue a peak heaven realm expert with a soul imprint. I have a method. He began, aiming to convince the withered figure to willingly accept a soul imprint. To trick a peak heaven realm expert, he needed to inflate his own importance. To make the figure believe that even at the peak of the heaven realm, they were still insignificant. Peak of the heaven realm. Xu Xian chuckled. You are but a frog in a well. A peak heaven realm expert in the myriad heavens is merely a street sweeper. Perhaps you don't understand what that means. Today, I'll explain it to you. Harmony stillness roughly corresponds to your heaven stage. So, tell me, does a junior of your heaven stage have the qualifications to be involved in matters of heavenly stillness? Ren Changhe, blinded as you are, you're merely at harmony stillness. Just how strong is the myriad heavens realm? No wonder the 9 Jade 50 regions are considered a backwater. For a moment, Ren Changhe couldn't accept it. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. He got it right. Xu Xian chuckled inwardly, then asked, how long did it take you to cultivate to this realm? Upon hearing this, Ren Changhe regained some confidence. Naturally. It only took about 10,000 years. TSK, such poor aptitude. It actually took you 10,000 years. Xu Xian shook his head inside. Do you know? In the myriad heavens realm, reaching king stage, which is equivalent to your heaven stage, within 100 years is considered ordinary talent. In the myriad heavens realm, only those reaching heaven stage within 10 years are called geniuses. Ren Changhe felt dizzy, unable to believe it. Impossible. 10 years to heaven stage. How is that possible? He was once the renowned Changhe heavenly sovereign of the Harmony Light sect. 10,000 years to reach heaven stage, revered by countless people, hailed as one of the most outstanding geniuses of the 9 Jade, and the result? He's just trash. He couldn't accept it. Sigh, a frog in the well, unaware of the vastness of heaven and earth. How pitiful. Xu Xian sighed. What level of cultivation are you? Senior. Ren Changhe fell silent for a while, then spoke with a bitter tone. He had already believed Xu Xian's words. The first step was successful. Xu Xian remained silent for a long while. What good is it even if you know? The difference between you and me is like the difference between an ant and the heavens. Ren Changhe gasped, deathly energy surging into his mouth. He collapsed directly. After a while, he recovered, excitement welling up in his heart. Perhaps this was his opportunity. I implore Senior to save me from this predicament. Xu Xian replied mysteriously, this place is rather special. For you, danger and opportunity coexist. If you can comprehend the mysteries within, you can break through. If even Senior finds it special, then there must be something extraordinary about this place. Ren Changhe said with a bitter smile. I've been trapped here for no less than 100,000 years. Yet I've never been able to grasp any profound mysteries. Instead, I'm constantly eroded by deathly energy, getting further and further away from advancing. Knowing the danger. Why did you come here? Do you know the name of this place? I know. Desolate Valley, Whispers of the Fallen God. Ren Changhe trembled. Before meeting Xu Xian, even trapped here, he was still arrogant. A place that could trap him, Ren Changhe, could also trap any heaven stage peak expert in the world. Now, he was trembling. It turned out that he was sitting in a well, watching the sky. Before a true genius, he was just trash. Xu Xian uttered the name. Desolate Valley. Whispers of the Fallen God, one of the 9 Jade. Knowing one of the Jade, and still hesitating. Then I suppose this is where your esteemed Senior, come in. Xu Xian gestured mysteriously, deathly energy isn't deathly energy, life energy can be deathly energy. Embrace death to live, the cycle of life and death, this is the great Tao. It can free you, it can allow you to break through harmony stillness. Ren Changhe murmured to himself, lost in thought. He had been trapped here for 100,000 years. Unable to escape, unable to comprehend. What opportunity did Whispers of the Fallen God hold? Where was the opportunity? Embrace death to live, the cycle of life and death. Ren Changhe muttered, feeling that Senior's guidance was the key to escape and the key to breaking through the peak of heaven stage. However, how to embrace death to live, how to cycle life and death? Senior. Chu Xian interrupted him before he could ask. Comprehended well. Don't seek answers before you've even understood. Every person's comprehension is different. Young man, don't be impatient. Be calm. You've been trapped for 100,000 years, what's there to be impatient about? I guarantee you'll be fine for 1,000 years. What's the rush? Senior is right. Ren Changhe admitted respectfully. Indeed, what was he rushing for? Even though he was trash compared to the geniuses of the myriad heavens realm, in the 9 Jade 50 regions, he was still the renowned Changhe heavenly sovereign of the Harmony Light sect, second to none. If even he couldn't comprehend it, who else in this world could? Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Ren Changhe began to ponder, to comprehend the mysteries within. The first step of persuasion was successful. The next step was to solve the problem of the deathly energy erosion. By doing so, taking Ren Changhe as a servant or a nominal disciple wouldn't be a problem. After all, don't underestimate this bald man with only a piece of cloth covering his body. He only took 10,000 years to cultivate to heaven stage. And even more shocking than him was this mysterious man within the circle of light. He spared no effort, spending all his energy to transmit himself here, just to brag to the bald man. The man's name was Chu Xian. Just now, he had successfully fooled this Ren Changhe, who was 110,000 years older than him, into believing that he had the ability to help him escape. Being called senior repeatedly made Chu Xian's heart bloom with joy. Taking him as a servant might be a bit difficult, but a nominal disciple wouldn't be a problem. The key was to implant a soul mark on him without him having any rebellious thoughts. That was the crucial point. Otherwise, with his strength, the slightest rebellious thought would prevent the soul mark from taking hold. Comprehended well. I'm going to continue my inspection of the myriad realms. I hope that when I see you again, you'll have already grasped it. Chu Xian flicked his fingers, placing one of the 3 myriad heavens realm locators, another anchor, on Ren Changhe. Senior's grace, Ren Changhe will never forget. Finding no reaction from Ren Changhe, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The myriad heavens realm's locator anchor couldn't even be detected by a heaven stage peak expert. Truly worthy of being a system product. He snapped his fingers, cutting off the energy input. The myriad heavens realm could be used 3 times a day. This time's uses had been exhausted. Ding! You successfully fooled Ren Changhe, triggering the system's random reward. Yin Yang River God Scripture. Chu Xian immediately checked it out. Yin Yang River God Scripture. Grasps the Yin Yang Great Tao, cycles life and death, reverses deathly energy into life energy. The Yin Yang River God Scripture is a grand technique leading directly to the Yin Yang Great Tao. It can transform deathly energy into life energy and life energy into deathly energy. If Ren Changhe cultivates this, not only can he resolve the current crisis, but he can also break through his bottleneck, and even grasp the Yin Yang Great Tao. Chu Xian immediately claimed the Yin Yang River God Scripture's essence and placed it on his heart, sighing with emotion. The Yin Yang Great Tao was profoundly mysterious, transforming life and death. Once cultivated to a certain level, the resulting power would be extraordinary and extremely difficult to counter. When he was fooling Ren Changhe, he had actually prepared a technique to neutralize deathly energy. After all this time, the system had rewarded him with numerous secret techniques, including one to refine deathly energy. He had originally planned to impart this technique, increasing his weight in Ren Chang's heart, and then find a way to make him accept being soul-marked. Now, with this Yin Yang River God Scripture, it was no exaggeration to say that taking Ren Changhe as a follower wouldn't be a problem. The key was to make him willingly submit and, without reservation, open his mind completely, without any defenses, to allow him to implant the soul mark. This required a process and a reasonable excuse. Once the soul mark was implanted, even if he sensed something was amiss, it would be too late. Moreover, with the profound nature of the soul mark, he wouldn't be able to detect anything. The myriad heavens realm entered a cooldown state and couldn't be used again today. Moreover, he couldn't contact Ren Changhe so soon. He had to give him some time to comprehend. Xu Xian began to cultivate the Yin-Yang River God scripture. His originally upgraded body gradually became deathly still, causing Heavenly Spirit Cat to jump in fright. The Heavenly Gold Rock and World Spirit Flower were also scared witless. As deathly energy filled the air, Xu Xian looked as if he had been dead for countless years. Suddenly, the deathly energy reversed, transforming into boundless life energy. Life and death cycle, reverse death into life, transform life into death. Xu Xian waited for someone with great destiny to approach while using the myriad heavens realm to connect to distant places. Because the connections were random, for several days, he hadn't connected to any place of value. It was either a barren desert or a vast ocean. He didn't know how Ren Chang he was doing. Xu Xian suppressed the urge to check on him, quietly waiting for the right time to continue fooling him. This man hadn't left his house for a year because he had a stay-at-home system. The longer he stayed home, the more generous the rewards. Now, his daily entertainment was using a system-rewarded mirror to observe the vast world outside this dimensional wall. After these days of random connections, he had finally connected with another expert. It was a respected expert from the Western Prefecture, named Du Yuan. Xu Xian had already planted a locator on him, fooling him completely. He placed one of the myriad heavens realm's anchors on Du Yuan, so he could locate him at any time. Through their brief exchange, Xu Xian learned that the southern prefecture he was in belonged to the northern region of the 9 regions. Du Yuan hailed from the northern region. He didn't have any significant background and was currently a kung fu master of a certain family in the western prefecture. The myriad heavens realm had one anchor remaining. Xu Xian decided to use this anchor cautiously. Once all 3 anchors were used, he would have to retrieve one before he could place another. But for now, he had no intention of retrieving the anchors on either Rin Changhe or Du Yuan. Putting away the myriad heavens realm, Xu Xian was about to return to his room when he suddenly discovered someone had infiltrated the Chu family's ancestral land. It wasn't someone from the demonic cult. The person was only at Spirit Crystal 2nd stage cultivation, but the top-quality spiritual equipment he was wearing, and the certain scroll already in his hand, piqued Xu Xian's interest. Even the Chu family couldn't produce such a set of equipment, let alone the demonic cult. Xu Xian's eyes lit up. He had been looking for a capable subordinate to take over the Black Moon Tower for him. He hadn't expected a Black Moon Tower intelligence agent to deliver himself to his doorstep. This person was scouting the Chu family's ancestral land, figuring out the family's defenses, creating a map of the Chu family's ancestral land, or perhaps he was following the demonic cult's orders. Xu Xian was puzzled. The demonic cult people were crazy. Why wouldn't they leave the Chu family alone? Xiaogu carefully explored the Chu family's ancestral land. He was extremely cautious with every intelligence-gathering mission, even with his top-quality spiritual equipment. The Chu family's defenses, he didn't dare to underestimate. He wasn't far from being promoted to intelligence officer. On his way here, he kept thinking that after finishing this job, getting a promotion and raise, he could return home, marry a beautiful woman, and reach the peak of his life. However, while carefully exploring, he was always prepared to instantly self-destruct his intelligence equipment and activate his escape shield. The Black Moon Tower's intelligence discipline dictated that every intelligence agent must always be prepared to self-destruct their equipment and never leak information. Information about his identity was unnecessary. If necessary, he could sacrifice himself. As he explored, Xiaogu felt that the Chu family's land was abnormal. A giant tree stood alone on a small mound, and there was a guard who looked like a fool, standing on a branch, jumping around. What was even more absurd was that there were several dugout pits. As he walked, a large mountain appeared before him. Seeing the mountain, Xiaogu was stunned. When did the Chu family's ancestral land have a mountain? Something wasn't right. Where exactly was it wrong? He couldn't say. Should he go around the mountain or climb it? After a slight hesitation, Xiaogu decided to climb. He was curious why there was a mountain in the Chu family's ancestral land. He clearly hadn't seen a mountain outside the ancestral land. And according to the information, the Chu family's ancestral land was only 12 li in radius. Xu Xian sipped his tea, watching Xiaogu squatting outside the courtyard like a rock, and smiled. The methods of a cultivator were beyond the perception of ordinary people. You don't think that only immortals can draw circles, do you? Our protagonist can too. But the circle he draws can easily trap a fully equipped, high-level intelligence agent inside, without them even realizing it. Just a moment ago, in a certain cave in the Purple Moon Kingdom, Hua Qingyuan was feeling uneasy. He had just been reprimanded by an envoy from the evil king's court. His backer was very dissatisfied with his incompetence, and even considered replacing him as the demonic cult leader of the Purple Moon Kingdom. As usual, after the demonic cult suffered heavy losses, the king's court would allocate resources to rebuild and strengthen it. However, this time, no resources were given to him. It wasn't that the evil king's court didn't have the resources to rebuild the demonic cult, but rather that they didn't trust his abilities and hadn't entrusted the resources to him. If it were just that, it would be fine. What truly made Hua Qingyuan uneasy was the trend and current within the demonic cultivator circles caused by the coffin incident. The Blood King was furious, and a storm was brewing. Recently, he had been investigating the motives behind the coffin incident. He was worried that the investigation would lead to him, even though he wasn't the one who stole the coffin. The incident happened during his tenure. Given the Blood King's current near-furious state, it was better to kill the wrong person than to let the culprit go. Hua Qingyuan was powerless. Hua Qingyuan's hatred for the Chu family deepened, almost overwhelming him. He took out the demon snow pearl, held it tightly, and made a decision. Soon after, he received a new client. The client, transferred from the Purple Moon Kingdom, was the leader of a heretical sect. He paid a hefty sum to Black Moon Tower to investigate the Chu family estate, including a detailed map of the terrain. The intent was clear: to familiarize himself with the Chu family's territory before attacking. Wan Chang, the Tower Master, was intrigued. Even Luo Wang, the heretical sect leader of the Crimson Moon Kingdom, hadn't commissioned such an extensive investigation of the Chu family. Why was Hua Qingyuan so invested? What deep-seated grudge did he hold? Regardless, Black Moon Tower accepted all commissions, as long as the price was right. Having taken the job, they were obligated to complete it. Black Moon Tower valued its reputation. Wan Chang immediately dispatched a team of skilled scouts to investigate the Chu family estate. But how could these scouts, however stealthy, escape Chu Xian's notice? Thus, the opening scene unfolded. I feel like I'm investigating the Chu family estate, but I'm actually like a stone, squatting outside the courtyard, completely motionless. To outsiders, he wasn't a person, but a rock. Chu Xian wasn't worried about Black Moon Tower's intentions. He was playing the long game. Based on his understanding of Black Moon Tower's rules, once they accepted a commission, they would complete it, lest their reputations suffer. If one informant failed, they would send a stronger one. Eventually, a big enough fish would bite. Chu Xian waited for the second fish to take the bait. 3 days passed with no report. Wan Chang frowned. Had something happened, or did thoroughly investigating the Chu family estate simply require more time? Black Moon Tower prided itself on efficiency. The faster a mission was completed, the more powerful they appeared, and as the Tower Master, Wan Chang's performance directly impacted his promotion prospects. He had already sent a recall order to the scouts. Regardless of their progress, they were to return and report. Wan Chang frowned. What could the Chu family have done to detain his scouts? Although they weren't elite, they were experienced. He reluctantly dispatched an elite informant to investigate, and also to find out what had become of the scouts. Unexpectedly, their client, Hua Qingyuan, arrived in person. Master Wan, it's been so long, and still no results. Hua Qingyuan asked, his face grim. Sect leader Hu, rest assured. Black Moon Tower always delivers, Wan Chang replied confidently. Just wait 2 or 3 days. We are known for our efficiency. While the Chu family is strong, investigating their estate is not a difficult task for us. I expect you to complete this task quickly. 3 days. I'll wait 3 more days. If there are still no results, they'll cancel the commission, Hua Qingyuan said darkly. Rest assured, sect leader Hu. Our efficiency is renowned, Wan Chang reassured him, puffing out his chest. Hua Qingyuan left abruptly. He wouldn't risk staying at Black Moon Tower. These unscrupulous people might sell him out to the Chu family, or even to the Purple Moon Kingdom. He was still worth something. Watching Hua Qingyuan leave, Wan Chang's expression darkened. He had sent out the recall order. If the client cancelled the commission due to their inefficiency, his performance review would suffer. With promotion evaluations approaching, he couldn't afford to appear incompetent. This dignified-looking man, sitting behind a curtain, seemed to be contemplating something important. Can you guess what? The man's name was Wan Chang, a promising young leader in the most mysterious intelligence agency. Just now, he had lost contact with 2 teams of informants he sent to the Chu family estate. He had underestimated them. Donning his gear, Wan Chang set off under the cover of night towards the Chu estate. Nothing would stop him from becoming an elite tower master. For 30 years, he had been stuck as an ordinary tower master. Only by becoming an elite could he access the resources needed to advance his cultivation beyond the harmonization realm. 3rd stage. Confident in his experience, he set off. A 9th stage spirit refinement realm cultivator, he had once assassinated a 1st stage nascent soul realm cultivator. He understood the Chu family's strength, but believed no one could stop him from obtaining this information, not even the King of Heaven himself. He boasted about his prowess, but his arrogance was short-lived. He didn't even know how he ended up on the ground. He was now a captive. I'll tell you everything. Please stop hitting me. Chu Xian looked at the trembling Wan Chang and smiled. Finally, a decent-sized fish. Yai's Wan Chang had no intention of resisting. Tell me, why are you here? Chu Xian had a plan for this tower master. Wan Chang, as a tower master, was a valuable source of information. Chu Xian would wait for the right time to take control of the Qin Kingdom branch of Black Moon Tower. When he was strong enough, he would expand his influence further. Wan Chang dared not hide anything. Against a nascent soul realm cultivator, his oaths of secrecy were meaningless. He confessed everything about Hu Quan's commission. Chu Xian was speechless. Did he have a feud with Hu Quan? He knew what Hu Quan was planning, but what was this new trend among the heretical cultivators? He was curious what Qingyun Wu had stirred up. Recently, a man named Qingyun Wu has caused quite a stir, creating a trend among heretical cultivators. They now consider raiding the heretical king's palace a badge of honor. Wan Chang explained the details. Chu Xian was dumbfounded. Are these cultivators insane? Raiding the leader's office. That's crazy. Had he ever heard of such a thing? Storming in, guns blazing, even willing to die with the leader. This imposing man must have heard about the competition. His name was Chu Xian. And just now, an intelligence officer had delivered himself right to his doorstep. Wan Chang, the head of the intelligence network, offered up all his information. The target was a heretical sect. Nowadays, you couldn't brag without having a friend who raided the heretical king's palace. Clearly, heretical cultivation damaged the brain. Chu Xian placed a soul mark on Wan Chang, and also on the 3 other captives. He released the other 3 but kept Wan Chang to learn more about Black Moon Tower's structure and operations. Wan Chang, though only an ordinary tower master, knew the organization well. Tower masters were divided into ordinary, elite, copper, silver, and gold ranks, further divided into 1-star to 9-star. Wan Chang was an ordinary tower master, hoping to be promoted to gold. After your promotion, will you be in charge of the Qin Kingdom branch? Chu Xian asked, intrigued. What are the requirements for promotion? Performance, ability, and strength, Wan Chang replied. He aimed to take the current Qin Kingdom Tower Master's position. Chu Xian pondered. Black Moon Tower was a sophisticated organization, with multiple departments and responsibilities, all overseen by a central authority. Wan Chang was confident in his promotion, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Chu Xian threw him a bottle of pills. These will help you reach the harmonization realm, 3rd stage, quickly. Wan Chang was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. I will serve you faithfully. Just do your job well, and you'll be rewarded, Chu Xian said dismissively. Any new information? Send someone to report it. Yes, Master. What about Hu Quan's commission? Should we eliminate him? Wan Chang made a throat-slitting gesture. No. Don't interfere with him. Give him the map of the Chu estate. Chu Xian planned to let Hu Quan have the map. Any move Hu Quan made would lead him right to Chu Xian's courtyard. He was curious what the heretical sect leader was planning. As a nascent soul realm cultivator, he wasn't worried. Yes, Master. Wan Chang left gratefully. Without leaving his home, Chu Xian had gained control of the Qin Kingdom's Black Moon Tower. You have crafted the Parent-Child Communication Talisman Array. System reward. Parent-Child Communication Talismans. Chu Xian checked the information. This man, Chu Xian, had just received a set of communication talismans from the system. He studied the instructions carefully. The parent talisman was the core, controlling the child talismans. The parent talisman could receive messages from all child talismans and control their actions. Child talismans could communicate with each other. A parent talisman could control at least 100 child talismans. Higher refinement levels increased the number of child talismans in communication range. The lowest level allowed communication within miles, while higher levels could reach millions of miles. Chu Xian was very pleased. He could refine these and use them for Black Moon Tower's intelligence network. With the parent talisman, he could control the flow of information and monitor all child talismans. Even if a child talisman was lost or stolen, he would know immediately. Furthermore, he could set passwords. Without the password, the talismans were useless. The parent talisman could also locate the child talismans. As far as Chu Xian knew, no such communication devices existed in the southern region. Even Black Moon Tower, renowned for its intelligence gathering, relied on special envoys. Chu Xian thought of a new way to gather intelligence. He could sell the child talismans while keeping the parent talisman. Anyone using the talismans would be under his surveillance, especially if he sold them to major powers, who would be unaware of the parent talisman's existence. He could even set it so that both parties needed a matching imprint to communicate. This way, he could control the flow of information throughout the entire region. Chu Xian decided to refine a set and test it out. He was eager to explore its full potential. It can be used for excavation, and the messaging talismans can also be upgraded and expanded. Crafting messaging talismans wasn't difficult for Chu Xian, but mass production was troublesome. Therefore, he had to consider how to find a talented disciple to refine them for him. Chu Xian had a grand plan for the messaging talismans. If successful, it would be like building a communication network, with him controlling the main talisman. This way, he could learn the secrets of the world without leaving his home. Chu Xian looked towards the mystic realm. Why hasn't it attracted any fortunate individuals yet? I need manpower. The young man in green, once a promising youth in the Qin Kingdom's Taoist institution, now willingly served this wasteful young master. Young Master Chu, you called for me. The young man, named Xiao Gu, was currently Chu Xian's errand boy. Chu Xian spent 2 hours crafting a mother talisman and 100 child talismans. He gave Xiao Gu a few child talismans, instructing him to give them to Wan Chang. After explaining their use, Xiao Gu was shocked. As a Taoist, he understood the impact these talismans would have on communication. Chu Xian knew that if the Black Moon Tower learned about the talismans, it would attract unwanted attention. So, he decided against widespread use, giving them only to Wan Chang and a few others for emergencies. He'll wait until I'm strong enough to reveal them. The Black Moon Tower is a dangerous place. With only Earth Realm cultivation, Chu Xian felt insecure, worried about attracting powerful enemies prematurely. Xiao Gu left with the talismans. Over the next few days, Chu Xian used the Myriad Heavens Compass to connect to other locations and occasionally chatted with Du Yuan, a respectful realm cultivator. Enjoying playing the role of a senior expert, Chu Xian would occasionally offer Du Yuan guidance. As they talked more, Du Yuan began to ask Chu Xian for advice. I've encountered something recently and would like your guidance. Tell me, Chu Xian replied, maintaining his persona of a wise elder. There's a prominent family in the western Zhou region. They had a genius, but 3 years ago, he became a cripple. Chu Xian's expression turned strange. That genius sounded like a protagonist. A genius turned cripple, now recently rejected from his engagement. And, Du Yuan continued, his father disappeared while searching for a cure. The genius suffered humiliation until 3 days ago, when he suddenly erupted, defeated his tormentors, seized family resources, and left. Now the family has put a bounty on his head. Does anyone in your family want to get involved? Chu Xian asked. Du Yuan, being a cautious cultivator, hesitated. They've located him, but he's from a powerful family, and the situation is complex. Chu Xian sensed that this genius was not simple. Don't get involved. It's a recipe for disaster. This genius, from cripple to powerhouse, is likely stepping on countless others to rise. He might even have a hidden mentor. He added after a pause, those who hunt protagonists never end well. Du Yuan, taking Chu Xian's advice, stopped his family from pursuing the genius. A few days later, Du Yuan thanked Chu Xian. As predicted, the genius rampaged, defeating numerous experts. The genius disappeared, vowing revenge on all involved parties. Xu Xian grew interested in this genius, wondering if he'd appear in the northern Zhou region's next mystic realm opening. He had a feeling this genius would soon rise to prominence. This chubby man, the strongest in the southern Zhou region, frowned. Had just learned that his disciple in the northern Zhou region was heading south. Senior. I plan to travel to the war demon ancient land. Xu Xian was startled. Du Yuan was going after a mystic realm opportunity that even he, a respectful realm expert, found tempting. The name alone suggested danger. The war demon ancient land in the southern Zhou region will open within decades, Du Yuan explained. The southern Zhou region suffered a great battle in ancient times, causing its ley lines to collapse and its laws to become incomplete. The laws are now recovering, and the war demon ancient land will reappear once they're fully restored. I want to get there early to gain an advantage. He sighed. As a rogue cultivator, I can't compete with the larger powers without preparation. I need to go before the southern Zhou region is locked down by the major forces. Xu Xian felt a surge of anxiety. If one respectful realm expert was going, what about others? This war demon ancient land was likely the site of a devastating battle between humans and demons. Once opened, it would be a treasure trove, and countless powers would want to share. Is the southern Zhou region going to become a battleground? Xu Xian felt pressured. No, not yet. I need to be stronger. He had to stop Du Yuan. Wait, let me assess the situation in the southern Zhou region, he said, putting on a show. Du Yuan was impressed by Xu Xian's apparent power. After a while, Xu Xian spoke. Little Du, heed my advice. The southern Zhou region is dangerous. You're not ready. You need to cultivate more before seeking opportunities there. Du Yuan asked hesitantly. Senior, with the southern Zhou region's collapsed ley lines and incomplete laws, there shouldn't be any Emperor Realm experts, right? Xu Xian sighed dramatically. You only see the surface. The collapse was caused by a great battle between powerful cultivators. Du Yuan gasped. Even many respectful realm experts couldn't cause such devastation. It must have been Emperor Realm experts, or even higher. Xu Xian finally relaxed. You're quick-witted. Yes, it was a battle between Emperor Realm cultivators. But they're just youngsters playing games. You, a mere respectful realm cultivator, can't handle such matters. Du Yuan's face paled? Emperor Realm experts playing games. He, a respectful realm cultivator, wouldn't even know where to begin. He was even more shocked that Xu Xian referred to Emperor Realm experts as youngsters, highlighting the vast difference in their power. Thank you, Senior. Du Yuan bowed deeply. If not for your guidance, I would have made a grave mistake. We are fated to meet. Focus on your cultivation. Do not be distracted by worldly matters. Our karmic connection ends here. Farewell. Xu Xian closed the myriad heavens compass, but he wasn't relieved. Head stopped Du Yuan, but other powerful cultivators might be aware of the war demon ancient land. Perhaps an Earth realm expert was hiding in the southern Zhou region, manipulating events. He had to get stronger and prepare backup plans. He thought of Renchangha, a renowned genius who reached the Emperor realm in just 10,000 years. Had recently shared a profound cultivation technique, the Yin-Yang harmony scripture, with Renchangha, only to have the man grasp a mirror of it, prompting Xu Xian to mock his comprehension skills. Now, he considered using Renchangha as a safeguard. If he could convince Renchangha to accept a soul imprint, he could call upon him in case of trouble in the southern Zhou region. With the Yin-Yang harmony scripture, Renchangha could potentially reach the peak of the Emperor realm or even higher, enough to stabilize the situation. My talent is wasted. Renchangha lamented, looking up at Xu Xian's projected image with excitement. Senior. He was nearly in tears. Had been trying to comprehend the cycle of life and death, but it backfired, costing him years of lifespan. Terrified, Head stopped cultivating but was unwilling to be trapped. He questioned his own talent. Why couldn't he grasp it? Senior, my talent is wasted. I can't comprehend it. Please guide me. Renchangha knelt, his pride as a peak Emperor realm expert gone. He had dedicated his life to cultivation. If not for his pride, he would have begged Xu Xian to accept him as a disciple. He was lost and needed guidance. Kutu sought Xu Xian to be his disciple. Xu Xian pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Taking you as a disciple is out of the question, Xu Xian said after a long silence. However, it seems we are fated to meet. I can temporarily accept you as a nominal disciple. Do you agree? Renchangha, overjoyed, kowtowed repeatedly. Disciple is willing. A nominal disciple is still a disciple. Xu Xian continued, although you are a nominal disciple. I must leave this place and venture into the myriad worlds. Your strength is far too weak. Normally, you wouldn't qualify, Xu Xian paused. But I can make an exception and allow you to enter the myriad worlds. Implant this soul seal into your soul. Ren Chang's eyes lit up. Xu Xian flicked his wrist, condensing a soul seal and transmitting it through the myriad worlds mirror. Whether he accepts it or not is his choice. However, once implanted, he will be unable to resist my will. He won't be able to harbor any ill will towards me, and will have to act according to my wishes. Ren Qianghe, looking at the small seal that appeared before him, didn't hesitate and directly absorbed it into his soul. He was a decisive man. Whether or not this is a trap, how much longer can I survive if I remain trapped? It's worth a gamble. You'll soon know if it's real or fake. After absorbing the soul seal, Ren Qianghe felt something was amiss, but he couldn't quite place it. At this moment, he felt more respect for the man before him, unable to harbor any negative feelings. Seeing Ren Qianghe absorb the seal, Xu Xian was overjoyed. Finally, I've hooked one. A peak heaven realm cultivator. Xu Xian sensed the soul seal within Ren Chang's soul. Now firmly imprinted as if it were innate. Unless his soul is shattered and he perishes, it cannot be removed. Perfect. Ding dong. You have successfully taken on a disciple without leaving your home. Reward. Years of cultivation base and an intermediate chapter of the soul forging technique. Triggering a random reward from the system, Xu Xian was ecstatic about the years of cultivation. A few more rewards like this and he'll soon break through to the respect realm. The subsequent reward for the soul forging technique arrived. Having cultivated it for so long, Xu Xian understood its power. Excellent. My breakthrough is in sight. However, Xu Xian didn't immediately claim the years of cultivation and the intermediate chapter. Instead, he transmitted the Yin-Yang harmony scripture to Ren Qianghe. Claiming the rewards would require time to digest. And cutting off the connection now could cause Ren Qianghe to panic, thinking he encountered a glitch. As my disciple, I shall impart a powerful technique, the Yin-Yang harmony scripture. Once mastered, it allows one to cycle between life and death, turning death into life and life into death, grasping the great Tao of Yin and Yang. Ren Qianghe bowed deeply. Thank you, Master. Listen carefully, Xu Xian's body radiated divine light, making him appear even more profound. His words, like the voice of the great Tao, were transmitted to Ren Qianghe through the myriad worlds mirror. Xu Xian had fully grasped the Yin-Yang harmony scripture. Though his cultivation was lower than Ren Chang's, his understanding of the scripture far surpassed him. Ren Qianghe felt enlightened as he listened to the Yin-Yang harmony scripture. My choice was right. This is my opportunity. This scripture is extraordinary, pointing directly to the great Tao of Yin and Yang. After transmitting the scripture, Xu Xian asked, how much have you comprehended? Ren Qianghe felt ashamed. Master, disciple is unworthy. I've only grasped less than 30%. Xu Xian was speechless. Was Ren Chang's comprehension that poor, or was the Yin-Yang harmony scripture too profound? He didn't feel the scripture was difficult to understand. Though, admittedly, the system directly instilled complete understanding. Even without the system, Xu Xian felt it wouldn't take him long to grasp it. Ren Qianghe had reached the peak of the heaven realm. His talent shouldn't be poor. Furthermore, Ren Qianghe had spent tens of thousands of years cultivating to the peak of heaven realm, a testament to his talent. This could only mean that the Yin-Yang harmony scripture was even more profound than he had imagined. This poor old man was no ordinary cultivator. He had once been a peerless genius, yet now, he was trapped in a miasma of death energy for over 10,000 years, unable to break free. He had even started to weaken from the death energy, and was nearing his end. This old man was named Ren Qianghe. Just now, Xu Xian had tricked him into becoming his disciple and transmitted the Yin-Yang harmony scripture to him. Unfortunately, the old man's talent was too poor, only comprehending 30% of the scripture. Looking up, he saw Xu Xian hadn't spoken. Ren Qianghe felt ashamed and worried that Xu Xian regretted accepting him as a disciple. He resolved to cultivate diligently, and not disappoint his master. Let me explain the profound art of refining death energy into life force, Xu Xian said, his tone betraying no emotion. Thank you, master. Ren Qianghe felt slightly relieved. Xu Xian then proceeded to explain to Ren Qianghe how to refine death energy into life force. It took half an hour for Ren Qianghe to fully grasp it. cultivate diligently and comprehend it well. After explaining, Chu Xian cut off the energy input and closed the myriad world's mirror. Being a teacher is hard work. Farewell, master. Renshanghe bowed deeply, then raised his head with determination in his eyes. I, Renshanghe, belong to no one. I will not disappoint master. Renshanghe began cultivating the yin-yang harmony scripture. Once he succeeded in refining death energy into life force, he would no longer worry about his predicament. Once he mastered the cycle of life and death, escaping would be no problem. His strength would also increase, with the hope of breaking through to the legendary sage realm. After closing the myriad world's mirror, Chu Xian immediately claimed his rewards. A surge of years of cultivation flooded his body. Whoosh! His cultivation began to rise. Earth Realm Stage 3, Earth Realm Stage 4 finally. His strength reached Earth Realm Stage 5. Chu Xian sighed. The higher his cultivation, the slower his progress. Years of cultivation only allowed him to advance 3 stages. He then claimed the intermediate chapter of the soul forging technique. Compared to the basic chapter, the intermediate chapter not only enhanced soul cultivation methods, but also added soul defense and attack techniques. Chu Xian immediately condensed a soul spear, capable of harming only the soul, making it incredibly difficult to defend against. This greatly enhanced Chu Xian's soul defense and attack capabilities. The enhanced soul forging diagram head received previously was no longer as effective. It took several hours of cultivation for him to feel a slight improvement, indicating its diminishing returns. Too slow, Chu Xian sighed. When will I get something better? After his breakthrough, Chu Xian immediately contacted Wan Chang through the messaging talisman, instructing him to gather information on the war demon's burial ground and whether any powerful cultivators from the outer regions had arrived in Nanzhou. He also asked him to keep an eye on whether any Earth Realm experts from the Black Moon Tower had come to Nanzhou. Wan Chang's position in the Black Moon Tower was still too low. Even after being promoted to Silver Rank Tower Lord, he only controlled the Black Moon Tower's operations within the Qin Kingdom. He couldn't access higher-level intelligence or the Black Moon Tower's broader movements. Chu Xian decided to expand his control within the Black Moon Tower. Once Wan Chang became a Silver Rank Tower Lord, and controlled the Qin Kingdom's operations, he would find a way to transfer him. Only then could he gradually take control of the Black Moon Tower. A day later, Wan Chang sent a message. He had no information on the war demon's burial ground. With his current authority, he couldn't find any related information within the Black Moon Tower. Chu Xian wasn't surprised. Wan Chang's rank was still too low. He then instructed him to be promoted to Gold Rank Tower Lord quickly. He also gave Wan Chang a soul seal to control his superior, the Gold Rank Tower Lord. Earth Realm Stage 5 strength wasn't enough. He needed to reach the Respect Realm to be safe. Fortunately, there was still time before the war demon's burial ground opened, and no outer region cultivators had arrived yet. He could still stabilize the situation for a while. Over the next half-month, Chu Xian focused on cultivation, and observed Du Yuan several times, confirming he hadn't left Shizhou. This put him at ease. During this period, he contacted Renshanghe again to explain the yin-yang harmony scripture. Renshanghe was no longer lifeless, his body now emanating a strong life force. His condition had slightly improved, but he was still far from full recovery or escape. Wan Chang had also been promoted to Gold Rank Tower Lord and now controlled the Qin Kingdom's operations. He had also contacted his superior, the Silver Rank Tower Lord, Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong, the Black Moon Tower's Silver Rank Tower Lord and Wan Chang's direct superior, stood respectfully before Chu Xian, cursing Wan Chang in his mind. Wan Chang had arranged a private meeting with Yao Xiong, during which Chu Xian, using his Earth Realm power, had subdued Yao Xiong and implanted a soul seal into his soul. Now under Chu Xian's control, Yao Xiong had been sent here. Do you know about the war demon's burial ground? Chu Xian asked. Reporting to Master, this subordinate does not. Yao Xiong shook his head. As expected, information about the war demon's burial ground was highly classified. Even a Silver Rank Tower Lord didn't have access. The war demon's burial ground was a secret. Only once it was revealed and required the Black Moon Tower's attention would these Tower Lords have access to the information. Chu Xian released a strand of Earth Realm power, imbuing it with a soul seal. Take this and control your superior, the Gold Rank Tower Lord. As long as they're not a Respect Realm expert, they won't be able to resist this power. Yao Xiong left with the strand of Earth Realm power, feeling uneasy. The Black Moon Tower was about to experience a major upheaval. With this person's methods, controlling Tower Lords undetected, step by step, he could eventually become the true master of the Black Moon Tower, surpassing even the Diamond-ranked Tower Lords. Yao Xiong's superior, the Gold-ranked Tower Lord, controlled far more resources than a Silver-ranked Tower Lord. Even so, he still hadn't access to information regarding the War Demon's burial ground. Fan Xiao stood respectfully before Chu Xian, cursing Yao Xiong's entire ancestry in his heart for setting him up. Chu Xian gained further understanding of the Black Moon Tower's structure. The Black Moon Tower primarily consisted of the Tower Lord Department, the Logistics Department, and the Protector Department. The Tower Lord Department was the core, responsible for the tower's operations. The Logistics Department provided resources like cultivation manuals and pills. Notably, intelligence agents also belonged to the Tower Lord Department. The Protector Department was responsible for the tower's security, a specialized force cultivated by the Black Moon Tower. Among the three departments, the Tower Lords held the most power. Power and strength were intertwined. The higher the rank, the greater the strength requirement. Fan Xiao was a gold-ranked Tower Lord, managing 3 silver-ranked Tower Lords, Yao Xiong being one of them. Nanzhou had 7 gold-ranked Tower Lords in total. Still unable to obtain information about the War Demon's burial ground, Chu Xian had to continue. His next target was a Diamond-ranked Tower Lord. He again condensed a strand of Earth Realm power with a soul seal and instructed Fan Xiao to control his superior. The Diamond-ranked Tower Lord. Fan Xiao, like Yao Xiong, felt that a major change was coming to the Black Moon Tower. However, once the soul seal was implanted, even with a clear mind, he couldn't resist and had to follow Chu Xian's orders. A major change was indeed coming to the Black Moon Tower. Many things could make a man blush, but this man never dreamed that a dignified Diamond-ranked Tower Lord of the Black Moon Tower would be a stunningly beautiful woman. Even more unexpectedly, she spoke with a soft, melodious voice. "Greetings, young master," the beautiful woman said respectfully. Her name was Bao Hongyan. The man's name was Chu Xian. Facing such captivating beauty, he was taken aback. Fan Chaos Superior, the Diamond-ranked Tower Lord, was actually a woman. This was tactically advantageous. After a brief moment of surprise, he got straight to the point. "How many Diamond-ranked Tower Lords are there in Nanzhou?" "Reporting to Master, there are 3, Bao Hongyan replied respectfully, cursing Fan Xiao internally. She was also wary of Chu Xian's methods. With this young man's abilities, the Black Moon Tower might not even notice their manipulation. He hadn't expected such a terrifying figure to emerge from the Chu family. Moreover, he had already extended his reach into the Black Moon Tower. Which Earth Realm expert is backing the Black Moon Tower in Nanzhou? This was the question that intrigued Chu Xian the most. Even the Evil King sect, a powerful force of evil cultivators, didn't dare to offend the Black Moon Tower. Without a powerful backing, this wouldn't be possible. It's a Diamond-ranked Tower Lord. Rumor has it, he's only half a step away from the Earth Sage realm. Generally, experts who aren't afraid of the Gu family are quite powerful. Perhaps even Earth Realm experts. Bao Hongyan wasn't sure. After some thought, she dismissed the idea of controlling the Golden Token Pavilion Master. If the expert was at the Earth Realm, and only possessed a trace of Earth Realm power, she wouldn't be able to control them discreetly. If exposed, her current achievements would be for naught. About the War Demon Boneland. Do you know anything? Bao Hongyan, the Golden Token Pavilion Master, finally had some information about the War Demon Boneland. According to Bao Hongyan, in ancient times, the Emo clan ran rampant. Across time and space, their strength unfathomable. The War Demon Boneland was the ancient battlefield, within the southern region during the final battle against the Emo clan. It was this battle that shattered the southern region's spatial fabric and damaged its laws. Because of this, all experts above the Earth Realm were forced to leave. This is why there are no Earth Realm experts in the southern region today. The War Demon Boneland from that era was affected by the shattered spatial fabric and broken laws, resulting in a rift in space. According to calculations, when the southern region's spatial fabric recovers and its laws are restored, the War Demon Boneland will reappear. In the final battle against the Emo clan, numerous powerful experts fell, and among them, there must be many treasures and inheritances. Therefore, major forces will send people to investigate. Of course, the reappearance of the War Demon Boneland is still far off. Within 20 or 30 years, there likely won't be any major forces setting foot in the southern region. Xu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. 20 or 30 years was enough time for him to grow stronger. But he couldn't relax. What if there were rogue cultivators like Du Yuan who secretly came to the southern region ahead of time? Bao Hongyan, pay close attention to Earth Realm experts and above appearing in the southern region. If you find any information about them, tell me immediately. He then casually gave Bao Hongyan a communication device to maintain contact. With Bao Hongyan's status as Golden Token Pavilion Master, she had access to most information concerning the southern region. The southern region was still quite lively. Murders, treasure hunts, and occasional small family annihilations happened. Clashes between good and evil occurred almost daily. Xu Xian's life returned to its peaceful rhythm. After a month of uneventful boredom, Xu Xian stared at the Destiny secret shop for a long while. Why hasn't a person with great destiny shown up yet? Why is it so hard to find a disciple, preferably a female one? At dinner time, Bu Yi brought the food. Xu Xian noticed something different. Why has the server changed? And how come they're trying so hard and haven't had any customers with great destiny visit? When it was time to eat, Bu Yi didn't bring the food over. Xu Xian noticed something was different. Why is there a new server? And it's a woman. The key point was that the woman was clearly in disguise, concealing her true identity. Xu Xian was immediately intrigued. He used his Heavenly Secrets insight technique. Su Xianer, 26 years old, lunarine body, immense destiny, from the Su family of the central region. Escaped an arranged marriage, fled the Su family, entered an ancient incomplete teleportation formation, and arrived in the southern region. Disguised herself and hid in the Chu family. The fiancé is pursuing her. A person of great destiny has arrived. And a female one at that. Xu Xian was ecstatic. His reverse psychology had actually worked. Su Xianer possessed the special lunarine body, a physique with extraordinary talent. Despite being only 26, she was already at the second level of the Void Spirit realm. In the southern region, this was considered an absolute genius. Su Xianer served the dishes and retreated. But her mind was racing. Will the Su family find me here? The southern region is remote, and the Chu family is just a small family in the central region, inconspicuous. As long as I hide well, I shouldn't be exposed. To minimize exposure, she had chosen this food delivery task. She had inquired thoroughly and found out that the person living in the small courtyard was the useless young master of the Chu family. Being his food server wouldn't attract attention. She could use her free time for cultivation. Su Xianer inwardly cursed her elder sister. With her status, she had actually pushed the arranged marriage onto her. And her foolish father had actually agreed. As Su Xianer was fuming, a blinding seven-colored light suddenly shone before her. Su Xianer, from the Su family of the central region, escaping an arranged marriage. Entering an ancient incomplete teleportation formation, arriving in the southern region. Xu Xian's resounding voice rang out. She looked up, mouth agape, completely stunned. The rumored useless young master of the Chu family was bathed in seven-colored divine light. He seemed majestic. Su Xianer dropped the tray in her hand, staring at Xu Xian. Don't be afraid. This young master has a position open. It requires a female attendant. Are you willing? Xu Xian, with an air of righteousness, asked. The young woman was originally the esteemed eldest daughter of the Su family in the central region. Simply because of her status as a collateral branch member, her jealous elder sister had harmed her. And her foolish father had turned a blind eye. Now, to escape an arranged marriage, she disguised herself and hid in the Chu family, only to deliver food to the so-called useless young master. Yet was publicly asked to be a servant girl. The young woman's name was Su Xianer. Just moments ago, her identity had been effortlessly exposed by the man before her. Su Xianer was utterly shocked. The person living in the small courtyard wasn't the rumored useless young master of the Chu family. What was going on? Who was he? This is your opportunity. You possess the special lunarine body, but the cultivation technique you practice cannot fully utilize its potential. Become my servant and achieve greatness beyond your wildest dreams. Xu Xian's divine light washed over Su Xianer. Her disguise instantly melted away, revealing her stunning beauty. Su Xianer was now in a dilemma. He had seen through her disguise, but how? Who was he? To become his servant was unthinkable. How could she resist? He was incredibly powerful. If she refused, what would happen? Would he force her? Lunarine body. Su Xian'er realized her physique was special, but she didn't know the specifics. The man before her, with a single sentence, had revealed the truth. He must be an incredibly powerful and knowledgeable expert. Was this her opportunity? For a moment, Su Xian'er couldn't decide. You came here to escape your arranged marriage. This is your opportunity. What makes you think? The righteous Chu Xian was inwardly ecstatic. Such a beautiful maid. That this young master covets your beauty. No, just because you come from the Su family, do you think being my servant is beneath you? No, it's not. Su Xian'er gritted her teeth. Su Xian'er greets master. She bowed respectfully. Good. From now on, don't call me master, call me mister. Chu Xian's divine light receded, revealing his true appearance. Yes, mister. Su Xian'er looked up, and was mesmerized by Chu Xian. He's so handsome. Her first thought was, if my fiancé was this handsome, I wouldn't have run away. Rise. Yes, mister. Su Xian'er stood up, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Just a few days in the southern region, and she had become someone's servant girl. And Chu Xian didn't look old at all, perhaps only 25 or 26. You obtained a great destiny individual without leaving your home. You have taken a servant girl and established the Lunarine Prime Celestial Sect. The system's voice echoed. Chu Xian wasn't surprised. Lunarine Prime Celestial was clearly a cultivation technique perfectly suited for Su Xian'er's Lunarine body, able to maximize its potential. He turned to Su Xian'er, who was fidgeting and looking for an escape route. Come here. Yes, Su Xian'er paled. She swallowed nervously. Is he going to do that sort of thing? My innocence. Since you are my servant, today I will impart you the cultivation method. Chu Xian extended a finger and touched Su Xian'er's forehead. Su Xian'er was startled and tried to dodge, but couldn't. A beam of light entered her mind. A complete cultivation technique unfolded within. Su Xian'er's eyes fluttered closed, as she involuntarily absorbed the technique. After a full hour, she opened her eyes. Her aura fluctuated as she broke through to the third level of the void spirit realm. Su Xian'er was ecstatic. There was no resistance, no fear, only gratitude. It was a legendary cultivation technique, surpassing even divine-level techniques. With it, even reaching the heavenly spirit realm wasn't impossible. Thank you, mister. She bowed deeply. Good. Chu Xian tossed her a communication device and a bottle of pills. They were void spirit pills, specifically for void spirit realm cultivation. Cultivate diligently. I took you as a servant for errands. Help me organize information and such. Su Xian'er blinked. He had taken her in just for errands. He wasn't planning on anything else. Mister is so handsome and powerful, I wouldn't resist. He'll also teach you a concealment technique. Even heavenly spirit realm experts won't be able to see through it. Chu Xian taught Su Xian'er a concealment technique far superior to her current one. Cultivation techniques, secret techniques, Chu Xian possessed them all. For Su Xian'er, Chu Xian was quite impressive. Handsome, talented, and perfect for errands. From now on, he could entrust her with Black Moon Tower matters. She was a little weak currently, but with her talent and the Lunarine Prime Celestial technique, coupled with his resources, she would improve rapidly. This is Black Moon Tower intelligence. Su Xian'er looked at the information on the communication device, and exclaimed in shock, Mister, are you a high-ranking member of the Black Moon Tower? Chu Xian shook his head. It seemed the Black Moon Tower had a presence in the central region. And a powerful one at that. Not yet. I've merely extended a hand into the Black Moon Tower. Su Xian'er was stunned. What did extended a hand mean? Mister, the Su family must have commissioned the Black Moon Tower to search for me. You won't be found here. Don't worry. The Black Moon Tower in the southern region won't reveal your information. His phantom image at night would also prevent her exposure. Su Xian'er would represent him, and all intelligence would be handled through her. The Black Moon Tower wouldn't dare reveal her information. Now with an errand runner, things would be much easier. Chu Xian planned to control the other two golden token pavilion masters as well. Chu Xian was a low-key person and didn't have Su Xianer change back into her female attire. He gave her a simple servant's outfit, making her look unremarkable. She was annoyed that he was actually treating her like a servant, and also prevent her from being exposed. Su Xianer would act as his representative, and all intelligence gathering would be her responsibility. The Black Moon Tower wouldn't dare leak her information. Now with an errand runner, things would be much easier. Chu Xian was planning to bring the other two golden token pavilion masters under his control as well. Chu Xian was a low-key person and didn't have Su Xianer revert to her usual attire. He gave her simple servant clothes, making her look unassuming. She was slightly annoyed that Chu Xian was actually treating her like a servant, oblivious to the fact that he was the true power behind the scenes. Just now, Bao Hongyan, accompanied by Chu Xian's 2 strands of Earth Realm power and 2 soul shadows, left. Su Xianer was curious. Who was that mature beauty, and what business did she have with Chu Xian? Mr., who was she? After Bao Hongyan left, Su Xianer asked, what was she doing with Chu Xian? Mr., who was she? After Bao Hongyan left, Su Xianer asked, one of us. Don't worry. Chu Xian casually handed her another communication device. From now on, you'll be in contact with her. Relay messages and organize useful intelligence for me. Su Xianer was shocked. Chu Xian had silently taken control of the southern region's Black Moon Tower. His methods were terrifying. She suspected he was planning to take over the entire Black Moon Tower step by step. As Chu Xian's servant, Su Xianer indirectly controlled the southern region's Black Moon Tower. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. News of her being in the southern region wouldn't leak, and she could use the Black Moon Tower to learn whether the Su family had discovered her location and whether they were taking action. Life continued peacefully. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xian had been in the courtyard for almost 3 years. The oranges were still not quite as good, but far better than those from Heavenly Peak Mountain. He hadn't expected Yun Mai's aptitude for cultivation to manifest here. One day, Chu Xian was in the courtyard examining the cultivation techniques Chu Yun had brought him. Over the past 2 years, Chu Yun had returned several times. They are all sending single medicines to Chu Xian. By the way, they are turning over the charcoal and the cultivation experience prepared by Chu Xian for him. Sir, there seems to be some change in the Qin family. Su Xianer handed over a piece of information. The Qin family changed. The first thing that came to Chu Xian's mind was Qin Qiyun's voice. If the Qin family changed, it can't be unrelated to him. After taking a look at the information, the current Qin emperor of the Qin kingdom, the contemporary head of the Qin family, has abdicated. It seems that he was forced to abdicate. Currently, the Qin kingdom is in a state where the old emperor has abdicated and the new emperor has not yet ascended the throne. The Qin family is in a state of no head. That's all. No more. Chu Xian was obviously not satisfied with this half-baked information. Yes. The more specific changes, the Black Moon Tower has not been able to find out. The Zhao family, the He family, and the Chu family currently do not know the changes in the Qin family. Chu Xian realized that the situation in the Qin kingdom was about to change, and even the entire southern region was about to change. Small countries like Daiyue State and Ziyue State might be negatively impacted and unified. The rebirth of the Fox Demon and the soul of the Fox Demon made Chu Xian feel uneasy, but he didn't know whether this matter is for humans or for demons. The scene shifts to the Qin family's ancestral temple. All the Qin family's enemies and the Qin family's ancestors are gathered in the ancestral temple. On the altar stands a young man. He has an unparalleled appearance, but there are also a few traces of strange expressions on his delicate face. Those bright eyes flickered with a demonic light. Qin Qiyun, he seems to still look delicate, but the ruthlessness on his face and the demonic gaze all indicate his difference. From today onwards, I am the Empress of the Qin Kingdom, the head of the Qin family. Whoever opposes, whoever supports. Qin Qiyun looked down at the Qin family members below. The entire ancestral temple was silent. Among the Qin family members, no one opposed or supported. In the entire ancestral temple, only 2 people were standing. And the rest were kneeling on the ground. One of the 2 standing was Qin Qiyun standing on the altar, and the other was Qin Pingxia standing under the altar. The ancient demon emperor's palace will open. This is the opportunity for the Qin family to rise. If anyone doesn't agree with me, they can stand up. As long as they can take one move from me, the position of the head of the Qin family will belong to them. Still no one spoke. Since you all support me, then from today onwards, what I say goes in the Qin family, and what I say goes in the Qin kingdom. Qingyun's aura exploded, revealing the true strength of the 9th level of the Earth realm. Now, obey my orders. Everyone, offer a drop of your blood essence to open the Qin family's altar. Qingyun ordered. Qin Pingxia immediately offered a drop of blood essence, facing Qingyun, and pointed his finger. Looking at everyone with a proud expression, the rest of the people kneeling on the ground hesitated for a moment, then offered their blood essence one after another, floating towards the altar. Qingyun raised his head slightly, and all the blood essence gathered in his palm, forming a symbol, and merging into the center of the altar. The smooth surface of the altar shone, and a hazy figure slowly emerged from the altar. Even though it was just a hazy figure, it gave people a powerful pressure. Everyone present felt it was difficult to breathe. All the Qin family members looked at the hazy figure on the altar, and their hearts were filled with shock. The altar is the place guarded by generations of the Qin family. It is said that it was built by the ancestor of the Qin family. However, the specific use of the altar has been lost over time. Until now, it is only known that cultivating on the altar can make it easier to break through bottlenecks, cultivate faster, and have a more solid foundation. This is also the reason why the Qin family has always been stronger than the other 3 families. Qingyun pays respects to the ancestor. Qingyun knelt down, and a white-haired phantom appeared behind him, also kneeling. The hazy phantom lowered its head and looked at Qingyun, who was kneeling on the ground. The 2 eyes of the phantom suddenly shone, and a spiritual message was transmitted. Qingyun, you have finally come. All the Qin family members were shocked and excited. Could it be that the ancestor of the Qin family has resurrected? Legend has it that the ancestor of the Qin family's strength reached the heavens. Ancestor, the Qin family has declined. The Qin kingdom has long been in decline. Qingyun is incompetent, and is willing to revive the Qin kingdom. Qingyun said in a low voice. The phantom raised its head and stroked Qingyun's head, and then stroked its white-haired phantom again. Okay. The phantom's eyes shot out 2 rays of light, merging into Qingyun's head. The phantom gradually began to dissipate. Descendants of the Qin family, respect Qingyun. Bring the turtle. The phantom disappeared, and a vortex-like entrance opened in the center of the altar. Qingyun took another step closer, but still hadn't broken through to the earth realm. Looking at the altar, get up. These young people would never have imagined that the spirit on the stage was actually a reborn, a seemingly well-behaved girl, who is actually a reborn fox demon with the soul of a fox demon. The girl's name is Qingyun. Just now, following her order, the Qin family members stood up and looked at the woman on the altar. Everyone. It was not difficult to guess that she had some connection with the ancestor of the Qin family. The Qin family's inheritance has been passed down. Just now, the ancestor bestowed the inheritance and revived the Qin family's glory. Everyone, work hard to cultivate. Qingyun took out a blank booklet, transferred the cultivation technique onto it, and handed it to Qin Pingxia. I will hand over the inherited cultivation technique to Qin Pingxia. He will pass it on to everyone. By the way, Zhao Hui is the strongest expert of the Qin family in the Great Qian. The Zhao family, He family, and Chu family were originally ministers of the Qin family. From today onwards, the Qin kingdom will no longer be contested by the 4 families. Everyone dared not speak. Qin Pingxia hesitated for a moment. Qingyun, the Great Qian probably won't let the Qin family experts return. It doesn't matter. When I come out of seclusion, the Great Qian will agree. After taking Qin Pingxia away, Qingyun entered the passage in the center of the altar, arriving in a small space, sitting cross-legged, and starting to consolidate her cultivation. The white-haired phantom appeared, and her divine soul power began to spread out. She was originally a reborn fox demon. It was much easier for her to recover and break through to the earth realm than others. However, due to the incomplete rules of the southern region, she could not break through to the earth realm. In this special space, there was a chance to break through to the earth realm, but her accumulation was not enough, so she couldn't break through in a short time. If she wanted to improve her strength in a short time, there was only one way, which was to rely on the fox demon soul to construct the Earth Realm's power. Even if it was just a hazy, it was enough to make her the strongest among the half-step Earth Realm experts. Only in this way would she be qualified to compete with the Great Qian Empire. No one knew what had happened to the Qin family. Even the Black Moon Tower only knew that there had been changes in the Qin family, but they couldn't find out the specifics. Xu Xian didn't care about the changes in the Qin family. No matter how it changed, it wouldn't affect him. For now, he was still the most powerful figure in the southern region. At this moment, Xu Xian was looking at a piece of information about the Qin family sent by the Black Moon Tower. The Qin family sent people to the Great Qian Empire to summon the Qin family's experts. The Great Qian Empire was the common master of the southern region countries and also the strongest force against the evil king's court. It had never relaxed its control over the various countries. The Earth Realm experts of other countries had to go to the Great Qian to await appointment and were not allowed to leave the Great Qian Empire without permission. In other words, they were hostages. The Qin family publicly challenged the Great Qian. It seemed there was a good show to watch. Xu Xian was very curious about where the Qin family got the confidence to challenge the Great Qian Empire. Ding dong, your maid Su Xianer has broken through her realm under your superb training methods. Reward: 10 years of cultivation. Su Xianer broke through, and the system rewarded him with cultivation. Xu Xian was overjoyed and immediately claimed the reward, feeling that he was strong again. 10 years of cultivation poured down, and his strength improved further, but he didn't break through to the Earth Realm. Xu Xian wasn't surprised. The 10-year cultivation reward wasn't enough to break through the realm, but he discovered a possible way to quickly increase his cultivation through rewards. Teaching others skills and cultivation techniques rewarded him with cultivation. Su Xianer's breakthrough to the Earth Realm also rewarded him with cultivation. Therefore, taking in disciples and training them was the key to increasing cultivation. Xu Xian was overjoyed. He had finally found a way to quickly increase his strength. Sir, Su Xianer poked her head out, speaking excitedly. Xu Xian, of course, knew what this girl wanted to say. What's the matter? Today is a great day for you to break through to the Earth Realm, but you still need to double cultivate to improve further. Su Xianer's eyes widened. How did he know that? A woman just ascended the throne and became empress, and the next second she wants to force a young man from the common people into her harem. It was pointed out that she had been rejected by a handsome man before ascending the throne, and she is the reincarnation of a fox demon. How can she swallow this? The woman's name is Qingyun. Ever since she made that declaration on the altar that day, that she would no longer take the Great Qian seriously, she has been in closed-door cultivation. 3 days later, news began to shake the entire southern region. Qingyun ascended the throne, claiming to be the empress of the Great Qin, and the Qin kingdom also changed its name to the Great Qin Empire. No longer a vassal state of the Great Qian Empire. In the southern region, the title of empire wasn't given lightly. An emperor of the Great Qian Empire was once the last emperor-level expert in the southern region. The emperor's inheritance has lasted for 9 generations, something the Qin kingdom could not compare to. On the same day that Qingyun ascended the throne, she personally went to the Great Qian Empire and demanded that the Great Qian Empire release the Qin family. On this day, everyone knew about the power of this empress of the Great Qin. She suppressed 10 experts of the Great Qian Empire and defeated the current emperor of the Great Qian Empire. On her way back, she even took the experts of the Qin, Zhao, He, and Shu families who were in the Great Qian Empire back with her. She fought with the current evil king of the evil king's court. With her powerful strength, she severely injured the current evil king. The southern region was shaken. The empress of the Great Qin was even hailed as the strongest expert in the southern region. Who was closest to the Earth Realm? Su Xianer reported while sighing, and she's only years old. The Earth Realm experts of the Zhao, He, and Shu families who returned with Qingyun all stayed in the Great Qin Empire and didn't return to their respective families. Hearing this news, Xu Xian just curled his lips. He seemed to have expected this. This kind of thing was bound to happen. But he couldn't help sighing in his heart. The fox demon soul has revived. She's already close to the Earth Realm so quickly. It seems that the situation of the 4 families sharing power in the Qin kingdom is about to end. Empress of the Great Qin, how domineering. Too arrogant. Su Xianer looked at Xu Xian with admiration. Xu Xian glanced at her. What? Do you also want to be an empress? No, I just want to stay by your side, sir. Su Xian'er said with a charming smile. You have to remember, whether it's Empress or Emperor, it's all just a title. Strength is the most important thing. As long as you are strong enough, what Empress? You can suppress them with one hand. Sir is right. Su Xian'er completely agreed. Because her biggest wish was to wait until she was strong enough to return to the middle region and suppress the Su family with one hand, too. But it must be said that this little girl, or rather, this old fox demon, was still very domineering. Shu Xian looked at the information about Qingyun, muttering to himself. Suddenly, Shu Xian's expression turned strange. Someone's outside. Not long after, the gate of the small courtyard was pushed open with a bang. A voice appeared, Shu Xian. A stunningly beautiful face appeared. It was Qingyun. Qingyun, what are you doing here? Shu Xian asked with a surprised expression. Qingyun frowned slightly, looking at Shu Xian, who was lazily sitting on the chair, with a serious expression on her face. Shu Xian, I am now the Empress of the Great Qin. I want to marry you. Su Xian'er's expression turned serious. Marry Shu Xian. What was she thinking? Shu Xian was stunned. Marry me? Are you kidding me? Yes. Qingyun nodded. I am now the Emperor. Of course, my harem cannot be empty. Come, let this king favor you. After saying that, she lunged towards Shu Xian like a lovesick fool. Hold on, you want a harem? Shu Xian's expression turned strange. As expected of a reborn old fox demon. Her thoughts were truly unconstrained. No. Qingyun shook her head. Handsome men are too rare. Your 3 older brothers don't know where they've run off to. Currently, you are the only one in my harem. Won't you consider it? It's a good deal for you. You won't have this opportunity in the future. After saying that, she tried to get closer. Shu Xian saw the slightly predatory look in her eyes. And the muscles on his face twitched. He touched his face and said, I don't deny that I'm good looking, but I don't like men. I'm a man. Why would I marry someone? You can't refuse. Qingyun smiled mischievously. So you're at Sundara. It doesn't matter. If you agree, I can make an exception and give the Chu family greater benefits. If you don't agree, I can also capture you now. Shu Xian's face turned cold. And divine light and aura erupted from his body. A supreme and majestic voice sounded, and Shu Xian shouted, Kneel. As soon as the words were spoken, the law followed. Qingyun knelt down. The oppressive force disappeared, and the white-haired phantom disappeared. Her expression was filled with shock. What kind of strength was it that could suppress her with a single word? Qingyun knelt on the ground, her face pale, looking pitiful, without a trace of the Emperor's aura. Shu Xian looked at her smugly, his eyes flashing. Empress of the Great Qin, who gave you the courage to be so presumptuous in front of me? This woman was once the Empress of the Great Qin in ancient times, and the white-haired fox demon she respected was actually a former enemy. However, in the devastating and protracted human-demon war, in order to lead her people to escape, she sacrificed herself, resulting in the destruction of her physical body and the escape of her soul. Now, she has been reborn into the Qin family. The woman's name is Qingyun. Now, she's acting ridiculously. Just a day after ascending the throne, in order to fill her harem. Qingyun sought out Shu Xian, who had broken off their engagement 2 years ago, but didn't realize that Shu Xian was already a 9th-level Earth Realm cultivator. The overwhelming pressure across realms directly forced Qingyun to kneel in public. Qingyun, you were wrong. The Empress, who had been suppressed for 10 years, now looked at Shu Xian with fear. Get up. You are the Empress of the Great Qin after all. Qingyun stood up, slightly lowering her head, with a docile expression, just like when Shu Xian first met her. I have heired as Empress. So the 3 of them went to the tea table. Come, have some tea. Let me ask you, do you know about the demonic bone land? Shu Xian would not miss the opportunity to ask someone who had personally experienced the human-demon war. That was in your previous life. The southern region has changed. The spiritual energy has declined, and the earth has collapsed. The rules are all a result of the human-demon war. But Shu Xian's understanding of this war was very limited. He had not obtained more information about this war from the Black Moon Tower. Now that Qingyun, who had personally experienced it, was here, he naturally wanted to learn more about it. The Human-Demon War. Qingyun was silent for a moment, recalling her past life memories. Actually, I don't know much about it either. Scolding Chu Xian for misunderstanding his concealment, Qingyun hurriedly explained, I'm just a servant. I really don't know much. I've told you everything I know. Chu Xian leaned back, resuming his relaxed posture. He never would have guessed that the desirable Qingyun from his past life was a lowly servant, a favorite of the great Qin Emperor, constantly by his side. Emperor was a title of respect for powerful individuals, the supreme being of the land. From Qingyun's words, it seemed his master, the great Qin Emperor, also the Qin family's ancestor, was a renowned and powerful figure in ancient times, with unfathomable strength. He vaguely remembered. Before the demonic war, the Qin Emperor furiously declared, treachery. Human treachery. They must be eliminated. Afterward, he left behind some magical treasures and departed with his experts. No one knew his purpose. Only that time, Qingyun was left behind in the Qin family's ancestral land. The emperor had prepared some safeguards for him, including the method to activate the altar. Within the ancestral land. When the demons invaded, human experts fell one after another, but the great Qin emperor was nowhere to be seen. Before the demonic war, rumors already circulated about the emperor's demise. And at that time, the great Qin empire was in turmoil. The new emperor couldn't stabilize the situation. With the demonic invasion, the great Qin empire fell. The descendants of the great Qin emperor were almost all killed. Qingyun tricked some Qin descendants into hiding in the ancestral land. He himself, resisting a powerful demon, barely escaped with his life thanks to a soul fragment prepared by the emperor. His soul reincarnated, returning to the Qin family's ancestral land to mature. He was later born into the Qin family as Qin Tingxian. You know the rest. Reaching this point in his story, Qingyun closed his eyes wearily. Chu Xian looked at him coldly. Consistent with my Heavenly Secrets Division's findings. No lies. Looks like I don't need to take action. He really just came for me. So, before the emperor left, besides safeguards, did he leave any other message? The demonic invasion was too sudden. It caught the human race off guard. It seems there were human traitors who aided the demons. Qingyun looked at the teacup on the table and said slowly, the emperor perhaps vanished to prevent the human betrayal that allowed the demonic invasion. I've asked all I need. Qingyun, be a good servant and don't cause any trouble. Don't bother me. Chu Xian waved his hand dismissively. You can leave. Go about your business. Just don't disturb me. Also, don't breathe a word of today's events to anyone. Yes, yes. Qingyun hurriedly stood up, fidgeting with his robe sash, and asked in a low voice, can I still come visit here? Chu Xian's lips twitched slightly. He couldn't help but recall Qingyun's preference for handsome men. He wanted to see him, didn't he? Go, Chu Xian waved him away. Qingyun watched him expectantly. Since Chu Xian didn't refuse, he took it as permission. Yes, I'll take my leave. Qingyun bowed respectfully before leaving the courtyard. After Qingyun left, Chu Xian picked up his communication device and contacted Bo Hongyan. Investigate information on the ancient great Qin emperor of the southern region. Keep it confidential. Yes. Sir. I'll get right on it. Bao Hongyan responded respectfully. Among the 3 gold medal division leaders, Chu Xian decided to focus on cultivating Bao Hongyan, helping him rise to become the head division leader. The other 2 division leaders weren't as talented as Bao Hongyan, and more importantly, those 2 were into women, not as appealing as Bao Hongyan. 3 days later, Bao Hongyan delivered the information on the great Qin emperor. Given his gold medal division leader status, the information he found wasn't extensive, lacking details about the emperor's strength, only a brief introduction. The only emperor in the southern region's history to unify the region, subjugating all sects and forces. Although just a few words, they spoke volumes about the great Qin emperor's power. Chu Xian suspected the ancient demonic war might have been a conspiracy, perhaps a plot to overthrow the great Qin empire. Qingyun's mention of human traitors aiding the demonic invasion, catching the human experts off guard, seemed likely. However, whether all the human experts were truly caught off guard remained to be seen. At least some were likely aware and not truly surprised. Only those who weren't in on the betrayal were genuinely caught off guard. It seemed the situation in the southern region was rather complex. Chu Xian wasn't worried. The demonic bone grounds wouldn't open so soon. By the time they did, his strength would be at least at the heaven stage. Sir, dinner is ready. Lost in thought, dinner time arrived. Time to nourish the body and soul. Let's see what's on the menu today. Sir, something's happened. Let the young master tell you. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that the Qin family's daughter, now famous throughout the land, almost became his granddaughter-in-law. His sweet dream was shattered 3 years ago. By Chu Xian's refusal. Shattered it was, and his family was now suffering the consequences. He was furious. The old man's name was Chu Tianming, the Chu family patriarch. Just now, the delivery boy brought news. Originally, the Zhao, He, and Chu families were to officially become vassals of the Qin kingdom, surrendering their territories and accepting Qin rule, but unexpectedly, Qingyun suddenly changed his mind. The Zhao and He families surrendered their territories, becoming vassals. Yet, the Chu family He no longer demanded their submission. Nor mentioned vassalage. He even returned the Chu family's core formation experts captured from the Great Qin Empire. To the Chu family, this was a mixed blessing. Not having to surrender their millennia-old territory, not becoming vassals, seemed like a good thing. But Qingyun's sudden change of heart left the Chu family uneasy. These strange actions, to outsiders, appeared to be a sign of displeasure with the Chu family, excluding them from the Qin kingdom, no longer acknowledging them as part of it. The old man was now furious. He believed it was Chu Xian's rejection of the marriage that offended the emperor. Chu Xian, of course, knew the real reason and silently continued eating. From the main hall came Chu Tianming's roaring voice, "I'm so angry. Bring that scoundrel Chu Xian back to me. This unfilial child. Look at the state of the Chu family now. He still won't return. He must be brought back to apologize to the emperor." The Chu family's current situation was precarious. Having lost their alliance with the other 3 families, they were vulnerable to any powerful enemy. Nowhere to seek refuge, the distant sky. This soul-severing expert looked grim. It's crucial to break through to the core realm quickly. Meanwhile, the Chu family issued a mission to the Black Moon Tower. Capture Chu Xian. Capture Chu Xian. Interesting. Wan Chang immediately informed Chu Xian of this. Chu Xian couldn't help but shake his head. If he were to return, there would surely be trouble. Chu Tianming would scold him to death. He ordered Wan Chang to refuse the mission. Later, Chu Tianming's furious roars came from the Chu residence again. Chu Xian worried whether his cheap grandpa would die of anger. The next piece of news was even more exciting. Now that the Qin kingdom has annexed territories, the power dynamics are complex and turbulent. Evil cultivators and unknown experts are causing trouble everywhere. Several experts appointed by the Qin kingdom to maintain order have been killed. The chaos at the border didn't last long. True experts suddenly appeared to defend the Qin kingdom's borders and killed many of the chaotic rogue cultivators. The drunken Sword Mountain actually helped. The faces of the former empire and the evil king pavilion turned unsightly. The Qin kingdom's rise was too fast. Empress Qingyun was incredibly powerful, almost stepping into the earth realm. If not for the former empire and the evil king pavilion holding her back, she might have swallowed them whole. Behind her was the support of the 9 Swords Mountain. Or perhaps a collaboration. Chu Xian looked at this information. 9 Swords Mountain's intervention was expected. Qingyun's father, the man who joined the Qin family, turned out to be the Grand Elder of 9 Swords Mountain, but Hong Fei's age is enough to be Qin Pingxia's father. Could this be the magic of love? Even more surprising was that reportedly, no one in the Qin family knew about Qin Pingxia's husband being the Grand Elder of 9 Swords Mountain. Considering Qingyun was born from Qin Pingxia, it's not hard to guess that Hong Fei joining the Qin family was actually arranged by Qingyun. Qingyun's heroic soul rested in the Qin family ancestral land. It was likely that Qin Pingxia received instructions from Qingyun while cultivating in the ancestral land. 9 Swords Mountain is a backup plan of the Great Qin Emperor, or perhaps a force that originally supported the Great Qin Emperor. 9 Swords Mountain's heritage is very ancient. Even older than the Great Qin Empire, it has been passed down since before the Demon War. This is getting more and more interesting. Chu Xian sighed as he read the information. The waters of the southern region were indeed deep. He decided that when his strength increased, he would have Du Yuan come to the southern region, stir up the waters of the southern region. After Rin Chang and Tua Kang, he would also have this nominal disciple come to the southern region to stir things up. It was already dawn when he finished cultivating. After practicing the yin-yang harmony divine chapter, reversing death to life, his strength had certainly improved further. No matter what schemes the southern region had, they were all insignificant. Without leaving his home, he single-handedly overturned them. Overturning such a large scheme, the system rewards should be substantial. Thinking of this, Chu Xian felt delighted. You can scheme all you want, you'll just wait to overturn them. Right, it's time to explore the space beneath the Chu residence. With that, his divine sense probed into the space below the Chu residence. During his last breakthrough to the Earth realm, Chu Xian hadn't explored it carefully. As expected, the Zhaoanhe family's sudden surge in strength was likely due to activating some inheritance or secret ground. Since the Zhaoanhe families had it, the Chu family wouldn't be without it. His divine sense probed into the space and saw clusters of energy floating within, as well as stored resources. Half-Earth-grade weapons, and even one Earth-grade weapon. This was left by the Chu family ancestors. According to records, the Chu family residence was an ancient ruin. The Chu family rose to prominence after discovering this ruin. Perhaps someone guided the Chu family to this ancient ruin in the first place. Chu Xian hesitated and didn't activate the Chu family's fortune. He would let Chu Yun activate it after she returned. Retracting his divine sense, Chu Xian stopped thinking. This young man carrying the sins of the world, what has he experienced? You would never imagine that as the son of the southern region's most esteemed woman, he was not only abandoned by his mother, but also stepped on by her new lover. Moreover, he was the kind of trash whose smoke was considered too thick even for burning firewood. Just now, within the heavily guarded Qin Palace, Empress Qingyun was listening to reports, pondering the current complicated situation. After a brief period of calm, things were getting chaotic again. As expected, the situation was turbulent again. Evil cults were constantly active. Even though the Qin kingdom dispatched numerous experts, they still couldn't completely eradicate the evil cults. With the continuous activation of the Qin kingdom's destiny, more and more experts emerged, and the overall situation gradually stabilized, returning to the previous state, where incidents caused by evil cults were constantly being suppressed by the various forces within the Qin kingdom. A group of restless wolves told the front lines not to focus solely on the evil cults. The Great Qian Empire has also planted many spies in our Qin kingdom. We must be more vigilant. Qin Qingyuan naturally understood that the Qin kingdom's rise was too fast and they could only stabilize the situation temporarily. As for these spies, it wouldn't be easy to completely remove them. Once she gained a firm foothold, it would be time to strike, and also the time for those wolves to die. Your Majesty, there's still the Chu family to deal with. I consider the Chu family to be both loyal and old friends. If we strike against the Chu family, I'm afraid it will complicate things with Qin Pingshan and others. When Chu Qiuluo broke off the engagement, seeing her sister Qin Pingxia heartbroken and furious, she was so angry she wanted to lock Chu Qiuluo up. When Qin Qingyun was rejected by Chu Xian, she was also furious. There's no need to involve the Chu family, maintain the friendship. As for Chu Xian, let's treat him as an ordinary ancient family of the Qin kingdom. Qin Qingyun said calmly and righteously, also, don't interfere with the Chu family anymore. Qin Pingshan sighed inwardly. He didn't know Qin Qingyun was thinking. What exactly is your use? If you're siding with the Chu family, why bother maintaining this facade of friendship while simultaneously undermining them? It's baffling. I wonder what Qin Qingyun is thinking. Perhaps he still harbors feelings for Chu Yuan, but he's made his decision. There's nothing to be done. Though Qin Qingyun is young, her strength is profound. She appears demure, but she's quite cunning. If she were to become Wunida, the outcome wouldn't be favorable. And now, Qin Qia's eyes were calm. The small courtyard and the handsome, powerful, and mysterious man within it surfaced in her mind. The Chu family's situation is complicated. Meanwhile, the isolated Chu family could only continue to huddle within Chu Jun's protection, developing slowly. Occasionally, Chu Tianming's frustrated cries could be heard. Heavens! Why do you treat my Chu family this way? Chu Xian couldn't be bothered with the Chu family's affairs. He didn't rely on them. He only wished to be left alone. His energy. After a series of events, the Chu family seemed to have forgotten about his useless existence. He remained in his small courtyard, amusing himself with the myriad heaven's divine scripture. Shadu, you need to fix your habit of eating with your mouth open. He would also occasionally instruct Rin Changhe on the Yin Yang Divine chapter. Old man, that's not right. You have to do it like this, and then this. Even the previously raised golden rock and heavenly beauty had quietly broken through to the earth realm. 3 years had passed. Yet Chu Xian felt somewhat depressed. Why hadn't a person with great destiny appeared yet? Were they so rare in this world? That evening, as Chu Xian was drinking tea, his expression suddenly changed. Outside the Chu family estate, a year-old youth, with a self-deprecating expression, approached the courtyard, drinking from a wine gourd. Trash. In the kind of trash that even burning firewood finds smoky. The youth, slightly drunk, mumbled to himself, stumbling. His clothes were dirty and torn, and a worn sword hung from his waist. He looked utterly dejected. Right. How could trash like me be worthy of a celestial maiden like her? It was all wishful thinking. I'm just trash, the trashiest trash in the world. The courtyard door opened. And he stumbled in, vomiting on the wall. Chu Xian's lips twitched. It seems every person with great destiny starts as trash. The youth was only at the first level of the profound realm. To be able to intrude into the Chu family estate, and reach here unnoticed, his destiny must be extraordinary. Su Xian, awakening from his cultivation, walked out of the Qingyun space, frowning at Dingyu. Where did this little brat come from? Master, leave him to me. Ill. He was about to expel the intruder when Chu Xian waved his hand, stopping him. Dingyu shook his empty wine gourd. He looked at the seated Chu Xian and then at the beautiful Su Xian in her silk dress. After a moment of hesitation, he stumbled over. Brother, do you have any wine? Sell me some. He fumbled through his pockets, finding nothing, then untied the worn sword from his waist. I have no money, so I'll trade this useless sword for wine. I won't need it anymore anyway. This sword is a profound weapon. Isn't it a loss to trade it for wine? Chu Xian asked pointedly. Brother, what use is a good sword to trash like me? Dingyu sat down dejectedly. Do you know what being trash means? I'm trash. Look at me. Look at me. I can see that. You truly are trash. Chu Xian nodded. Your entire being reeks of trash. If you said you weren't trash, even a cockroach wouldn't believe you. Dingyu cried. Anyone could see he was trash. Not only are you trash, but you're also trash who got played by a woman. Chu Xian continued to fan the flames. How do you know? Dingyu asked, startled. I not only know that, but I also know you were played by your childhood sweetheart, and your childhood sweetheart even stepped on you, telling you to piss and look at your reflection. Where did you get the courage to think you were worthy of a celestial maiden? Truly pathetic. Dingyu was stunned. How did you know? Who are you? Chu Xian's body radiated seven-colored divine light. Muyu, bathed in the divine light, looked like a celestial being. I am the guide of lost souls, the master of trash. Meeting me is the greatest fortune of your life, young man. Kneel and kowtow. Dingyu stared at Chu Xian. Bathed in divine light, completely dumbfounded. Trash's destiny. Yes, Trash's destiny. Chu Xian's voice boomed like the great Tao, vast and boundless. Dingyu struggled. Was this real? Had he truly encountered his opportunity? Could he truly rise? Finally, he gritted his teeth. His gaze hardened. Thump. He knelt and kowtowed. Dingyu greets master. Good. From now on, you are my disciple. As long as you respect and obey your master, I will guarantee your rise to the peak, to the pinnacle. Chu Xian's divine light receded. He looked at Dingyu with satisfaction. He had finally taken on a disciple. He was quite pleased with Dingyu's talent. As expected of someone with great destiny, perhaps he truly was the child of destiny of the southern region. Chu Xian could see through Dingyu's origins and talent. Dingyu, possessing the 9-mountain chi diagram, had a blocked destiny meridian. His cultivation was extremely slow. Thus he was considered trash and was rejected by his childhood sweetheart. You, without leaving your home, have attracted the child of destiny of the southern region to become your disciple. You have accepted your first disciple, the first disciple whose destiny you saw. The system's voice rang out. Chu Xian's guess was correct. This guy was the current child of destiny of the southern region. Chuckle. Ding Yu's rise was inevitable. At that moment, Chu Xian looked at the youth before him as if he had found a treasure. Master, can you really make me stronger? Ding Yu knelt, his face full of anticipation. Do not doubt your master. Chu Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you think your master's title of trash is for nothing? Not to mention trash, even a pile of shit can be turned into gold in my hands. Ding Yu's lips twitched. If he were really a pile of shit, he might as well die. Chu Xian sized up Ding Yu. His meridians seemed somewhat blocked, more so than ordinary cultivators. Although he was at the first level of the profound realm, he might be the weakest among first-level profound realm cultivators. You possess the destiny meridian. But it is blocked. Thus, your cultivation is slow. Ding Yu, today is the day your destiny changes. Chu Xian reached out and pointed at Ding Yu's destiny meridian. Open. Ding Yu felt a powerful force surge into his body. Rumble. Something seemed to have been unblocked. He gained some inexplicable insights. His cultivation, originally at the first level of the profound realm, began to soar rapidly. Third level of the profound realm. Fifth level. Ding Yu closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. His aura surged. Powerful forces flowed within his body. The previously narrow meridians had become wider and more flexible. Past insights about cultivation flooded his mind. His cultivation reached the first level of the spirit realm. He now understood countless cultivation techniques that he previously couldn't comprehend. Even the most ordinary techniques now held profound meaning. Master is simply too awesome. Looking at Ding Yu entering a state of enlightenment, Chu Xian was very satisfied. I've also imparted the heavens perception technique to you. Comprehended well. He waved his hand, sending Ding Yu into the Qingyun space. Within the Qingyun space, Su Xian was shocked. Ding Yu's strength had increased rapidly, reaching the first level of the spirit realm in such a short time. His internal qi had become extremely vigorous. Is it my imagination, or is Ding Yu like a sword thrust into the earth? Was it Ding Yu's extraordinary talent or Master's incredible methods? How long had it been? He had broken through from the first level of the profound realm to, your disciple, Ding Yu, under your guidance, has rapidly soared in cultivation, breaking through to the first level of the spirit realm. You have been awarded years of cultivation base. The system's voice rang out. Chu Xian was overjoyed. Ding Yu was indeed the child of destiny of the southern region. This years of cultivation base came at just the right time, helping him break through to the earth realm and reach the venerable realm. The venerable realm, the ultimate goal of cultivators. There's a saying about the venerable realm. Within my domain, I am supreme, even emperors bow. The venerable realm is a realm where the divine soul undergoes a qualitative transformation. For cultivators below the earth realm, the venerable realm is an insurmountable barrier. Even with the combined strength of many true realm cultivators, they cannot resist the might of an earth realm cultivator. Within the domain of an earth realm cultivator, even countless true realm cultivators are as helpless as ants. Confronting an earth realm cultivator is no different from courting death. The venerable realm takes this a step further. The core of the venerable realm lies in communicating with the heavenly Tao and integrating its rules into one's own, constructing a personal domain. Because of this, venerable realm cultivators can suppress earth realm cultivators. Even earth realm cultivators cannot resist them. Cultivators often say, beneath the venerable, all are ants. This is the reason. Chu Xian's divine soul power continued to condense and then expand. His precognitive ability unfolded, continuously extending, covering a 50-mile radius. This far exceeded the Chu family's estate. The Chu family experts seemed unaware that they were within a domain. Within the domain, rules began to manifest. Chu Xian entered a profound state of comprehension. He didn't communicate with the heavenly Tao of the southern region. The heavenly Tao there was incomplete, making it impossible to break through to the earth realm, let alone the venerable realm. Chu Xian was different. He bypassed the heavenly Tao of the southern region and directly communicated with the grand Tao. Because of this, his precognitive ability was far superior to cultivators of the same level. It was no exaggeration to say that when Chu Xian reached the 9th level of the earth realm, his precognitive ability wouldn't be inferior to a first-level venerable realm cultivator. Now, he could easily handle those below the 6th level of the Venerable Realm. Xu Xian's destiny was already extraordinary, and the cultivation techniques he practiced were even more advanced. His divine soul was stronger than ordinary cultivators. His precognitive ability wasn't connected to a single heavenly Tao, but to the Grand Tao. Truly worthy of being the child of the system. The small southern region was within his grasp. Congratulations on breaking through to the Venerable Realm and further increasing your strength. Reward. Prosperous Age Halo, Divine Elephant of the Vast Heaven. The system's reward arrived. Excellent. Let's check out the Prosperous Age Halo. Can assist in comprehension, enhance talent. The Prosperous Age Halo was incredibly powerful. When imparting techniques, using the Prosperous Age Halo could help others quickly comprehend them. It could unravel the secrets of techniques, allowing for faster mastery. Under the Halo's radiance, talent could also be enhanced. It truly addressed any weaknesses. With this Halo, trash could be transformed into geniuses. Was the title of Savior of Trash just for show? The system's products were truly impressive. Let's take a look at the Divine Elephant of the Vast Heaven. Hopefully, it's a powerful offensive technique. Divine Elephant of the Vast Heaven, a supreme Grand Tao technique. Used for suppressing and breaking formations. After reading the description, Xu Xian was ecstatic. As expected of a system-provided divine ability, its power was boundless. The Divine Elephant of the Vast Heaven's might was limitless. Once unleashed, it was like having the vast heavens descend. The fully formed Divine Elephant of the Vast Heaven could shake the Grand Tao, while its basic power could shatter domains. After obtaining the Divine Elephant of the Vast Heaven, Xu Xian closed his eyes slightly. Behind him, a vast and indistinct Divine Elephant appeared, exuding an aura of supreme majesty. Rumble. Its aura was overwhelming, causing the surrounding space to distort. The Qingyun space shielded everything, preventing any fluctuations from leaking out. The Divine Elephant of the Vast Heaven continued to grow, reaching hundreds of meters tall, like a true celestial being, its might suppressing everything. Xu Xian was extremely satisfied with the Divine Elephant of the Vast Heaven. With this Divine Elephant, he could instantly subdue countless people. Its sheer power was evident, a technique befitting a supreme expert. Combined with the 7-colored Divine Light, it was the ultimate tool for showing off. Xu Xian immediately took out the Myriad Heavens divine scripture. It was time to instruct his nominal disciple, Renshanghe. Bathed in the 7-colored divine light, he looked like a celestial being. The divine light expanded, enveloping the Divine Elephant, making it appear even more mysterious and powerful. Old man, how are you doing? Renshanghe now looked like a living person, full of vitality, no longer the lifeless corpse he once was. His hair had grown back. Renshanghe was deeply moved. His master had come to visit him again. He looked up and was immediately stunned by the sight before him, prostrating himself on the ground. What is that? Is that master's true form? Too domineering. Too powerful. You have reached great perfection. I will restore your peak strength. Still puzzled, Renshanghe put on a respectful look, his voice full of subtle complaints, giving off an air of heavenly might. Disciple Yu Ben is still confused. Ren Chang's setup was perfect for Xu Xian to assume the role of a holy teacher. The effect was undeniable. Don't be discouraged. This teacher will enlighten you. Speak, where do you not understand? Renshanghe had long been an old fox. Swordsman was truly a chess piece of the heavens, and his own rash decision was like playing with fire. In front of Shizen's wisdom, he was probably nothing but a waste. It was fortunate that Swordsman had taken him under his wing, otherwise, I would have been trapped in this miserable Luotian abyss. Stop being dramatic, Changhe. Focus. Listen carefully. Speaking of this hugging hands technique. Returning to nature. It's like this. Xu Xian explained the technique to Renshanghe, thoroughly enjoying the role of a teacher. After encouraging him to cultivate diligently and strive for further progress, he continued. He'll leave you to cultivate for 10,000 days. Leaving the old boy to cry alone, Xu Xian couldn't help but chuckle. He's so gullible. This man cultivated a strange technique every day, allowing him to grow bigger, and even bigger. Everyone who witnessed it was astonished. There is such a profound technique in the world. Even the female ghost who had been with this sword for a long time had a hard-to-believe thought. She jokingly demanded to transfer her physical body to the man. The man's name was Chu Xian. Just now, he successfully used the system reward. The heavenly godly elephant, to make his divine elephant incredibly large, thus impersonating a giant. It slightly shocked Ren Shanha, a heavenly net expert. After closing the heavenly net, Chu Xian felt a lack of completeness and connected it to Du Yuan remotely, wanting him to also witness his heaven-defying divine ability. The scene shifted. Du Yuan was no longer in his small clan, but in an ancient ruin. Moreover, his aura was slightly disordered, clearly having just fought a battle. Opposite Du Yuan stood two young men. Both respect experts. Their strength was comparable to Du Yuan's. 1 against 2. No wonder Du Yuan looked a little overwhelmed. I've said it, this is a beautiful misunderstanding. I'm not here to save Xiao Liang. Du Yuan's face darkened? Xiao Liang. Chu Xian frowned. Wasn't this the son of the prominent Xiao family in Shizhou? Du Yuan had even consulted him on whether to participate in the capture of that guy with protagonist aura. How did Du Yuan get involved with Xiao Liang? It seemed that the two young men were chasing Xiao Liang. Their strength was at the second level of respect. Du Yuan's strength was also at the second level of respect. 1 against 2, Du Yuan was clearly at a disadvantage, having suffered some losses. Chu Xian observed a little further. Although Du Yuan was a rogue cultivator, he had obtained a great opportunity and the cultivation technique he practiced was not low level. Even though the two young men came from a long inherited power, Du Yuan shouldn't be unable to cope. Having known Du Yuan for so long, Chu Xian was quite familiar with his affairs. He once killed an enemy with one swift move, showing his considerable strength. He could even be considered a genius in the past. Looking closer, Chu Xian was stunned. Du Yuan, a second-level respect expert, was still using a low-grade weapon, while the two young men, they were using middle-grade weapons. Already 1 against 2, and the opponents had superior weapons, it was no wonder he was losing. The Xiao family's affairs are not for you, a small rogue cultivator, to interfere with. If you're truly unrelated, surrender and bring Xiao Liang to us. We will naturally release you. One of the young men said coldly. Du Yuan's face darkened? If he surrendered, he would surely die. Shizhou is not solely dominated by your Xiao family. Although I am but a rogue cultivator, you two should think carefully whether you really want to push me too far. A fierce glint flashed in Du Yuan's eyes. Although Shizhou wasn't solely dominated by the Xiao family, it wasn't a place where a small rogue cultivator could provoke them. The two young men sneered. Their figures moved, about to attack. Suddenly, a halo of light appeared above Du Yuan's head. 7 colored lights flickered and a majestic voice emerged. Little Du, long time no see. What's that? The two Xiao family elders stared at the halo above. Du Yuan in shock. Where did this expert come from? What kind of divine ability is this? Even the legendary heavenly net experts can't do this, can they? Du Yuan was overjoyed. It was the senior coming to chat with him. He was so powerful and could resolve his crisis effortlessly. Senior, this junior, Du Yuan, has encountered some trouble. Could senior lend a hand? Chu Xian's voice appeared, a majestic and boundless voice emanating from the divine light. It was shocking. That voice was like the heavens, powerful and boundless. Is that so? They are just 2 ants. Du Yuan was shocked. Is this senior so powerful? The Xiao family elders were even more shocked, their hearts pounding. It's over. We're doomed. A heavenly expert acquainted with a rogue cultivator. We've offended a big shot. It's terrifying. They immediately had the urge to retreat. Du Yuan twitched his lips. He couldn't even beat 2 ants. Wasn't senior even more formidable than an ant? For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Those 2 ants, do you think they have a chance of escaping in front of this? Venerable One. Chu Xian moved the heavenly net, arriving above the Xiao family elders, who were about to flee. The Xiao family elders trembled, their faces pale with fear. This is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. We have no intention of being enemies with brother. The halo hovered above their heads. At such close range, they could feel the boundless might even more intensely. Their legs went weak and they almost couldn't help but kneel. Chu Xian was very satisfied with the reaction of the Shao family elders. The heavenly godly elephant was truly awesome. Even through the heavenly net, his power seemed even more boundless. Is that so? Absolutely true, Senior. One of the terrified Shao family elders stammered. In front of Senior's divine ability, we ants wouldn't dare to lie. You two wouldn't dare to lie either. Chu Xian looked down upon the three from an absolute height. Little do, are their words true? The Shao family elders immediately looked at Du Yuan, their eyes full of pleading, blinking to indicate they could compensate him. Du Yuan considered. Killing the Shao family elders would inevitably offend the Shao family. As a rogue cultivator, he couldn't withstand it and would have to live a life of hiding and fleeing again. He couldn't always rely on Senior. He couldn't be too greedy. Senior had already helped him once. After this incident, the Shao family would realize he had a powerful backer, and wouldn't dare to trouble him again. This was indeed an opportunity. Du Yuan was indeed clever. Having known him for so long, Chu Xian understood his personality quite well. He tried not to offend anyone if possible. So that's how it is. This venerable one happens to be too lazy to act. Crushing two ants is too beneath me. Chu Xian figured they couldn't see through him, so he continued to bluff. Du Yuan felt like crying. Senior considered crushing the Shao family elders beneath him, while he couldn't even beat ants. Fortunately, Senior wouldn't find him as pathetic as ants. I'm still too weak. At this moment, Du Yuan deeply realized that without Senior's protection, even as a respect expert, he was destined to be a small ant. Then, little Du, how do you think these two ants should be dealt with? Chu Xian looked at Du Yuan meaningfully. Senior, don't let this misunderstanding dirty your hands. Since these two ants have realized their mistakes, they'll surely agree with whatever you decide. Then, with a sudden change in tone, Du Yuan instantly turned pitiful. I just need a little compensation to mend my wounded little heart. The Shao family elders felt aggrieved. They were always the ones calling others ants, but now they were being called ants themselves. It was a bitter pill to swallow. However, they didn't dare to resist. One look at that boundless voice and they dared not even think a rebellious thought. Yes, we are ants. Well, dirty Senior's hands. At this time, they had to admit it. Chu Xian wasn't surprised by Du Yuan's decision. In that case, you two ants. Hand over everything you have to little Du as compensation, then you can scram. The Shao family elders were heartbroken, but they didn't dare to resist or bargain. This powerful expert was too strong. Even if he wasn't above the heavenly net, he was definitely a peak heavenly net expert, or even higher. Without a word, they took off their storage bags and handed everything over to Du Yuan, including their weapons. Wiping their cold sweat, they fled at the fastest speed they'd ever achieved. As if Chu Xian might change his mind. They didn't stop until they were thousands of miles away, panting heavily. That was terrifying. What kind of expert was that? A hidden elder from Shizhou? Or an expert from outside Shizhou, or even outside the northern region? They couldn't imagine. The Shao family elders looked at each other, feeling as if they had just escaped death. Thank you, Senior. May you live a long life. Du Yuan knelt on the ground. May Senior live forever in bliss. I know my talent is low and my strength is as weak as an ant, but I also wish to repay Senior's kindness. I will become Senior's loyal servant and handle trivial matters for Senior. Du Yuan gritted his teeth and prostrated himself. Chu Xian was increasingly satisfied with him. Obedient, clever, and taking him in would save him a lot of trouble. He could nurture him. More importantly, Du Yuan was quite loyal. You are thoughtful, very thoughtful. Chu Xian pretended to think for a moment. All right, since we've met, you shall be my errand boy in this world. Du Yuan was overjoyed. Du Yuan greets master, you managed to fool a respect follower with just your silver tongue without leaving your house. Reward. Purple Flame Heavenly Book Flame Spirit Fruit. The system's random reward was triggered. Chu Xian closed the heavenly net, feeling completely relaxed. A second-level respect follower, besides Ren Changhe, was his strongest subordinate. had talked till his throat was dry. But it was worth it. The heavenly net had one more use. While he was still feeling good, had randomly connect again, hoping for some lucky encounter, maybe someone with some resources, appeared at the place where the heavenly net connected. Xu Xian wouldn't mind taking a bit of their resources. He had too many secret techniques and treasures. The scene shifted, showing an underground cave. Xu Xian was surprised. It had directly connected to an underground cave. This was the power of the heavenly net. No spatial restrictions, no obstacles, it could directly connect. Moving the scene, Xu Xian saw a figure meditating within the cave. It was a young man, around 21 or 22 years old, with bloodstains and an unstable aura. He had suffered serious injuries, and was now trying to stabilize his cultivation at the third level of the mortal realm. At his age, reaching the third level of the mortal realm was definitely a sign of genius. His cultivation technique was also at the divine level. In terms of talent, he was no less than Su Xia. Xu Xian focused on the young man. The more he looked, the more familiar he seemed. Seeing the young man's face clearly, he was surprised by the coincidence. The young man was Xiao Liang, the son of the Xiao family, a prominent family in Shizhou. Could he be the child of destiny of Shizhou? Today was the last use of the heavenly net. And since it had connected to him just then, a jade pendant hanging on Xiao Liang's neck flickered, and a delicate figure floated out. It was a beautiful figure, although it looked somewhat translucent. It could still be seen that the figure was stunningly beautiful. A peerless beauty. Let's call her a ghost for now. More importantly, this was the weak divine soul of a heavenly net expert. Xu Xian was speechless. His guess was correct. Xiao Liang indeed had the qualities of a protagonist. He carried with him, not an old grandpa, but a powerful and beautiful ghost. Given a choice, most men would probably choose a beautiful ghost over an old grandpa as a master. Xiao Liang opened his eyes, and the ghost also spoke. I can only make 2 or 3 more moves before I fall into slumber again. You must leave Shizhou quickly. Yes, master. I will leave Shizhou quickly. Xiao Liang, I will definitely seek justice. Cultivate well and let your strength speak for itself. Once you break through to the heavenly realm, the Xiao family will naturally respect you. The ghost comforted, Master, don't worry. I will definitely cultivate to the heavenly net realm within 1,000 years and reshape your physical body. Xiao Liang said with determination. Hearing this, Xu Xian thought, beginning enemy reinforcements, millennial heaven ascension. If Xiao Liang can cultivate to heaven ascension in a millennium, and Ren Changhe, known as the 9 heavens 50 regions decided heaven sovereign, achieved heaven ascension in 10,000 years, wouldn't that be a bit embarrassing? However, with his status as the child of destiny, it's not entirely impossible for a millennial heaven ascension. How is that possible? Apiao shakes her head. Centennial Earth Ascension, Millennial Heaven Ascension. 10,000 years is the decision of the 9 heavens 50 regions, heaven's decree. Moreover, the path to heaven ascension is a heavenly chasm. Countless heaven seal powerhouses, once also destined for heaven ascension, have been stuck before it for tens of thousands of years. To break through to heaven ascension, without great opportunities, even the strongest talent cannot hope to break through within 10,000 years. Xiao Liang was stunned for a moment. The path to heaven ascension is actually so difficult. However, don't be discouraged. I know, and your talent is extraordinary, your destiny blessed. Breaking through to heaven ascension should be no problem. Apiao comforted Xiao Liang. Her gaze drifted, seemingly recalling something. In my generation, there was one person who achieved heaven ascension in 10,000 years, almost peerless. He fought the 3 demon prison sages, killed 3, and retreated unscathed. Now, I'm afraid he's already. Xiao Liang was suddenly invigorated, his face full of yearning. Master, who is this person? That was 100,000 years ago. The heaven sovereign Ren Changhe who controlled the 9 heavens 50 regions. Old man Xu Xian was startled. This beautiful Apiao was actually from the same era as Ren Changhe. Xiao Liang truly had the protagonist's halo. The beautiful spirit he carried with him was an ancient powerhouse. And, judging by Apiao's tone, Ren Changhe was really something back then. Not just bragging. Master, I will definitely be like heaven sovereign Changhe, controlling the 9 heavens 50 regions. Xiao Liang said firmly. This young man's ambition was too small. Ren Shanghai is now considered a cripple, and he actually takes him as a role model. It seems necessary to correct this young man's perspective. Just control the 9 heavens 50 regions. It's just a desolate corner of the myriad heavens. As for whether the myriad heavens exists or not, that's not important. The important thing is to keep the story going. I believe you. A Piao was very supportive. Lianger, you, after leaving the western region, go to the southern region. The laws of heaven and earth there are incomplete, earth realm experts won't easily set foot there. Moreover, the opening of the demon-subduing grounds will further restrict experts above the earth realm from going. You going to the southern region, firstly? You can avoid the Shao family. Secondly, it's also to experience the Great Era. Yes, Master. Xiao Liang nodded. Just as they were about to continue chatting, and A Piao was about to return to the jade pendant, a halo suddenly rippled above them, a divine multicolored light descending. Xu Xian was startled. Xiao Liang looked at the halo nervously. His first thought was, could it be the Shao family ancestor coming to kill him? But then he thought, no, the ancestor hasn't appeared for 10,000 years, he might be dead. Moreover, he is also his descendant. With the ancestor's status, there's no reason to kill a talented descendant like himself. A Piao was even more shocked. What kind of technique is this? It seems like even Heaven Ascension doesn't possess this. She didn't sense any spatial fluctuations, meaning the other party wasn't nearby. Even Heaven Ascension experts can't observe space from a long distance. Who is this person? Xu Xian, hearing that Xiao Liang's destination was the southern region, became interested. This guy might just be the current child of destiny of the western region. Taking him as a disciple, having an extra errand boy isn't bad either. Let's test him and then reveal myself. It'll be a bit of fun. Today, I'm in a particularly good mood, so let's give this kid a chance encounter. Xu Xian immediately revealed himself. A majestic voice echoed from within the divine light. I, Mo Yao Jin Huang, am searching for someone destined in the myriad heavens. Don't be alarmed. A Piao didn't dare hesitate and immediately bowed. Junior Lu Pao Pao greets Senior. Just now, I unintentionally offended you, I hope Senior will forgive me. A Piao's heart was shaken. Myriad heavens. Why had she never heard of it? She was a Heaven Ascension expert, not some ignorant novice. She knew too many secrets of heaven and earth. Anything she hadn't heard of must be a great secret. I don't know what the myriad heavens are. Lu Pao Pao bowed. Please enlighten me. Xiao Liang also knelt directly. Xiao Liang greets Senior. It was too shocking. That voice was deeply imprinted in his mind. Just sitting there, it felt like the affairs of the world were beneath him. What kind of terrifying expert was this? Reasonable, reasonable. Xu Xian thought to himself. Seeing your exhausted expressions, and this young man is still injured, I won't fault your cautiousness. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. Junior has been cultivating in the 9 heavens 50 regions. And has never seen such a transcendent being, nor heard of the myriad heavens Senior mentioned. I wonder if Senior could enlighten us. Seeing that Xu Xian had no hostile intent, Lu Pao Pao breathed a sigh of relief. You little girl are too weak, it's normal not to know. Xu Xian began to bluff. Lying to Ren Shanghai was easy, what's a little more bluffing? Moreover, there's Lu Pao Pao, a Heaven Ascension expert far inferior to Ren Shanghai. When bluffing Ren Shanghai, Xu Xian didn't even have the Heavenly Han statue. Now with the Heavenly Han statue, bluffing is even more convincing. Believe me, I'm a terrifyingly powerful being. The myriad heavens encompass everything, and this 9 heavens 50 regions you reside in. I haven't been to. Could you explain it to me in detail? Xu Xian pretended to discuss, feeling that the waters of the 9 heavens 50 regions must be quite deep. Although Heaven Ascension was already the peak of cultivation, but above Heaven Ascension, there's the legendary Divine Realm. Could the 9 heavens 50 regions not have a Divine Realm? Junior naturally knows. The 9 heavens 50 regions have the human language, the demon language, the Yao language, and other languages, a chaotic mix of various races. And within the 9 heavens, there's the wasteland, vast and expansive, larger than the other 7 or 8 heavens combined. Many Heaven Ascension experts have explored the wasteland, but they can only reach the edges. And countless have been lost. The wasteland is the only unknown land. Only the divine realm can enter the wasteland, and only through the wasteland can one break through to the divine realm. It has always been said that only the wasteland has the divine realm, and it seems that for some reason, divine realm experts don't leave the wasteland. Lu Pao Pao briefly explained the 9 heavens 50 regions. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. So the wasteland is the truly deep place. No wonder even a formidable figure like Ren Changhe was trapped in the wasteland and couldn't reach the divine realm. Since the wasteland is unknown, let's put the path to the myriad heavens in the wasteland. Those vanished divine realm experts all went to the myriad heavens. Only the divine realm is qualified to go to the myriad heavens. Thinking this, Chu Xian spoke. Little girl, what you know is just the surface. Since we've met, it's fate. I'll give you a hint. Lu Pao Pao was speechless. She had been a heaven ascension expert for 100,000 years, and he calls her little girl. However, this senior must have lived for who knows how many years. Given her age, calling her little girl isn't wrong. Please enlighten me, senior. The 9 heavens 50 regions is but a desolate corner of the myriad heavens. The divine realm you speak of are merely minor kings. I could annihilate countless of them with a single breath. Lu Pao Pao's spirit trembled. Her entire being stunned. The legendary divine realm, so insignificant, a single breath could annihilate countless. Although doubtful, she felt that this unknowable being might be telling the truth. And the 9 heavens 50 regions is just a desolate corner of the myriad heavens. How powerful is the myriad heavens? It's terrifying to think about. The 9 heavens 50 regions have the wasteland, and no one knows how big it is, how many secrets it hides. What about the myriad heavens? At this moment, Lu Pao Pao felt her understanding of the world overturned. She felt so insignificant. Xiao Liang's mind was also buzzing. He had just taken Ren Changhe as his role model, wanting to control the 9 heavens 50 regions. Well, to be precise, it's only 8 heavens, because the wasteland is too mysterious to control. In an instant, he felt that his previous bold words were too small-minded. He was a frog in a well. Chu Xian was very satisfied with Lu Pao Pao and Xiao Lian's reactions. Look, their shocked souls are trembling. Scared. Aren't you? That's right, young people, your perspectives must be broader. Taking Ren Changhe as a role model, what kind of perspective is that? That guy was probably fooled by me and is now lost in self-doubt, thinking he's a piece of trash. The path to the myriad heavens lies in the wasteland, young man, work hard. Chu Xian maintained his lofty persona and vanished. Lu Pao Pao's heart was shaken. So the mysterious wasteland is the path to the myriad heavens. No wonder it's always been rumored that the wasteland has divine realm experts, but they don't leave. It turns out they actually went to the myriad heavens. At this moment, Lu Pao Pao felt that she had been a frog in a well. How high and vast is the true heavens? Thank you for your guidance, senior. Lu Pao Pao was excited. I understand. The great secret that countless heaven ascension experts desperately seek but cannot find. Little girl, you're welcome. Chu Xian looked pleased. I see you're in a spirit state, a bit weak. Lu Pao Pao suddenly became excited. Could Senior be about to help her rebuild her physical body? For such a powerful being, rebuilding a physical body is but a trivial matter. But she was overthinking it. Even if Chu Xian had the ability to rebuild a physical body, he wouldn't do it for free. You, even in a spirit state, still have destiny. Destiny is origin. Destiny is origin. It lies within you. Lu Pao Pao was a bit disappointed. But then she thought. Since Senior said destiny is origin, and it lies within her, then what is this origin? Senior, where does my origin lie? Please give me some more guidance. Fine. I'll give you a hint or two. Whether you gain anything from it depends on your comprehension. Chu Xian began, you are in a spirit state, meaning you have lost your physical body. The spirit has lost its vessel, and the origin also resides in the spirit. How is the spirit formed? The origin of the spirit is the source of all things. By aligning the spirit with the great Tao, and guiding the destiny of the great Tao into the spirit will be strengthened. The spirit carries destiny, transcends the heavens and earth. The spirit is the heavens and earth, it is the law. Within your spirit, the laws reside, within your control. Chu Xian spouted some profound-sounding nonsense. Of course, it wasn't entirely baseless, there was some logic to it. In short, it was about using the spirit to attract destiny, using destiny as a guide, to liberate the spirit from the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth. The range covered by the spirit's power is under its control. Simply put, it's just bluffing. The spirit can merge with the laws and control them. This state allows for a greater understanding of the great Tao. Lu Piao fell into deep thought, her heart shaken. As expected of a senior. Truly enlightening, one can conceal oneself within destiny, transcend the laws. But how does one conceal oneself within destiny? The great Tao is everywhere, how does one comprehend it? Lu Piao had no clue, no understanding. Just as she was about to ask, Senior seemed to know her thoughts, and said casually, the Tao is not clear, the great Tao is everywhere. A flower, a blade of grass, is the Tao. A drop of water is also the Tao. Calm your mind and slowly comprehend. Our meeting is fate. Oh well, it'll give you something to restore your spirit. But your realm is too low, I don't have anything suitable for you. This bottle of soul-nourishing leaves is barely passable. And you can use it. One drop can restore your spirit's consumption. Take it. Chu Xian produced a small bottle. The contents were naturally not given for free. To ensure Lu Piao wouldn't get any funny ideas, Chu Xian discreetly planted a soul-binding curse within the soul-nourishing leaves. He then tossed the bottle, using spatial teleportation to send it over. Thank you, Senior. Lu Piao was overjoyed. After losing her physical body, spirit consumption was the hardest to recover. As long as she could restore her consumed spirit, her confidence would greatly increase. Even when facing heaven ascension experts, she would have the confidence to escape. One drop of soul-nourishing essence, translucent and multicolored, landed in her palm and slowly absorbed. It looked like a very profound seal. It must be very impressive, a treasure from Senior. As expected, it's extraordinary. Once it entered her spirit, how could any rebellious thoughts arise? Chu Xian was secretly pleased. The soul-binding curse had been planted. Her consumed spirit was continuously replenished, constantly recovering. At the same time, her favorability towards Senior skyrocketed. She couldn't even have the slightest rebellious thought. Lu Piao didn't have the slightest suspicion, only gratitude. The man gave her something, with a profound-sounding name. Indestructible bone, eternal soul, unparalleled loyalty, great majesty, great virtue, supreme saint of the myriad heavens, #1 great Tao master. The man's real name was Chu Xian. Just now, with a clever trick, he had turned a heaven ascension expert, Apiao, into his little fangirl. Xiao Liang, Apiao's former idol, knelt on the ground, feeling a little lost. Senior seemed to have forgotten about him. Could it be because Master is a beauty, so Senior only has eyes for Master and ignored his existence? Although Master receiving an opportunity also means an opportunity for him, he still wanted a great opportunity directly from Senior. Senior is truly a peerless expert, a supreme master, his methods reaching the heavens. Unique in the world, respecting the old and loving. Xiao Liang looked up pitifully. Senior, you seem to have forgotten about me. Chu Xian shook his head and chuckled. Young man, just speak your mind, it's alright. Senior, to be honest, I, Xiao Liang, am currently being hunted. Master has received your guidance, but I can't protect her all the time. Junior also wishes to receive Senior's guidance, so that I can protect myself in the future. Self-improvement doesn't require Master Lao Fan's involvement, and I can even protect Master. Good lad, you understand respecting your teacher. With time and effort, you will surely achieve greatness. He tossed a small booklet. This minor technique, created casually by this venerable one countless years ago, I shall impart to you. It's the Divine Soul Transformation Technique, a minor divine level technique. Remember, the most suitable technique is the greatest opportunity. Xiao Liang was overjoyed. Caught the descending booklet, and was immediately stunned. A divine level soul transformation technique. Once cultivated, even sky-cleansing experts wouldn't be able to discern his identity. Senior is too powerful, even a casually created technique is divine level. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Liang kowtowed 3 times respectfully. What a polite young man. Choose a bold path, cultivate diligently, this venerable one won't disturb you. Having done enough bluffing and achieved his goal, it was time to leave. May I ask Senior's honorable title? So I can remember your great kindness. Lu Piapiao suddenly bowed. Chu Xian pondered. He had fooled several people already, he couldn't not have a title. Besides, he would continue bluffing. Perhaps one day, these people had fooled would meet, and a shared recognition would be helpful. Thus, leaving a title was necessary, and naturally, it had to sound like a super big shots title. Chu Xian seemed lost in thought for a moment, then spoke with a touch of melancholy. It was so long ago. Even heavenly venerables called me the eternal undying invincible supreme saint of the myriad worlds, or something like that. Lu Piapiao and Xiao Liang were dumbfounded, not comprehending at all. This junior, Lu Piapiao, thanks the eternal undying invincible supreme saint of the myriad worlds for your grace. Lu Piapiao bowed 3 times. Xiao Liang quickly followed suit. Thoughtful. Chu Xian was quite amused. Fate will bring us together again. He'll leave behind a foundation here for all of you. With that, Chu Xian closed the myriad heaven's mirror. Eternal undying invincible supreme saint of the myriad worlds Lu Piapiao and Xiao Liang muttered, hearts filled with excitement and respect. They hoped to meet the senior again and benefit from the foundation he left. Chu Xian closed the myriad heaven's mirror and heard the system's voice. You cleverly used your 3-inch long tongue to smoothly fool someone through the myriad heaven's mirror. Reward. Soul-sacrificing Tao technique. As expected, his bluffing had triggered a system reward. Chu Xian was gradually figuring out the patterns of triggering these rewards. He checked the reward details. The soul-sacrificing Tao technique could sacrifice the soul to the great Tao, existing as long as the Tao remained intact. It allowed partial control of the Tao's power. Depending on the soul's strength, he'll leave behind a foundation here for all of you. With that, Chu Xian closed the myriad heaven's mirror. Eternal undying invincible supreme saint of the myriad worlds Lu Piapiao and Xiao Liang muttered, hearts filled with excitement and respect. They hoped to meet the senior again and benefit from the foundation he left. Chu Xian closed the myriad heaven's mirror and heard the system notification. You have cleverly used your insignificant abilities to fool a normal person through the myriad heaven's mirror by giving yourself an extremely powerful title. Reward. Soul-sacrificing Tao technique. Indeed, his bluffing triggered the system's reward. Chu Xian had gradually grasped the pattern of triggering the rewards. Checking the system reward, he found that the soul-sacrificing Tao technique allowed one to sacrifice a strand of their soul to the great Tao, existing with the great Tao and enabling partial control of the great Tao's power, depending on the strength of the soul. He checked the system reward. Soul-sacrificing Tao technique. It allows a part of the soul to be sacrificed to the great Tao. Theoretically, as long as the great Tao doesn't collapse, the soul won't be extinguished. It allows one to utilize a portion of the great Tao's power, with the strength determined by the soul's cultivation level. Sacrifice a strand of soul to the great Tao. This was a powerful technique. As long as the great Tao didn't collapse, the soul wouldn't perish. One could utilize a portion of the great Tao's power, though the strength depended on the soul's realm. This technique was usually only employed when the physical body perished, completely sacrificing the soul to the great Tao. It could also be used for temporary sacrifice, to better comprehend the great Tao. It was also a life-saving technique. If one perished, they could recover through that sacrificed soul strand. Avoiding true death. A truly powerful technique. System products are always the best. Chu Xian felt refreshed. After staying home for so long, today was the most pleasant day. He casually took out a sword, a spirit level 1, and tossed it to Dingyu in the front mountain space. Dingyu, I'm happy today, this sword is for you. Dingyu looked at the sword stuck before him with shock. Upon closer inspection, the sword seemed to have a spirit, its surface covered with dense runes, sharp and imposing. More importantly, it could be stored within his dantian and constantly nourished with spiritual energy. A weapon that could be stored and nourished within the dantian was no ordinary weapon, but a special treasure with unique properties and materials, constantly strengthening with nourishment. He felt that this sword was more than just a spirit-level weapon. Master is too extravagant. At this moment, Dingyu felt extremely fortunate to have become his disciple. That's a divine weapon, not something you can use now, Su Xianshang reminded him. This silly boy probably didn't know. Dingyu might not recognize it, but Su Xianshang did. Coming from a prominent family in the central state, he had seen many spirit weapons, even heaven-level ones. This sword, in terms of runes and aura, far surpassed heaven-level weapons. It was undoubtedly a divine weapon. Su Xianshang looked on enviously. I've been working so hard for so long, doing all the dirty work, and he hasn't given me any treasures. And Dingyu, just after becoming a disciple, receives a divine sword. Su Xianshang stood there sourly, looking at Chu Xian with a baba face. Master, you're biased. I want a divine weapon too, like Xiao Ding. Alright, Xianshang. Don't be impatient. This long whip is for you. Chu Xian casually tossed a snow-white long whip to Su Xianshang. The whip was snow-white, covered in dense runes, radiating a chilling aura. Ying could sense it contained an icy power. Thank you, Master. Su Xianshang happily took the long whip and returned to the front mountain space to cultivate. Chu Xian lay back in his chair, closed his eyes, and continued to comprehend the great Tao. Su Xianshang happily took the whip and returned to the front mountain space to cultivate. Chu Xian lay back in his chair, closed his eyes, and continued comprehending the great Tao. Calculating the time, there are only 10 days left until the 3-year mark. Now that I've broken through to the first level of Venerable, it's time to completely control the Southern State Black Moon Tower. The true leader of the Southern State Black Moon Tower was the mysterious One-Star Tower Lord. It was time to meet him. A day later, Bao Hongyan arrived. The One-Star Tower Lord rarely saw anyone, even gold. Unless there was a significant matter where the Black Moon Tower faced a situation even Gold Star Tower Lords couldn't resolve. Only then would he appear. Thus, Bao Hongyan couldn't see him within a short time. Chu Xian didn't even show his face, but handed Bao Hongyan a pill. This pill will greatly benefit his cultivation. I believe he will see you. Bao Hongyan looked at the pill in his hand, astonished. Such a perfect Earth-level pill, even the Black Moon Tower didn't possess it. Yes, Master. I will certainly complete the mission. Just half a day later. The mysterious One-Star Tower Lord respectfully stood before Chu Xian. He wouldn't appear unless it was a serious matter or something beyond the Gold Star Tower Lord's capabilities. So, Bao Hongyan couldn't arrange a meeting quickly. Chu Xian didn't even show his face, just gave Bao Hongyan a pill. This pill is extremely beneficial for his cultivation. He will definitely need you. Greetings, I am Lao Gue Tai. I am at your service. Looking at the small old man, Chu Xian was speechless. He had almost forgotten about that pill. That pill was basically a favor for Lao Gue Tai. And in return, brought the old man running here. The old man was called Lao Gue Tai. First, he inquired about the war demon ancient land. He knew much more than Bao Hongyan and the others, such as where exactly the war demon ancient land was trapped in space. How many major powers in the southern state were lost in that battle? These powers, and their sect locations also fell into the spatial turbulence during the Great Battle. With the restoration of the southern state's heavenly Tao rules, they would gradually reappear. Some ancient ruins were actually the territories of certain powers or great families, which fell into the spatial turbulence due to the Great Battle. The gradual recovery of the heavenly Tao rules caused these ruins to be squeezed out and reappear. Regarding that great battle, Lao Gue Tai had seen relevant records in the Black Moon Tower. It seemed there was a conspiracy to overthrow the Great Qin Empire. He hadn't learned the specifics yet, as he was only a one-star tower lord. He couldn't access higher-level secrets. His superior was his senior brother, a peak stage 3 tribulation expert, the 2-star tower lord of the Black Moon Tower. He was at the northern state headquarters. Lao Gue Tai didn't know who truly controlled it. The most interesting information Chu Xian obtained from Lao Gue Tai was about the southern state's 3 sects and 2 kingdoms. They were actually major powers from the past. After the Great Battle, the southern state's heavenly Tao rules collapsed, and the main forces were forced to leave. Therefore, those currently remaining in the southern state were only branches guarding the territory. This old man is quite knowledgeable. If he wasn't so lacking in talent, I'd consider taking him as a disciple. After Lao Gue Tai left, Chu Xian pondered. In the southern state were only branches guarding their territories. This old man is quite something. If he wasn't so lacking in talent, I'd actually consider taking him in. After Lao Gue Tai left, Chu Xian contemplated. The 3 sects and 2 kingdoms were not simple. They were backed by the Great Qin Empire. How could he confront the Great Qin Empire? Xu Xian didn't dwell on it. As long as it didn't affect him, it was fine. The 3-year mark was approaching. Time passed peacefully. Su Xianqing cultivated diligently, striving to return to the central state and repay his benefactor. Dingyu continued to consolidate his cultivation after his breakthrough. Han Tian Jinfeng and Tian Mei Miaoyi were playing and fooling around, completely unlike cultivators of their level. Yesterday, another report about Chu Tianming arrived. Xu Xian couldn't help but sigh. That guy, Qingyuan, was lucky he wasn't at the Chu family, or he would have been in deep trouble. He had almost become the Chu family's sinner. You've loafed around for another 3 years. Keep it up. Continue loafing. The 3-year reward was a piece of clothing and a technique. Xu Xian claimed the reward. First, an ancient-looking, light blue robe appeared in his hand. The robe was covered with thin, regularly arranged lines, surrounded by Dao runes. Those thin lines seemed to be strands of the great Dao. The robe seemed to be between reality and illusion. Not a physical entity, but rather like a manifestation of the great Dao. Not a physical entity, appearing like a manifestation of the great Dao. Xu Xian could tell this robe was extraordinary. He checked the information on the soul-chasing Dao technique. Soul-chasing Dao technique. Uses the power of the great Dao as a sword, uses rules as a sword. Every strike is a devastating blow, ignoring distance and space. After reading the information, Xu Xian was overjoyed. Finally, he had the ability to kill enemies from afar without leaving home. The soul-chasing Dao technique's power depended on cultivation. At its weakest, it used the power of heavenly Dao rules as a sword. With sufficient cultivation, it used the power of the great Dao as a sword. Every strike was devastating, ignoring space and distance. Most importantly, it could place a soul-chasing mark on the enemy. No matter what space or secret realm they hid in, they could be killed. Moreover, with sufficient cultivation, one only needed to silently recite the person's name, and the soul-chasing Dao technique could lock onto them through the great Dao and kill them, without needing the soul-chasing mark. No need to meet, just silently recite the name to lock on and kill, regardless of distance. Truly incredible. Though powerful, Xu Xian couldn't currently achieve that level of instant kill. Powerful weapons still required strength. Currently, he either needed the soul-chasing mark, a strand of the enemy's aura, or other methods to locate them. Only then could he kill them across space and distance. Also, if the target was too strong, they could resist. The attack's power depended on his cultivation. At his current first level of Venerable, he couldn't kill a sky-cleansing expert. Xu Xian practiced the soul-chasing Dao technique for a while, very satisfied. Even staying in his courtyard, he had opportunities to use it. There were multiple ways to locate enemies. The soul-chasing mark was just one. Once marked, it couldn't be removed. A feature of the soul-chasing Dao technique. Xu Xian decided to teach the locating method to those in need, like Dingyu and Su Xianqing. If they encountered insurmountable enemies and needed rescue, he could use the soul-chasing mark to locate them instantly and eliminate the threat. The 3-year reward was already this powerful, what about the 5-year or even 10-year reward? Xu Xian was filled with anticipation. Elsewhere in the southern state, Xu Xian stood on a hilltop, staring at a rippling cave entrance. An ancient ruin was about to appear there. He could use the soul-chasing mark to instantly locate and kill them. The 3-year reward was already so powerful. What about the 5-year, or even the 10-year reward? Xu Xian was full of anticipation. Elsewhere in the southern state, Qingyun stood on a small hill, staring at a rippling cave entrance. An ancient ruin was about to emerge. Every ruin meant opportunity, the question was how big. He never returned empty-handed. Of course, some ruins held dangers. Qingyun had just broken through to the 4th level of the mortal realm. For his age, his talent was exceptional. He could already refine high-quality mortal-level pills. Despite his mortal realm cultivation, he could refine pills usable by void realm and even harmony realm cultivators. His talent was rare in the southern state. I wonder how the Chu family is doing. They shouldn't be blaming 13th brother, right? Qingyun knew a little about Chu Jing and sighed inwardly. It's a good thing I'm not at the Chu family. Otherwise, he'll explore this ruin and then return to the Chu family. After waiting another day, the ruin finally opened. It seemed to be a pill garden. Qingyun was overjoyed but remained cautious as he entered, wary of potential dangers. A day later, Qingyun emerged with a bountiful harvest, including 3 sword techniques, 100 poison refining pills, and 13 I'll give these to you when the time comes. They'll be very useful for you. No, dream on. Qingyun smelled a unique fragrance, and looked towards a nearby patch of crimson flowers with heart-shaped green leaves. Xian Heartgrass. His first thought was to give it to Chu Xian. He carefully picked the Xian Heartgrass, along with some other valuable herbs nearby. After gathering everything, Qingyun was about to return to the Chu family when little girl, you stole my spirit herbs. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Qingyun's face changed as he turned around. A handsome young man with a flirtatious smile was walking towards him from the ruins entrance. This man was notorious. Any girl he fancied, he would imprison with a flick of his finger, keeping them as his playthings. He dared to do so because Qingyun was about to leave when a man called out, little girl, you stole my spirit herbs. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Your spirit herbs. The resources in an ancient ruin belong to whoever finds them, Qingyun retorted, her face changing. She looked back to see a handsome young man with a lecherous smile approaching from the entrance. This man, Song Pang, was infamous. Any girl he fancied, he would imprison with a snap of his fingers, turning them into his playthings. He dared to act like this because he was the young sect master of the 9 Heavens Mountain. Just now, taking quick steps toward the entrance of Bone Abyss, a young man flashed in front of Qingyun. Who said this is Bone Abyss? This is clearly my home. And you? You're mine too. Ha! Qingyun immediately struck out. He wasn't naive. Though he hadn't personally experienced murder and looting, had certainly heard of it. The other party clearly had malicious intentions, wanting to kill and steal his treasures. Little girl, you're quite feisty. I like that. The young man thrust out his staff, blocking Qingyun's attack. Qingyun continued his assault. Although 2 minor realms lower than the young man, his strength wasn't weak at all. After all, he cultivated the great Luo earth scripture. The young man's expression shifted slightly, momentarily forced back dozens of meters. Little girl, just wait until I catch you. Qingyun seized the opportunity to escape from Bone Abyss. Hey! Shameless brat. Stop him. Just as Qingyun reached the entrance, a tall, middle-aged man abruptly appeared, blocking his path with a spiritual power handprint. Spiritual power covered all directions. Qingyun's face drastically changed. It was a true silence realm expert. Little beauty, why aren't you running? The young man chased after him. A smile plastered on his face. Qingyun's heart sank. A true silence expert. The Chu family couldn't afford to offend such a powerhouse. At this moment, he could only desperately hope that the mysterious senior would intervene. Hand over the mystic heartgrass, and I won't make things difficult for you. I might even take you as my wife. This is a tremendous opportunity for you. The young man grinned. Delusional. You're not worthy. Qingyun gritted her teeth, glaring at him. And why am I not worthy? Do you know who I am? The young man asked arrogantly. Enlighten me. I am Song Pang, the young sect master of the Wine Sword Mountain. Young sect master of Wine Sword Mountain. Qingyun's face was full of suspicion. The young sect master of one of the 3 sects and 2 kingdoms, and this is all the strength you have. Song Pang's face flushed with anger. What do you know? I'm just playing around. Hand over the mystic heartgrass. If you don't blame me for being ruthless. Even if you are the young sect master of Wine Sword Mountain, so what? Qingyun's gaze was firm. The Chu family couldn't afford to offend Wine Sword Mountain, but the mystic heartgrass was too important. It was crucial to whether she could break through to the profound realm. It was the key to her spiritual strength. Seize her. Song Pang commanded from behind. He knew that if he acted himself, let alone capturing her, it was questionable whether he could even land a blow. The middle-aged man moved, his spiritual power handprint like a ferocious dragon, trapping Qingyun within a purple bubble. Qingyun's face paled. Her body was weightless. Her cultivation useless, like a fly caught in amber. I'll say it again, hand over the mystic heartgrass and I won't harm you. I'll even marry you. This is the dream of countless women. It's a joyous occasion you're begging for. Song Pang said smugly. You disgust me. Even if I die, I will never let you succeed. Qingyun struggled with all her might. But the oppressive force held her immobile. Just wait. I have a few tricks. You'll comply whether you want to or not. Song Pang sneered. The middle-aged man glanced at him, signaling him to hold her steady. At that moment, a figure appeared silently, effortlessly shattering the spiritual power handprint with a single blow and delivering a resounding slap to the man harassing Qingyun. The newcomer had a cold, handsome face, dressed in black and wearing a mask, appearing to be a servant. Yet, his cultivation was at the third level of true silence. Who are you, daring to offend my wine sword mountain? Song Pang shouted from the side. Humph, wine sword mountain. What's so great about it? The masked man chuckled lightly. Qingyun sighed in relief. The attire was that of the mysterious senior. The masked man before her must be the senior's servant. A servant with true silence cultivation meant the senior's strength was undoubtedly even greater. Thank you, senior. Qingyun bowed respectfully and quickly left, not even glancing at Song Pang. This was the masked man's second appearance. Prior to this, Qingyun had encountered another crisis, and the masked man had appeared then as well, claiming to be acting under his master's orders to protect her. He was a man of few words, so Qingyun didn't engage in conversation and departed directly. In her heart, she was determined to diligently study cultivation techniques and train hard, striving to one day gain the senior's approval. Once she had the senior's recognition, everything she did today would not bring trouble to the Chu family. On the contrary, the Chu family would gain a powerful backer. Judging by the senior's tone, he clearly didn't care about offending Winesword Mountain, indicating his immense power. Qingyun suspected that the mysterious senior was a powerhouse from Heaven Peak Mountain. The masked man hadn't denied it and showed disdain for Winesword Mountain. So Qingyun had a bold thought. The mysterious senior might be an expert from beyond the southern region, perhaps even an Earth Path expert. Otherwise, why wouldn't he fear Heaven Peak Mountain or Winesword Mountain? Song Pang watched Qingyun leave with a livid face. His guard couldn't defeat the other party, and he desperately needed the mystic heartgrass to improve his aptitude. He was unwilling to give up. Go. With his guard, he swiftly returned to Winesword Mountain. Chu Xian finished reading the Black Moon Tower's report on Qingyun. TSK, the young sect master of Winesword Mountain. With his status, he's a waste. Mystic heartgrass. Indeed a good treasure, but completely useless to him. In terms of aptitude, who can compare to him? With his peerless aptitude, he didn't need any spirit herbs to enhance his natural talent. No wonder the young sect master of Winesword Mountain was so desperate. It was a must-have for him. Although he held the title of young sect master, due to his poor aptitude in cultivation, he was likely looked down upon by many disciples within Winesword Mountain. With his meager talent, taking over Winesword Mountain was absolutely impossible. Winesword Mountain was a sect, not a family. Even within a family, if the heir was too incompetent, inheriting control would be extremely difficult, and even if they did inherit, they wouldn't last long before being ousted. Qingyun was already on her way back to the Chu family. With Winesword Mountain's capabilities, it wouldn't be difficult to uncover Qingyun's identity. Soon, the sect master of Winesword Mountain would likely come knocking. Chu Xian looked forward to their arrival. Winesword Mountain, unsurprisingly, should have some connection to the Earth Venerable of the Great Qin Dynasty, the game within the War Demon Bone Ground. I've meddled in that too. Planting a pawn within Winesword Mountain to stir things up at a critical moment, Your Excellency, I've consolidated my cultivation. Dingyu stood respectfully before Chu Xian, her eyes full of admiration. Her master was too powerful, too mysterious. He could casually bestow a divine sword. Chu Xian responded with a hum, glancing at Dingyu. Now, besides Chen Si, he had another childhood sweetheart. Though she had betrayed him, Dingyu probably still held some lingering feelings. Perhaps she thought that once her cultivation improved, she could win back her childhood sweetheart. Though the chances weren't high, what if her childhood sweetheart acted coquettishly, confessed her undying love, and tearfully claimed that she had only left to test him and motivate him, and that she truly still loved him and would never marry another? Would Dingyu, moved by this, return to her and continue being her cuckold? Absolutely not. Chu Xian's disciple would never be a cuckold. Before this, Dingyu's meridians were blocked, her spiritual channels obstructed. The experts of Wine Sword Mountain hadn't discovered her hidden talent, only considering her a waste. The celestial heart meridians were rarely seen, and not everyone could recognize her constitution. Since Dingyu's meridians were blocked, her cultivation was incredibly slow, and she wasn't valued. No one would bother to carefully examine her talent. Now, with her meridians opened, her celestial heart meridians ignited, and her peerless talent revealed, Wine Sword Mountain would never let her leave. They would definitely try to keep her. Dingyu had already taken Xu Xian as her master and would never return to Wine Sword Mountain. However, Wine Sword Mountain wouldn't sever ties with her completely. They would certainly try their best to have her childhood sweetheart win her back, and perhaps even obtain some treasures from Dingyu's mysterious master and gain favor with a powerful figure. Therefore, Dingyu absolutely couldn't be a cuckold. She had to completely forget her childhood sweetheart. Xu Xian had a plan. He needed to ensure Wine Sword Mountain wouldn't try to manipulate him through her. So, he began his lesson. Your talent is exceptional, and you have the opportunity to embark on the Supreme Sword path. However, to achieve this, you must comprehend the 3 shackles of the sword. Dingyu listened intently. Your Excellency, what are the 3 shackles of the sword? Xu Xian didn't answer immediately, instead asking, do you know why true experts of the sword path are so rare? Why do countless sword cultivators remain mediocre, unable to display the true power of the sword? Dingyu's heart skipped a beat. Why would her master ask such a question? The seniors of Wine Sword Mountain were very strong. Their combat prowess was formidable, unmatched among their peers. However, since her master had asked, perhaps the sword experts in his eyes were different from her understanding. Or perhaps, Wine Sword Mountain wasn't actually strong, and she only perceived them as such due to her low realm and limited strength. Perhaps because their spiritual power is insufficient, their sword cultivation is lacking, their sword talent too poor. Dingyu hesitated. Xu Xian shook his head. They are guided by ordinary swordsmanship, not the supreme sword path. For countless years, there have been numerous cultivators with exceptional sword talent, some even more gifted than you, yet they ultimately failed to truly embark on the supreme sword path, remaining slightly stronger ordinary sword cultivators. Dingyu fell into deep thought. After a while, a spark ignited in her mind. I understand, Your Excellency. It's because they haven't seen through the 3 shackles of the sword. Xu Xian gave her an approving look. I ask you, do you wish to become a powerful sword cultivator? With some fame, or a transcendent expert who has embarked on the supreme sword path, illuminating the world? Though she didn't know what level of power a transcendent expert represented. Dingyu was captivated. Your Excellency, I want to be a transcendent expert. I want to embark on the supreme sword path, she declared with determination. Am pleased with your resolve. Xu Xian nodded approvingly. The timing is right. To embark on the supreme sword path, you must see through the 3 shackles of the sword. Your Excellency, I will definitely see through the 3 shackles of the sword. Please tell me. What are they? Dingyu's blood boiled with anticipation, her eyes fixated on her master. Su Xiao'er listened from the side, puzzled. The 3 shackles of the sword. She had never heard of such a thing. Xu Xian, satisfied with Dingyu's reaction, continued dramatically, very well. I believe you can see through them. Listen closely. The first shackle of the supreme sword path. Forget your beloved. Dingyu was stunned. The first shackle of the supreme sword path. Forget your beloved. Why forget one's beloved? What did love have to do with sword cultivation? Xu Xian spoke so seriously that she had expected some profound sword principle, yet it was forget your beloved. What did it mean? How could this be the first shackle? Why were countless sword cultivators unable to embark on the supreme sword path, failing to even break through the first shackle? Dingyu, possessing the celestial heart meridian, had a unique understanding of the sword. If your heart is preoccupied, where is your sword? Xu Xian's voice resonated like the great Tao, his body bathed in 7-colored divine light. A halo formed behind him, illuminating the surroundings. Watching her master amidst the 7-colored divine light, Dingyu was awestruck, believing every word he spoke. Can the 2 coexist? Dingyu asked hesitantly. If they coexist, is your sword still singular? Is your sword still pure? Ding Yu pondered. Indeed, how could coexistence lead to purity? Yet, the image of her beloved in her mind lingered. How could she simply forget? Let me ask you. If your beloved's family and friends wanted to kill you, would you strike back? If one day, your beloved has taken another lover and wants to kill you, can your sword still pierce their heart? If one day, your beloved is captured and used as bait to lure you, what would you do? Chu Xian's words pierced her heart like a sharp blade. With a divided heart, where is your sword? How can you achieve purity in your swordsmanship, and how can you embark on the supreme sword path? Chu Xian gazed intently at Ding Yu, whose face paled and her body trembled. She was at a loss, unsure how to answer, how to choose between her beloved and the supreme sword path. Seeing that the time was ripe, Chu Xian delivered the final blow. Know this. Your beloved will only bring you harm. Beloveds only bring harm. These words echoed in Ding Yu's mind. On Wine Sword Mountain, she had been ridiculed, trampled upon, slapped, and kicked. Surrounded by coldness and indifference, that beautiful face, initially smiling and gentle, had become cold and indifferent. Then mocking and malicious. Even when she was abandoned by her lover for another cultivator, he hadn't spared her a glance. Ding Yu gasped, drenched in sweat. Her face contorted in pain. Chu Xian watched her. As a child of fortune blessed by the world's spiritual energy, if she couldn't even overcome this hurdle, she would be a disappointment. Unworthy of being his disciple. If he didn't help her overcome this emotional obstacle, Ding Yu would sooner or later be completely destroyed by her childhood sweetheart. Su Xiaer watched silently. Ding Yu's pain and struggle indicated that her beloved had caused her considerable harm. After more than 10 minutes, Ding Yu gradually calmed down. The image in her mind was no longer gentle and beautiful but cold and ruthless. Recalling the past, Ding Yu realized that she had always been the one hurt. Her master was right. A beloved only brought harm. Her gaze became firm as she looked at Chu Xian. Your Excellency, I understand. Indeed, you are a quick learner. Chu Xian nodded with satisfaction. As my chief disciple, you cannot be a cuckold. Ask me, what is the second shackle of the sword path? Chu Xian continued meaningfully. The second shackle of the supreme sword path. Remain focused even when surrounded by beautiful women. Your heart must hold only the sword. Ding Yu was taken aback. Why was it related to women again? Chu Xian. A crude-looking, burly man appeared beside Su Xianer. Who do you notice first? Who draws your attention more? Chu Xian asked. Ding Yu glanced at them. My first glance was naturally at the beautiful Su Xianer. My attention is also more on Su Xianer. Any normal man would focus more on a beauty like Sister Su. Look what happens when you see a beauty, Chu Xian said meaningfully. Imagine you're facing an enemy, and a beauty appears. You get distracted, your inner fire flares up, and you lose focus. What would be the outcome? Also, in some dangerous situations, with countless beauties around. If you get caught up in their allure, where would your life be? Why are women, lust, and obsession considered heavenly trials? This is a significant barrier. Ding Yu finished, visualizing himself facing an enemy while a stunning beauty appeared behind the opponent. Would I get distracted? With my current state of mind? Absolutely. My focus would be scattered. A lapse in concentration means defeat. Ding Yu suddenly realized something and exhaled. Master's words are truly wise. Master, I will definitely overcome the second trial. Soon. Good, Chu Xian was pleased with Ding Yu's understanding. The second trial is to see a beauty and not lose focus. The heart remains undisturbed. Everyone's comprehension is different. This requires your own enlightenment. Yes, Master. Remember, women will only affect your sword-drawing speed, Chu Xian stated. I will definitely overcome the 3 trials of supreme clarity and truly embark on the path of supreme clarity. Ding Yu's eyes hardened. Forget about any sweethearts. I, Ding Yu, am destined to become a legendary figure. Chu Xian smiled faintly. Without a doubt, this was the unwavering conviction needed. Very good. The 3 trials of supreme clarity are also 3 states of mind. Forget your sweetheart, ignore beauties, have no woman in your heart. This is the secret of supreme clarity. It's not about abstinence, but about calming the heart and mind. Without a tranquil heart, one cannot overcome the 3 trials. Yes, master. I understand, Qingyu nodded. Then hesitated. Master, the 3 trials of supreme clarity actually contain profound principles, especially the no woman in your heart part. It refers to a pure heart, unmoved by external things. Are my words right, master? Chu Xian twitched his lips. You truly are a talent. You are absolutely right. Obsession with worldly things hinders proper conduct. Hence, caution is required. Women will only affect your sword drawing speed. Yes, master. Qingyu replied with a serious expression. Very well. I shall impart the clarity technique. Chu Xian transmitted the technique directly into Dingyu's mind. Qingyu still needed to overcome the 3 trials, so the clarity technique would be imparted in 3 stages. Moreover, if Qingyu cultivated the celestial technique, he would have likely ascended already. Qingyu immersed himself in the clarity technique. His celestial eye was activated, and his entire being sharpened, like a drawn sword. 10 minutes later, Qingyu opened his eyes and bowed. I've gained some insights. Thank you, master, for the teachings. Go cultivate. Chu Xian waved his hand. Yes, master. Qingyu sat cross-legged in front of the divine sword. Forget my sweetheart. Forget my sweetheart. He constantly reminded himself. I must forget her. I must forget her. I must overcome the first trial. The clarity technique master gave me is incredibly powerful, far surpassing the Qingyun Sword Sect's techniques. I must not disappoint master. He constantly recalled in his mind his childhood sweetheart, from innocent playmates to neglect and alienation, to the final mockery and disdain. You're just trash, how can you be worthy of me? Qingyu, although we grew up together, that was my childish ignorance. Now I've grown up, and am not blind. Were impossible. Stop your wishful thinking. You're just a lowly servant. Who are you trying to fool? Are you here to harass me? To annoy me? Qingyu, for the sake of our past relationship, just leave, okay? He had given up on her, but they would occasionally meet. Every time, he was humiliated and rejected. Qingyu constantly recalled these past encounters. Hypnotizing himself. She's not worth it. Master is right, a sweetheart only brings pain. Forget my sweetheart. I, Qingyu, can do it. Since she's heartless, why should I remain attached? Qingyu sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, repeatedly, strengthening his resolve to forget her. Chu Xian didn't interfere with Dingyu's process of forgetting his sweetheart. His goal had been achieved. His disciple wouldn't become emotionally entangled. He activated the myriad heaven's mirror, connecting with Renchangha. Greetings, master. Renchangha bowed deeply. No need for formalities. Chu Xian's benevolent voice resonated as if from the great Tao. Renchangha looked up, his soul trembled, overwhelmed with awe for his master. Bathed in divine light, his master truly embodied the great Tao. The aura emanating from him was like the embodiment of the great Tao itself. Master, just how powerful are you? Renchangha was deeply shocked. To embody the great Tao, what level of power was required? Do you have any questions? Chu Xian asked. Renchang's expression was troubled. I still haven't fully grasped the yin-yang harmony chapter. Chu Xian was speechless. He had questioned more than once whether Renchangha was truly a heaven-blessed genius. However, he considered, my reputation. The title of Heavenly Venerable Changha resounds throughout the 9 heavens in 50 regions. He shouldn't be incompetent. Why has he been unable to fully comprehend the yin-yang harmony chapter for so long? Is it because the yin-yang harmony chapter is too profound? Even for a heavenly venerable, it's difficult to grasp. Renchangha explained his doubts. After Chu Xian clarified them, he asked, in this world, are there any 1,000-year-old celestial venerables? Yes, Renchangha replied, unsure why Chu Xian asked. Perhaps to test him or to find someone more talented than himself to represent his master's legacy in this world. Chu Xian nodded. Indeed, 100-year celestial venerable, 1,000-year-old venerable, a 10,000-year-old heavenly venerable, these determine a cultivator's natural talent and normal cultivation speed. However, there are special circumstances that surpass this. Renchangha continued, some old monsters, due to various reasons or special circumstances, reincarnate with their memories and cultivation base. due to their past accumulation and insights. Restoring their cultivation within 1,000 years is not impossible. Xu Xian thought of Qingyuan, who cultivated to the half-step earthly immortal realm in such a short time precisely because of his past accumulation. However, such cultivation often results in an unstable foundation. And a considerable amount of time must be spent consolidating the foundation, otherwise, further progress is impossible. Renshanghe disdained such cultivators, bluntly stating that he had single-handedly killed several of these so-called geniuses. Xu Xian understood his meaning. He didn't want to be compared to these cultivators. Renshanghe meant that while their cultivation speed was fast, they were ultimately impractical. There's another special case, which involves obtaining great opportunities and entering special secret realms. Cultivating for 1,000 years inside, while only a year or two passes outside. If you consider the time spent in the secret realm, it's actually not short. I heard that Qingyun Waste Valley has such a secret realm. Unfortunately, my disciples haven't encountered such an opportunity, Renshanghe sighed regretfully. A small time-distorting secret realm is nothing much, Xu Xian said casually, not caring at all. As expected of Master. Renshanghe was impressed. Having explained everything, Xu Xian left. Zhao Li briefly met with Renshanghe. Remember, I am Master's designated disciple. Treat me with the respect due to Master. Renshanghe bowed deeply, his face filled with excitement. Master finally told me his name. Which means he has acknowledged me as his disciple. Listen carefully, Xu Xian's voice boomed, all heavenly venerables address me as Eternal Undying Cloud, Ancient Immortal Venerable, Invincible Great Sage, Supreme Saint of Great Virtue. Number 1 Grand Master of all heavens and myriad worlds. Renshanghe listened, bewildered. Master has such a long title. Xu Xian was satisfied with Renshang's reaction. After a few more words, he closed the myriad heavens mirror. Next, Xu Xian connected with Du Yuan. Du Yuan had returned to his small family? As humble as ever. Since you are now my follower, consider yourself one of mine. I bestow upon you this technique. Xu Xian transmitted the Xian Phoenix Heaven technique to Du Yuan, along with the Yanling Chasing Soul Spear. Du Yuan was overjoyed. His choice was indeed correct. The technique bestowed by the senior was far superior to the one he obtained by chance before. With this technique, Du Yuan was confident, the divine realm is not out of reach. The Yanling Chasing Soul Spear was a divine weapon. There might not even be one in the entire western region. Xu Xian also gave him several bottles of Venerable Realm cultivation pills, enough to boost his strength in a short time. With his current Venerable Realm second stage cultivation, he was still a bit weak. Fortunately, the opening of the War Demon Abyss is still some time away, giving Du Yuan enough time to improve his strength. Reaching the heavenly Venerable Realm is impossible. But with the help of the pills and the power of the Xian Phoenix Heaven technique, reaching Venerable Realm 8th or 9th stage is still achievable. Du Yuan's talent was not bad? With one remaining chance with the Myriad Heavens Mirror, Xu Xian randomly connected again, this time to a large mountain village. But didn't connect with anyone of note. For the past few days, Bingyu had been stuck on the first trial of the Clarity technique. Meanwhile, I'd been cultivating diligently outside. 13th brother, I've brought you treasures. Xu Yun returned and immediately ran to Xu Xian's small courtyard. The woman had originally intended to use her strength to suppress the difficult master and force him to submit to her. However, she never expected that the difficult master was no longer the 13th brother she knew. Not only did he force the woman to do things she was unwilling to do, but he even directly stuffed the treasure into her mouth. The moment Xu Yun returned to the Chu family, she ran to her beloved little courtyard. There weren't many changes. Xu Xian had concealed the pre-heaven space, so Xu Yun naturally couldn't detect it. Proudly, she took out a spiritual herb with 7 leaves and presented it to Xu Xian. 13th brother, this spiritual herb can enhance your innate talent. Quickly eat it. Xu Xian rubbed her head. Do you have any more? Such a precious spiritual herb, and you thought of me first. You haven't been spoiled for nothing. Xuanxing grass was indeed a good item, but he didn't need it. You eat it, Xu Xian said. Xu Yun's eyes widened. 13th brother, you know about Xuanxing grass. Xu Xian smiled faintly. Of course I do. You eat it, I don't need it. How can you not need it? Xu Yun was anxious. 13th brother, don't worry, even if you break through, I'll let you continue living in the small courtyard, undisturbed. Chu Xian chuckled. If I don't want to be disturbed, no one can disturb me. No. 13th brother. You must eat the xuanxin grass. Chu Yun pouted, deciding to be forceful. She used her spiritual power, thinking she had Chu Xian restrained, and tried to shove the xuanxin grass into his mouth. But somehow, the xuanxin grass flew out of her control and directly into her own mouth, instantly dissolving and being swallowed. Chu Yun stared blankly at Chu Xian, her eyes wide with disbelief. 13th brother, you cultivate diligently right here in this courtyard. You don't need any treasures. Chu Xian said with a smile. I understand. Chu Yun suddenly jumped up excitedly, hugging Chu Xian's neck. After learning that Chu Xian was not a waste, and even stronger than herself, Chu Yun was thrilled. She sat beside him, excitedly recounting her adventures. 13th brother, let me tell you a secret. A very powerful senior has taken an interest in me and is testing me. Once I pass the test, the senior will take me as a disciple. Then we'll have a powerful backer. That senior is likely from outside the Nanzhou region. Very likely, an Earth immortal expert. Chu Xian listened quietly, amused. The senior she spoke of was right in front of her. Chu Yun stayed in the small courtyard for 2 days, diligently studying the cultivation manuals and finding new pill formulas and refining methods. She also wondered about the connection between these pill formulas and refining methods and the mysterious senior. It seemed that the mysterious senior had taken an interest in her because of these very techniques she was cultivating. Chu Xian again pushed all this onto old master Chu Chilua. Huangchang might his old master and that mysterious senior have some distant. Chu Yun felt it made sense. After memorizing the list of those in unrequited love, and the list of those with one-sided affections, Chu Yun returned to the family residence. Before returning, he sighed. If third brother comes back, things might get ugly. Chu Yun agreed. So much time has passed, and every few days, they could hear Chu Tianling ranting. It was evident how much Chu Yun had angered him. Chu Yun returned to the Chu family residence. She wanted to gain a new status and position within the Chu family. Since 13th brother liked peace, then she needed to enhance her influence so that 13th brother could live a carefree life. Regarding Chu Yun's strength, Chu Yun knew she couldn't replace it. A day later, Chu Yun, in the courtyard, heard Chu Tianming's laughter coming from the Chu residence. Ha 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 ha. My Chu family can finally interfere with destiny. Chu Tianming had broken through to the harmony realm. This spurred on the great harmony pill that Chu Yun had refined. The other 3 peak harmony realm elders also successively broke through. Chu Yun's status in the Chu family immediately soared, surpassing the future family head, Chu Chengren. She became the favorite. All the Chu family who stood in the way of their precious girl Chu Chengren was very helpless. His status had dropped to 2nd place. However, he wasn't unhappy at all. On the contrary, he was quite happy for Chu Yun. He was less worried. He could quickly break through in cultivation, improving his strength, and could even take action. Chu Xian looked at the space beneath the Chu family residence. It was time to open the Chu family's hidden reserves. The Chu family's strength couldn't lag behind forever, getting further and further behind by the other 3 families. The Chu family members' morale might collapse. The Chu family's hidden reserves were naturally left to Chu Yun to open. The earthly weapon inside would automatically recognize Chu Yun. With Chu Shui's strength, letting Chu Yun open the Chu family's hidden reserves was naturally not a difficult task. Moreover, Chu Yun also wouldn't realize that someone had helped her open it. Chu Tianling and a group of Chu family elders were busy gathering various spiritual herbs to give to Chu Yun to refine pills. They decided to invest heavily in cultivating Chu Yun. On this very night, with a rumbling sound, an area beneath a house in the family residence collapsed. A small space suddenly appeared. All the Chu family experts were shocked. Chu Tianming, while rushing towards the small space, ordered the Chu family elders to seal off the Chu family grounds. No one was allowed to leave. Linger, where are you? Chu Tianming was extremely anxious. Chu Yun had just been refining pills in that house. He led several elders, rushing into the ruins. There was a black hole from which light faintly emerged. As soon as they entered, they realized something was amiss. This seemed to be a secret realm. Looking around, they first saw a stone tablet. On the stone tablet, several lines of characters were carved. Chu Tianming immediately searched for Chu Yun among the crowd entering. Suddenly, a light attracted everyone's attention. In the center of the ancient ruins, a small knife hovered, shimmering with light. A vast wave of pressure swept over them. Chu Tianming and everyone else's faces changed drastically, then they were ecstatic. An earthly weapon. It was actually an earthly weapon. Only, this earthly weapon was currently floating above Chu Yun's head. Chu Tianming and the others immediately became nervous. The earthly weapon slowly descended, and unexpectedly, actively fell into Chu Yun's hands. Finally, it merged into Chu Yun's body. The earthly weapon recognized its master. Chu Yun was chosen. Chu Tianming and the others were all dumbfounded. Look at those! One of the elders shouted. They saw groups of inheritance power floating in the air, and several jade slips placed on a stone platform. Seeing that Chu Yun was alright, Chu Tianming turned his attention to the stone tablet. Upon seeing it, he was so excited he almost fainted. This is the inheritance left by my Chu family ancestors. All the Chu family members were overjoyed. And the way they looked at Chu Yun was like looking at a precious treasure. The earthly weapon left by the Chu family ancestor actively chose Chu Yun. They naturally knew what this meant. The Chu family's rise depended entirely on Chu Yun. Chu Yun still had a bewildered expression, not knowing why she suddenly appeared here. Moreover, a small knife had chosen her as its master and had merged into her dantian, currently nourishing her nascent spirit. This is the inheritance left by our Chu family ancestors. How did you get here? Chu Tianming asked excitedly. I seemed to hear a voice, as if someone was calling me. I answered. And then I came here, Chu Yun said blankly. Good. Good. My Chu family's rise is within reach. Chu Tianming was overjoyed. As expected, Chu Yun was a member of the Chu family. She was the descendant chosen by the Chu family ancestors. This was the true power inheritance. A Chu family elder who had returned from the great Qian Empire looked at the clusters of inheritance power with excitement. My Chu family will rise. Everyone now understood why the Zhao family had so quickly produced true experts. The foundation of their family had been opened. Third uncle, you must quickly break through to the true realm, Chu Tianming said. Looking at an elder. That elder was the strongest expert in the Chu family at present. Now, the situation in Nanzhou was volatile. The relationship between the Qin kingdom and the Chu family and the other three families was different than before. They had to quickly produce true experts to support the family. Only with true experts could the Chu family be considered to have some real strength. Alright, with this inheritance, I'm certain I can break through within half a month. At the same time, all the Chu family elders tacitly agreed to keep the matter of the earthly weapon a secret. The earthly weapon being with Chu Yun was the Chu family's top secret. If it were leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let alone Chu Yun's current strength. Even the entire Chu family couldn't protect it. An earthly weapon. How many cities in the entire Nanzhou had one? They knew the Qin family had an earthly weapon. And Qingyun, that genius girl, had exceptional strength. Who would dare to provoke her? The Zhao family and the He family, most likely, also had earthly weapons. But whether they were still in their hands or belonged to the Qin family, was unknown. As for the Chu family's earthly weapon, it absolutely couldn't be leaked. Fortunately, those who entered the Chu family's hidden reserves were all elders, so this matter could be kept secret. Moreover, the earthly weapon had actively chosen Chu Yun as its master and had merged into her dantian. As long as Chu Yun didn't reveal it, no one would discover it. Chu Tianming warned Chu Yun repeatedly, telling her never to reveal the existence of the earthly weapon. Grandpa, I know. Besides, with my current strength, I can't use it anyway. Chu Yun nodded seriously. She understood the importance of the earthly weapon. She had already made a decision in her heart to give the earthly weapon to Chu Xian. She couldn't let her grandfather and the others know. I'll give the earthly weapon to 13th brother, Chu Yun thought to herself. The Chu family's hidden reserves had been opened. And the entire family grounds were sealed off. The three Harmony Realm experts of the Chu family began to inherit the true power from the inheritance clusters. Currently, only these three had sufficient cultivation to inherit the true power. Look closely, this seemingly ordinary, cute little girl has a small knife hidden within her body. And this seemingly ordinary small knife is an earthly weapon that is enough to shake the entire Nanzhou. The girl's name is Qingyun. One moment she was refining pills in her room, the next, she was chosen by this earthly weapon, which merged into her dantian. The Chu family elders warned Qingyun not to reveal the existence of the earthly weapon. The day after coming out of the Chu family's ancient ruins, Qingyun went to the small courtyard and secretly looked at Chu Xian. 13th brother, I inherited a Chu family earthly weapon. It seems our Chu family's fortune is really turning around. It's time for the Chu family to rise. Chu Xian smiled and looked at Qingyun. 13th brother, I want to give you the earthly weapon. I can't use it, and it's too dangerous for me to keep it. Qingyun's small face was serious, stammering about how dangerous the earthly weapon was. If anyone found out, her life would be in danger, etc. Chu Xian looked at her amusedly. Qingyun was speaking so seriously, simply because she was worried he wouldn't accept the earthly weapon. 13th brother, you must help me. I'll give the earthly weapon to you. You mustn't tell anyone. Qingyun said earnestly in the end. All right. Chu Xian nodded. Qingyun was overjoyed. As expected, 13th brother, fearing she was in danger, would definitely accept the earthly weapon. Anxiously, she tried to take out the earthly weapon. However, the earthly weapon within her dantian wouldn't budge. After trying several methods, she still couldn't take out the earthly weapon. Her small face immediately fell. 13th brother, the earthly weapon can't be taken out. This means it completely recognizes you as its master. At critical moments, it'll even protect you. Just keep it. Chu Xian smiled and rubbed her little head. The earthly weapon was within Chu Xian's power. Not only could it provide Qingyun with cultivation assistance, it could also save her life at critical moments. With Chu Xian's current revered cultivation, no one below the earth realm could harm Qingyun. Moreover, Chu Xian left a soul-chasing mark on the earthly weapon, which could be used to locate and, with a single thought, summon the weapon to attack and annihilate the enemy. All right. Qingyun, failing to retrieve the earthly weapon, returned to the family residence a little disappointed. Back at the family residence, she racked her brains and tried every method, but still couldn't retrieve the earthly weapon. Only then did she give up. The Chu family was full of vigor, determined to strive for strength. Suddenly, news arrived that shocked all the Chu family elders. The sect master of the drunken sword mountain wanted to take a Chu family girl as his concubine. He came to the Chu family to propose, taking Qingyun as a concubine, and he came with aggressive demands, not a request. If this had happened before the opening of the Chu family's hidden reserves, the Chu family elders might have considered whether to offend the drunken sword mountain. But now that the Chu family's hidden reserves were open, and an earthly weapon had chosen Qingyun, how could they allow Qingyun to marry the drunken sword mountain's son as a concubine? Moreover, the other party's aggressive approach made it even more unacceptable for the Chu family. Qingyun was the hope of the Chu family's rise. With her current importance, even if Qingyun herself agreed, the Chu family elders wouldn't allow her to marry. They could only refuse. What should we do? The elders' faces were grim as they looked at Chu Tianming. We can only ask the Qin family for help. Chu Tianming's face was gloomy. The Chu family elders were worried. Would the Qin family help? Currently, the relationship between the Qin kingdom and the drunken sword mountain was unusual. Would they offend the drunken sword mountain's sect master for the sake of the Chu family? But at this point, there was no other way. I'll go ask the Qin family for help. Qingyun, cultivating in the Chu family's ancient ruins, was unaware of the situation outside. Meanwhile, Chu Xian had already learned from the Black Moon Tower's intelligence reports about Song Yiming's visit to the Chu family. The opponent was applying pressure step by step, slowly but surely. The drunken sword mountain disciples accompanying him were taking control of the Chu army's camps one by one. Although they hadn't made a move, the implied threat was clear. Finally, they've come. With a single thought, the entire Chu family residence was within Chu Xian's perception. He also wanted to settle down in Nanzhou. He was interested in the situation at the War Demon burial ground. The opening of the War Demon burial ground would affect the entire northern region's situation, with numerous powerful forces involved. The Drunken Sword Mountain sect master was a chess piece Chu Xian wanted to plant on the chessboard of the great Qin dynasty. In the great Qin imperial palace, Hua Qingyuan looked at the Chu family's request for help. She didn't give an answer. Qin Pingshan opened his mouth several times, but then closed it again. He couldn't fathom Hua Qingyuan's thoughts. Whether or not to help the Chu family depended entirely on Hua Qingyuan's decision. No one could influence her. Let them handle it themselves. Hua Qingyuan waved her hand, dismissing Qin Pingshan. Qin Pingshan sighed. Hua Qingyuan's status was growing stronger and stronger. She was probably about to break through to the Earth realm. After Qin Pingshan left, Hua Qingyuan instructed Pingfeng behind her, informed the Drunken Sword Mountain. If Song Yiming dies, well, just replace him with another sect master and pretend nothing happened. The person behind Pingfeng was clearly stunned. Song Yiming dies. Shouldn't they take revenge? How could they pretend nothing happened? Besides, did the Chu family have the ability to kill Song Yiming? Understood. I'll go make arrangements. Yes. In the Chu army, Song Pang was extremely restless. Father, let's just go directly to the Chu family. What if the mystic heartgrass is consumed? Song Yiming was impatient. Calm down. Are you sure the Chu girl is an alchemist? I'm sure. Absolutely sure. And her alchemy talent might not be weak. Song Pang nodded firmly. Even though his talent was somewhat wasted, he wasn't a complete idiot. To secure his position in the Drunken Sword Mountain, he had thought of every possible method. What did the Drunken Sword Mountain lack the most? Alchemists. Therefore, he had to obtain the mystic heartgrass and the beauty as soon as possible. With those, and with his identity as the son of the Drunken Sword Mountain sect master, his position would only become more secure in the future. The position of sect master wasn't out of his reach. Yet his father was being so slow, it was driving him crazy. Even if he married Chu Yun in the end, without the mystic heartgrass, he couldn't improve his talent and aptitude. What good was the position of sect master then? Compared to Song Mang's anxiety, Song Yiming was much calmer. He knew it was useless to rush. After so many days, the mystic heartgrass had probably already been used. He wasn't thinking about Song Pang, his son. If Chu Yun truly had outstanding alchemy talent, he needed to consider how to nurture his grandson. At the same time, Song Yiming was also waiting for the Qin family's response. If the Qin family doesn't react before we reach the Chu family's territory, this trip will be smooth. If they interfere, we'll face some setbacks. The Qin family previously opposed Hong Fei, the Grand Elder of Nine Swords Mountain. Moreover, the Qin Kingdom and Nine Swords Mountain seem to have some connection, although even I don't know much about it. It's something directly controlled by those old geezers of Nine Swords Mountain. I have no authority to investigate. Although I'm the sect master, I'm not the strongest in Nine Swords Mountain. In this world, strength speaks for itself. The Chu family has arrived, and no one from the Qin family has shown up. Song Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. This matter is going smoothly. Chu Tianming and the group of elders stood before Song Yiming, their expressions grim as they stared at the vice sect master. The Qin family hasn't made any moves. Clearly not intending to help. Thinking about the relationship between the Qin Kingdom and Nine Swords Mountain, Chu Tianming and the others felt a chill in their hearts. The sect master of Nine Swords Mountain. A true Silence Realm expert. What can the Chu family use to resist? So far, the Chu family doesn't have a true Silence Realm expert. The Chu family's destiny has just begun. Even though the elders have received an infusion of Silence Realm power, they haven't broken through yet. Chu Yun also learned the news and assembled the sect's elites. He thought he should ask that mysterious senior for help. Facing the Chu family, Song Yiming didn't take them seriously at all. None of them were even at the Silence Realm. What could they use to resist him? Besides, he was the sect master of Nine Swords Mountain. Marrying into his prestigious family would be a great blessing for the Chu family. But he was a little puzzled. Why was the Chu family unwilling? After a moment's thought, his heart burned with passion. The Chu family must possess some extraordinary genius. Their rise must be due to this genius. That's it. He turned his attention to Qingyun, who had just arrived. Following the instructions of his father, Song Pang's eyes burned with desire. "Beautiful woman, you can't escape my grasp," Song Pang exclaimed excitedly. Song Yiming suddenly raged, slapping Song Pang across the face. "Shut up, don't blink. This might be the most dangerous situation the Chu family has faced since its founding. This demonic cultivator's soul, unexpectedly still possesses earthly wind realm cultivation." He hadn't taken Chu Xian seriously before, even demanding Su Xian kneel before him. Just a moment ago, Song Pang, who had just been slapped by his own father, stared blankly, unable to understand why his father had suddenly hit him. The Chu family was also stunned. Song Yiming, however, felt bitter in his heart, his whole body trembling. "Don't you think you're worthy of Miss Chu?" Chu Tianming and the others were dumbfounded. What was wrong with the sect master of Nine Swords Mountain? Why was he beating his own son? One more slap and his head would explode. Chu Yun, however, remembered something. It must be that mysterious senior taking action, warning the sect master of Nine Swords Mountain. Even the sect master of Nine Swords Mountain had to yield. That senior was too powerful, definitely at the Earth realm. Song Pang's entire body was being rubbed against the ground by his father. His face, swollen beyond recognition, could only utter, "Mercy. Mercy. I was wrong." Song Pang struggled and pleaded for help, his voice muffled. He was terrified. His father seemed to have gone mad. If he didn't stop, he felt he might die. But no one noticed the cold sweat on Song Yiming's forehead. A terrifying pressure weighed down on him, and it hadn't subsided. Song Yiming dared not stop, and could only grit his teeth, his blows becoming heavier and heavier. This pressure was 1,000 times stronger than those old geezers of Nine Swords Mountain. He was panicked, and could only personally discipline his son. He was saving himself, praying for himself by punishing his own son. He thought of many things. The Qin family didn't make things difficult for the Chu family, they didn't accept the Chu family's inheritance, and they didn't confront the hidden terror within the Chu family. Shortly after he stepped into the Chu family's territory, a mysterious and terrifying pressure fell upon him, a clear warning. Chu Xian was speechless. Was the Nine Swords Mountain sect master insane? He had specifically used his pressure to warn him, but what was the result? The man was frantically beating his own son and even verbally humiliating him. Chu Xian suspected that the son might not be his own. The entire Chu family was dumbfounded. Originally, they were furious at Song Pang for wanting to take Chu Yun, but now, looking at the beaten man, they couldn't help but feel pity. What a poor guy, tortured like this by his own father. Seeing Song Pang's miserable appearance, even Chu Yun felt a pang of sympathy. Especially when Song Pang was still pleading for help, feebly raising his hands, begging, "Help! Save me!" His hands seemed to be broken. The cracking sound made the Chu family wince. The sect master of Nine Swords Mountain had gone berserk. Should they stop him? What if he turned on them? No one could defeat him. Stop it. He'll die if you keep hitting him. Chu Yun couldn't help but speak up cautiously. Song Yiming immediately looked at him with gratitude. The pressure receded. He kicked Song Pang with his foot. "Thank Miss Chu." Song Yiming lifted Song Pang, his voice sinking. "Miss Chu, rest assured, this piece of trash won't appear before you again. He'll take this good-for-nothing back and teach him a lesson." At this moment, Song Pang felt grateful to Chu Yun. His face, swollen like a pig's head, made him embarrassed. All this misery was because of his desire. Yet, he still had to thank her. How awkward. But Song Yiming felt no resentment towards Chu Yun. Instead, he felt respect and goodwill towards her. It must be because that senior showed mercy, so he felt grateful and had a good impression of her. Thinking this, Song Yiming didn't find anything wrong. Unknowingly, he had been planted with a soul seed by Chu Xian. Chu Xian didn't let him notice, nor did he exert any will. Therefore, Song Yiming didn't realize he had been controlled. As long as his mind wasn't disturbed, Song Yiming wouldn't realize he had been planted with a soul seed, mistakenly believing that Chu Xian had shown mercy, which was why he felt respect and goodwill. Song Yiming apologized for his son. Chu Xian didn't indicate when or if he would use the soul seed. The sect master of Nine Swords Mountain was a significant figure. His status and position were considerable, and even the surrounding regions trembled before him. Although he wasn't the strongest in Nine Swords Mountain, his status was still high. At critical moments, he could play a significant role. Immediately, Song Yiming withdrew all Nine Swords Mountain disciples. The Chu family regained control. In the Great Qin Imperial Palace, Qingyun looked at the information in his hand with disbelief. Song Yiming hadn't died, but his son looked deformed. However, for cultivators, the injuries weren't that serious. As long as the foundation wasn't damaged, they were only skin injuries. That good-looking Chu family's 13th young master was so soft-hearted. Qingyun pondered, wondering if he could visit him. Since he was merciful to the Nine Swords Mountain sect master, he surely wouldn't make things difficult for her, right? The Chu family elders felt like they were dreaming. They had thought this was a major crisis for the Chu family. They were pessimistically prepared to accept Chu Yun being forced to marry Song Pang. Who knew it would end like this? The sect master of Nine Swords Mountain suddenly went berserk, frantically beating his own son to a pulp. Was it a lapse in morality or the absence of paternal love that caused this tragedy? Chu Tianming always felt that Song Yiming's sudden outburst might be related to Chu Xian. But how was that possible? He would ask in private, "Do you think it might be the influence of that girl?" After all, Elder Qinyin cautiously spoke. He was brought back from the Great Qian Empire by Qingyun and had witnessed the power of that great Qin girl. Impossible. Although that girl is powerful, the Nine Swords Mountain sect master wouldn't go berserk because of her. Chu Tianming expressed his doubts. Besides, the relationship between the Qin Kingdom and Nine Swords Mountain is extraordinary. The strongest expert guarding the Qin Kingdom's border is from Nine Swords Mountain. Given this relationship, he wouldn't treat the Nine Swords Mountain sect master like this, let alone offend Nine Swords Mountain for the Chu family. It's hard to say. Unless you've seen it with your own eyes, you can't imagine that girl's power. Another elder said seriously. Hearing this, Chu Tianming and the others began to wonder. Could it really be the hidden influence of that girl? She was still thinking about it, still pondering. Chu Xian. That scoundrel Chu Xian. Thinking of Chu Xian, Chu Tianming couldn't help but get angry again. Chu Yun stuck out her tongue and stopped talking. If he came back, things would be difficult. The Nine Swords Mountain sect master's marriage proposal ended as a farce without causing much of a stir. The news spread, but people only knew that the Nine Swords Mountain sect master arrived aggressively, but returned with his son beaten to a pulp. What exactly happened was unclear. They only knew that Song Pang was beaten by his own father. Many speculated that it might be due to the threat of the Great Qin Empress. In the Great Qin Empire, Ziyuajun, formerly Ziyu Kingdom, now a prefecture of the Great Qin Empire. In a certain forest, a ragged figure walked into a dark cave. His eyes were full of resentment, and a prominent scar ran down his face from his forehead to his chin. Although just a scar, it almost cost him his life. Hua Qingyuan, once the leader of the Ziyu Kingdom's evil cult, was now destitute. Within Ziyuajun, the evil cult still existed, but Hua Qingyuan was no longer its leader, nor even a high-ranking member. He was a marginal figure, almost forgotten by everyone. Other cult leaders, after retiring, would cultivate in the evil king's court, becoming members, even if only minor ones. Only he was expelled, abandoned. The root of all this stemmed from the near annihilation of the Ziyu Kingdom's evil cult. As the leader, he was utterly incompetent, making his backer a laughingstock. Hua Qingyuan was unwilling to accept this. He was furious. He wanted revenge against his backer, but the opponent was too powerful, with numerous subordinates. He couldn't. Recently, he finally found an opportunity for revenge. Thinking about it, the root cause of his downfall was the Chu family. Thus, his hatred for the Chu family grew stronger and stronger, almost driving him mad. Recently, he was robbed. He, the evil cult leader, was used to robbing and killing others. How could he be robbed? Hua Qingyuan was injured. He felt his future was bleak. He looked towards the Chu family's territory. Hu Xian gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the Chu family, how could he have fallen into such a pathetic situation? The root of all this was the Chu family. Hu Xian thought again. Once he activated the demonic blood pearl, the Chu family would be contaminated and demonized, killed by numerous powerful cultivators. His name, Hu Xian, would surely spread throughout the land. Hu Xian felt the internal injuries. he wouldn't live much longer. Even in death, he would drag the Chu family down with him. Having made up his mind, he adjusted his condition and then rushed towards the Chu family. He had to conceal himself. Unnoticed, he entered the Chu family's territory, intending to release the demonic blood pearl's power, polluting the Chu family and causing them to demonize. Anyone who demonizes will be killed by righteous cultivators. This was the iron law of the human race. Any force, without exception, even the evil king's court, would kill demonized individuals on sight. Finally, he arrived at the Chu family's territory. Looking towards the Chu family's direction, he thought, "Tonight is the time. This will be my, Hua Qian's, final act of madness." After the marriage incident with Song Yi, the Chu family had realized the importance of strength. Everyone was filled with determination, devoting themselves entirely to arduous cultivation, contributing to the Chu family's rise. The Chu family's defenses were fully restored. 100 elite guards, led by the captain of the guard, patrolled the Chu family's territory. Into this heavily guarded estate, Hua Qian arrived unnoticed. His expression was grim, and his eyes held a crazed glint. In his hand, he clutched a pearl. At this moment, the pearl seemed to be melting, turning crimson. Inside, it looked as if fresh blood were flowing. If one looked closely, they would discover that within the dark red blood, there was a hint of deep black. The demonic blood pearl has been activated. In a quarter of an hour, it will transform into demonic blood, engulfing the entire Chu family. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Before Hua Qian could react, he felt his body lifted and, in the next moment, found himself in a small courtyard. Hua Qian looked at Hua Qian. It had been a while since he'd seen this guy. Since receiving the fake map of the Chu family had provided, Hua Qian hadn't made any moves, almost making Hua Qian forget about him. He hadn't expected him to appear suddenly. And something was very wrong. Looking at the demonic blood pearl in Hua Qian's hand, he sensed a powerful demonic aura and a dense demonic energy. A demonic blood pearl condensed from the blood of a demon, and not just any ordinary demon. This guy, unexpectedly, wanted to destroy the Chu family. Hua Qian was shocked. How did he get here? Without any resistance. What kind of strength is this? However, it was too late. The demonic blood pearl had been activated. There was nothing he could do to stop it. Hua Qian gloated. Swallow it. Hua Qian waved his hand, letting Shi Linghua swallow Hua Qian. As for the demonic blood pearl, naturally, it would be swallowed along with him. For Shi Linghua, demonic blood was a great tonic. He was unaffected by the demonic energy's corrosive influence. Shi Linghua's roots instantly spread, engulfing Hua Qian. In a short while, Hua Qian vanished from the courtyard. However, the demonic blood pearl was spat out. Suddenly, the demonic blood pearl erupted with a powerful aura. A figure with a large head, short legs, and pointed ears, with a ferocious face, emerged. Shi Linghua was directly repelled. Hua Qian's expression changed. The soul of a demonic expert. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly universe formation enveloped the small courtyard, shielding it from the outside. A great battle was about to erupt. Su Xianer and Ding Yu were startled by the powerful demonic aura. They also recognized the demonic soul. Su Xianer exclaimed, "A heavenly realm expert. Surrender." The demonic soul looked at Su Xianer, smiling wickedly. "A pretty human girl. Surrender and serve me. If you please me, they'll spare your life." Judging by this remnant soul, the opponent, at his peak, was likely a heavenly realm demonic expert. Su Xianer paled. Such a powerful, demonic soul. How about you deal with this kid instead? I want that fine skin of his. The demonic soul looked at Hua Qian, laughing sinisterly, and rushed towards him, intending to seize Hua Qian's body. Insolent. Hua Qian snorted coldly, raising his hand, and pressing down. A mysterious, ethereal mist spread, forming a peculiar prison. If it were a complete heavenly realm expert, he might have been wary. But just a mere soul. It was nothing in this realm. He was a heavenly realm expert who had participated in the invasion of the southern region of the northern domain, the human demon war that changed the fate of the southern region for thousands of years. Just now, facing the demonic soul's attack, Hua Qian snorted coldly and pressed down with his hand. A mysterious, ethereal mist spread, forming a peculiar prison the heaven sealing technique. The demonic soul instantly felt his power completely suppressed. He couldn't even use his power, let alone any secret techniques. What shocked him even more was that all his power, including his soul, was gradually losing its ability to think. To maintain consciousness. How is this possible? Who is this person? Why is he so powerful? Isn't this the northern domain? The demonic soul was terrified. He could only watch helplessly as his soul was continuously compressed. Not resigned. Not resigned. I even survived the Great War in the southern region, only to die here. Why am I not in the southern region? Why? Who brought me to the northern domain? The demonic soul roared internally, wanting to struggle, but it was all useless. Under Su Xian's shocked gaze, the powerful and invincible demonic soul was suppressed by Chu Xian with a casual gesture. Just a simple press of his hand compressed and suppressed the demonic soul. As easily as swatting a fly. Su Xian was deeply shaken. Master's power is beyond imagination. Chu Xian looked at the compressed demonic soul in his hand, curious about whether the demonic soul was related to the demons from the first battle. With the war demon god. Just a remnant soul was so powerful. At its peak, it wouldn't have been weak even in the heavenly realm. Directly killing it seemed a bit of a waste. But to seal it, he had to personally suppress it. There didn't seem to be any Buddhist sects in this world. Otherwise, he could convert this demonic soul into a loyal follower. With Chu Xian's current strength, the success rate of planting such a restriction wasn't high, as the demonic soul's realm was far too high. Chu Xian frowned, pondering how to deal with the demonic soul. This was likely a demonic expert from the invasion of the southern region and must know the secrets of the war demon god battle, especially whether there were any human traitors. Because of this, Chu Xian didn't want to kill the demonic soul directly. Just as Chu Xian was preparing to divide the demonic soul into several parts, weakening its power before controlling it, the system's voice rang out. Successfully suppressed a heavenly realm demonic soul. Reward. Buddhist scriptures. It seemed even the system recognized the demonic soul as a heavenly realm demonic soul, indicating that it was a heavenly realm expert in its prime. Chu Xian checked the reward. The 30 Buddhist scriptures were cultivation treasures of Buddhism, divided into past, present, and future Tathagata scriptures. They contain numerous Buddhist divine abilities and cultivation methods, possessing the power of conversion. After reading the descriptions of the 30 Buddhist scriptures, Chu Xian hesitated for a moment before accepting the reward. He would master Buddhist methods. It couldn't hurt to cultivate another path. After comprehending the 30 Buddhist scriptures, a vast Buddhist light emanated from Chu Xian. The Buddhist light fell upon the compressed demonic soul, producing sizzling sounds. The demonic soul, like snow meeting the scorching sun, began to melt continuously. Dingyu and Su Xian looked at Chu Xian at this moment. He exuded a solemn and sacred aura, like a deity. The golden light seemed to contain some mysterious power. Looking at the demonic soul in his hand again, Chu Xian had a solution. With a flip of his palm, a 3-story pagoda appeared, the exquisite pagoda, a Buddhist treasure capable of purifying all evil and refining demonic energy, transforming it into pure Buddhist energy. It could also suppress all evil spirits and demonic monsters. Chu Xian placed the demonic soul into the first floor of the exquisite pagoda. Go in and reflect. I'll wait for you to be converted. He looked forward to the day the demonic soul was converted into a Buddha. Then he would have another loyal follower, and one converted from a demon at that. Chu Xian couldn't help but wonder if he should spread Buddhist teachings. Buddhist teachings had a strong suppressing effect on demons. Once spread, the demons would surely retaliate fiercely, perhaps even wanting to kill him. Had better wait until he was stronger before considering that. He decided to stay home and cultivate, spreading Talisman Dao and strengthening the Chu family. The system's rewards shouldn't be bad. With this thought, Chu Xian was excited. However, spreading Talisman Dao cultivation methods required suitable candidates, at least those with decent talent. Spreading Buddhist teachings was not feasible for now and could only wait for the right opportunity. Chu Xian looked at the shocked Su Xian and Dingyu and waved his hand dismissively. Don't make a fuss. It's just a small demonic soul. Su Xian took a deep breath. Master's power is beyond imagination. Even such a powerful demonic soul was easily suppressed. His strength is at least heavenly realm. Qingyu was even more excited. Master is truly amazing. I must cultivate diligently, and strive to reach the first level of enlightenment soon. He felt that he was about to reach the first level of enlightenment. The voice of his sweetheart in his mind was gradually fading. Qingyu believed that it wouldn't be long before he could completely forget her, freeing himself from the sea of love and focusing solely on enlightenment. As the world-honored one said, only by reaching enlightenment could one embark on the path to supreme enlightenment. Qingyu's gaze was firm. After dealing with the demonic soul, life returned to normal. Xu Xian listened to Su Xian read about the events happening in various parts of the southern region every day. Let me out. Damn it. Inside the first floor of the exquisite pagoda, the demonic soul was bound by golden light. Buddhist chants constantly echoed, purifying and converting him. His surging demonic energy was suppressed, unable to erupt. The demonic soul was terrified. He was a heavenly realm soul. His power unimaginable. How could these golden lights suppress him so completely? The suppression of any power was never absolute, but rather mutual. When did such a powerful and mysterious force appear? It was terrifying. The demonic soul was filled with fear. He worried that if this continued, he would be tormented into losing himself by those Buddhist chants. He only understood one sentence from those chants. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. All right. Let me out. Human brat. Do you want to start another war between the two races? My demon race is powerful. If a war breaks out, with the human race's luck, you won't necessarily win. The demonic soul threatened, but to no avail. Finally, he gave in. Let me go. Please. I can't take it anymore. Stop that chanting. I'm going crazy. I'll convert. I'll convert. I'll call you master too, alright? Spare me. I'll submit. I'll be your loyal servant. Okay. Master. Please spare me. In the end, the demonic soul cried out, calling Xu Xian master. Xu Xian looked at the pleading demonic soul, unmoved. After this period of purification, 1/3 of the demonic soul had transformed into a Buddhist soul, shining with golden light, solemn and dignified. Like an enlightened being. Converting a demonic expert into a Buddha, just thinking about it was fulfilling. Looking at the half-demon, half-Buddha soul, Xu Xian had some new ideas. What if he completely transformed the demonic soul into a Buddhist soul? Just thinking about it was exciting. This was equivalent to directly controlling a powerful expert, or even creating a new race. From then on, there would be no demons, only living Buddhas. If he truly accomplished this, the system's reward would definitely be beyond imagination. One step at a time. No rush. After converting the demonic soul, he could learn about the demon race's situation. Thinking about having a former demon expert as a loyal living Buddha under his command, Xu Xian was thrilled. After Matua was enlightened, he was no longer called Matua. Let's call him Matua. Matua, the first enlightened being of this era, was still crying and begging. He felt like he was going insane. The golden light was vast and boundless, but the chanting was terrifying. Ordinary chanting might be annoying, but this, it cut through all distractions, a single, continuous stream of golden scriptures, directly invading his soul. He couldn't resist it. It was terrifying. Xu Xian wondered, is Buddhist enlightenment achieved by relentlessly torturing someone until they break down? Who the hell could endure this? There was a constant droning sound, emanating directly from his soul and consciousness. Matuo's pleas were useless. Lost and confused, Matua occasionally sputtered out Buddhist scriptures. It was entirely involuntary. He knew his mind was being affected. Sometimes he found himself involuntarily chanting. It was terrifying. In the grand hall of the evil king's palace, the current evil king sat upon his throne, his expression gloomy. Since being severely injured by Qingyun, his temper had worsened. Once known for his cunning and scheming, after the incident of Qingyun storming his palace, he became known for his volatile nature. Impulsive, unpredictable, and decisively defeated by Qingyun, this impression deepened. Every day, he wore a scowl, as if someone had driven a nail into his head. The Blood King's subordinates were cautious, afraid to even breathe too loudly, lest a slight movement incur the evil king's wrath and be swatted dead. Even entering the room, they had to consider which foot to lead with. Not long ago, a messenger arrived during a particularly bad mood of the evil kings. He had entered left foot first. Death to those who enter with their left foot. He was killed with a single slap. How tragic. Now, if the evil king was in an exceptionally foul mood, they wouldn't even dare approach his door. They wouldn't risk reporting anything, fearing being killed for leading with the wrong foot. Is it true that the Chu army is no longer under Qin's control? Has the Qin family abandoned them? The evil king asked coldly. Your Majesty, replied Chang Dianfeng, one of the evil king's evil servants, standing below, it is true. There is no trap or conspiracy. Besides the evil king's court had 10 evil commanders, 36 evil generals, and 108 evil servants, representing its elite forces. The evil king frowned, pondering. The Chu clan is located within Qin territory. Secretly infiltrate the Chu clan and control them. Then we'll have another pawn to use against Qingyun. Compared to Song Yiming, how is your strength? The evil king looked at Chang Dianfeng. Slightly inferior, Chang Dianfeng honestly replied. Song Yiming's proposal failed. Indicating the Chu clan still has some strength. Chang Dianfeng is just an evil servant, not even an evil general. Naturally, he's no match for Song Yiming. I will go personally, the evil king nodded, unsurprised. He then silently left the evil king's palace. The evil king traveled to the Chu army in Qin. After several days of investigation, he confirmed that there were no ambushes or powerful cultivators, not even any in the Unity realm. The Chu clan seemed to have withdrawn their forces, entering a period of dormancy. They appeared very low-key. Night fell. The evil king set off towards the Chu clan's estate. Since Qin has abandoned you, then come under the wing of my evil king's court. The evil king sneered. This time, he came to seize control of the Chu clan without anyone knowing. Night was the best cover. In his room, Chu Xian stretched lazily, preparing for bed. With his strength, sleep wasn't a necessity, but a habit. He looked at the divine soul diagram, cultivating his soul power, slowly drifting off to sleep. This was the life. Suddenly, outside the Chu clan estate, a shadowy figure appeared silently. It was a half-step Earth realm expert. Weaker than Qingyun, but stronger than Song Yiming. Moreover, the newcomer exuded an aura that clearly belonged to an evil cultivator. A ridiculous thought crossed Chu Xian's mind. Could this guy be the evil king from the evil king's court? Personally coming to deal with the Chu clan. The evil king was just glancing at the small courtyard ahead, intending to continue forward. However, the scene before him shifted. He found himself inside the courtyard, facing a handsome young man sitting leisurely on a chair. Speechless, the evil king felt his scalp tingle and his muscles tense. At this moment, he completely forgot what he was doing. Where was he? Chu Xian yawned, glancing at the bewildered evil king. You're the evil king, right? The evil king shuddered. This person seemed to be mocking him. But he didn't dare to be angry. What kind of realm could achieve such a feat, bringing him here without him even noticing? What should he do? Should he beg for mercy? He was the evil king. Wouldn't begging be too humiliating? Seeing the evil king frozen in place, Chu Xian asked casually, why are you here? In an instant, the evil king's mind raced. He promptly knelt down, kowtowing. Your humble servant is indeed the evil king. I deserve death. Just now, I was so captivated by your magnificent presence that I forgot to answer your question. This must be destiny, leading me to the Chu clan to pay my respects to you. I want the truth. Chu Xian rolled his eyes. The dignified evil king of the evil king's court, sneaking around at night to visit old man Chu Tianming. Ridiculous. The evil king shuddered. Your humble servant is ignorant and foolish, hoping to control the Chu clan, who have been abandoned by Qin. Please spare my life. His life was important. Dignity. Forget it. The evil king consoled himself. Chu Xian stared at him, silent for a moment. Since you're honest, answer 3 questions, and I'll consider sparing you. Yes, yes. Yes. Your humble servant will speak without reservation. The evil king clasped his hands, head bowed. Firstly, do you know about the Qin emperor? The evil king straightened up. Unsure why he was asked this, but he dared not conceal anything. He nodded repeatedly, gathering his thoughts. Your humble servant doesn't know much. Rumor has it that the Qin Emperor came from a small southern state and established the northern region's greatest power, the Great Qin Empire. This was less than Chu Xian expected. He thought the evil king would know more. Unable to glean much about the Qin Emperor, Chu Xian asked, secondly, what do you know about the war demon burial ground? The evil king panicked. He knew little about these ancient secrets. What if this person deemed him worthless and killed him? The evil king was drenched in cold sweat, but he didn't dare wipe it away. He remained bowed, not daring to breathe. Legend says the war demon burial ground is the ancient battlefield where the demon race invaded the southern region. Because the combatants were all heaven realm experts, the battlefield collapsed into space, causing the southern region's ley lines to shatter and its rules to become incomplete. There are rumors that the war demon burial ground will reopen in 20 to 30 years. After speaking, the evil king cautiously peeked at Chu Xian, who was deep in thought, seemingly pondering something. It seemed this evil king truly didn't know much about those times. Then, besides you, who else is powerful in the evil king's court? Chu Xian pondered. The evil king's court was likely another pawn in someone's game. Besides me, there's my uncle. But he's in secluded cultivation. The evil king hesitated, but decided to answer honestly. With the terrifying strength before him, resistance was futile. It was better to be honest. Chu Xian nodded. So that was the old evil king. The strongest in the evil king's court. There were even rumors that he had broken through to the Earth realm through some secret method. Might as well give him a dual soul seal and take the old evil king as well. Having asked all he needed, Chu Xian waved his hand. A power entered the evil king's body, implanting a soul seal. Alright, you can go. This is my gift to you. Take it back and show it to your uncle. Yes, master. The evil king kowtowed, panicking inside. He was controlled just like that. Moreover, he was clearly aware of everything, yet he couldn't resist. And he felt an inexplicable respect for this young man, unable to harbor any ill will. The evil king left. Chu Xian didn't force him to betray the old evil king. Let things unfold naturally. Someone not even in the Earth realm wasn't worth his attention. Controlling the evil king was just a precautionary measure, perhaps useful in the war demon burial ground. Could you believe it? The once feared evil king's palace had become a popular tourist spot, with guards openly selling tour packages. Several options were available. Just as the evil king left the Chu clan estate, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had saved his life. His master was truly too kind to him. He could still feel his master's concern. He had to implement his master's rectification policies perfectly and eliminate the Chu clan's disrespectful attitude. But from now on, he, the evil king, was someone else's puppet. It was all Chang Dianfeng's fault for his poor intelligence gathering, forcing him to come to the Chu clan personally, revealing his weakness. The evil king's court was too weak. And those useless evil cultivators were all laughing at him. He wanted to go back and slap them all. Upon returning to the evil king's palace, the evil king saw people trying to break in, and he nearly exploded. If it weren't for these bastards constantly challenging his authority by invading his palace, making him so irritable, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed by that little Chu brat. Thinking of this, the evil king looked at the surrounding onlookers, feeling they all deserved to die. Rectifying the evil king's court would start with these bastards. Meanwhile, more and more people were trying to break into the palace. And the guards had become numb to it, only pretending to intervene. Breaking into the evil king's palace had become a form of entertainment for cultivators visiting the evil king's court city. Xiao Liang. Why hasn't the evil king appeared recently? Could it be that the great Qin empress finally finished him off and he's too embarrassed to show his face? A man in the crowd boasted loudly. A resourceful guard immediately told him that this was no problem, and he had a solution. The man was instantly interested. Good brother, tell me. My cousin's son was crushed by the evil king just last month. The next day, his house was filled with funeral banners. Now, he regularly orders takeout from the evil cultivator restaurant. I want that too. That's easy. Package B. The guard answered readily, clearly having sold many such packages. The man was stunned. Package B. There are packages. Of course. We're professionals. Brother Lu, let me show you the brochure. The guard pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. Look, storm the evil king's palace guaranteed survival package. The man's eyes lit up. Is this really alright? Brother Lu, look at this one. Evil King's Palace half-day tour, gold, including a 24-hour guide. The guard saw the man was interested and continued his sales pitch. And this one. Evil King's Palace Evil Soldier full contact half-day tour, gold. Brother Lu, you know the status of evil soldiers here. Bragging about this will earn you eternal respect. After hearing this, the man was so excited he rubbed his hands together. The guard suddenly turned serious. But for this last one, I have to be serious with you. He lowered his voice, piquing the man's curiosity. You still have this one. Just listen. Evil King's Palace Ultimate Luxury Package. 5 minutes with the Evil King's used foot basin. Suitable for soul power refinement, only, gold. 1 pair of the Evil King's used chopsticks, limited availability, can be reforged. The guard became more and more excited. A perfect, absolutely perfect package. Clearly tailored for you, Brother Lu. It was indeed perfect, undeniably so. The man was about to pay when a tremendous pressure descended, accompanied by a powerful aura, causing all the cultivators present to pale. The Evil King had appeared. What's going on? The Evil King actually showed up. A small group in the crowd sensed something was wrong and tried to flee. The Evil King sneered, "Come and go as you please. Do you think this is a joke?" An invisible force bound everyone together. The onlookers watched in horror as the Evil King, along with the guards, began to slaughter everyone. Their faces drained of color. They watched as a massive dark energy sphere formed, radiating a terrifying aura that suppressed everyone. Before they could react, they were crushed by the pressure. The light dissipated, revealing the Evil King. The terrifying energy sphere was his doing. His half-step Earth realm power was undeniable. You bunch of dogs. Do you take my Evil King's palace for a public latrine? You ignorant fools, colluding with outsiders. Do you still respect me as the Evil King? The Evil King sneered, clenching his fists and throwing a punch at the crowd. A deafening boom echoed. More than a dozen cultivators exploded on the spot. The others were terrified and tried to escape. But the enraged Evil King wouldn't let them. He unleashed his full power. His Earth realm spiritual energy surged, forming countless dark flying swords that shot out, instantly killing dozens more. Your Majesty. What are you doing? Everyone was terrified. Facing the enraged Evil King, no one could resist. In mere moments, more than half were dead. Was this a slaughterhouse? The Evil King was killing even his own men. An evil commander was pinned to the ground. His eyes filled with terror. No, I have to report this. The Evil King has gone mad. The scene shifted to the Evil King's palace, undeniably. You bunch of dogs. Do you take my Evil King's palace for a public latrine? You ignorant fools, colluding with outsiders. Do you still respect me as the Evil King? The Evil King sneered, clenched his fists, and struck. A deafening boom. Over a dozen cultivators were obliterated. The others, terrified, tried to flee. But the enraged Evil King wouldn't allow. He unleashed his full power. His Earth realm aura exploded. Countless dark flying swords shot out, instantly killing dozens more. Your Majesty. What are you doing? Everyone was horrified. Facing the rampaging Evil King, resistance was futile. In mere moments, over half were dead. Was this a massacre? He was even killing his own men. An evil commander, pinned down, was filled with terror. No. I must report this. The Evil King has gone mad. The scene shifted to the Evil King's palace. No one could resist. In a blink of an eye, over half were slaughtered. Was this a bloodbath? Even his own men weren't spared. An evil commander, pinned to the ground, was filled with terror. No. I have to report this. The Evil King has lost it. The scene shifted to the Evil King's palace. A young man with pink hair and a hint of a dandy, known as Little Xia Wang, hatefully moved a small group to the side as a figure flew towards him. Little Xia Wang blushed slightly. Your Highness, His Majesty Xia Wang is indiscriminately slaughtering everyone. Many of our high-level evil cultivators are dead or injured. If we don't stop him, our Xia Wang court will be ruined. Little Xia Wang rolled his eyes at the newcomer. What use is it looking for me? Go find someone who can suppress my father. Biao never imagined that the seemingly delicate pink-haired young man was actually a cruel, violent pervert. Since the following scene is too bloody, Biao and this lovely pink-haired little Xia Wang will endure it for everyone. Little Xia Wang glanced sideways, and the scene shifted to the gate of an underground palace deep within the Xia Wang Palace. This was the place where old Xia Wang had been in secluded cultivation. Your Majesty, old Xia Wang has gone mad. He's indiscriminately slaughtering both outside evil cultivators and our own people. High-level evil cultivators have suffered heavy casualties. If you don't act, our Xia Wang court will be destroyed. An evil cultivator wearing a guard's uniform pleaded cautiously. He's getting more and more outrageous. A deep, aged voice came from the underground palace. Looking at the familiar pink hair, one could tell this was old Xia Wang. He was a member of the Xia Wang lineage and, by status, Xia Wang's uncle. He had cultivated his entire life, but due to the incomplete heavenly Tao rules, he was unable to break through to the earth realm. He wanted to leave Nanzhou but was prevented, forcing him into seclusion to seek a secret method to break through. His lifelong inability to break through made him childless. Thus, he passed the position of Xia Wang to his nephew. He didn't expect such an absurd situation to arise so soon after his seclusion. The gate of the underground palace opened, and a gust of wind blew out. The evil cultivator hurriedly retreated. A towering figure walked out, emanating a fierce aura. Old Xia Wang had emerged from seclusion. He looked up at the battle outside the palace and snorted coldly, more and more outrageous. Enraged, he moved, leaving a large crater in the ground as he appeared outside the palace. Rectifying the Xia Wang court starts with you lot. Xia Wang was engrossed in his killing spree, seemingly unaware of old Xia Wang above. Stop! Old Xia Wang roared, and a powerful pressure descended. Everyone froze. Xia Wang's expression changed drastically. Old Xia Wang's emergence was completely unexpected. Uncle, look at what you're doing. Old Xia Wang, seeing the blood-soaked Xia Wang court, raised his hand to strike. Xia Wang calmly tossed aside the body in his hand, carrying out the master's orders, rectifying the Xia Wang court. His eyes were full of madness. Old Xia Wang was taken aback. Our Xia Wang court has dominated Nanzhou for thousands of years. Since when have we had a master? Seeing his uncle's bewildered expression, Xia Wang pointed to his own head. Look at me, I was so busy rectifying the court that I forgot to tell you. The master even gave me a gift and said to show it to you too. Look at my forehead. Old Xia Wang was even more confused. Had this nephew truly lost his mind? Who would have thought? A clear, blood-red soul mark suddenly appeared on Xia Wang's forehead. Old Xia Wang was stunned. Xia Wang's body trembled. The piercing light from the soul mark was blinding. In an instant, the soul mark merged into his soul. Xia Wang looked at old Xia Wang, and old Xia Wang looked back. The uncle and nephew remained silent for a long time. Nephew, how do you feel? Xia Wang spoke first. Fine. Then why are you slaughtering the strong members of the court? Old Xia Wang casually asked. In rectifying the court, Xia Wang replied with a serious expression. Old Xia Wang fell silent for a moment, his hands clenching tightly. All the evil commanders, generals, and officials present had a bad premonition. Even old Xia Wang supported him. Who could restrain Xia Wang now? Everyone felt the future might be bleak. Dark clouds couldn't hide the anxieties. Night fell, and the Xia Wang palace was brightly lit. Xu Shen lay in bed, picking his nose. He had expected major events after Xia Wang's return, but nothing happened. He was slightly disappointed. All the major forces were waiting for the war demon Boneland to open. Xu Shen looked up, his eyes gleaming. The heavenly Tao rules of Nanzhou were recovering, and as the rules recovered, the cultivation speed of the cultivators in Nanzhou gradually increased. Dingyu, the child of destiny of Nanzhou, with his terrifying talent, had already reached the 3rd level of the Void Realm. His 2 spirit pets had also greatly increased in cultivation. Tian Mei Miao to the 5th level of the Earth Realm, and Han Tian Jin Peng to the 9th level of the Earth Realm. His understanding of the Yin-Yang Divine chapter had also improved significantly, bringing him closer to the divine realm. Seeing everyone progressing, Xu Xian felt he needed to break through as well, or he wouldn't be a worthy teacher. 5 years had passed, and Xu Xian was excited. He had enjoyed 5 years of peace and quiet, and was rewarded with a personal small world. A small world. Xu Xian was stunned, then overjoyed. A small world was far superior to a Qingyun space. The system truly understood him, providing what he lacked. The personal small world could be opened and closed in real space, and the time flow could be adjusted. It required spirit stones or destiny energy to operate. All kinds of cultivation resources, rare herbs, and heavenly treasures were abundant. Xu Xian was thrilled. With the small world, he could cultivate powerful individuals in a short time due to the adjustable time flow. 1 year in the small world was only 1 day in reality. The system's products were truly exceptional. It seemed Qingyun and Su Xianer could reach a higher realm very quickly. Xu Xian had become a creator god, controlling everything within and even manipulating time. Just as he received the 5-year reward, a personal small world appeared, rich in resources and heavenly treasures, with even denser spiritual energy than Nanzhou. Xu Xian called Su Xianer and Dingyu out from the Qingyun space. This is a small world. Go in and cultivate. Su Xianer and Dingyu were stunned, staring at the shimmering sphere with wide eyes. There's a small world inside. Where did it come from, Master? This is a reward. Cultivate diligently inside. Xu Xian smiled. How can you be so easily amazed by a small world? What if a true expert from ancient times appeared before you? How would you react? Dingyu was immediately ashamed. His state of mind was still lacking, easily impressed. Master is right. Xu Xian was pleased. Teaching disciples was a joy. Go in. 1 year inside is only 1 day outside. Strive to break through to the earth realm soon. Dingyu nodded respectfully and quickly entered the small world. Su Xianer, with her mouth agape in astonishment, followed closely behind. Inside the small world, a giant tree stood atop the highest peak. It looked ordinary, with no spiritual aura. Xu Xian introduced it. This is the ordinary tree, the most precious treasure of this small world. It has one unique characteristic. It's indestructible. No earthly, heavenly, or even divine weapon can destroy it. Its branches can be made into incredibly powerful weapons, immune to any damage. Xu Xian valued this tree highly, as it was currently the most precious treasure in his small world. If used properly, the ordinary tree could be incredibly valuable. Although it's thousands of meters tall, it's still a sapling and hasn't fully matured. Even so, it's still indestructible. Su Xianer realized she could break through to the earth realm soon. Master is so amazing. What realm is he in? Such heavenly treasures are like wholesale goods to him. With this opportunity, she must seize it. After breaking through, she would return to Zhongzhou, suppress the Su family, and slap those bastards in the face. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, eager to return and cause havoc. Xu Xian chuckled inwardly. What's she doing, dreaming of a powerful rise and slaughtering everyone? Young people's minds are so unstable. Su Xianer blushed, acting coquettishly. Master Xu Xian ignored her coquettishness. Cultivate with a clear mind. Only then can you reach the peak. Motivation is good, but don't be obsessed with it. Understand? Yes, Master. Su Xianer looked at Xu Xian innocently. But the two little ones were gone. They went to make friends. Xu Xian smiled like a doting parent, watching from afar. The two little ones, having never seen such a vast grassland, completely forgot their earth realm status and frolicked like children in a playground, playing with the small creatures on the ground who were unaware of their power, staring at them in bewilderment. The next moment, 3 adult-like figures appeared, speechless with cold sweat dripping down their faces. You two little ones. Xu Xian couldn't stay calm anymore, his eyes burning with anger. Stop right there. The next second, he had a bird formed from spiritual energy in each hand. I told you to go make friends, not bully others. Be gentle. These little creatures are no match for you. You can spar, but no serious injuries. Understand? Xu Xian patiently lectured the 2 Earth Realm cultivators, adding, you're the big brothers here, protect your little brothers. Okay. Seeing the two laughing behind him, Xu Xian shook his head. Don't get distracted. Cultivation is the priority. But the next second, he was overcome by his physiological needs. Turning back to them, he said, but before cultivating, we need to fill our stomachs. Ding Yu quickly agreed. Right, master. I've been eyeing the ingredients here. Me too, master. I want to order as well. As soon as they finished, they flew towards the already prepared ingredients. Hurry up, you two. I'm ready. Xu Xian took out the grill from his spatial ring and urged them. The scene changed to the grassland, where three figures lay sprawled, rubbing their full bellies, enjoying the leisurely afternoon. Staying home can be luxurious too. The rewards are truly generous. Lying flat, Xu Xian praised the system silently. Perfect. Just how powerful was this man who could single-handedly defeat two divine beasts, the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger, in a desperate situation? His name was Xu Xian, and relying on the generous rewards from the stay-at-home system, he had become the strongest in Nanzhou in just 5 years. Just now, after a feast in his personal small world, he triggered another random reward. A great Dao cultivation technique and a set of time. Shadow mirrors. Xu Xian checked the great Dao technique and gave it to Su Xianer. After all, as a straight man, good dual cultivation techniques would affect his happiness index. Then, he eagerly checked the time shadow mirrors. Time shadow mirrors. Time great Dao treasure. Can project a shadow into reality. The shadow is indistinguishable from the real person. Xu Xian gasped after reading the information. It was too powerful. Projecting a shadow into the time great Dao, connected to reality, meant he was invulnerable unless someone could attack within the great Dao itself. Such a feat was impossible even for divine realm experts. Xu Xian's heart pounded as he claimed the time shadow mirrors, and a cute time dragon shadow appeared. He entered a mysterious state, his body flickering as if detached from reality, leaving only a faint shadow behind. Although it was a shadow, it was indistinguishable from the real person. Xu Xian sensed the profoundness of the time great Dao. Although he couldn't use it yet, he could try creating a low-level version, like enhancing his attack speed or delaying enemy attacks. Xu Xian immediately began pondering how to slightly alter time within the shadow. Like accelerating his attacks, slowing down enemies, or even freezing them momentarily. After several days of contemplation, he had a breakthrough, but he needed to test it. He summoned Tian Mei Miao and Han Tian Jin Peng, having them use their full strength against him while he suppressed his cultivation to the earth realm. Tian Mei Miao, a descendant of the divine beast White Tiger, was incredibly agile, possessing spatial and speed abilities. Han Tian Jin Peng, massive and imposing, also possessed great speed. After days of experimentation and combat, Xu Xian finally figured out how to use time techniques within the shadow to affect enemies. A mysterious light flickered around him as he faced Han Tian Jin Peng's golden blade attack. The world-splitting blade attack paused for an instant, and in that instant, Xu Xian's hand gripped its neck. The mysterious light flickered again, affecting Tian Mei Miao. Its rapid approach seemed to be affected by some rule, its movement and attack pausing for an instant. Xu Xian dodged the attack, winning the exchange. Ha, time shadow is amazing. Just a shadow can defeat these two little ones. I truly am a genius. Xu Xian was delighted. A proud smile appeared on his face. Next, the scene shifted to the Qin Kingdom's Great Wilderness Mountains. They say the Great Wilderness Mountains are full of precious herbs, but I haven't found any decent ones. You'll just gather some ordinary ones for now. Xu Yun was searching in the mountains. Suddenly, two figures approached. Don't worry, miss. Take your time. One of the black-clad figures exuded an evil aura, clearly an evil cultivator. I have no ill intentions. I simply wish to make a friend. Just by looking at the pink hair and pale face with a hint of dandyism, one could guess this was the infamous, cruel and violent little Xiao Wang. Wang Gui, with his rough appearance, looked disbelieving. Xu Yun became wary. He wasn't afraid. He had a powerful expert secretly protecting him. The family initially wanted to send an Earth Realm expert as a guard, but after learning about the secret protection, they didn't bother. Excuse me. Xu Yun spoke confidently. Please, miss. The black-clad man politely stepped aside, gesturing respectfully. Wang Gui was stunned. What's going on? Little Xiao Wang changed his mind. He's got character. I like it. From today onwards, he'll be a pure person, a kind person. Little Xiao Wang looked at Chu Yun's back with a serious expression. The ruthless little Xiao Wang wanted to be a kind person. Wang Gui wondered if he was hallucinating. He thought little Xiao Wang might have lost his mind. This cruel fellow was actually smitten with a woman. He had defiled countless beauties, scattering their flesh and blood in rituals. Such a pervert, being so polite must be a trick to satisfy his twisted desires. Miss, please wait. Little Xiao Wang suddenly called out to Chu Yun, stopping her. I am little Xiao Wang. May I know your name? Chu Yun, while collecting herbs alone, encountered the notorious little Xiao Wang. Expecting some cruel trick, she was surprised by his newfound affection and dandy-like behavior. Chu Yun was exasperated. I don't want to talk to you. Please stop bothering me. Are you looking for spirit herbs? I have some, take them all. Little Xiao Wang offered a handful of precious herbs. Watching little Xiao Wang fawning over Chu Yun, Wang Gui decided to keep his distance. What if little Xiao Wang took a liking to him? That wouldn't be good. Chu Xian, observing the scene, was puzzled. Little Xiao Wang was rumored to be a cruel and twisted individual. Should he eliminate him from Chu Yun's side? Then he reconsidered. Even if little Xiao Wang had ulterior motives, he wasn't even at the Earth realm. What harm could he do? The Earth soldiers within Chu Yuan contained his power. Possessing a certain spirituality, they would automatically protect their master. Moreover, Chu Yuan wasn't a child anymore. He had his own will. The scene shifted to outside Chu Juncheng's gate, focusing on a shabby young man. Hiding in the mountains was no better than wandering. His face was grimy. His ragged clothes stained with blood. He looked desolate and wretched. Though only 4 years old, his eyes held a deep-seated resilience. He had finally arrived at Chu Juncheng. Hearing that the Chu family held a marginal position in the Qin kingdom, he, though a low-level runemaster, believed he could be a valuable asset to them. The Chu family controlled the Chu Jun lands, and lacked both resources and runmasters. This time, I must seize this opportunity, the young man murmured. My path to rise begins here. Determined, he strode towards the Chu Juncheng gate. The gatekeepers, seeing the dirty and ragged youth, frowned. Stop. Who are you? I am Wang Luo, a runemaster, here to serve the Chu family, the young man replied, cupping his hands respectfully. Another gatekeeper came out and frowned. A runemaster. Do you have proof? Wang Luo promptly took out 2 spirit runes. These are the runes I crafted. They serve as proof of my skill. Seeing this, the gatekeepers couldn't stop him. No one would dare deceive the main family so brazenly. Whether he was a runemaster or not would soon be revealed. However, Wang Luo's shabby appearance made a poor impression. They felt no goodwill towards him. After Wang Luo entered, the 2 gatekeepers started gossiping. Would he be of any use to the Chu family? So, you're the runmaster who came to join my Chu family. Wang Luo. Chu Tianming, overjoyed to hear a runmaster had arrived from afar, personally welcomed him. Indeed, I am. Hearing of the Chu family seeking talented individuals, I came, Wang Luo replied calmly. Inwardly, he was sneering. Back in the Wang family of the northern state, he was considered trash and outcast. In a backwater place like the southern state, especially for a small family like the Chu, he was a runemaster genius. May I see the runes you've crafted? After all, we already have Miss Chu Yun, a runmaster genius. We don't need to prioritize outside runmasters. We even need to be wary of them stealing our rune crafting techniques. Chu Tianming said cautiously. These are the spirit runes I crafted, with a success rate of about. Wang Luo presented the 2 runes he treasured, displaying them for everyone to see. He was, after all, from a runmaster family. This small southern state family was nothing to him. He imagined the Chu family's odd and delighted expressions upon seeing his runes, welcoming him with open arms and treating him as a distinguished guest. The more he thought, the more pleased he became, a slight smile playing on his lips. Such spirit runes, in my hands, the Chu family is too ordinary. Yuner, that little runemaster genius, has already cultivated many talents for our family. Runemasters like this Wang Luo are not rare. Seeing how down and out he is, let's just give him some spirit essence and send him away. The young man had no idea that Chu Tianming's thoughts were completely opposite to his own. You look quite poor. Here are 15 spirit essences. Take them, Chu Tianming said dismissively, handing the spirit essences to Wang Luo. You may leave now. Wang Luo froze, anger rising within him. Judging him by his appearance. Fine, he'd show them what he was capable of. He decided to craft a rune on the spot, to shock these bumpkins and show them Wang Luo's true skills. He deliberately kept his shabby appearance, wanting to maximize the impact of his rune crafting. He took out his rune crafting tools and, with a flick of his wrist, started a fire. The flames surged as he channeled his spirit energy. With a practiced hand, he retrieved several spirit herbs, a flicker of pain in his eyes. These were among the few spirit herbs he had left, but he had no choice. Now, it was time to refine the spirit medicine. With a focused expression, he began the process of rune crafting, following the established procedure. He planned to craft a heaven-patching rune. Soon, more and more people gathered to watch, including a dozen members of the Chu family's runemaster group. Hearing about a young man claiming to be a runemaster who came to join the Chu family, they were curious. Wang Luo, seeing the crowd, smiled smugly. It was showtime. He imagined the Chu family elders inviting him in with respect. He was already planning his demands. Rune crafting materials were essential. The Chu family would have to gather them for him. Once his physical deficiencies were addressed, he would soar to great heights. Wang Luo was ecstatic, but maintained a focused expression as he continued crafting the rune. Initially, it went smoothly. However, as he reached the later stages, he felt a tightness in his chest, his spirit energy flow faltering. His body seemed to be lacking something, unable to proceed with the rune crafting technique. Damn it! His physical deficiency acted up at the worst possible time. Pain, like burning fire, coursed through his body. His face flushed, sweat dripping down. Wang Luo gritted his teeth, persevering while adjusting his technique to a more basic rune crafting method. Switching to the ordinary method, his heart pounded. Endure. I cannot fail. Wang Luo fiercely persisted. He fought to suppress the burning pain and stabilize his fluctuating spirit energy. Just then, from the crowd, a member of the Chu family runemaster group shook his head and sighed. His rune crafting ability is rather poor. It's just a spirit rune. Why is he struggling so much? Look at him, face flushed, sweating clearly reaching his limit. He's forcing himself, just trying to save face. If it were me, even if I couldn't craft it, I wouldn't be sweating and panting like that. His endurance is too poor, another runemaster group member chimed in. Indeed. He's hopeless. No value in nurturing him, the remaining runemaster group members agreed. Chu Tianming pondered. So, he's a runemaster failure. Failure. The whispers, the mocking laughter, the dismissive words, each one like a dagger piercing Wang Luo's heart. Back in the Wang family, in the northern state, he was considered a failure. He thought that by coming to the humble southern state, to the small Chu family, he could finally shine. But now, he was still mocked as a failure. Boom! The rune furnace exploded. Wang Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. His heart sank. He was so close to completing the spirit rune. He lost his composure, his spirit energy destabilized, and the furnace exploded. The rune was ruined. Wang Luo collapsed on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. He wanted to cry. Why was fate so cruel? Giving him extraordinary talent, yet cursing him with a physical deficiency that prevented him from realizing his full potential. Wow, he even blew up the furnace crafting a mere spirit rune. Is this guy a fraud? Trying to cheat the Chu family out of food and shelter. Pathetic. The Chu family runemasters shook their heads and dispersed. Alright, let's go. There's nothing to see here. Only Wang Luo remained in the large courtyard, his face ashen. Xu Xian, meanwhile, wouldn't have dreamed that what tormented this hot-blooded youth wasn't a femme fatale, but his own harvest. The hot-blooded youth's name was Wang Luo. As the now humiliated Wang Luo walked towards a small, dilapidated courtyard, Xu Xian eagerly awaited his second target. The divination and origin tracing master had arrived. Wang Luo's arrival amused him. How come all protagonists were outcasts? Then he thought. Perhaps it was because they were protagonists that their family's luck couldn't contain their destiny, hence they became outcasts. Wang Luo, the current generation's child of destiny in the northern state, son of the runemaster family Wang, born with natural rune veins and possessing extraordinary talent, was crippled by a sneak attack, his rune veins severed. Though possessing extraordinary talent, he couldn't cultivate due to his physical deficiency. His rune veins, like Dingyu's heavenly heart rune veins, were a special talent in physique, incredibly rare in the world. Even the Wang family, a runemaster family, hadn't discovered Wang Luo's innate rune veins. Otherwise they would have spared no effort to heal them. What a tragic fellow. Furthermore, Zhu Xian saw that Wang Luo's forced engagement being broken off was a deliberate scheme against him. His fiancée and someone who intended to cuckold him had plotted it successfully. Truly a child of destiny, to have unexpectedly arrived in the southern state, and even stumbled upon the Chu family. Wang Luo walked dejectedly, noticing a small courtyard. He paused, considering whether to stay, using the excuse of repaying the Chu family's kindness by crafting runes for them. Having a place to stay would allow him to slowly search for a way to fix his physical deficiency. Just then, a voice reached his ears. Young man, are you feeling lost, uncertain about your future? Do you feel like life has lost its direction? Cast out, abandoned, deemed a failure, are you content? Have you ever thought about rising again? Making those who look down on you regret their actions. Wang Luo looked towards the small courtyard. Senior, who are you? I am the one known as the guiding light of lost girls. The savior of all failures in the heavens and myriad worlds. Young man, as long as you're a failure, and you meet me, you will make those who abandoned you regret their actions. Wang Luo felt a sense of unease. This senior seemed unorthodox. His heart pounded. Senior, I believe failures are those with physical deficiencies. Regardless of the cause. As long as they're failures, in my presence, they can be saved, they can be reborn. Zhu Xian's voice was dramatic, as if echoing from ancient times. Wang Luo was stunned, then excitement surged within him. He had encountered an unimaginable opportunity. A monumental one. Wang Luo rushed into the small courtyard. Junior Wang Luo greets, Senior. Entering the courtyard, he bowed deeply, kneeling and kowtowing. Become my disciple. Wang Luo saw seven-colored divine light shining, and a majestic voice resounding. He knew that his turning point had arrived. This was his grand opportunity. Disciple Wang Luo greets Master. Overwhelmed, Wang Luo knelt down. This is your grand opportunity, your turning point in destiny. This is your grand opportunity, your turning point in destiny. This is your grand opportunity, your turning point in destiny. This is your grand opportunity. Your turning point in destiny. This is your grand opportunity, your turning point in destiny. Wang Luo kowtowed 3 times, his forehead reddening. You didn't even leave your house, and the child of destiny from the northern state came running. The system's power had arrived, and the cultivation technique was perfectly suited for Wang Luo. Rise. From today onwards, you are my second disciple. Wang Luo looked up and saw Zhu Xian sitting casually in a chair. There was no divine light, no majestic figure. The previous scene seemed like an illusion. Zhu Xian called Dingyu and Su Xianer out from the small world, where they were cultivating. This is your senior brother, Dingyu, Zhu Xian introduced them. Su Xianer, surprised by another disciple, looked at Wang Luo curiously. Though he was only at the 6th level of the profound realm and looked shabby, she showed no disdain. Being chosen by their master spoke volumes about his talent. Zhu Xian looked at Wang Luo. You were born with natural rune veins, but they were severed, hindering your rune cultivation. Wang Luo's body trembled, his hands clenching. He stammered, so that's it. He finally understood the source of his physical deficiency. Recalling the humiliation he suffered, resentment filled his heart. This debt must be repaid. I have a method to reconnect your severed rune veins, and a method to protect them. Zhu Xian spoke seriously, even offering to personally reconnect Wang Luo's severed rune veins. However, the reconnected rune veins will no longer be natural rune veins. Your innate rune veins will become acquired rune veins. Though still rare, they won't compare to natural ones. Wang Luo's eyes burned with hatred towards those who had poisoned him. He was furious. His natural rune veins, after reconnection, would become acquired. How could he accept this? Xu Xian continued, I possess the Void Skyfire, which can reconnect your severed rune veins, not only preserving the quality of your natural rune veins, but even enhancing them. However, using the Void Skyfire is like enduring a fiery torture. Like being burned alive. It will take 14 days to complete the reconnection and refine the Void Skyfire. If your will isn't strong enough, if you can't endure the burning pain, you will perish. Of course, if you can endure the ordeal and refine the Skyfire, the benefits are immense. Choose wisely. Wang Luo looked determined. Master. I choose the Void Skyfire. I'll use the Skyfire to reconnect my rune veins. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Master, I, Wang Luo, will either soar to the heavens or vanish from this world. I will not be mediocre. Good. I support your decision, Xu Xian said, nodding. Ding Yu clapped in approval. Xu Xian nodded again. In that case, I will impart to you the Void Skyfire cultivation technique. With a tap of his finger, the Void Skyfire cultivation technique entered Wang Luo's mind. Wang Luo's eyes widened as he comprehended the technique. He was shocked. How powerful. What level was this technique? He was thrilled. He had made the right choice. This was truly his grand opportunity. Xu Xian conjured a floating flame in his hand. It seemed to have no temperature, yet Wang Luo could sense its terrifying power. A wisp of his spiritual consciousness touched the flame and was instantly incinerated. Looking at Wang Luo, Xu Xian said, You can still choose again. Ding Yu and Su Xianer's expressions turned serious. The Void Skyfire was too terrifying. Just a wisp of its aura could incinerate spiritual consciousness. Wang Luo was only at the 6th level of the profound realm. How could he refine it? How could he endure the burning pain? Moreover, what Xu Xian held wasn't the complete Void Skyfire, just a separated wisp. The complete Void Skyfire wasn't something Wang Luo could refine. Let alone reconnect his rune veins. Even a touch of its aura would reduce Wang Luo to ashes. Wang Luo's gaze remained firm. Master, I choose the Void Skyfire. He could sense the extraordinary nature of the Void Skyfire. If he missed this opportunity, how could he rise again? How could he take his revenge? How could he trample the Wang family of the northern state underfoot? How could he make the woman who humiliated and rejected him regret her actions? Filled with resentment, he made his choice. Good. Then use this fire to reconnect your rune veins. With a wave of his hand, Xu Xian sent Wang Luo into the small world, refined the heavenly flame in this small world. Wang Luo was shocked. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a small world. His gaze swept over the wondrous surroundings. Don't be dazed. Focus and prepare. Continue refining. Xu Xian's voice echoed in his ears. Wang Luo came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and sat cross-legged on the ground. Xu Xian waved his hand, and the Void Skyfire flew out, landing on Wang Luo. Wang Luo let out a scream as the flames devoured him. His face was twisted in pain. But he still persevered, circulating the Void Skyfire technique, continuously, absorbing the Void Skyfire into his body to refine it. The flames continued to burn within him. Alright, it's entered Wang Luo's body. Su Xianer turned and left, unable to bear watching any longer. His clothes were gone, and with his body shrinking, he would inevitably be exposed. Wang Luo felt like he was in endless purgatory, almost unable to hold on several times. However, the thought of his past suffering spurred him to grit his teeth and persevere. I, Wang Luo, must make those who once looked down on me, mocked me, abandoned me, and hurt me look up to me, unattainable. With this belief, Wang Luo remained steadfast and unyielding. Xu Xian paid close attention to his condition. As the child of destiny, he should be able to withstand this tribulation. Will he receive the system's cultivation reward? Let's see if Wang Luo can successfully refine the Void Skyfire. If he does, his strength will soar, and he might directly jump from the 6th level of the spirit realm to the 6th level of the earth realm. Such a rapid breakthrough, and refining the Void Skyfire, the system's reward shouldn't be low. The man's name was Wang Luo. Just now, his body burning with jade fire, he let out screams that even Su Xianer couldn't bear to hear. Xu Xian watched for a while. The scorching aura on Wang Luo's body was receding, and his contorted face gradually relaxed. His aura began to rise, and the refinement continued. As expected of the child of destiny, truly blessed. Having refined the void skyfire, Wang Luo's body was now enveloped by the void skyfire. The heat of the flames encased him, turning him into a ball of fire. His cultivation had also broken through to the earth realm. Your disciple has quickly broken through under your guidance, successfully refining the void skyfire. Reward: 100 years of cultivation and the 100 refinements divine soul technique. The system's reward arrived. 100 years of cultivation, indeed. As long as it's for the child of destiny and involves a rapid breakthrough or overcoming a tribulation. The system's reward won't be low. Xu Xian received the 100 years of cultivation, and his cultivation at the 4th level of the respect realm began to break through. With the reward of 100 years of cultivation, he reached the 6th level of the respect realm. The 100 refinements divine soul technique was finally completely imparted. This was an extremely powerful soul cultivation technique. With the 100 refinements divine soul, eternal and indestructible, even a fragment of a soul cultivated with this technique could survive, rise again, restore the physical body, and return to the peak. Xu Xian was only at the 6th level of the respect realm, but his soul was no weaker than that of a 9th level respect realm cultivator, and in terms of soul power, it was comparable to a heaven realm expert's soul. This showed the power of the 100 refinements divine soul technique. Xu Xian only discovered the profoundness of this soul cultivation technique after receiving the complete version. It integrates various aspects of soul cultivation, with incredibly profound applications, including soul splitting and soul substitution techniques. Most of these soul secrets were useless to Xu Xian. The soul substitution technique simply involved using a part of the soul as a substitute, while the main soul hid, evading the enemy's detection. Wang Luo broke through to the 6th level of the earth realm in one go and then stopped. After a few days, he excitedly returned to the small courtyard and knelt before Xu Xian. 3 kowtows for Master. Disciple thanks Master for your grace. Without you, there would be no Wang Luo today. In his heart, Xu Xian was his god. You have such great perseverance. I didn't misjudge you. Xu Xian was very pleased. After all, he had contributed 100 years of cultivation. It's good to be ambitious. Wang Luo was expelled from the Wang family. His engagement broken off, and suffered much humiliation. He had been holding back a breath, always wanting to get his revenge. And alchemy was a highly sought-after profession. With Wang Luo's talent, becoming a divine alchemist was only a matter of time. By then, many would seek him out, including countless beauties and prominent families. The possibility of Wang Luo becoming a simp was not small. Xu Xian felt it necessary to instill some correct values in him. As my disciple, how can you be a simp? When did I accept you as a disciple so you could chase after women? My disciple also needs guidance. You can't be obsessed with men. Thinking of this, Xu Xian began to guide Wang Luo on the path of alchemy, filled with sincere teachings. Flattery, bootlicking, sycophancy, and obsession with treasures are all detrimental to alchemy. Among them, obsession with women is the most harmful. Wang Luo listened attentively. This was his master's teaching. You must remember. No women in your heart, alchemy will naturally come. You must remember. Be unmoved by beauty, undisturbed by beauty, unaffected by beauty, unaffected by affection, uninfluenced by lust, and unmoved by beauty, undisturbed by emotion, undisturbed by passion. If your heart is not dedicated to alchemy, then your alchemy journey will end there. Since ancient times, those obsessed with beauty and entangled in emotions have ultimately died by emotion and lust. In this vast world, you must remember. Wang Luo bowed respectfully. Master's teachings, disciple will bear in mind, always remember, and never forget. No women in your heart, alchemy will naturally come. I will never be controlled by beauty. Is this acceptable? Xu Xian was greatly pleased. Wang Luo was even more receptive to his teachings than Dingyu. Look, he instantly grasped the key point. No women in your heart, alchemy will naturally come. You have achieved the unity realm in alchemy and refined the void skyfire, so alchemy will naturally be at your fingertips. And your combat ability won't be weak. As my disciple, your strength cannot be weak. Xu Xian said as he took out a cauldron and a pill furnace. You were able to refine the void skyfire, so naturally, you deserve this cauldron and pill furnace. I bestow them upon you. Both the cauldron and pill furnace were divine artifacts. Thank you, Master. Wang Luo was overjoyed. A divine artifact cauldron. The Wang family's ancestral cauldron was only a semi-divine artifact. Yet it allowed the Wang family to rise in the northern continent and become one of the superclans. Xu Xian then tossed out a small booklet, 10,000 alchemy techniques and 10,000 pill recipes. Wang Luo opened the booklet and saw countless illustrations that scrolled with his thoughts. Just a cursory glance captivated him with the alchemy techniques and pill recipes within. Moreover, the booklet itself was an artifact. Such a small booklet, how much content could it contain? It required extraordinary means to create such an artifact. After passing the 10,000 alchemy techniques and 10,000 pill recipes to Wang Luo, Xu Xian also imparted the core heartsword technique and other secret techniques, including the immovable mountain palace, a powerful defensive technique. Xu Xian was not exaggerating when he said that with just these techniques he imparted, Wang Luo would be almost invincible among his peers, and definitely the most powerful existence among alchemists. The 100 Refinements Divine Soul technique was complete. Xu Xian thought for a moment and decided to impart the first 3 levels of the 100 Refinements Divine Soul technique to Su Xianer, Dingyu, and Wang Luo. Today, I will impart a powerful soul cultivation technique to you. Cultivate it well. These soul secrets were useless to him, but they might be useful for the 3 of them when they ventured out into the world. The 3 were shocked. The soul cultivation technique was too powerful and profound. They felt Xu Xian's unfathomable strength. After sending the 3 back to the small world to continue cultivating, Xu Xian took out the myriad world's compass and injected spiritual energy. The compass randomly connected to a location. The scene rippled, and an image appeared. Towering mountains, ancient trees, and a beautiful woman. The myriad world's compass connected to a mountain slope where a stunningly beautiful woman was traveling alone. What a captivating beauty! Xu Xian's gaze fell on the woman. She wore simple yet elegant clothing, her face breathtakingly beautiful yet not lacking in heroic spirit. That heroic aura seemed innate, blending perfectly with her beauty, creating a unique charm. Looking at her cultivation, Earth Realm Level 3. Surprisingly, Xu Xian discovered that the woman seemed quite young, only in her 20s. Powerful cultivators could maintain their youth, but age could not be concealed from stronger cultivators. Xu Xian's strength far surpassed hers, so he could discern her approximate age. So young, yet already at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm. 20-something Earth Realm cultivators were rare. Almost exclusively the domain of top geniuses. However, reaching the Earth Realm at such a young age, except for certain special eras, was unheard of among geniuses. Xu Xian couldn't help but think of the special eras that defied the standard of reaching the Earth Realm only after 100 years. He became deeply interested in this powerful young woman. Qining, from the eastern region's middle continent, Wang family of Luo City, the current generation's destined genius. Possesses the human king bloodline, the reincarnation of the great Qin Emperor Qining, reincarnated with the human king Dao weapon. Under the heavenly secrets divination technique, the woman's identity and background were revealed. Wait, she's the reincarnation of the great Qin Emperor. The great Qin Emperor was a woman. Impossible. The decisive figure who unified the southern continent and established the great Qin Empire was actually a woman. Something didn't seem right. Xu Xian took a deep breath, intending to continue his investigation, but he couldn't determine Qin Ying's gender. The heavenly secrets divination technique was interfered with by the human king Dao weapon within Qining. Xu Xian was only at the respect realm, and his divination technique wasn't strong enough to bypass the interference of the human king Dao weapon. Eastern region's middle continent, Qining actually reincarnated there, and into the Wang family, a human king family. Does Qingyun know? The human king families were truly at the apex. Those who could be called human kings were all peerless existences who led the rise of the human race and unified regions. Xu Xian couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Marking Qin Ying's location with the myriad world's compass, Xu Xian closed it. Today's video ends here. This line is repeated multiple times. An important figure in the battle against the demonic ancient clan, and a key player in his plans, had actually reincarnated, and into a human king family in the eastern region. Could it be that she wants to use the power of the human king family to seek revenge and rise again? Xu Xian immediately sent a message to Bao Hongyan, asking him to inform Qingyun to come to the small courtyard. Regarding Qin Ying's gender, Xu Xian felt it necessary to ask clearly. This line is not relevant in this section. The Great Qin Emperor, a woman. The scene shifted to the Great Qin Imperial Palace where Qingyun was cultivating. Your Majesty, Bao Luzhu has sent a letter. Have you ever seen the Great Qin Empress being pushed around like this? Even reduced to a plaything. Just now, within the Great Qin Imperial Palace, Qingyun was cultivating. Your Majesty, Bao Luzhu has sent a letter. A court lady entered and reported. Qingyun frowned slightly. Bao Hongyan, the intelligence chief of the Black Moon Tower. She took the letter from the court lady, opened it, and her expression immediately changed. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Why did Xu Xian want to see her? Although he was good-looking, he was also terrifying. Qingyun dismissed the idea. She wasn't a lovesick fool. Knowing there was danger, why would she rush over? Wasn't it good being an empress? Why go to be someone's plaything? She wasn't the Great Qin Emperor anymore. However, after reading the letter several times, Qingyun bit her lip and dismissed the court lady. Her heart was filled with unease. Xu Xian had summoned her, and she dared not disobey nor refuse. If she refused, what if he came to the Great Qin Imperial Palace himself? Qingyun gritted her teeth, changed out of her imperial robes, put on casual clothes, and reverted to her shy and demure appearance. She quietly left the palace and headed to the Chu family estate. To meet Xu Xian. Looking at the demure and seemingly shy Qingyun, but with unease hidden within, Xu Xian didn't beat around the bush. Great Qin Emperor Qining. Are you a man or a woman? Qingyun hesitated. He called her over just to ask this. Of course, a woman. Qingyun originally answered, the emperor is a peerless hero. Although he had suspected it, now that it was confirmed, Xu Xian was shocked. Holy shit. Only these two words could express his feelings at this moment. Qining was a woman, and now she had indeed reincarnated as a woman. No wonder she had that heroic air. Was it a coincidence, or did Qining intentionally reincarnate as a woman? It must be an accident. He didn't know if Qining had regained her past memories. If she had, what would her feelings be? A scene appeared in Xu Xian's mind. Qinying's former brothers returning during the war against the demonic ancient clan, only to discover that their former leader had become a captivating beauty. Their feelings would be beyond words. What was even more frightening was that if one of her former brothers fell in love with her, what would happen then? He couldn't bear to imagine further. Xu Xian shook his head, dispelling certain inappropriate images from his mind. His interest in Qining had skyrocketed. The game against the demonic bone ground was becoming even more interesting. Qingyun pressed Xu Xian. What's wrong? Why is your expression so strange after asking about the Earth Venerable's gender? Is there anything else? If not, he'll go back. Xu Xian took a deep breath to calm his chaotic thoughts. Did you expand the Great Qing Empire just to welcome Qining? His later arrangements. Qingyun closed her mouth, refusing to say another word. It's not too late, Xu Xian emphasized, his aura intensifying slightly. Qingyun bit her lip. You're quite loyal to the Earth Venerable. This waste pet is quite devoted. Xu Xian smiled. He didn't make things difficult for Qingyun, nor did he punish her. Perhaps it was due to Qinying's orders. Besides, Xu Xian believed Qingyun was just a minor pawn and wouldn't know too much. I'm not a waste pet. I'm now the Earth Venerable's subordinate. Qingyun still insisted. Xu Xian chuckled. Alright, go back. Later, when you see Qining and discover the unparalleled Earth Venerable in your heart has become a woman, I wonder what your reaction will be. The game against the demonic bone ground is becoming increasingly interesting. After Qingyun left, Xu Xian immediately used the Myriad Heaven's mirror to connect to the mark on Qinying's body. Qining was still sitting cross-legged on the cliff, lips pursed, expressionless. His contemplative eyes held a hint of melancholy. A figure flew over and landed on the cliff. The newcomer, dressed in flamboyant white, was quite the dandy. A 9th-level Earth Realm expert, he appeared to be in his early 20s. In the cultivation world, this was incredibly young for such a level of cultivation. Clearly, a remarkably talented individual. Cousin, I found the Lai Yin Jian you were looking for. The white-clad man presented a small box, while Qining coldly glanced at him. Old dog Zhu. Xu Xian watched the scene unfold with amusement. He couldn't help but laugh. The white-clad man, Zhu Yuanbai, was overjoyed. He placed the box beside Qingyun and tried to sit down, but a sharp glare stopped him. Cousin, I went through great lengths to obtain this Lai Yen Zhang. I just want you to be happy. Zhu Yuanbai grinned. Cousin, give me a smile. Just one smile and he'll be satisfied. Zhu Yuanbai, get out. Qingyun abruptly stood up, eyes filled with killing intent. The man raised his hands defensively. He clutched his chest dramatically. Cousin, you're so captivating even when you're angry. It makes my heart flutter. Qingyun was practically exploding with rage. Zhu Yuanbai's eyes widened, fixated on her heaving chest. You, die. Qingyun roared, a large halberd materializing in her hand. With the might of an army, she swung it at Zhu Yuanbai. Zhu Yuanbai vanished in a blink, reappearing hundreds of meters away and fleeing. Cousin, you're so mesmerizing when you're angry. Qingyun furiously swung her halberd, causing the cliff to collapse. It took a while for her to calm down. Looking down at her body, she despaired again. I, Qingyun, a magnificent 8-foot-tall man, have been reduced to a woman. How tragic. How shameful. How hateful. Could you believe it? The illustrious and formidable Earth Venerable of the Great Qin, who unified the southern continent in ancient times, was now a stunningly beautiful woman. Qingyun, originally 18 years old when he emerged from his meditative trance, found himself in a wooden tub. Hands resting on his ample chest. At the time, he was overwhelmed with relief at having survived. Wait, something feels wrong. He looked down. His mind shattered. Where's my manhood? How did I become a woman? What happened? Why was I reborn as a woman? He roared in frustration, but the sound was a delicate squeak. Where was his deep, thunderous voice? From now on, there were only delicate chirps and squeaks. Qingyun held her halberd, eyes filled with sorrow. Picking up the Lai Yen Zhang Zhu Yuanbai had brought. She muttered, I still need a powerful body refining technique. Back then, I, the Earth Venerable, possessed an invincible physique, leading my brothers to conquer the southern continent. Although the Luo family, a descendant of a human king, had powerful cultivation methods, they weren't his forte. He preferred the domineering, explosive techniques and combat skills of his past life. Fortunately, he was talented in this life. He could cultivate the secret techniques of the Luo family to compensate. The Luo family, a human king lineage, was renowned in the eastern wasteland. The current generation's most outstanding member was Luo Ying, a young prodigy who had already reached the 3rd level of the Earth realm. Her combat prowess was unmatched, sweeping aside all peers. She was just too aloof, earning her the title Ice Queen. Qingyun returned to the Luo family estate, a far cry from the Chu family's humble abode. The vast estate was heavily guarded, with Earth realm experts hidden in the shadows. Chu Xian was impressed. A human king family indeed. Their ancestors had led humanity's rise, unifying, and ruling the world. Or perhaps they had saved humanity from destruction, leading them to expel foreign races. Only such heroes could be called human kings, revered by all. Every human king was undoubtedly a peerless expert, capable of leading humanity's resurgence or saving them from ruin. Upon returning to the Luo family, Qingyun was greeted with respectful bows. Greetings, 3rd Mississippi. She kept her face expressionless, ignoring the greetings. Every time she heard the title 3rd Miss, she couldn't help but shudder. Within the Luo family, she was relatively isolated. Qingyun suspected that her transformation into a woman was related to the human king's Dao armament, passed down from the Luo family's human king ancestor. In his past life, he had some connection to this ancestor, otherwise, he wouldn't have inherited the Dao armament. Back in her courtyard, a beautiful woman greeted her anxiously. Yinger, you're already the strongest among your peers. Don't push yourself too hard. Don't damage your body. I know. Qingyun's expression was stiff. She still didn't know how to interact with her mother in this life. You're a girl. Why cultivate body refining techniques? Our Luo family has plenty of divine arts, each superior to body refining. Don't ruin your body. Listen to your mother. Stop practicing body refining, okay? Luo Mu pleaded, holding Qingyun's hand. Looking at those delicate fingers. Look at your figure, so many girls envy you. Why do you insist on body refining? What if you damage your body? Qingyun's heart was breaking. I don't want fair skin and a slender waist. I want to be a man. Damn it. How despairing. Luomu continued to persuade her for a long time, but Qingyun remained silent. She had no way to deal with her mother in this life. Mother, do you know of any way to turn a woman into a man? Qingyun suddenly asked. Luomu froze, her face paling. Yinger, don't scare me. Why would you have such thoughts? You're a girl. Why would you want to be a man? Oh no, oh no. Have you gone mad? Luomu panicked. Someone come quickly. The third miss might have gone mad. A figure appeared silently. Quickly summon the patriarch. Call the grand elder. Yinger might have gone mad. Seeing her panicked mother, Qingyun's lips twitched. Mother, I'm not mad. Qingyun despaired. I used to be a domineering man. I just want to regain my former glory. The Luo patriarch and grand elder arrived quickly and examined Qingyun thoroughly, fearing she had truly gone mad. They agreed to keep her desire to be a man a secret. Xu Xian stroked his chin. Couldn't she just have a sex change operation? But then he remembered this was a world of cultivation, where cultivation involved the Tao and defying the natural order. Changing one's sex against nature would be met with resistance from the Tao, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. He closed the myriad heaven's mirror. Observing Qingyun for so long had consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. He needed to replenish it. Lately, he had spent most of his time observing Qingyun, neglecting even the Black Moon Tower's intelligence reports. He instructed Su Xier to only report critical information. What were the recent events compared to Qingyun's daily life? Qingyun visited the Luo family's ancestral scripture library again, searching for body refining techniques. However, all she could find were gentle techniques suited for women. Practicing them would only enhance her feminine charms, not her masculine power. She couldn't find a single fierce, explosive body refining technique. Ever since learning of her desire to become a man, the Luo patriarch had hidden all the aggressive body refining techniques and replaced them with ones specifically designed for women, like the water lily body or the willow-waist serpent body. Upon returning to her courtyard, that old dog Zhu Yuanbai arrived again. Cousin, this is ice jade cream. It's excellent for body refining, and it can make your skin fairer and more alluring. Would become even more curvaceous and alluring. She couldn't find a single ferocious, explosive body refining technique. Ever since hearing of her desire to become a man, the Luo patriarch had hidden all the aggressive body refining techniques and replaced them with ones designed specifically for women, such as the water soft body and the flowing serpent body. Back in her courtyard, that old dog Zhu Yuanbai appeared again. Cousin, this is ice blue cream, excellent for body refining. It will make your skin fairer and even more fragrant. Qingyun's fists clenched, her face reddening. Her delicate body trembled with anger. Damn it! I want explosive power, not fair skin and fragrance. Get lost! Qingyun roared. Cousin, don't be angry. This really can make your skin fairer and more fragrant. Zhu Yuanbai's eyes never left Qingyun's figure. Cousin, you're so captivating even when you're angry. Marry me, cousin. I'll even accept your children. As long as you agree. This guy was a top-tier dog. Even Xu Xian was speechless. This Zhu Yuanbai was the king of dogs. Qingyun's face turned livid, her chest heaving. Zhu Yuanbai's eyes widened further. Die! Qingyun roared, wildly attacking Zhu Yuanbai with her halberd. How tragic. I, Qingyun, an 8-foot-tall man skilled in martial arts, have been reduced to a delicate woman. I used to address myself as lousy. Now, I almost instinctively yell Laonyang. Qingyun was distressed, afraid she might truly start thinking of herself as a woman and fall in love with a man. The mere thought of it sent chills down her spine. Wielding her halberd, she chased Zhu Yuanbai relentlessly. The chase continued beyond the Luo family estate. Qingyun was truly enraged. That dog. How dare he confess to me? Xu Xian watched with great amusement. Qingyun pursued Zhu Yuanbai relentlessly, seemingly determined to kill him. Closing the myriad heaven's mirror, Xu Xian thought about Qingyun's constant search for powerful body refining techniques. He realized he had overlooked the importance of body refining. His own physique was naturally robust and didn't require specific training. Moreover, he had comprehended numerous body refining principles. In terms of physical strength, he was unmatched among his peers. Xu Xian thought about Ding Yu and Wan Luo. As his disciples, they needed to be strong in all aspects. How could they neglect body refining? Should he pass on some body refining techniques to them? Xu Xian had just found 2 suitable body refining techniques for Ding Yu and Wan Luo. He summoned them. Today, I shall impart to you 2 body refining techniques. Ding Yu and Wan Luo were overjoyed. They considered themselves physically strong among their peers. If they cultivated techniques imparted by their master, their physical strength would reach terrifying levels. Master, what about me? Su Sierra asked eagerly. You don't need it. Your heroic spirit body is already exceptional. Besides, do you want to become a muscular beauty? Xu Xian glanced at her. On second thought. Forget it. Su Sierra imagined herself covered in muscles. She shuddered. Xu Xian transmitted a technique into Ding Yu's mind. I impart to you the immense skybody refining technique. It perfectly complements your talent. Upon mastery, your body will be as resilient as a divine beast, impervious to divine arts. He turned to Wan Luo. I impart to you the 9 cycles body refining technique. 9 cycles of refinement will transform your flesh, making you impervious to divine weapons. Thank you, Master. The 2 kowtowed gratefully. These techniques were tailored to their individual talents. By the system. Each was incredibly powerful. After imparting the techniques, Xu Xian sent them away to cultivate. He returned to his courtyard to continue observing Qingyun. He was considering whether to give Qingyun a body refining technique. There was one particularly ferocious technique, the kind Qingyun longed for. If she mastered it, she might become a muscular beauty. But the thought of Qingyun, so elegant and beautiful, yet covered in bulging muscles, made Xu Xian shudder. He'll observe her for a while longer. He also needed to figure out what happened during the battle at the demonic bone. Ground. Xu Xian looked towards the profound flowing spirit tower. Imotuo wasn't fully converted yet, but it wouldn't be long. That peak demonic expert had participated in that battle and should know some secrets. Qingyun had been chasing Zhu Yuanbai for 3 days, relentlessly. Zhu Yuanbai was terrified, not because he feared Qingyun could kill him, but because he saw how genuinely angry she was. He feared she would ignore him forever. He feared she wouldn't accept his gifts anymore. Cousin, I was wrong. Please stop chasing me. I'll find you a body refining technique, okay? A very strong, very ferocious one. Qingyun stopped. Fine. If you fail, don't ever appear before me again. Zhu Yuanbai sighed in relief. I promise. I'll definitely find it. Watching Zhu Yuanbai leave, Qingyun sighed. How tragic. I, Qingyun, have fallen. To practice the body-tempering grand technique, I have to resort to enchanting dreams. Qingyun didn't return to the Luo family residence. Staying there was suffocating. The servants' constant chatter about her appearance was irritating. Qingyun planned to find a place to cultivate and quickly increase her strength. The southern state, the war demon bone ground. Opening mechanism. That great battle caused the battlefield to collapse into the spatial rift. With the rules restored, the battlefield will reappear, and those from that time should also reappear. The things within the war demon bone ground must not fall into enemy hands. Suddenly, 2 black-clad figures soared into the sky, their killing intent evident. Here comes trouble. Their auras were hostile, both at the 5th level of the Earth realm. Qingyun's cultivation was only at the 1st level. Qingyun calmly observed the newcomers without speaking. Whenever he could avoid speaking, he remained silent. In his past life, he preferred to escape. He specifically cultivated stealth techniques for this very reason. This time, however, he couldn't avoid a fight. As long as he took a step back, he would wear the female attire. He couldn't stand it. The figures in black remained silent as well. A flash of blade light, a domain unfolded. Leaping 30 meters high, one of them executed a descending sword technique, suddenly attacking Qingyun. Qingyun held his great halberd firmly, his dual pupils shining. Jade dragon mark flickering, jade power surged. Ha! The great halberd was incredibly powerful. Amplified by the jade power, a single strike repelled the black-clad figure's attack. Qingyun frowned. Who were these assassins? Not enemies from his past life, surely. No one knew he had been reincarnated into the Imperial Luo family. Could these people be enemies of the Luo family? The Imperial Luo family held a prominent position in the Eastern Territory. Who would dare attack them? Qingyun hadn't offended anyone either, as far as he knew. He analyzed the situation internally. The Great Halberd's attacks were truly fierce and unstoppable. Although 2 minor realms lower, Qingyun didn't fall behind at all. Wherever the Great Halberd pointed, an area was dominated, displaying an overbearing might. Chu Xian watched intently, observing. Qingyun's qi was vigorous, that body-tempering grand technique from his fighting style. It was clear that Qingyun was a fierce and unstoppable individual. Moreover, his application of precognitive power had reached an exceptionally high level, surpassing the comprehension of ordinary Earth realm cultivators. Even some at higher realms couldn't achieve such insight. The jade power could actually be split. One part empowered the Great Halberd, focusing on attack, while the other part enhanced his body. It wasn't like ordinary Earth realm experts who centered their precognitive power around themselves, extending it to encompass the enemy, or directly clashing with their opponent's precognitive power. This seemed divided, dispersed. However, it appeared more agile and powerful. Watching this battle, Chu Xian gained new insights into domain power. So, a domain could be used like this. He truly lacked combat experience. Qingyun had gradually suppressed his enemies. Throughout the fight, he hadn't spoken a word, nor had the figures in black. Occasionally, their eyes met, suggesting they had fought before. Unexpectedly, Qingyun's strength was so formidable. Fighting 2 minor realms above, he suppressed the siege. Qingyun continued to frown. The fight had progressed this far. Yet no Luo family experts had appeared. Were they testing him, or waiting for him to be defeated? He couldn't drag this out any longer. Suddenly, the Great Halberd swept across the void, empowered by the surrounding sun. The sun's power converged, forming a massive mountain that crashed down with the Great Halberd. Boom! The 2 figures in black desperately defended. However, Qingyun's attacks came one after another, each strike adding to the previous one's power. After 3 consecutive strikes, the figures in black could no longer withstand the violent bombardment. Their precognitive power showed signs of collapse. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Qingyun's gaze turned icy, a ferocious aura erupting. The Great Halberd smashed down repeatedly, his precognitive power intensifying with each strike, gradually transforming into the shape of the Great Halberd, like a giant halberd slashing down. One of the figures in black spat out a mouthful of blood, his body sent flying. Qingyun's even more ferocious attack followed closely. This strike, if it landed, would either kill or severely injure the figure. Just then, a cold light flashed. A dagger thrust out from the void, aimed at Qingyun's back. Not good. Danger. The girl's about to unleash her berserker mode. She seems to have forgotten that she's currently a girl. Once the berserker mode activates, her clothes will instantly shatter, leaving her exposed. Apiao probably won't be focusing on commentary today. Fortunately, in this critical moment, Qingyun remained calm. With a cold snort, he backhanded a punch towards the incoming cold light. Clang! The dagger was deflected. However, attacks came from all directions, more daggers thrusting towards him. The sudden onslaught of attacks overwhelmed Qingyun. Unable to deal with the 2 black-clad figures, he retracted his Great Halberd, jade dragon mark swirling around him. At that moment, a dagger abruptly appeared behind him, incredibly close. Qingyun's expression changed drastically. Twisting his waist, he narrowly avoided the attack. Still, he was a step too slow. His inner garments were torn, revealing a patch of tender, white skin. A bloody gash appeared. Qingyun's eyes widened, his aura surging. The berserker aura radiated outwards. He was about to unleash his berserker technique, but suddenly froze. The berserker aura dissipated, no longer intensifying. At this moment, Qingyun felt extremely awkward. He was now a woman, and couldn't fight like this. The powerful berserker technique couldn't be used. He realized he needed to find some tight-fitting protective clothing at the family residence to avoid exposure when using the berserker technique. Qingyun was now surrounded. 4 black-clad figures formed a circle around him. The 2 who attacked first and drew his attention were now injured and retreating. Qingyun coldly observed the 4. Their expressions were indifferent, seemingly ready to attack or retreat at any moment. Assassins. specializing in assassination. And each one was at the third level of the Earth realm. This was clearly a meticulously planned trap. Qingyun furrowed his brows, wondering if this had anything to do with Zhu Yuanbai. Could he have deliberately set this trap, intending to swoop in and play the hero? The thought of this possibility made Qingyun uncomfortable. He hoped he was overthinking it, otherwise, there would be a reckoning sooner or later. Qingyun had to be cautious. The figures began to flicker. Qingyun snorted coldly. During his rise in his past life, he encountered countless assassinations, some far more dangerous than this. He was experienced in dealing with assassins who specialized in concealment. Just as the assassins were about to vanish, Qingyun lunged towards one of them, the great halberd striking fiercely. He vanished from his original spot. The other three also disappeared the moment Qingyun attacked. Clang! Qingyun steadied himself, concealing his own presence. He too was skilled in concealment. Qingyun continued forward, the great halberd sweeping across all directions. Even without seeing the enemy, Qingyun's attacks boomed, smoke and dust billowing, trees turning to splinters. Amidst the chaos, Qingyun vanished. Quite skilled. Qingyun is indeed no ordinary Earth realm cultivator. In such a short time, he had determined the enemy's position and moved accordingly, concealing his aura. Xu Xian watched with great interest, his golden eyes gleaming. With his heavenly golden divine pupil, neither Qingyun nor the assassin's hiding spots could escape his sight. Soon, the assassins grew impatient. All four reappeared, exchanging glances. Could it be that Qingyun wasn't hiding nearby, but had used a secret technique to escape? Impossible. The assassination had failed. Just as the assassins were about to leave, the moment they relaxed, Qingyun struck. The great halberd thrust forward with a might that represented Qingyun's peak strength. Boom! The targeted assassin had no time to react and was instantly obliterated, his soul destroyed. Following up, Qingyun's second strike hit the second assassin. Bang! Directly,